Thanks, Doan. About a week ago, we were talking about how the Finnish people are really educated in terms of mis and disinformation. And they're also very good at trolling. And we were talking about how in Lappeenranta, I think it is, they announced that they were going to be playing the Ukrainian national anthem every morning at 7:30 while flying the Ukrainian flag at one of their major shopping centers. And Axel had said that why that was such a great troll was because it's somewhere that a lot of the Russians like to go shopping. And then I read this morning that Finnish authorities are preparing to introduce new restrictions on issuing visas to Russians. So kind of wondering how that all ties together.
So maybe let's clarify what the new restrictions are going to be. What they're going to do is they're only going to allow you to apply for a tourist visa on Mondays. You can apply for other visas Tuesday through Friday, but you can only apply to a tourist visa on a Monday. And the Finnish Foreign Affairs Minister says that this will significantly slow down the issuance of visas to citizens of the Russian Federation, and that this is implemented at the national level. So it's kind of interesting, right? But obviously, at the same time, Nick, what we talked about previously was many of them cross with third country visas anyway, and it seems more legitimate right now because, especially for people around St. Petersburg, so many are using Helsinki airport to then fly off to Mediterranean destinations or Paris or whatever, because there's no air traffic between, say, Paris and Russia. So you would presume that plenty of them actually cross with French and Spanish visas and the like. But what do you think of this measure as an initial restrictive measure?
For that last bit, I would want to see what the numbers are. So how many of the Russians coming over at the moment? It reminds me of a very French measure from the 1980s. In the 1980s, France thought that it should build a video cassette recorder industry. And so various French companies tried to make video cassette recorders, but the pesky French consumer kept insisting on buying Japanese. And so the French, the furthest they could push it without getting into I don't know, World Trade Organization or GATT or whatever the issue with the rules were at the time, was that all video cassette recorders had to be imported through one office in Brittany, and they had to be individually unpacked and inspected. This sort of, for the few months that this lasted before everybody just sort of burst out laughing, this restricted the flow of Japanese video recorders. So, I mean, I quite like it in terms of the obvious trolling. And, the next step is to say they can only apply on Mondays, and, we've just given our hard-working consulate employees a new union deal, and they don't have to start work on Mondays until 2 p.m. So it's fun, it's trolling, but clearly they didn't feel that they could just say we're not going to give it, which Estonia did. So I would be interested in some of the logic behind the decision, because, I have a guess. Well, go on.
I have a guess that the work schedule of the various consulate and embassies lies within the purview of either the minister or some mid-level bureaucrat at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Therefore, no legislative process has to be gone through to assign, work and schedules and so on. Whereas banning issuing visas altogether would, at the very least, require a cabinet meeting and a cabinet vote, if not parliamentary deliberation.
That is quite clever, isn't it? And then they can sort of, the minister can go on television and say with a straight face, well, this is an operational decision due to the volume of processing, blah blah blah. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, it really doesn't matter. I mean, they could leave it open and have them all drop off visas as well and just not process them. We're busy with other things, Maurice has to fix the coffee machine. And there are millions of reasons. I hate to say this, working in government my whole life. there could literally be a million excuses to not process a thing, especially a visa, right? So many ways to do it, but very good points. I think Fargan.
Can we speak about numbers? Can we speak about numbers?
Numbers and
How many-
letters? Oh, by the way, about the VCR
numbers.
thing. Yeah, no, Nick, the VCR thing the French did. The funny thing is eventually they just gave up on it. Anyway, yeah, numbers. What do you want to talk about numbers?
Well,
one of the things the French did was that.
Sorry, close to 500,000 children, close to 500,000 children from Ukraine have been forcibly deported. According to current news, a little more than 15,000 children and women seemingly have been sold or conveyed into what can only be described as slave labor in the UAE. Finland had 10,000 new visas issued to Russians in July. 185,000 border crossings by Russians into Finland in July. There is a good reason why these people need to be stopped.
Yeah, I think we need to pretext such a deep conversation, Axel. We were talking about Finnish visas, and then went into human trafficking. I think that might confuse some people. Obviously, it's a big stain and it's a genocidal act. So, did you want to change subjects to talk about the missing children, or are we talking about Finnish visas?
No,
still?
I just wanted to highlight that if we have 185,000 tourists coming in July and 10,000 visits, 10,000 visas, maybe we should reduce the amount of border crossings by the amount of children deported.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go there because I think it's a little gauche, the relation. I think we should look at them separately. I think the Europeans are full within the rights to ban all Russian travel. That's my position. I don't think they should dress it up as in these little things of, the office is closed. So you know what? We're not comfortable.
They should ban everything. I fully agree with you. I just made a gauche comment to make it more
sorry.
ridiculous what we're discussing about.
Yeah. No,
Precisely, but Estonia did. Estonia did after Estonia and Finland made a joint announcement, and then Estonia said, "Oh, we're banning the visas," and Finland didn't. So Finland may have, to use a British term, bottled it, or maybe they have some other plan in mind. But I was surprised that Estonia and Finland both called for it, and then Estonia did it pretty much, bang, stop, and Finland didn't. And I would be interested to know what the, and as if we take Doman's suggestion, Finland decided to troll and do it via an administrative route. I think there are two things. One is the fact that there will be fewer Russians coming simply because they can't get the visa. But I think the symbolism is at least as important. And I'm somewhat disappointed that they've chosen the trolling route rather than the symbolic "you are not coming in," regardless of the numbers. But yeah, this is realpolitik.
The lead Estonian member of parliament in that regard said very simple that he likes 0 as a number.
Yeah, well, I think we're clear. Okay.
Let's go to Chichi. Chichi's been jumping up and down with some problems. Chichi, go ahead.
Hello. I have a question. Have the people on the Ukraine border been brainwashed by Russia?
Do you mean on the Russian side of the Ukrainian border? Absolutely.
Yes. Like they get the brainwash, or I want to ask, is the Ukraine people they living in the border of the Russia and they get brainwashed?
Sorry, what's the question there?
Yeah, so I want to ask, so if they get brainwashed, and I when I find the internet and I saw there's many people they are staying with Russia, the Ukraine people, they are in the border and they are staying with Russia. So I want to know why.
Yeah.
And
Okay. Here's
is
the
that
answer.
get brainwashed?
Yeah, no, it's just not true. So there are Ukrainians who have been, forced to learn Russian for 70, 80 years, 100 years. Russia's been doing it for a long time. There are also ethnic Russians that were exported by Stalin into Ukraine, and their descendants live in Ukraine as well. So it's the argument. I just want to be very careful because it could sound like you're making a claim that the eastern part of Ukraine is Russian or they want to be Russian. It's really a moot point. There are a lot of Portuguese people that live on a street in Toronto. It's not a part of Portugal. That's just how it is. You go to a new country, you follow the rules, right? Does that make sense, Chi, man?
Okay. So when can the student go back to school? When can the Ukraine student go back to school?
I think they're in school right now.
Okay. Well, thanks.
So thank you for that. Anyone want to address that? Gurney came up. Why?
Oh, Yehuda, I'm just laughing to myself here. Just one of those days.
This one of those days that a moderator goes through. It's a song I wrote. Maybe I'll publish it.
I mean, we're gonna ask Chi where he's calling in from in the world.
Oh, I don't know, Chi. Where are you from, comrade? Where are you calling in from?
Yeah. I'm from mainland of China, and I immigrated with my family to Canada. So yeah.
You're in Canada now?
No, now I was in China, but we already immigrated to Canada. We already be the resident of Canada. Yeah.
Okay, so do you buy the Chinese propaganda?
No, never.
So what propaganda have you heard though from the Chinese, from the Communist Party of China?
The CCP always do. They said the Russia, invasion the Ukraine is by the law, and they said the Ukraine is a part of Russia before, like what they said the Taiwan. So
Yeah. Is Tibet part of China as well? I don't know my history too well with China.
I think it's not before, but now it's part of China. But they think they are not a part of China. Yeah, many people in China, they think they are part of China because they get brainwashed. They get brainwashed.
So you accept it's not true, right?
Yeah, it's not true. Even like the Mongolia, they think is a part of China, but it's not. It's not.
Yeah. All right, Gurney, did you want to have a follow up? You just heard.
This is an opportunity where I wish Jingu is here to ask Chi about the Uyghurs.
Oh, where's Jingu? We haven't seen him in a while. All you
Chi,
is...
could you talk about the Uyghurs?
This is a hot question because
I just want to make sure you're not prevented from speaking about it or brainwashed about it.
If you're in China, and you shouldn't be really talking about some of these topics, right? Like they're gonna come and get you social credit, all that jazz.
And we record the space, Chi here, so we like to put it out there for the world to have access to digitally.
Yes, but I think it's something happened there, but I never go there. So
never been there.
Yeah, something. I never been
there.
Can
I ask you a question? Is murdering someone wrong? It's just a simple question. Murdering someone is wrong. Do you think yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Murdering someone is wrong.
Have you murdered someone?
No.
So how do you know? How do you know it's wrong? Because you've never done it, right? Never visited there. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's just kind of my logic.
Yeah. Okay. I know. I'm Christian, so I believe that and yeah, it's wrong. It's wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right. I don't know where we're going with this, but it's awkward. So thank you. I guess our concern is if you're in mainland China and you're saying things that aren't in alignment with the Chinese Communist Party, we actually don't want you to get hurt because we know the Chinese government kills people like you. Like, that's what we're trying to get at here. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're not
CCP
trying to be
always
mean, but yeah. So either you're on like 9 different VPNs in a cave in the mountains, or you're not in China, right? So that's why we ask. We just don't want to, get you in trouble, buddy.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe,
But speaking of which, guess what? My resident Chinese scholar, Jingu, not to be confused with his brother Jing Yi. Jingu is here. Go ahead, Jingu.
Jingle, can I have an opening question?
Go ahead.
Seeing that often the CCP says that it used to be a part of Russia, so it still should be a part of Russia. Do they also think that Harbin should be a part of Russia as well?
Well, actually, it's not Harbin. Harbin is right now the Manchuria, which was given to China. It's probably the Vladivostok or something, pronouncing that as the in the Russian. I cannot pronounce well. That's the headquarters of the Russian Pacific Fleet. So the headquarters of Pacific Fleet is in a city in the seaport city, which used to be part of Manchuria, which used to be part of the Manchurian Empire. Russia has taken away 1.3 million square kilometers, which is 40 times of the Taiwan Island from the Manchurian Empire. And the Chinese Communist Party, the Communist China, claims it is the lawful inheritor of the Manchurian Empire. So therefore, the question is, well, how come you never said anything to the territory that's 40 times as large as Taiwan? And the answer is because in reality, Communist China is in reality a vassal state to Russia. Now, many people look at the GDP, they think otherwise, but I tell you, it's the other way around.
Yeah, Jingu, how is someone? It's a question we're getting in the DMs. People are wondering, why is that Yehuda talking like that? It's because I'm reading messages. I'm not a Chinese scholar, I'm not, I don't know a lot about China. But Jingu, some people are confused. They're like, how is this guy is Chi gonna get in trouble by saying that he doesn't support the Communist Party if he's in China? Can you speak to each other? I love hearing different languages.
Okay, of course. So Chi, if I look at your
no, in Mandarin, if you
in Mandarin,
speak to him, that'd be
okay. Yeah. So Chi, I read your timeline, your profile. It looks like you are from are you from the Taiwan?
No, I'm from mainland of China.
Okay. No. So here's the deal. If you are from mainland China, if you are in mainland China, first of all, the Chinese internet is under the cyber police censorship 24/7. And if you do not use a VPN, okay, if you say something, dear leader President Xi disapproves. You should expect that within hours, someone is going to knock at your door. Within hours, okay, someone will come to knock at your door.
That's why we're confused. So Jingu, that was the most Englishy sounding Mandarin. I almost understood everything. Can you speak to him in Mandarin? I want to know if you guys have the same accent. That's what I'm trying to get at here, buddy.
Very simple. 最近你是哪里的? Where do you come from?
我是广东的广州。
Okay, so you are from Guangzhou. So here's also the thing. Guangzhou and Shanghai. I'm from Shanghai. Guangzhou and Shanghai are two different parts of China, and the language of Guangzhou and Shanghai are as different as Spanish versus Dutch. Would you agree? If I'm going to say something in my native tongue, you won't probably understand a single word of it, and vice versa. Is that true?
Yes, true.
Okay.
So is Jingu, is Chi just the bravest Chinese man in China right now, talking to us from a cave with 9 VPNs and a tinfoil hat?
So, Gigi, be very careful. Make sure you cover your bases. And the other thing I would like to warn you is that some of the VPNs, okay, offered in China, be very, very careful. They're actually run by the Chinese secret police. So be very careful. You think that's an anti-communist, that's something that's not in disagreement with communists. In fact, they are run by the Chinese secret police. When I talk about Chinese secret police, I very specifically mean two parts: Ministry of State Security and United Front. United Front is also China's prime intelligence operation.
Okay.
Yeah, no offense. We're not about getting anyone in trouble here. So please, Chi-Chi, I'm a little creeped out here. You just seem way too calm for someone, poop posting his country in a, yeah. So thanks. Go ahead.
Yehuda, could I chime in for a sec with
Please do, go
Chingu?
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Jing. Well, since we have Chi-Chi here, and he's demonstrated his bravery to speak out here, I asked him if he could speak about the Uyghurs. Jingu dropped, but he'll come back up here. I asked if he could make a statement about the Uyghurs, but Jing, he sort of sidestepped that issue. I don't know if that's traditional or not, but Jing has been very outspoken from the United States about speaking about Uyghurs. Jing, would you say that most people in China, you're talking about the internet security here, would you say that most people in China shy away from speaking about the Uyghurs, whether they're acting in an official capacity or they're a regular civilian that doesn't want to touch the topic?
Okay, so the answer here is a bit complicated, so let me answer this way. So first, China, you need to understand that the current China includes China proper and also Tibet, Manchuria, Eastern Turkestan, and other parts of China. Okay, so the situation, to understand that, to draw a parallel, the easiest way to understand, draw a parallel between the Russians who support Navalny. There are many more Russians who think Russia should democratize and so on. However, they are more like Navalny. They believe cracking down on the ethnic minorities, holding them together, is justified. They're sympathetic towards what Russia is doing in Ukraine, although they themselves believe Russia should be democratized. So it's a democratized Russian Empire. Same is a parallel to many Chinese. Many Chinese believe, yeah, the Communist Party is terrible. It needs to be modernized. That there should be a democratic transformation. However, to do so, we need to hold on to Eastern Turkestan, Tibet, and Manchuria. They would go as far as, I disagree with communists in everything except their brutal crackdown on Tibetans, Uyghurs, because that shows a resolve, at least by the Chinese Communist Party, to hold the China together. Now, that's also the other thing to understand that is to look at the conversation I just had with Chi-Chi and myself. We're both considered Han Chinese. However, we don't even share the same language. How come? Because in the past, so now you look at this and say, imagine me as a Uyghur, come from a Uyghur family, but in the East, subjugated, transformed, forced to admit that we are Han Chinese several hundred years ago. We are domesticated Uyghurs, and the Uyghurs in the concentration camp are Uyghurs to be domesticated. That's how you understand.
Yeah, and Jing, sorry, to simplify this for the audience here, Chi-Chi is certainly not working for the security apparatus of China. But if one was working for the security apparatus of China, are they allowed to even go off script and mention the Uyghurs? Do they even have that flexibility?
Okay, now you get into something. That's an excellent question, and you get something very, very touchy. It's an excellent question. If someone is working for the security apparatus, you would hear someone who is very radically anti-CCP, but at the same time, they're spreading disinformation. A very good example is, you probably have heard about the Guomengui group. And the other example is Epoch Times. Okay, they both appear to be radically anti-CCP. What do? They go one step further, spread disinformation. They push big lie. They are saying, I guarantee you, the Democrats are the sellouts to the CCP. Then they start to cook up all the stories, how the election was stolen, how Pelosi was basically a darling of the CCP, so on and so forth. That the anti-vaccination. So when you look at someone who claim themselves to be staunchly anti-CCP, at the same time, they're busy spreading disinformation, right? Many of their followers are promoting Putin. Because why? Because you know what? The root of all evil, according to them, is the deep state, right? So all of a sudden, you need to support Putin to defeat Ukraine, to defeat the United States. That will eradicate the root of all evil, which eventually was planted by the CCP. That's actually those working for the security apparatus. This is what they will do.
Well, thank you, Jingyu, and I'm sort of just glad we could connect you up here with Chi and sort of work towards illuminating the audience. I don't want to belabor this point anymore, but Chi, thanks for
And we also have our guest scheduled for this time, Vladislav Eraskevich, who has been not only a two-time Olympian and the first Olympian ever for Ukraine in the skeleton, but also is a civil activist, has been on the program with our friends Harry and Alan beforehand, and we welcome them very much. Good evening.
Thank you, everyone.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hello, nice to meet you again, and nice to see you all there. So like it's pretty interesting material, and yeah. And
thanks for that, everyone. Could you give Vladislav a like? Follow him on Twitter. He's new. Let's show him some love, and we appreciate you being here with us. Actually, in the Olympics, where most of us just dream about it. Go ahead, welcome.
Yeah, so I'm not like so. I'm still like trying to understand this social media, so I don't use it like for a while, and now I'm coming back in Twitter, and yeah, so nice to have opportunity to speak there. Thank you for your work, what you're doing. So let's like I introduce what we do now and why.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Why on earth are the Olympians fighting an Olympic battle, and what are we doing about Russia and Belarus in sports? Tell us.
Yeah, so we start our work about suspension of Russian and Belarusian athletes from the start of the war. So, and 27 February, we already write our first letter to International Olympic Committee and Paralympic Committee, together with Global Athletes Platform. Global Athletes, it's platform about to like voice of athletes to be heard by people. So we write this letter and we call about suspension of Russia and Belarusian from Paralympic Games. So it was like pretty important work because war starts between Olympic and Paralympic Games, and we don't have so much time, and we should act really fast and do a lot of stuff. But I'm glad that Russia and Belarus was suspended from Paralympic Games, and they don't use our international sports platform for this propaganda. But still, in some kind of like in some sports, they use it, and we see this Luzhniki Stadium concert where they like celebrating occupation of Crimea, and a lot of athletes from elite class athletes was on this concert, and they was like celebrating with Z letters on the chest. So of course it's not what sport should be about, and sports shouldn't do propaganda of war, and shouldn't do this stuff like about something really bad. So we start to work in our sports, in skeleton and bobsleigh, about suspension, and in start of March Russian athletes was suspended from our federation, but they come back in 2 months through the our federation tribunal. So it's like judgment, but they're not like independent judgment of our federation. So they come back, and we have another opportunity to suspend them in IBCF Congress, what was held in Lausanne, and we start to prepare for it. So months before Congress, we start already write letters to head of federations, national federations, about our position, about that Russia shouldn't be in sports for like in this time, and we start to prepare documents. We take we do document in our Ministry of International like from Kuleba. So from Dmitro Kuleba, we have letters that, and he writes in these letters that he supports suspension of Russian and Belarusian athletes. Also, we got this letter from our Ministry of Sports, and we already also start to send this letter to people like all from other countries, from another federations, and also we prepare some video. We want to show through this video how sports, our Ukrainian sports hurts, and how Russian athletes, why Russian athletes are guilty about it. So we start to do this work, and also we prepare a good statement on English, and also describe why this suspension is really important and why this helps to our country.
What was the response from the IOC, the International Olympic Committee, so far? Apart from, yes, the swift action which happened under a lot of political pressure, as we understand, and you just commented, as to the Paralympics, but what has been the overall response, the support? How do other nations react? What have you gleaned?
I see response. We don't have like respond to our email. We just have like this decision when Olympic Paralympic Games starts. But IOC is also pretty interesting organization because they now trying to scream that they're out of politics and all this stuff. But as now I understand, they say it only when it's comfortable for them. So because like I was my first Olympic Games, it was Pyeongchang Olympic Games in Korea in 2018. And in bobsleigh sports, like they main idea of this competition for Korea was United of Korea. So of course it's politics. And when you like we was in a congress in Lausanne, it's Olympic Museum, and when you come to this Olympic Museum, you definitely see that politics in house. So a lot of politicals, and of course athletes represent countries. And of course, it's also political, and but still, IOC tried to be neutral and like say athletes are not guilty, and it's not athletes who start this war. But in other hand, we already have information. I think it's like a few weeks ago that professional athletes from Russia already, like few athletes and basketball players, they already was killed in this war. In territory of Ukraine, so they was in Russian army. But IOC, I think they tried to stay neutral as possible. But of course, when we create like this pressure together, of course they need to give some response to the world. And other nations still, like even like on 5th month of war, it's when we was in this Congress, still a lot of people, they don't understand what's going on now in Ukraine. So a lot of people come after, like when we show video and say our statement, they come to us and say, whoa, it's really what happens now in Ukraine. So it's still not so much, like not all people understand what happens now in Ukraine. But a lot of people support us, and they support us even in, like before Congress. They send us a lot of help. So our friends from USA, they send us a lot of help for our military. So radio stations, some military clothes, some like drones, like so yeah, they help us a lot. And response was pretty clear when we make decision, and Russian Atlas was suspended from our federation, from our sports. So we feel this support from the world.
Isn't it interesting that the revolution of dignity culminated and resulted positively on February 23rd, 2014, at the closing ceremony of the authoritarian, very political games of Sochi concluded that date, and that just 8 years later, that night, the Russian army invaded Ukraine. It seems that the Russian regime has a certain sense of affinity to numbers and politics and symbols, and the 5 Olympic rings are a symbol not just of sports but also of international unity and rights. So what you are fighting for is essentially the acknowledgement that politics should not be run by authoritarians, right?
They definitely use sports platform for like propaganda, and they definitely use Olympic Games, like Sochi Olympic Games, and I think it's one of the reasons why in 2014 we don't have like this. I think like media boom, like, and not everybody like pay attention to the war in Ukraine, because it starts in 2014, and but not all world like shows this attention. It's because Sochi Olympic Games, and of course a lot, like all countries, whole world was in Sochi, and it looks like whole world was united with Russia, but war starts, and I think like whole world don't know how to act now, because now only like Olympic Games end, and it's like it's celebration of united with Russia, and now war starts. But of course they use it for starting war, and they break Olympic truce 3 times already. So in 2008 they break it for invasion of Georgia, and in 2014 invasion of Crimea, and now it's like full invasion of Ukraine. So they use Olympic Games in that background, and they try to like, they also play with like this all things like Olympic rings and what stands behind Olympic rings, and so they use sport for war. It's true.
Not a surprise, given the fact that in 1936 another regime did this very elaborately as well. Now, having said this, very clearly, the international community for people who are in bob sports, skeleton, the likes, is very tightly knit. In some shape or form, you could say everybody knows each other. What is the response of the other athletes to your movement?
So I would start like from response of Russian athletes. So it's, I think, also interesting for you. It's people like we still I think was in behind like what we say in Ukraine, like behind pink glasses. So we still believe, like in past, like before full invasion, believes that Russian athletes are not guilty. So we believe that they are normal, and like they don't want a war, and like they do sports, and like we like colleagues in sports. So we wasn't friends, but we like have some conversation on competitions. And suddenly for me, nobody from like these athletes who we're competing with and like spend a lot of time on the tracks, on the World Cups and World Championships and Olympic Games, nobody even write me like, how are you? Are you alive? And something like that. But on the other hand, some representatives of bobsleigh skeleton of Russia, they write me some bad things, like they wishing bomb coming to my house, bomb throwing to my house, and some weird things. But like in other countries, they support us, and Italian team, they send us some clothes for our refugees in the start of the war. Königssee community is like small city in Germany, so they send us a lot of supplies. They like big buses, like, and I don't know, like first 2 months I think they like three buses cruising like from Germany to Ukraine with humanitarian aid. And other athletes write a lot of like good words and like support to us. Some athletes send money for our charity foundation, so, and do donations in other campaigns for Ukraine. And they also support suspension of Russian athletes, and I think I have really great support from our bobsleigh and skeleton community.
Yeah, we heard this from a number of German Olympic athletes, many of whom serve also in the German army, as you know. But we heard it from a number of those locations, including the team based in Dusseldorf, that they've been supporting Ukraine directly, driving supplies across and to the border, which is sincerely appreciated, I think. But it also showcases that there is a specific bond between those who have the same kind of shared experience of discipline, hard work, and the Olympic spirit.
Yes, but like somebody say like that Russian athletes are victims and some things like that. But at all, like sports is not only about running fast or jumping like higher or like riding faster than anybody. So sports, it's also about this mentality and this values what we try to bring to the world. And in this hand, Russian athletes who support war or who stay quiet, they not bring like this values what we should represent in our sports. They not bring united peace and friendship. They bring war, death, and killing of like people. Of course, it's not what sports should be about. And also, of course, if they being used in propaganda, we need to protect them. So they shouldn't be used in propaganda, and they shouldn't compete now in international sports. So in my opinion, like, it's now suspension of Russian athletes and Belarusian athletes. It's also support of Russian and Belarusian athletes. They shouldn't be used in this propaganda, because they being used hard, and even like in gymnastic, when like young guy, like I think like 17 years old, or like I don't know, and he was like in podium and he stayed with this Z letter. And of course, like, what are you talking about? Like, it's pure propaganda, and somebody told him like do it. And of course, it's not normal, and we need to protect athletes like that, and we need to put them away from competitions for now.
If I may speak out of turn, I've been a little disappointed about the tennis foundation, and I've chased them up, I've trolled them, I kind of did everything, and to an extent it has helped, but I really don't appreciate that. And hearing you about Olympic foundation, it's really heartening to hear. And Daniil Medvedev and these guys, just going and playing there, not expressing anything about the war. It's absolute bullshit, and it's not good. And what you're doing is great, and I would like to extend appreciation about it. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree that some sports, like they still have Russians, but like, of course, it's a good example at Wimbledon. They cancel Russia. Of course, like some like tennis players lose points, lose some payments, but it's a great decision. And still, even in this situation, when Russia gets suspension, when athlete from Kazakhstan win women's Wimbledon, all Russian media write like that athlete from Russia won Wimbledon, because this athlete was like few years ago, from Russia. So she now competing for Kazakhstan, but still they even in this situation use it from propaganda. So it's great example how it being used, and through the sports they try to build this. I think they want to show that Russian are better than somebody, like, and in war they trying to build this image of like strongest soldiers in the world, and like we are like first army, and like we are strongest, and they try to build it through the sports also. And that's why reason that Russian athletes get some military ranks and military medals for their sports achievements. But I think we should do it more like Wimbledon and like another sports who suspend Russia and of course cancel them from competition. And also is good example World Championship in athletics in USA, and Russian was and Belarusian athletes was fully suspended, and still it was great competition with amazing results, with many world records, and we don't lose anything. So it was great competition even without Russia, and they don't use it for propaganda. And yeah, it was great decision, great competition, and we need to do it more. And now with also calling for suspension and work with another federation, with another sports, and we like have some guide what we do for suspend Russian Belarusian athletes, and we share it through our community. And I hope in future we will see more suspension in another sports.
If I could jump in for 1 second, I think that everything you just highlighted is extremely salient, and I really appreciate what you just said. In the past, the bar to remove countries from the international community, whether it be the United Nations, the League of Nations, the International Olympic Committee, has been far too high. And Russia, for decades now, has been nothing but a cancer. And so we have these Westphalian-based organizations that recognize sovereignty, that demand that athletes and competitors and countries play by the rules, represent your country with dignity, with honor. And here the Russians have been not only utilizing the Olympics for propaganda, which is untoward, but also doping up their athletes and just cheating rampantly and thumbing their nose and kissing off everybody else that is playing by the rules and trying to do the right thing. And that is nothing but a cancer. And so it takes far too long, and I can only hope that we do not wait that same ridiculous amount of time to evict China, who in the past has done the exact same thing. It's time for these international pariahs to start getting kicked out. You want to come in, you want to be represented amongst the international community, you will subscribe to these Westphalian principles or you won't play, period. And so I thank you for really bringing this subject up, and I thank you for all the work that you have done on this subject, because I really believe, and I'm not trying to overstate this, but I really believe that it is fundamental towards the maintenance of our global civilization. So thank you.
Thank you. So I fully agree. And like when somebody tells me like athletes in Russia are not like guilty, I say like and sports in Russia is not propaganda. So I told, yeah, if it's not propaganda, so we remember Sochi, and we remember clearly this like I think biggest scandal, doping scandal, like in government level. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy when like government involving in doping like scandal. And why they do it if they not in it's not, if it's not political, like why they do it? And like FSB and like, oh, it's crazy. Like it's something so crazy that like for me like logical decision like after this whole scandal it's like cancel of all Russia from sports. Of course, like it's crazy, like government level being involved and like they cheat like whole world, and like IOC act like nothing happens. Like yeah, it's also pretty weird. But yeah, but we need to talk about our values when what we want to bring to the world. And if somebody told sports out of politics, we should make something about it, and of course pay attention what some countries represent and what they should do and how they should act, and paying attention to situation, because now Thomas Bach is president of International Olympic Committee. He like say, oh, like we have some officials from Russia, but they not representatives of Russia. Like how? Like they have some military ranks in Russia. Hey, like Poznyakov is head of Olympic Committee of Russia. He is like major, I think, or like something like that from Russian army, and he not represent Russian army. So it's pretty interesting. So, but I think with all this pressure what we create, we can do something, and we can change this situation.
Vladislav, you work a lot with different sports organizations within Ukraine, I trust, as well. And I'm sure that various different organizations that cover different sports are working on this, trying to get Russian athletes out of specific sports disciplines. Have any supranational sports organizations been particularly amenable to the efforts of Ukrainian sportsmen, and have any supranational sports organizations been particularly less than friendly to Ukrainian sportsmen in their efforts?
Yes, and first of all, of course, it's not surprising, I think, and you can even you can even know the sports, favorite sports of Putin, judo. So our great champion, Georgi Zantaraya, he called that he don't want to be like world. He won the world championship, and he say like I don't need like these titles. I don't need title of world champion or anything else. So if you not suspend Russian Belarusian athletes, our federation, our like ministries, they write a lot of letters to International Federation of Judo, but they still can compete, and judo even try to make pressure for countries who wanna boycotting competitions, so they even create pressure. So I think still a lot of organization, a lot of national and international federations have big support for Russia because they have a lot of Russia money in federations. Also, chess federation. I think it's like a week ago. Yeah, we get information that a Russian guy, like he is again was elected president of this federation. Also, some federations, like they say, we suspend, like winter federations, they suspend Russia, but like they still wait for like a situation, like how it would be like upgrading. So they suspend Russia, but Congress was held like in Norway, but Norway say like we can't take Russians and Belarusians in our country, so like they can't go to Norway, and they cancel this Congress in Norway, and they bring it to Turkey, so that Russia can come to this Congress and voting for some decisions and like make to show them like voice. So a lot of sports like they and also tennis, like it's mentioned before. So some sports they still trying to like support Russia in this hand, and to not pay some honor, I think, for Ukraine, because like it's really looks like that. but we're not giving up, and we continue our work, and we will do everything what we can to suspend them.
Well, so who's been the most amenable, Vladislav? Which sort of federations have been the easiest to persuade, and which have gone the furthest and the quickest with the efforts that you're trying to back?
It's
like, who do you want to praise? Who do you want to show this is a good example? This is how everybody should behave. All sports federations, why don't you behave like these guys?
Yeah, so I think our federation, it's a great decision. So how we do this work, I know it's clearly like from inside. So it was great decision, and everybody votes for suspension. So also athletics, amazing. Like from the first days of war, they suspend them and no any chance to come back. So every Russian athletes are suspended, and it's athletics is pretty big federation. So it's a lot of medals, a lot of disciplines. I think also gymnastics now, they also like suspend, and we know that gymnastics have really like Russians are powerful in gymnastics in every level, so in politics of this federation and in sports result, but still they got suspension. And yeah, so F1 great, because of course Formula 1 is also a great example, because like it's a really big sport, and they working with companies, and we see that world companies, they don't want to have any deals, any relations with Russian athletes, and Mazepin was suspended like right away, and no Russians in Formula 1. So in some sports they allowed to compete, but they should change, I think, nationality, so they compete for other countries. So
they should go back home. Sorry.
Yeah, 100%.
They can use their celebrity status, their wonderful athletic capacity, discipline, dedication, and leadership, and lead their own country to better days. To when they are finally out of containment, they can, live their days happily after. In the meantime, send them packing.
Yeah, so for me, like I understand when somebody say like, oh, like a lot of Russians, they never was in other countries, so they like whole life spent in Russia, and I say, yeah, so maybe they believe in this propaganda. So television, like TV, say like that whole world live really bad life. That we also read in like one really famous book, 1985. So it's also shown that Russians like can believe in this propaganda. It's a great example. But Russian athletes is people who travel around the world, and they see like how other world lives, and like they see USA, they saw like Europe, they saw Ukrainian athletes, and they fully understand that Ukrainians are not Nazi, and they fully understand that Europe lives normal life with good life, like beautiful cities, beautiful like people, kind people, but they still support this war. And in my like opinion, they are guilty 100%. They should be like this voice of independence. They should be this voice about stopping war, about like we need to bring peace to the world. We should like leave Ukraine like without like our control, like the independent country. But like they act now differently, and they support this war. And of course it's really bad that they not use their voices to stop this war.
That's a very good point. We have a question from the audience, if you don't mind, Vladislav. Beth.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Vlad. I'm going to just shorten your name so that I don't mispronounce it. Thank you for all you're doing, and thank you for sharing some of your time this morning. My background involves international diplomacy, so I'm trained to use my words to speak to people, to try to convince them of ideas. And much earlier this year, I was speaking to someone from Russia, and he said, "You're so naive. You in the West are so naive. You think that being good and having morals and ethics and playing by the rules is the way to go." And she said, "You're never going to convince us of that, because in Russia, what matters is power. The only thing that matters is power. And the things you're speaking to me are weak." So, Vlad, are you familiar with what I'm speaking about? And how much of a challenge is that when we're dealing with a culture that reduces everything to power?
What I say, like for other people, like other things, like are powerful. For me, powerful, like it's this community, this united. But for Russia, like powerful, I don't know, like dirty money and like doping. This for them powerful. So if they not change their mind, they should be suspended for a while. So they should be isolated, fully isolated, because this point of view, it's absolutely crazy. Like it's point of view about like 200 years ago. Like we like talk about power, like power of what? Power of being like controlled by government and to kill people from another countries. For me, it's not power. For me, it's stupid decisions and fully like this regime. Like it's I can't understand it, and I don't want to understand it. So that's what I can say.
That's much appreciated. Vladislav, let's move on to our friend Alexander Bakus. You have a very nice new avatar there, Alexander.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Axel. And thank you to you both for coming to our space. I will just make a slight comment about my avatar, because I think somebody is already accusing me of being Yehuda. Indeed, this avatar is used primarily by Yehuda. There has been a few folks who choose to support Yehuda just because there was a personal attack on his family. And so in solidarity, you were using his avatar, and that's all. I'll speak to the matter. I wanted to sort of switch gears into Ukrainian. Хочу вас привітати. Дякую, що до нас завітали в наш спейс. І я зв'язок не дуже хороший. And what basically I'm welcoming our guests and saying that my connection is weak, and I apologize for the lack of signal on the connection. So welcome to our guests. I wanted to circle back to the F1 conversation. We had spoken about the fantastic example that the organization itself has, but juxtaposed and sort of contrasted to Bernie Ecclestone, who said that he would take a bullet for Putin and is a high support. And this is again another example where the sort of initial people involved with a certain organization are completely separate and away from that organization, and are acting in stark contrast to the actual values that F1 and Formula One as a group espouses to and holds themselves accountable to. So this is a really fantastic case to showcase.
Yeah, I read this news, and I'm glad that he is not works in FIA anymore. So like from 2017, I think. So yeah, they right away, like they say, it's not our point of view, and like it's Bernie Ecclestone point of view, and yeah, we have nothing to do with that.
So what are the next steps, Vladislav? How would you like to seek support from both inside Ukraine, the global community, in order to pursue this fight? And what are the next steps you are taking?
So now, as I say, like we give and share our guide how to suspend Russian and Belarusian, calling for a suspension for the whole world. Like we doing a lot of video materials, we preparing documents for other like federations and help with that. So it's how we doing next. So now when we suspend from our sports, I do more volunteer stuff. So we have also charity foundation, and we work with Ukraine 8 operations, and now we're collecting money for tents for our medical, like military medical. So doing more volunteer and trying to do as we can to help our military forces and try to do all what we can to help our people who got hurt in this war. And also we'll guide and continue our work about suspension.
One other question has come up in the meantime, other than, of course, please, everybody have a look at Vladisla's profile, and if you can, and if you can add to the claim to have Russian participation in international sports to be suspended, please do so. I think it's a very commendable approach because it is absolutely necessary to cut into the overall statewide propaganda and send the signal. But Vladislav, what are those athletes doing? They're all typically solid, sound athletes, of course. Therefore, they're in the right age group, they're fit and proper. We hear that many of them are fighting. Some of them have been killed. Some of them are currently directly at the front lines. There's a whole generation of Ukrainian athletes currently both in the war effort as well as in the support. Ukrainian sports will not be the same for many years, right?
So I will start like what we say on the Congress, and of course, many of athletes are fighting now for Ukraine in front lines, and many of them suddenly, but they're already dead. Also, a lot sports facilities, and now I think number is 120 sports facilities. It's like stadiums and other like they was destroyed or like they was hurt, and you can train there. So now in a high level, like in an elite level, our athletes win a lot. But young generation, they don't have opportunity to train now. And as example, like we do training for kids in Chernigiv Stadium. It's like it's almost fully destroyed, and only one really small part of stadium is stay alive. And we do training for kids in this parts of the stadium. And at this Gagarin Stadium, it's also Olympic like center. In normal times before full invasion, it was trained like nearly 4,000 people. So if we like 4,000 put and like number like 120 sports facilities, so we understand that this number it's pretty big, and like this amount of people, like they can't train now, they don't have opportunity to train. So of course, like in 5-6 years we will see like this result of like this destroying of these sports facilities. And of course, like many athletes, and it's like more than 100 athletes already died in a war. Even we have like website. It's called like Yanholi Sportu, and you can saw like these athletes and their stories and read some information about them. It was create like some people like our media. They create this website for pay tribute for these athletes. And yeah, and a lot of young athletes, young kids die in this war, and of course it's disaster, and sports really hurts.
Yeah, it's a very, very important topic we have at hand in this case. So the future of Ukrainian sports is, of course, very closely tied to the future of the country. Alexander.
I have a question in regards to the sort of business models that Ukrainian sports organizations undertake, and specifically, I'm wondering if you're familiar with how the sort of football and soccer industry works in Ukraine. The reason I ask is the European clubs have the system where they, find talent, they scout talent, they train this talent, and then they sort of sell and make money on sort of the upgraded personnel or the upgraded sort of athletic talent. And in addition to that, clubs have ticket sales and large sort of fandoms and a very tight-knit community. As far as I know, as far as I understand it, and then maybe this is outdated information, but there is no such sort of culture of fan engagement and fan ticket sales and sort of alcohol sales in stadiums in football. And there isn't really a good business model other than having patronage from very rich sort of Ukrainian folks owning their own teams. And, is that, so first the question is a two-part. Is that still true on the ground today? And the second question is, if so, how do we change that? What can we do to figure out the business model for various sports so that it can be a sustainable, sort of scalable industry long term?
Yes, so it's really great topic, and we talk like in my normal life. I talk a lot about it. So it's true, and probably it's like I think deeper. So it's still I think because of Soviet Union and our system, it's pretty similar, and our sports it's not so media popular. So like our athletes are not being really superstars in Ukraine. Also, we don't have like culture of selling sports. So I think we should change, and we should start from like media. So athletes should be more involved in media. So they should give more interviews. They should do a lot more some media content. So they should show what they do in sports and how they getting prepared. We should tell more stories about of athletes, because like a lot, like every athlete who like doing sports, he have like really interesting story with a lot of struggling, and like it's really amazing. And when I like speak with athletes for elite level, I was like I every conversation is like, whoa, it's so amazing how you achieve it, but nobody knows it. Like I know it because I spoke with them like personally, but we need to share it more. And of course, when we got like more audience through the media, I think our like athletes will, our people, our fans will pay like for tickets, and we got better business model in the future. But I think it's first steps what we need to do. So it's more media and more sharing of our stories, of our like sports and all stuff like that. So, an example, like my good friend, he's Olympic champion, Alexander Abraменko. He won gold in Pyeongchang and silver in Beijing. And like he have, I think, like 300 or 400 great videos of his jump in freestyle ski. And he not posted like, and we don't have like some social media marketing people like who work with sports, and nobody really like try to support you and help you to share like all stuff what you do. So we need to work on that. And but like people like in Ukraine, they already pay for the sports, and we saw it when was Usyk Joshua fight. Like this fight, they sell a lot of tickets, a lot of pay-per-view, and yeah, we ready to pay. And when was football competition, big football competition, They create like in center of Kiev. They put like on the like very big screen in like football matches. In this area, they create some like activities for kids, for people. They sell also like alcohol, and they sell some attributic, and they sell some souvenirs, and people pay for it right away. Like it works, but we need to work more on like to show, like to do show, because like sports, it's really like NBA. Yeah, you have like when you go to NBA, you have like some artists who play in a break, so you have like really great image of sports, and that's what we need to do.
I think it's absolutely telling as to the lack of stories that you mentioned, as there's, you know, the only top of mind athlete that is fighting at the front that's coming across for me, and I apologize, I forgot his name, but he's an Olympic javelin thrower, and so he's had to go and start fighting at the front, and we've seen a lot of videos of him, you know, throwing spears and throwing, practicing for his, you know, for his sport, but just in a wartime trench zone. And I think you know, it's an interesting story, and it's an interesting outlier. But the fact that there's only one or two of these, when the country is full of athletic professionals and professional athletes, that's, I think, is telling that we can only recall one or two people as the main sort of headers.
Yeah, his name Пятница. Пятница is like surname.
Yes. That's it. Thank you for reminding me.
Vladislav, I have a question here for you from one of our friends and listeners. What are your thoughts on the arrest of Brittany Griner, the American woman basketball player, who was arrested trying to leave Russia in mid-February? And especially what impact, either positive or negative, or did it have any impact at all? Any exposure? Does this bring more exposure to the work that you're doing?
Yeah, I read about the situation with Britney, and like it's crazy. It's Russia, like, and they like laws not work in this country. And I also saw comparison, and like some girl, like I think half year ago, she carrying more like 100 times more, I think, of like this. It's wheat. It was wheat, I think. So and she got. 1 month of arrest, and she got to pay like 1,000 rubles, like Russian money. But like when they got Britney, like she got like less than 1 gram of wheat. It's like she got it in vape, yeah. So like it's nothing, like it's crazy, and she got arrested for 9 years, yeah, or 8 years. So laws don't work in this country, and I think it's also they try to create pressure, and it's already we hear like some conversations that they want to trade her for some guy from USA jail. So some like mafia, I think Russian mafia guy, they want to trade him for her. So as I heard, but yeah, but they don't have laws in Russia, and this also like it's disaster. Like these decisions are disaster, and they have nothing to do with normal people, like with normal minds. It's something crazy.
Is this maybe something that people say in the US that when you talk to them might connect with a little bit more and think, you know, this isn't just the Ukrainian issue. Russia just does this indiscriminately to everyone. This isn't some, you know, fringe issue that they're bringing up here. This is a serious thing that Russia as a state just doesn't deserve to be a part of, you know, the world sports family.
Yeah, it's Russia is terrorist state 100% in every, like when you like in every area they do some crazy things like terrorists.
Absolutely. Alex?
Yeah, Vladislav, I wanted to sort of chat with you more about the greater sort of narrative that the Soviet Union projected this strength in sort of two fields. One is the military industrial complex, and you know, the Soviet Union, and therefore, you know, the Russian military is strongest and better than the West. And then the second thing that was, you know, and I speak from experience of growing up in an athletic family, was that our athletes are stronger than those Western ones. And I think that narrative still continues on with the sports organizations. But even before, you know, so we can sort of say before the events of 24th of February, Russia has been continuously caught cheating, doping, bribing various organizations. And I'm wondering, you know, given that now Russia is committing a genocide and committing terrorist acts and supporting terrorist acts on the territory and lands of Ukraine, again, you know, year 9 going, what do you think will it take? You know, there's the doping scandals, there's the bribing scandals, there's the you know, the genocide. What will it take for the world to stop believing this story, this narrative of the great Russian athletic culture? Because it's just, it feels, from an outsider, a slight outsider, it just feels like, you know, it's a lie upon a lie, construed and built upon another lie.
Yeah, so we talked about this like early. So yeah, they have this narrative, and like Russian athletes are like most like strongest in the world. But if be honest, like we saw Olympic Games, Winter Olympic Games, Summer Olympic Games. So they wasn't winner, yeah, like medal winner. Now, like when before like start of full invasion, they say like, oh, Russian army is like best army in the world and like the strongest. But now what we see, like small, like if comparable, yeah, to Russia, Ukraine are small, but we stand strong, and like it's already half of the year, and Russia do everything. So like thousands of rockets and put like I don't know, like a lot of like really big army. But Russians like now losing territory what they got in start of the war. So now it looks like Ukraine will like come back Kherson and all these big cities. And I think what we how we can show, yeah, so like that narrative it's lie. It's just continue to stand strong, to want to like pull Russia army back, and won when we won in this war. It would be great example that all what Russia say it's lies, and it's nothing to do with true. And in sports also, of course, like in Sochi Olympic Games, they were strong, but of course with doping. If you remove this doping, what they use in international, like in government level, so yeah, where like what results would be without doping? So it's I think interesting question, and we have answer on the next Olympic Games in Pyeongchang. So yeah. I think it's just like we should to talk about it, and to show that all this narrative it's a bullshit. So it's nothing to do with true. They lie about everything.
Yeah, I you know, I think I want to see this in my lifetime when Ukraine is going to, and Ukrainian athletes will dominate the medal counts and the gold counts on top of Russia. And sort of my starting position is, you know, in my childhood, seeing Oksana Bayul represent Ukraine first gold medal, I believe, as independent Ukraine in figure skating, and so starting from that place in the 90s, you know, and by the time we reach the 2020s and so on, that we obliterate their possibilities.
Yeah, so like about Oksana Bayul, she's like a pretty good friend of mine, and like she reposting everything what we like do. So like our trainings, our like companies of fundraising. So I think in some day I can write her, and like maybe we can do like some space with her. So like you can little bit know about like more about her life and what she's doing now, because yeah, it's really like first independent goal, like as an independent country, first goal of Ukraine, and it's a great story, great journey, and now she's supporting Ukraine. She's, I think, living now in US, so but now she's supporting Ukraine and do a lot of great stuff for Ukraine. So really a legend, and I'm glad that we have athletes like that in our history.
Yeah, she's a milestone sort of cultural event, and a milestone event. I remember watching her with my mom and my family and us being so overwhelmed with her success, and so very happy. This would close loop a very touching moment in my life, and that would be phenomenal, Vladislav. Can you talk? I don't know if Axel has gotten you to talk about this, but can you highlight and feature your organization? You mentioned you're running Hero Fund in UA. Tell us a little bit about it. What's its purpose? What's its mission? And I apologize if I'm asking you to do this again if you covered this earlier.
No, like first time. So like let's talk about our organization a little bit. So it's Heraskevich Charity Foundation, in name like we created in end of March. So of course now when war going on in Ukraine, our mission is to help people who getting hurt and to help our military. So we work with our colleagues from another country, and for example, like our USA colleagues, they send us a lot of support. Also some friends from Portugal, our friends from Latvia, they send us a lot, a big like amount of supports, and like in like supplies, money, like some help in logistics. So now we trying to get this to military structures. Also, we now do a good company, fundraising company with Ukraine aid operations. So we collecting money for medical tents, like medical military tents. So you can also read about it in my profile and on my page. So doing all stuff like that, but of course main mission, it's after winning of Ukraine, we wanna develop sports in Ukraine. So it's what I understand, and that's what I doing all my life, and we wanna create some opportunity to train to people. We wanna create and opportunity to train in skeleton sports, in bobsleigh sports. We wanna like bring back childhood to the kids, and we already do some trainings for the kids in these territories what was deoccupied. So it's also pretty nice to understand that you can bring through the sports some like good emotions, yeah, and like you can bring for child who was in like occupation, who saw rockets, who saw like this like Russian soldiers on their in their city, and now you can give something good for these kids. You can bring like the childhood back. You can give some like example of athletes, of good athletes in Ukraine, and maybe like also some of these kids, they already come to us to Kyiv from these in other cities, and we do some training in skeletons. So maybe in upcoming season we will see them on the ice in another country, in other tracks, and maybe some of them, like it's a future Olympic champion of Ukraine. So it's really nice that we can bring this happiness through the sports, and it's absolutely beautiful. And of course, we got a lot of motivation from kids' smiles, and we're really happy that we can do it now. So main goal is develop sports in the future. So now, of course, it's been in this war, and we do everything what we can to bring supplies to our military, bring some ammunition for our military, but in very future, so we wanna develop sports and create opportunity to change sport, to create this better business model, to getting learned from other countries, from other business models, and to do everything is possible to do Ukrainian more sporty, more actively, and more peaceful.
That sounds like a phenomenal opportunity for both all of the listeners here of our space to go check out your profile, check out the links, learn more about what your missions are. I highly encourage everyone to go do so. Give Vladislav a follow, please, and help amplify his message. I think nothing could be more amazing than developing kids and helping kids succeed through sport. I think sport is a great world unifier in this regard. And I think you mentioned ice hockey. The only I believe I think I heard ice hockey. The only thing is, in Canada, all of us Canadians are very adamant that it's just called hockey. There's no other thing. There's no need to have ice, just hockey. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we was in Canada, and I was in Calgary, so like it's really hockey town. So
and very simply, when you live somewhere like Canada, you can't have field hockey anyway. It's by default ice hockey when the field's covered in ice 24/7, 365.
I was just about to say that, Dylan.
Wait until you come to Edmonton. It's the town paved with medals.
Sorry, can you repeat?
You were praising Calgary and everybody else was going off on hockey, but if you come to Edmonton in Canada, it's the town or the city paved with medals. This is the place of Wayne Gretzky.
Oh yeah, he's really popular, like even in Ukraine, because like some artists, like in US, they do songs about him. So yeah, it's I hear this surname.
Gretzky and his father, his late father, were very proud of their Ukrainian heritage, and still highly support and highly sort of encourage the sort of Canadian Ukrainian diaspora. So he's a huge voice, not only in hockey, but also for the Ukrainianness of Canada as well.
Yeah, we met with our diaspora in Calgary, so like it's really big. They have like own church, Ukrainian church. They have like Ukrainian house in Calgary, and we got amazing experience with them. And like we met them when we come to some competitions, and we still like it's already 5 years. We are great friends, and they like one time when we come to Calgary. It was pretty cold weather, so like -27, I think, or like something like that, and was really slippery. And all cars was a lot of car accidents between cars. And when we come to rent to car, like it was nothing to rent. And our diaspora, they give us a car for a week to do all our sports stuff. And like and it's really amazing that we have the support even in Calgary, and also it's pretty amazing that how they save Ukraine traditions in Calgary. So in one like time, like I saw like all these Ukrainian songs, like Ukrainian clothes, and I think like here in Calgary, Ukrainian traditions, like you saw more Ukrainian traditions than in Kiev. So even like that, so like it's amazing. And also I know that diaspora, they have like Saturday school, Ukrainian school, and like kids go to this like lessons, they learn Ukrainian, and best students in end of the year, like in normal like time, they go to Lviv and like they explore Lviv and know getting Ukraine, knowing more, like. So it's amazing like how they create this Ukrainian space in Calgary.
I torture my children, and they go to Saturday school. And during COVID times, actually, something really amazing happened, was that we were able to invite speakers and famous people, artists, athletes. Our school got in touch with folks in Kiev and invited them over to do video calls with all of our kids. And it was an amazing connection because you could bridge the Atlantic Ocean. And it wasn't this like, oh, this is a weird culture of our parents and this language that they speak and the funny food that they eat. They could actually see that there's a whole place of birth where we all come from, and have a deeper and more meaningful appreciation.
Yeah, so it's really nice that they show like these good things, like, and really beautiful things, because our traditional food is amazing. So when you like even when we come like in other countries, sorry, but like our food is the best. So like it's for sure. And we also have amazing clothes, amazing songs, and like we have really big culture, and it's really nice that people, even who like in this diaspora, a lot of people, they never was in Ukraine, so like they, or like their grandparents leave Ukraine, but they still like they still have this Ukrainian soul, and they have saved these traditions. And this amazing, because like this Ukrainity, and like it's really amazing. And of course they can share it through the world. And I know our diaspora, in their own charge, they do some nights where they cook Ukrainian traditional food and sell it to people, and all this like money they spend for help to Ukraine, because it was time when we was in Calgary, it's already was anti-terroristic operation in Ukraine, so already was war in Donetsk, in Lugansk, and they helped to our military, helped to our warriors who lost their like hands, legs, and they buy them like this metal hands and metal legs, and yeah, it's amazing. And how
prosthetics,
yeah. So yeah, it's really nice that they share it and do all this good stuff.
Much appreciated. Vladislav, we have 2 more questions from JJ and then from F. JJ.
Thanks, Axel. I wanted to ask about your Hero Fund. Listening to you talk about that, it got me thinking about the benefits of sport in terms of mental health for kids and youth. And you were talking about how you wanted to promote sport more and bring people into the fold that way. Would you explain the importance of sport right now for those reasons, in terms of stability and such? And do you have any stories where being athletic and participating has helped young people manage the stress right now?
Yeah, so definitely now kids, for example, when we was in Demidov, like it's Kiev region, Kiev district, it's 40 kilometers from Kiev, and a lot of sports facilities are destroyed, and kids like they lost now getting lost like childhood, and they don't have opportunity to do something like go to the like sports, go to the football, like play with your friends. So they don't have this opportunity. Also, a lot of coaches, athletes go to the front line, and they have not the opportunity to train. So sports helps to mentally to forgot, like for like 1 hour, for example, doing sports, forgot about the war. And of course sports is also health. So yeah, we have like professional sports, so you have like injuries and stuff like that, but sports in like amateur level, it's a health, and kids getting more healthy, so they don't wasting time in like social media, yeah, because like in some TikTok and watching like some videos or playing video games. So they spending more time to do some sports, to do something for their health. And of course, even like mentally, when you do some activity, your body like getting like reborn, you know, like, and you have like some extra energy from that. And of course, when they meet some champions like from other sports, they getting some smiles because they saw like they have some good conversations, they see some results like of training, and like they saw this like amazing tricks on a trampoline, on like and other stuff. And at example on our trainings, like when we have like VR glasses and like virtual reality, and they can do skeleton run in these glasses, and like they was super exciting about it. So like they was sometime like they was like pretty scary about skeleton, and after like they was happy about skeleton. So, and a lot of kids come to us and like, oh, we want to also do skeleton. And yeah, it's you see this bright eyes, you saw this happiness in this eyes, and like, yeah, you want to do more. And that's what we want to create, this atmosphere of like happiness for these kids, because they not deserve to saw these rockets in their windows. They don't deserve to saw like Russian soldiers on the native in a native city. So they deserve to have bright childhood, and they deserve to have opportunity to choose what they wanted to do in their lives. And we want to create this opportunity to develop in sports. So for me, like, it's also a mission, because all these values, what we want to bring in our sports, and all these values of united and friendship, we can show this friendship united in the sports, and kids can learn about how it's important to be united and friendship. And you can still like be relatives, so like you can compete with somebody, but without war. Like you can compete in a sports ground, and it's what sports about. And after like the competition, you can come in one restaurant and eat and have some fun with your opponents. Yeah, so like in sports. So of course it's a great.
Thank you, Vladislav. JJ, I hope that covers it. I think that was a fantastic answer there.
It was beautiful. Thank you so much.
And to our friend from India, I think, F Sunflower.
Hi, thank you for being on MryiaReport. I don't have a question. I just wanted to share, if it was not shared in this forum, that Ushenina, she is a 2012 chess world champion from Kharkiv. She and her team of 5 team members, I believe, they won the World Chess Championship crown on 9th of August. This, I think, 3, 4, 5 days before. The tournament is being conducted in southern city of Chennai. The men's crown was won by Uzbek team. Russia, of course, was banned from the tournament. So I just wanted to share if that information was not shared before in the forum. Yeah, I have
Yes.
the news article. Yeah, sorry, I have the news article posted on my timeline. If somebody wants to share, and interestingly, the article that I just posted also mentions that the men's team captain was actually serving in the territorial defense force for 2 months before coming to the tournament.
Yeah, so we have really a lot of great stories of our athletes, and on the World Championship in USA Athletics Championship in high jump, our athlete won bronze medal, and he is from Kherson, and he was in occupation few months, so he trained in like in the streets, literally, so like not in the sports facilities, but still like he some way ran away from occupation, come to World Championship and won his first bronze medal on World Championship. And so now our girls synchronized swim, so our team, they won European Championship medal and also World Championship medals, and they also like from Kharkiv, so Kharkiv get hurt so much, a lot of houses of civilians, a lot of sports facilities destroyed, but they still represent country in such a strong way, and defending our colors on the like, and shows that Ukrainian are strong, and like nothing can break us. And of course it's amazing, our athletes are amazing, and with every my bone, like I support every athlete of Ukraine, because like I'm one of them, and I know more like about their stories and what they're going through. And it's true that our like sports system and like it's not great, so, and we don't have like this great sports facilities like other countries have. We don't have like so much opportunity to train. We don't have like some good payments, and it's like but still like we have these strong results, and yeah, it's amazing, like it's something what warms my heart.
That's very much appreciated, and thank you very much, Vladislav. I mean, this has been an amazing session, and thank you for joining us today. I think it's very important that people follow your approach. I mean, as you were heard from Alexander and JJ and myself as well, we're all very keen on having young people engage in sports and overcome the trauma of war as soon as possible. And we're very, very proud of what you've highlighted as to how your foundation, your charity, your approach to both suspending the propagandists of the Russian, say, colonial empire, and can be blanked out from the media by not participating in sports and focusing their discipline in their sports, maybe on the betterment of their nation. But at the same time, we also sincerely respect that you're fighting every single day to support Ukraine and raise both awareness and money. And sincerely appreciate. We hope to have you back soon enough.
Thank you all for your question. Thank you for having me here. So it's a really great conversation, and something from normal life, some our trips, and yeah, it's really nice to pay attention on that, not only on the war. So something good emotions. It's always good. So thank you again. Thank you for your questions, and have a nice day. And for me, have a nice evening already.
Yeah. Have a great evening. And we know in the story of Rambo versus Soviet Union with no facilities, we know who wins, and so art will imitate life, and Ukraine shall prevail.
Yeah, and wanna say big thank you for like your work, because you pay attention on Ukraine, and it's really important, and we really appreciate it, and this motivates us to work more. This motivates our soldiers to stand strong, and this motivates Ukraine to be united with the world, and to be part, and we are really proud to be part of this united. So thank you again, and see you soon. Thank you for follow. Thank you for everything what you do. Thank you.
You're always welcome. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава.
Slava Nazi.
Смерть ворогам.
Україна.
Понад усе.
Щасливо, браття.
Yeah, Ukrainian test, so I passed it.
Very much appreciated, and thank you very much, everybody, for joining. This has been a tremendous 1.5 hours and a good ride, and we love it. Thank you for bringing a little additional glimmer of hope to this wonderful weekend. Thank you. Domen, take it away. Do we have an update on the MOD?
So we do. Just give me 1 second.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Those are awfully quick seconds. By the way, I've put that article that F mentioned earlier in the nest about the triumph of the Ukrainian Ukrainian chess team. So if you're interested in that, just check it out there. It's very interesting. As to today's UK MOD defense update, it only really focuses on one thing, but it says that the 2 primary road bridges giving access to the pocket of Russian-occupied territory on the west bank of the Dnipro, that is the right bank of the Dnipro, in Kherson Oblast, are now probably out of use for the purposes of substantial military resupply. Since on the 10th of August, Ukrainian precision strikes likely rendered the road crossing of the Dnipro at Nova Kakhovka unusable for heavy military vehicles. In recent days, Russia has only succeeded in making superficial repairs to the damaged Antonivsky road bridge, that's the one by Kherson, which likely remains structurally undermined. Last week, the main rail bridge near Kherson was also further damaged. Since late July 2022, Russia has been using a pontoon ferry near the railway bridge as its main resupply route. Even if Russia manages to make significant repairs to the bridges, they will remain a key vulnerability. Ground resupply for the several thousand Russian troops on the West Bank is almost certainly reliant on just 2 pontoon ferry crossing points. With their supply chain constraint, the size of any stockpile Russia has managed to establish in the West Bank is likely to be a key factor in the force's endurance. Sometimes, Axel, sometimes it feels just as though the UK MOD Defense Intelligence update people are just listening to what we're saying and kind of write it down neatly. Maybe it's just my feeling, because it feels to me like this has been said about 15 times over the past couple of weeks here. But it is something that we have discussed quite extensively. There are only 3, maybe 4 crossings of the Dnipro that Russians ever occupied. 2 are next to Kherson, specifically the suburb of Antonivka, which is just upstream of Kherson, the Antonivsky road bridge, and the railway bridge, which is slightly upstream from the road bridge, a few kilometers upstream of the road bridge. The only other crossings are associated with the dam by the hydroelectric power plant, Nova Kakhovka. And some people count that as 2, some people count that as 1. It's fundamentally one crossing. It's all kind of bunched together there. Again, a road crossing and a railway crossing. That's it. The Dnipro is not a small river. If you've seen the Thames in London or the Hudson in New York or the Rhine in Cologne, it's that sort of a river. It isn't the sort of a river that you can drive a tank with a tank chassis with a bridge assembly kind of engineering vehicle to, and just fold out the bridge in a matter of minutes. No. It's not that sort of a case. It's a much wider body of water. It is quite a difficult body of water to bridge across if you need to do that under artillery fire. Now, yes, during the Second World War, there were pontoon bridges set up over the Dnipro several times. The difference is, during the Second World War, neither the Soviets nor the Nazis had access to HIMARS or anything remotely similar when it came to long-range precision strikes. And because of that, it will be a little bit more difficult to do it this time. This is probably also why the Russians have not been employing a pontoon bridge over the Dnipro, but instead these pontoon ferries. Now, to the best of our understanding, they've been running 2 sets of these ferries, probably 2 in each of them. One set, the ferries next to the Antoniscu Road Bridge, which is slightly downstream, closer to the city of Kherson. That one has mostly been seemingly running civilian stuff, or at least stuff that can look like civilian vehicles. So including vans, including fuel trucks, including civilian cars, but nothing that looks out and out like military equipment. There's another ferry further upstream, and if you look on a map, there's barely any civilian infrastructure there except for that railway bridge. And so it seems to be a little bit more out of sight, out of mind, one would presume as well. And that bridge, it seems that they've set up another set of pontoon ferries next to that bridge, but further upstream. And the presumption is that that one is being used primarily or maybe exclusively for what shall we say, less than civilian things. Overall, it's very good that Ukraine has managed to take these out of commission. Of course, as the UK MOD Defense Intelligence Update today quite rightly states, as it will make it a whole lot more difficult for the Russians to try to resupply the right bank of the Dnieper. Especially now that the ones...
Domin, do we know roughly how many Russian soldiers have been brought across exactly prior to the dates those bridges have now been taken out of contention, and from the date when the Russians announced that they would strengthen their resolve in the southeast? CJ had data of about 8,500, maybe 5.5 would have been brought across to the other side. Do we know anything better?
I don't know anything better. I would trust CJ on this. There has been reporting ranging anywhere from about 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, all the way to 40,000. Now, I think that latter one is definitely not true, because that's a bit ridiculous. There's additional imprecision in reporting, because some reports just say, oh, they were brought to Kherson, but they don't necessarily say Kherson Oblast instead of Kherson City to make that situation a little bit clearer, right? Because when you have a region that's named after a city, but much of the region is across that very wide body of water from the city after which the region is named, that is less convenient and less practical, and it's less good communication. Now, at least they didn't say that they're all stationed at Alexandrivka, because then they might as well be stationed anywhere, because everywhere is apparently an Alexandrivka. But if anybody does know more and would like to come up and tell us more, that'd be greatly appreciated, at least from my side here.
To what end, and by the way, did we have our colleagues talking about the bridges earlier? Did David manage to come up, or?
No, David has been afflicted by both a technical and a biological issue. No, David's not been up. I think it'll be probably a week before we see David again. Maybe sooner. We send him best wishes. But he's listening to us a lot, and he writes to me occasionally.
Yeah, I've seen some messages from him that he was somewhat indisposed, but okay, fine, fair enough. I thought that he might have returned today. Alrighty, well then, dear people, we all do this here because we want to make sure that we create information awareness in this space. We want to make sure that Ukrainian voices are heard, that the stories from on the ground can be brought to you, and that the more information we can dissect and discombobulate you with, that it helps you form a better opinion as to what is actually going on, and more reasoned choices can be made. Key thing is that all of you find a way to support Ukraine, either personally by means of charity. You can donate to MryiaReport, who we wholeheartedly and exclusively support here, or you can find ways to write to your senators or representatives, congressmen, congresspeople, parliamentarians, and the likes, to increase the pressure and make sure that the support of Ukraine is incessant. And if not incessant, it should also increase. So it's absolutely vital that we make this clear. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is without merit. It is also with precedence, because this is a colonial approach, which is only a continuation. This war has started, this specific one has started in 2014. Its groundwork was laid after 2008. And the basics of the undermining, the infiltration, insubordination of the free nation of Ukraine after its secession from the former Soviet Union has been ongoing since the very first day of its independence. And Ukraine deserves our support. This is a righteous cause. This is the most righteous cause we can see since the beginning of the Second World War. And with that, we go to Hendrik.
Yes, just a little side note. This is according to the Kiev Independent, the governor. Russian Army Command leaves Kherson. According to Mykolaiv Oblast Governor Vitaly Kim, the Russian Army Command has been moving to the left bank of the Dnieper River. Well, that's sort of an indication that they think they have problems on the west side.
Well, Dorman, I think we heard a little bit about this a little earlier today, and indications were being rumored last night. What do we think about this?
Well, I think it's the officers wising up to the fact that they are. Actually, help me out. What's the technical term? What's the technical term when you have 20,000
Safer in the rear?
Yeah, that probably. I mean, they might not actually be, because how many command posts have Ukrainian HIMARS taken out that are on the left bank of the Dnipro and Kherson Oblast? Yeah, I don't remember how many, but that's not because my memory is bad. It's because it's been so many. So yeah, yes. I think they just wisened up to the fact that either they go now by pontoon ferry, or they go in a few days' time. There'll be two options in a few days' time. There'll be swimming, or in a zinc casket. And I think they chose an early departure rather than wait it out for one of the later options. Just my guess. Maybe I'm simplifying somewhat.
That's all right. But Bertrand Yehuda.
Bertrand Yehuda. Just a question for the military people. If you are private and you see your officers running away, how would you take it? I know that you actually have never been a private, probably, but you can put yourself in the shoes of a private, probably.
For an army which is used to have their officers extremely close by, to micromanage them, such as the Russian army, I think it must be ghastly, if not quite outright incendiary, and definitely very worrisome if those officers leave.
How easy it is inside an army to keep those things, under wraps and not making sure that not everybody knows after half an hour?
Half an hour? Okay, well, if you're at an outpost and off comms, yes, I'm sure you don't get it. Everybody else will know it within minutes.
Sounds like about in line with what I would have presumed, right? Mm.
Yeah, what we would call the bushfunk, meaning, the drums in the bush, are working extremely well when it comes to vital information such as food, mail from home, and definitely events such as officers leaving the front line.
I will adopt this in my vocabulary. Thank you.
So about what should we say? Half an hour ago, maybe an hour ago, there was a big boom in Nova Kakhovka. Nova Kakhovka, of course, is next to it. The dam is apparently. Do you know what went up? Another ammo depot. How about that?
Okay, I was thinking it was another bridge or something.
Now the bridge is already out. They no longer have capacity to. Yeah. The bridge is already done for, according to the UK MOD. Now it just has to be other stuff that Russia still have there. Of course, Novakakovka is as far as you can get in that bit of occupied Kherson Oblast before you cross the Dnipro, and the railway goes there, right? And obviously, the railway can't go. Well, the railway over the bridge has been destroyed somewhat, at least. So they have to unload it before the bridge, and it looks an awful lot like that smoke is coming from very close to where the railway is, because that's where Russians put their stuff. It's next to the railway station, and that seems to be where the blast indeed was. John, what do you know about the blast?
So I wasn't going to speak to the blast specifically. I saw the video and I saw some people trying to geolocate it. I believe they had estimated that it was somewhere near the generating station, I think, for the dam, potentially, if my memory of the tweet is correct. I can go dig it up, but some people tried to do a geolocation on it. I was going to comment on the rail and road bridges. So according to images that were posted by Special Kherson Cat, the rail bridge looks to be out of commission as of about 3 days ago. Normally, the Russians are able to get damaged rail lines, functional with relative speed and rapidity. But given the damage, not just to the rail, ties themselves and the tracks, the damage to the bridge beneath it, I suspect it's still probably out of commission. And if they try to repair it, the Ukrainians can obviously, strike the bridge again. And then there's also the issue of, when you put a hole through a bridge, there's a significant chance that you compromise its structural integrity to varying degrees. And so the question then becomes, even if they are able to patch it up and they can put a train across it, can that train still have the same mass as a train that would previously been sent over the bridge? To what extent, if they are able to repair it, is the load bearing capacity of the bridge reduced with each subsequent repair? So, but again, as of 3 days ago, rail bridge looks to be inoperable. And I presume, based upon the reports that were released a day or so ago from Operational Command South, as well as by ISW and I guess the UK MOD, apparently, I hadn't seen that one, that all 4 had been out or had been taken out. So I presume that means that there were follow-up strikes against the road bridge, which appeared to be somewhat functional prior to that.
I still don't know how that counts as 2, because it's one dam, it's one. Yeah, to me it looks structurally like one crossing.
The bridges are physically segregated the entire span. The rail line runs adjacent to that road that crosses the dam, and essentially, if you look at a satellite image, the bridges are on. I'm not sure if they're on either side of the dam technically, but if you go on and look at Google Maps, you can see that there's a clear separation between them.
I think it's the same set of pillars, though, which makes me think of them both as just one bridge. It's not a contiguous roadway/railway surface on top, but it seems to me like it's only one set of pillars that's holding both up in kind of like a Y fashion. So that to me would make it think, it's one bridge, because they're all reliant on the same pillars. Like any pillar you take out, what you would consider 2 bridges, whatever pillar you take out, what you and people who said there's 4 bridges would consider 2 bridges. Well, 2 bridges collapse if you take one pillar out. That makes me think, that's kind of one bridge. I know it's semantics, but it's what I've been thinking about.
It's also not particularly relevant because those
not at all. No.
Those piers, those are part of the dam structure, and the Ukrainians aren't targeting the piers; they're targeting the road surface. So there is a substantive difference between targeting one of the bridges because they're targeting the road surfaces.
Yeah, I get it. It's easier with the ones further downstream by Kherson because they're very clearly separate.
So the key question is the bridge passable at the moment, yes or no?
So the rail bridge looks to be completely impassable as of about 3 days ago. The previous images that I had seen of the road bridge from a couple days ago, before the announcement from OC South,
was there were some fresh holes in the surface of the surface of the road bridge, but I think they showed some light civilian vehicles still being able to cross it. So I presume the follow-up strikes put an end to that. I'm not sure if any images of the road bridge have been released since those follow-up strikes. I'd have to go do a little bit of digging, but my interpretation of the reports that I've seen is that it's almost completely inoperable.
So, in short, Russian troops cannot en masse cross the river alongside that area with heavy-duty equipment and mass troop movement. That's what it is at the moment. Did I just lose audio?
No, John lost audio and he's dropped down and he's going back up. Okay, John, let's try this.
Yes, I can hear y'all now. I lost audio and my AirPods died at the exact same time.
That is the classic Twitter space audio law. Everything goes to shit at the very same moment, preferably when there's a crash looming even. Now, my point is, if this is unpassable or not passable at all, does that not mean that the Russian troops cannot, at the moment, cross over en masse with heavy-duty equipment from the essentially contested side of the right-hand bank to left-hand bank?
That is my interpretation, correct. The only way that they appear able to cross is via these ferries or potentially via, helicopter or some other, method of rotary wing, air transport.
Meaning everything which can be easily targeted in case of combat.
More or less, yes.
Well, all their helicopters are easily targetable, and pontoons and ferries can be taken out.
Yep.
What else is left? Swimming, right?
Exactly. I think I'd seen a report that the Russians had raided local, stores and commercial buildings, for anything that is vaguely a flotation device, including inflatable mattresses.
Well, if we have reports in that regard, does that not sound like the Russian troops, the human beings amongst those animals, the human being amongst those animal spirits vested in human corporal form, are quite literally doing the rational thing, preparing for flight rather than fight?
Yes, although I would add that those reports were, I think, more than a week old. They were before the Novakhovka crossing was rendered completely inoperable. So it looks like this has kind of been an underlying concern of theirs for quite some time now.
So you could say they're well prepared to flee.
Yes, you could say that. I really hope we see some images of some Russians trying to paddle their way across the Dnipro on top of an inflatable mattress.
Do you know what you need then?
Enlighten me.
Well, there's a couple of canisters the US Marine Corps has used during Vietnam to make sure that a liquid surface such as a river really lights up.
Do we still have napalm in inventory?
Should be easy to make.
A, it's easy to make. B, yes, we have it, and meaning you have it. And C, why not use it?
That's a good question. I mean, the only issue is that would potentially require Ukrainian fixed-wing aircraft to, get potentially close to Russian air defenses. But, state of Russian air defenses doesn't appear to be that fantastic. So perhaps that's doable.
So, what's your answer? Charlie don't surf. Then, John, I think this was too old a film for our friend John Ridge.
I've heard the name, but I don't think I've seen it.
Apocalypse Now.
I'm well aware of that movie, but I haven't actually seen it, surprisingly enough.
After you've watched it, you will want to have a US aircraft hat.
Who doesn't love the smell of napalm in the morning?
Then John.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Yeah, I'm here looking at on Google Earth, and it looks, maybe I'm completely wrong, but it looks like there's a passage to the north. I mean, on the actual dam side of the dam, so to say. Has anyone looked at that? Maybe it's not the highway, but maybe it's usable. I don't know.
Do you mean the road-looking thing that's on the north side of the dam?
Yeah, correct.
That's the rail bridge.
I thought that was in the middle, between the road. I mean, there's what I see here. It looks like you have a road, and then you have train tracks, and then you have the actual dam, the structure of the dam. I think that's why.
I could be incorrect on that. Let me actually find some better imagery to double check that. I could potentially be wrong.
Doman, in the meantime, while John is checking, what is the typical wine pairing for a rail bridge going up in spaghetti form?
Must be something Italian that goes well with thyme. I hope that wasn't lost on everyone. No, but seriously, I think a nice dolcetto would go really well with that, actually. You know, a good sort of railway working kind of grape.
I thought it could have been something a little bit more powerful, like a good old Gaia.
I mean, I wouldn't say no, obviously, but you know, on a day like today, quite a warm day, and I think it's an awfully warm day that makes a railway bridge go all up in spaghetti form. I would probably want to go for something a bit lighter, you know, bit less heft. It's a hard enough day as it was.
Well then, if anyone, dry fly. I take it Mississippi River, say, residents are not so much into Italian red wine. So what's your drink with the spaghetti railway junction?
Italian wine is the most imported wine
I would go
in
with
the
red
US.
wine for sure. Oh yeah, absolutely. We have good importers. We don't grow red wine where the dam here. People try to. It sucks. But yeah, I would go with red wine. Sounds awesome. I would probably go with dry French red if I could get one. If not, I would have to settle for California. But I was going to ping in here because I heard the quotes from Apocalypse Now. And I was just going to say that's the third best line or fourth best line from the movie. If he hasn't seen Apocalypse Now, he's got to see it just for the damn quotes out of the movie. My
Absolutely agreed. It's absolutely necessary.
Absolutely. My favorite one is where he's talking about how the officer, the headquarters wants to take out the rogue colonel, because he's illegal or whatever, and he says, handing out what was it? What is the line? It's something like, getting, going after him for this is like handing out speeding tickets at the Indy 500. That's probably the best line from the movie. If not, another one was where they were just about ready to jump off into Cambodia, and they're I can't remember, the protagonist goes up to one of the soldiers in the trenches and asks him, "Soldier, do you know who's in charge here?" And he looks across the river to where the VC are lobbing, mortars and stuff. And he goes, "Yeah, I know." Yes. Those are probably the two best, but maybe the third, maybe the best of the movie is that same scene from where I love the smell of napalm in the morning, where Colonel Kilgore looks to the ground and pokes his stick in the sand and says, "Sadly, someday this war is going to be over." And I've
I
got the guy.
am absolutely with you.
Yeah, and I've had friends who were in. I was not. I was a little too young for that, thank God. But a lot of my family members and friends who were slightly older were, and they said that one quote probably spoke to them more than any single quote in the whole movie. And I will listen to you guys. You guys are doing a great job this morning. Been on and off, but good work.
Ruski don't surf. Let's put some napalm on that river when they swim.
Hey, Axel, are swimming lessons a part of basic military training in Russia?
That's a good question. I once read a report that in Russia, like in 2 or 3 other states where you would not have expected it, actually, swimming is not one of the most ubiquitous skills actually gained by people who are, and even those who live at the coast. So it was actually very surprising. I have no idea whether anyone other than Russian sailors learn swimming, but I wouldn't expect them to be significantly more adept at it than the average person in Russia. Do we have any data on this?
I don't, but I did know that swimming was a skill that very few Russians have mastered for one reason or another, and that's why I was curious, legitimately.
Yeah, we should check, because I do remember this as well. When I was traveling the country, obviously on business, I met a number of people who definitely absolutely couldn't swim at all. I mean, I was jumping into rivers here, left, right, and center, and it was totally refreshing. And Siberia has a lot of them, and they're pretty dang ice cold. I mean, everything shrivels. It's fantastic. But I gotta tell you, only half the Russians were ever able to muster the strength and, well, shall we say, the moral fiber to jump into it. And I presume it was not the cold water, it was definitely the swimming. Then, John, how many people in Sweden cannot swim?
7.
Actually,
He knows all of them.
Yeah, it's let me see. It's the neighbor and the house on the other side. I think it's like 2 or 3. Could be 4. I'm not 100% sure.
This massive lack of culture in Sweden. There are 2 or 3 people who cannot swim. Unbelievable.
But seriously, actually, it's by the law that every municipal has to teach every school kid to swim, and it's been like that for, I don't know, 15, 20 years maybe. So there's probably a lost generation, but yeah, the newer ones can, and I don't know anyone who can swim myself.
Yeah, and it's absolutely irresponsible not teaching their children to swim.
On that note, Axel, you said the Russians maybe couldn't swim, and they would have to swim. And if they are rushed down to the riverbed, maybe they will forget to load off some gear as well. Most likely, many will do that. So even if they can swim, I'm sure they will have a hard time crossing.
Well, if they have now requisitioned, or shall we say stolen, floating devices or supplementary floating devices in the city of Kherson, then of course they will try to paddle across.
Axel?
Yes?
I just had a realization.
Swimming lessons for Russians? No.
No. CJ, do you remember that S300?
Which one? You mean the inflatable ones? Are you saying they could ride the inflatable ones across the Dnieper?
I think I figured out what they're using the inflatable S300s for.
Wow, that would be the absolute silliest thing I could possibly imagine if you see Russians on inflatable S300s paddling across with rifle butts. I mean, it's just like the DeWall River crossing, right, Axel?
Oh, CJ.
Have I broken Axel?
No, hey, Mr. M's here. We have an obstacle course in the 82nd called the DeWall River Crossing, where you have to run and jump over some, small stretches of river. Nothing like the actual DeWall, but I think the Russians might have us all beat.
everyone has to do it, Doman. Absolutely everyone has the same kind of setup. You have to cross a river and you have to get the whole platoon across, and it's a job. And if you can't get your platoon across, you will never become an officer, period.
Well, and it's like one of those mathematical problems. I know John's here. You know, you have one inflatable S-300 and you have 40 Russians to get across. You know, only 2 people can go across at a time. How long will it take for them to cross, John? Can we do a word problem like that?
Sure. We need to know how
Is
many
there wolf
Russians
and
on
a
the other
goat?
side first.
I mean, I still don't. Can someone provide some verification on the inflatable story other than that one weird news clip? Is this something that we know for a fact Russia has done, or is I find that so difficult to believe that it would be deflating in the background and then Russia would post that.
I mean, it's either that or the tube was crinkling together but while moving lightly, and I think that's less likely than it being inflatable. Also, remember, somebody sent me, a friend of the show, sent me that Alibaba link that I posted. $10,000 a piece. It was in Chinese camo, not Russian camo, but still, I'm sure that you can, if you buy enough of them, I'm sure they'll paint them whatever color you want. So, like, we know they exist. We've seen the video. So it's not like we're dealing with aliens here, right? We didn't need proof that they existed. We just needed proof that they were using them, and I think the video is pretty clear about that.
But they also been seen on still pictures, laying down actually, not only that video.
Well, there you go. Anyway, CJ, how many people do you think an S-300 inflatable flotation device can take over? I think more than 40, actually. Those things are pretty big. John, have you done the math?
I guess maybe if you took off the individual launchers. I mean, this is the real question, John.
CJ dropped on the real question. John is also coming up. John and CJ, I think, have the same case with Twitter box. CJ, come back. You dropped just before you asked the real question. I think I know what the real question is going to be, but I want you to ask it.
Well, yeah.
CJ, you dropped off just before you asked, and this is the real question, John, and then you didn't say it.
Oh, the real question is, you know, how many Russians can fit on each individual launcher piece? On this space, we often break down, you know, crater impacts and, you know, sort of missile specifications to the best of our knowledge. But the real question is, for an inflatable one, how many people could you fit on it? Because I think if you kind of straddled it, you know, kind of like a long canoe or a long boat, you could probably fit maybe 12 to 20 Russians on each inflatable tube. And then you could probably get across relatively easy. What do you think, John?
Well, I mean, you also have to consider, you know, the S-300 system is multiple components. So, you know, it's not just how many people fit on the inflatable launcher, you know, it's how many people fit on the inflatable gravestone radar, how many people fit upon the inflatable command post, you know, are you talking about a truck-based TEL or one of the 8x8 TELs? There's so many different, you know, types of inflatable S-300 to choose from.
That's very, very true. I would love to see, just as this route maybe grows, a bunch of Russians on a bunch of disparate floating inflatable parts, just floating down the Dnieper, you know, out into the Black Sea. That would be real nice.
But when we do our victory barbecue at Lazurny Breg Beach on Crimea, we should get, you know, an inflatable S-300, I think.
I think, you know, well, yeah. See, here's the thing, Axel. I know Olga was very sad when Odessa lost its most famous beach toilet to a Caliber missile strike. I think, you know, we should just populate the beaches of Odessa with inflatable Russian equipment, and then it could be like a beach party, like a beach ball. Like you kind of bounce it up in between while there's music and drinks flowing. I think that would be a good time.
I like that.
You can also pull them after a speedboat. Use them like some floating device.
Well, there's actually, well, not really any more serious, but, you know, there's a couple military events in the U.S. military called, you know, Take the Lake, where basically the Army will partner with civilians and kind of have a massive boat party. So they'll, you know, all the civilians will bring their boats out, people in the army will swim out and they'll kind of lash the boats together. I imagine in Kyiv or something like that, you could do a very similar thing where you lash a bunch of these inflatable Russian S-300s and have a party just on there.
So, CJ, earlier, Axel was asking a very serious question. How many people do you think Russia added to the right bank of the Dnipro over the last few weeks?
Well, I have no idea about that. I'm interested in a similar question, though, because this is what, is this news that's breaking today that, apparently at least the command and control centers or the Russian leadership have left the right bank for the left. And I know John had mentioned earlier that at some point, the Russian leadership went to the right bank, so the northern side, to kind of execute more command and control and kind of take part of the failing situation overall. So I wonder, is that confirmed that they ever went to the north side? And then is it also confirmed? It seems like that they've retreated back to the south side. I think the number of troops is probably about the same, but where the leadership is, I think, would matter significantly.
So the reports that I saw that made me conclude that they had at least shifted at least some of their C2 nodes over to the right bank was the fact that the 22nd Army Corps HQ, according to various Ukrainian sources, was struck in Chernobyivka, like a week after it was bombed on the left bank. So presumably after the combined HQ of the 22nd Army Corps and the 20th Motor Rifle Division got bombed that one time, or that first time I should say, which wiped out the entire, upper leadership of the 20th MRD. The 22nd AC moved its HQ over to the right bank, specifically in Chernobyivka, and then they got bombed again. So I presume this is an indication that that C2 node and presumably others are being moved back across to the left bank.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends, because I know that they had tried a limited counteroffensive. I think it's Snilvrika. I've got no idea how to say it. Near southwest of Davidi Bird. I know how to say that one. But in any case, Russia had tried to make a limited movement, near the mouth of the Inglets there, but it was not successful as far as I'm aware.
I love the fact that you say, I don't know how to pronounce Snihorivka. You pronounce it correctly, then you say, I know how to pronounce Davidiv Brid, and then you mispronounce it.
Hey, you know what, John? I'm here for a good time, not a long time, okay? Look, I spent the last decade learning Arabic, Dari, Farsi, and getting very good at being able to read that quickly. And then of course this happens, and I have no idea even where to start. But I will say, Joseph's tips, and this is really for the betterment of the audience in pronouncing not just Ukrainian but other Eastern European languages, is starting with the last what is it, not consonant syllable sound, but pretty much trying to pronounce it backwards, like starting with the last syllable. That's the word I'm looking for, and then building from there. That seems to help 90 times out of 100. I don't know, Delman, you're the language expert here, and I guess so is Axel.
I think that's what Joseph recommended.
Yeah, and Verlaine was saying just write up, forget the vowels, just say all the consonants. Just say every consonant grouping first out loud, and then it'll be easier for you to string them together when you have the vowels as well. Because like a sn, right? Sn, I, h, r, I, v. Okay, Snihorivka is easy because it has so many vowels. Some of them are quite consonant heavy. Just like do the consonant groupings, say the consonant groupings out loud, and then it'll be easier for you to say them later. Anyway, where were we? We were somewhere on the Dnipro, weren't we?
Well, I just want to point out, I just shared this to the Neft just because I think it's relatively timely. But basically, there's been a video circulating today. Again, not exactly sure of what it is, but the fields look relatively plowed. So I assume it's somewhat recently. And it's a Ukrainian S-300. So despite Russia having to use inflatables and getting them destroyed by both HIMARS and HARMS, Ukraine's S-300 force, though small, is still potent, which is just insane. 6 months after the war and having 10 times less aircraft, that they can use these gigantic strategic air defenses pretty well.
Hey CJ, do you know what other air defenses Ukraine has started using today?
Is this a serious comment or a joke?
This
I'm
no,
not
this
sure
is
which way
a
to
this is
go.
a serious comment. They're British made. They're mounted on a tracked vehicle.
Oh, the Star Streak, of course.
The Star Streaks mounted on Stormers. Yes.
I haven't seen the employment of any sort of mobile NATO donated equipment, whether it be
I'll send you a link.
Yeah, please do. Gepards or Star Streak, but I'd be very curious to see how those are working for them.
Yeah, seems pretty good. They got a bunch of Orlans down, allegedly also an Su-25 or something like that. Anyway, I'm sure John will fill the airtime while I find you a link.
No, I was just going to point out that there's something especially beautiful, refreshing in that video you just shared, CJ. Do you know what I don't see that is so amazingly beautiful?
What is that, John?
More than one TEL parked in the line with 5 meters of spacing.
Yeah, and for everyone's awareness, I mean, these S-300s, unlike Patriot systems, they can be employed, Patriot being the US system, the S-300s can theoretically be employed, I think, quite a bit quicker. And so the whole strength of them is that they're these mobile air defense launchers that also can shoot extremely far. And in the video, you see Ukraine actually using it doctrinally, where the different components needed to fire are separated. I mean, you can't even see them. Whereas with the Russians' case, they're always clogged together, probably due to either lack of communications or lack of discipline. And that's why the Russian ones ends up being such easy targets, both for HIMARS, HARMS, and even just regular artillery. And then, of course, we've seen Russians trying to take out S-300s by shooting them with a machine gun, which, of course, did not end well for the Russians.
CJ, I have a question for you. I presume you saw the initial Maxar images that were released of that airfield in Belarus.
I did. I wasn't really sure what to make of it exactly. I don't know if anyone's.
Well, there's a follow-up to that, and you'll love this. So a listener DM'd me some additional imagery that wasn't included in Maxar's original post. It's some additional imagery that was taken by them that shows the S-400 battery that was originally at the it was originally at the airbase back in June. It's still there, and they managed to get a really high-res shot of the S-400 battery. And oh my God, it's beautiful. It's so beautiful. I'll send it to you. They have 12 TELs parked in a row. That's a full, complete, maximum size battery. They have literally probably 24 plus trucks all parked together with like 5 meters of spacing. It's just so beautiful.
So then, of course, yeah, for everyone's awareness, if you missed out in the last few days, there was, this a couple of explosions in Belarus near a Russian-controlled airfield, and some people postulated that it could have been a Ukrainian strike on it. And this imagery showed a couple, including at least one radar, and John can fill us in on the rest, that were destroyed. But it wasn't really clear to me if it was like what exactly had happened. Were those S-300s or 400s still present at the time of the explosions, John?
So yes. So as far as I can tell, no radar was destroyed. It looks like a Russian main battle tank, or a vehicle with the general form factor of a Russian main battle tank, was destroyed on the runway. There was just looked to be like a T-72 shaped vehicle chassis surrounded by a massive scorch mark on the runway. But all the S-400 components, they're still there, and they all look intact. Both of the radars, as far as I can tell, look completely intact compared to imagery, taken back in June. They'd moved some stuff around. The TELs were in a different location. Still all parked in a line, though, just parked in a line in a different location. But yeah, the S-400 system looked completely intact. It doesn't look like there was any strikes on it. It looks like Belarus's explanation was potentially accurate. One of their tanks may have spontaneously combusted on the runway.
Which again doesn't really help clarify anything. And I think maybe I'm confusing. I thought I saw maybe a communications array that had some potential scorching. I guess that was maybe what I was thinking of, because there was definitely the tank. But again, there's just like for everyone's awareness, there's no military training or military scenario where you have a tank on an airfield just to begin with. So that's why it's like quite puzzling that it was just destroyed on this airfield. And it pretty much rules out Ukrainian strike, because Ukraine has taken out, I don't know, literally 1,000 plus Russian tanks in Ukraine. There's no reason for them to dedicate resources to take out one potentially 40-year-old tank in Belarus. So it probably was an accident of some sort, but how it ended up on the airfield to begin with is just even more puzzling to me.
Yeah, I
Can
can't.
we follow up on one other question and just insert this? Maybe it fits also in that regard, because the Ukrainian S-300s seem to be significantly less conducive to being caught by the Russian aircraft. Of course, the Russians do not have precision-guided missiles such as the HIMARS system employs, but on the other hand, I find it actually astonishing that the Ukrainians seem to have improved the sensor capacity of the S-300 in recent years quite commensurably. What do we know about this?
Well, I would just say, actually, that made me think of something, Axel, which is, we've seen across the border, both in Russia and Belarus, these false flag attacks where Russia or Belarus will do an explosion to, cause some basically trauma, and either to force Belarus to fight or increase the Russian desire to fight. And so when you had mentioned no precision guided munitions, that made me think that perhaps this was a part of an effort that was just abandoned to blame Ukraine for a strike. And they've got a lot of extra T-72s, so that actually might make more sense that this was a deliberate effort by Belarus or Russia to make it seem like it was Ukraine, and then they decided not to really circulate it widely when it either one didn't make sense or two didn't achieve the effects they have. But in terms of if the Ukrainian S-300s have gotten better, I would have no idea. I mean, I would hope so, but I have no awareness to that. Maybe John does.
I'm not actually sure what kind of radar upgrades the Ukrainians have done for their S-300 systems prior to the invasion. That's a very good question. I know that prior to 2014, a lot of them were kind of in reserve and in inoperable state, and that obviously the start of hostilities in 2014 pushed them to bring a lot of them out of storage and get them back into an operational state. But I'm not familiar if they've done any, radar upgrades or any, other upgrades to the system. Because my understanding is that their S-300 systems are some of the older variants, like the original PMs and then the PMUs. I think maybe some PSs and PTs. Whereas the Russians, they have more of the more recent, PMU3s, PMU2s, etc.
Yeah, and the question there was because what I read is that between 2016 and 2018, a lot of the systems which had been previously, shall we say, being disrepair, disregard, slightly less cared for, whatever you want to say, have been massively upgraded by the Ukrainians because they had none other and nobody was able to sell them pretty much anything sensible. So maybe we should research as to why so. I mean, okay, yes, there's a reason, as I said, less precision-guided counter-battery fire by our Russian adversaries on the one hand, taking out S-300s, but there must be a reason in how they are deployed and how they're used, as well as what they're used with and how they function today, as opposed to the Russian systems, that they have such significantly lower, fatality ratio. There are much fewer S-300s taken out on the Ukrainian side.
Yeah, we've seen a lot fewer S-300 destructions, it seems. Overall, that being said, the Ukrainian air defense artillery as a whole kind of took a bit of a beating in the first few days of the invasion. My understanding is they did lose an unfortunately large percentage in the first couple days, but after that, the losses dropped off precipitously.
We need to ask someone. CJ.
Well, I've got one question with a definite answer, and maybe another one. I'm seeing two pieces of news well, the first is definitely related, and that's the Slovakian MiG-29s. I'm sure you've already talked about it in the space. My question is this different from the other order/delivery of MiG-29s that Slovakia had given previously, or is this just finally the fulfillment of them, and what was going to backfill those? Do we know, if anything?
This is the fulfillment. F-16s. Probably.
And this is, I mean,
I don't know which ones.
It couldn't come at a better time, I think, too, now that when we see these strikes in Kherson that are 100 to 140 kilometers, away from the front, yes, perhaps these strikes are long-range Gimlers, perhaps they are ATACMS, but I think more than likely, as we're seeing, the evidence of these strikes after the fact, where there is not much scorching of the earth, there's very limited damage, but in that place is very key weapon systems destroyed, particularly radar equipment. It seems that the Ukrainian Air Force has figured out how to strike up to 140 kilometers with possibly harms, in coordination with all these other HIMARS strikes. So, the more MiG-29s, which I guess, is that the thought? This is the plane that has been upgraded to a certain extent to fire harms, or do we think it's something else that Ukraine has?
I presume that the aircraft that had been upgraded to launch the harms was the Polish MiG-29.
Okay, John, I think your audio fell.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can. Sorry, I only removed it. Good thing you said. Did you say Polish MiG-29? There are Polish MiG-29s there. How did I miss that? What happened? When did this happen?
Oh, I thought we were all kind of operating under the assumption that the Poles had sent their MiG-29s, including a number that had been upgraded with a bunch of US/NATO standard avionics and data buses and that type of thing.
But was it confirmed that Poles sent some MiG-29s after all?
That is a good question. I think we were kind of operating under the assumption, but it would be good to get some confirmation of that.
Okay, fair enough. CJ?
Well, it seems like Slovakia then is having a pretty good day between these MiG-29s and also the Zuzanas, which are now the 6th or 7th 155 artillery system that Ukraine has. Either given.
Okay, let's count them, CJ. There are the two towed systems, right? The M777s and FH70s that are being used. There's the M109s, the Polish Crabs, the Caesars, the Panzerhaubitze. What am I missing? That's 6.
Well, and there's some reports that maybe Archers have been given, but I haven't seen anything too definitive on that.
Okay, so at the very least, these are the 7th, if not the 8th. Well, actually, they are the 8th because the Bohdana, right? That's a 155. Or did you say Western 155?
Yeah, given or sold by the West.
Okay, so at least the 7th, if not the 8th. Very good.
And with that, unless anyone has any questions, because I have another topic, I guess, that's very, very different, and maybe won't go anywhere.
So, what is the Zuzana, and how is it different from other howitzers that have been given by the West? What type of a howitzer is it, CJ?
Well, it's kind of like a combination of a Caesar and an M109. So yes, it's a self-propelled gun, but it's a truck. And the difference being, unlike the Caesar, where you have to load and fire it externally, this can all happen internally. So it requires less people. It's less of a visible footprint to drones and everything. It can fire extremely fast. Apparently, it's pretty good. Again, all of these systems are getting the weapons testing of their lives when they go to Ukraine and fire more rounds than they were ever designed for. So this is one of the things that's interesting with the U.S. giving 75,000 rounds this week and 70 to 75,000 rounds last week, right? 150,000 artillery rounds. This is presumably much more than Ukraine could shoot on a daily basis. So this is either indicative of one of two things. One, or maybe both things. One, that the United States and other countries that are giving this ammo are trying to build up Ukraine for counteroffensive, even if they can't get the IFVs and the other tanks that would be required. The least they can do is stockpile the ammunition. And then secondly, too, there's an assumption that they're going to get more systems, which is very good news for Ukraine, who has said they need at least 1,000 donated systems to really be effective, and they're around 250 to 300 donated systems. So optimistically, 30% of the way there. So if this much ammo is being given, I'm under the assumption that there is a plan to give more artillery systems as well, which is good news.
And are they any good, CJ?
I mean, they, if you look at the specifications, they fire fast, they fire far. But again, as we saw with the Panzer howitzers and the Caesars and the Crabs, the specifications on paper are great, but if they can't be maintained easily and used under the most extreme amounts of stress for long periods of time, then they're maybe not so useful. But it seems like on paper it's going to be very good for them.
Did it perform well in any exhibitions or competitions? Or I don't know what the artillery people get up to, CJ.
Yeah, I mean, the confirm rate of fire is extremely high. I think it might be even up to, if you're going full bore, almost 20 rounds for the first minute, and then sustained 8 to 12, which is incredibly fast, which is important. But at the end of the day, really, I would look into the maintenance and how well it was made as being even more important.
CJ? Did CJ get a call?
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
I would say, the maintenance is going to be almost more important than anything, because even if it shoots fast and shoots far, if it's not something that can undergo the extreme rigors of combat, which is unfortunately you can't really test too well, that would be the main thing. But I know, the countries that are making these things are well regarded for their weapons manufacturing, so I have no doubt that they'll be extremely effective.
Excellent.
Well, from what we're told by the Czechs and Slovaks is that the Zuzana is extremely reliable, even in very intense fire tests. So let's see how that goes. What I also heard more recently today is that seemingly some issues in maintenance with the Panzerhaubitze are a little bit overblown, and other issues can be easily fixed. And seemingly there is sufficient maintenance capacity going forward.
And also, apparently, Slovakia previously already gave 4 Zuzanas, CJ, and you just weren't paying attention.
I maybe was sleeping through it, or just scrolling Russian Telegram and looking at some interesting things,
So I'll just highlight something. So the Czechs have the Dana. I think they gave some of those as well. They're 152, so they don't count in what you were saying earlier. The Slovaks have the Zuzana, and the Ukrainians now have the Bogdana. So I think they'll fit very well together. It's a right trio of ladies there. CJ?
No, I mean, this is the thing that's a little bit not transparent to me, is that there's still a lot of videos circulating of Ukraine today. In recent days, shooting 152 and 122 ammunition. So we know Bulgaria and Romania both, I believe, both pledged to give this sort of Soviet legacy ammo to Ukraine. So even though they technically ran out of their, domestic stockpile in early June, it would seem that these systems are still viable, which is good news overall, even if it makes the distribution of ammo quite a bit more difficult. It still would be better to fight through that problem than fight through the problem of lack of ammo. So they definitely probably are still being used too.
Right. Thank you, CJ. My friend with the new avatar, .display parents.
Hey, Doman. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify. Did you just say Slovakia is sending new artillery to Ukraine?
Yes.
Because
Some Zuzana self-propelled howitzers. Go ahead.
Okay, that sounds great. Because I also heard yesterday that Slovakia is trying to send MiGs as well. Has anybody else seen that?
Yeah, exactly. So you must have just missed it, because we swung into Zuzana straight from talking about the Slovak MiGs.
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we saw it as well. It was on Slovak Evening News, and I think the Evening News got it straight from the Defense Ministry. So I think it's pretty confirmed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think we're all pretty confident that one's definitely true. Simply because it's so it's been on the evening news, right? I mean, when you put it on the evening news of a country, it's probably going to be real. Probably not going to be fake.
Slovakian state television reported it, and then they interviewed a spokesperson of the defense ministry. Let's say they are serious.
Yeah, it's always best to get confirmation straight from horse's mouth, right? CJ?
Well, I just don't know what I'm going to do, Doman. How are we going to get our news about, Russian daily military status without our good friend Igor Girkin or Strelkov? It's going to be a sad day.
Wait, he's surrendering, isn't he?
He just was captured in Crimea about 10 minutes ago, allegedly. It's just a developing story here.
Sorry, what?
Yeah, it's just being posted now by journalists with the Kyiv Independent that he had tried to go join and fight perhaps and then was arrested. So it's a little bit unclear the situation currently. Hopefully our listeners or the panelists here can help provide some context, because while he may not be the most important figure in this war, he certainly was a infamous one, and definitely an interesting one to say the least.
What do we think of his shaven off mustache? It would seem they have a big picture of him sans mustache.
How do you know it's him then?
I think that the implication is that's how he tried to hide his identity, by shaving his mustache.
So what was the history with him? Did he? I mean, I know the history, but the more recent stuff. Was he? What was going on? I need someone to fill me in. Like, was he hiding from the Russian authorities or something?
So last I heard on his Telegram channel or whatever the various platform he uses is, he was comparing Wagner to the SS, specifically to the was it the Death's Head division of the Waffen SS, which was, that whole thing was quite amusing. And then he, just the general doom and gloom about everything related to the front lines. And then now it's being alleged that I guess he went to Crimea to try and sneak his way to the front lines, I guess. I don't know whether, a former colonel who is an intelligence officer would be able to do there, but your guess is as good as mine.
And to be clear, he was, if I understand the translation right, he was complimenting the Russians on being like, at least specifically Wagner, on being like these SS death squads, in terms of the fact that even if their military objectives were impossible to achieve, they still died in the service of that. So it was the way I read it was he was comparing them to Nazis, but in a complimentary way. Do I have that wrong, John?
I don't know. I interpreted it as him being critical of them, which is the reason why I found it extremely funny, considering the fact that, they've been absolutely slaughtered, only to be, compared by their compatriots to the SS, that was why I found it particularly amusing, but I could be misinterpreting that.
I mean, it is thoroughly hilarious. Name on the trophy, fill us in.
Yeah, I've just seen the Igo Shushko, do you know, the racing car driver, the Winds of Change guy, posted it. I've retweeted it with a comment, and my only thoughts, if I'm honest, is that maybe Russia are lining up some cards for a negotiation. That was my immediate thought. I don't know if anyone on the panel has any comments.
Let's remember what he wrote yesterday on Telegram, right? He said there are three things that they should do. Number one, shoot every member of the Politburo. Number two, paint the Kremlin yellow and blue, I think it was, or it was yellow and black. I'm not entirely sure. Either Ukrainian colors or Russian imperial colors.
He was referencing red and black, which is like a Ukrainian nationalist color back in the day.
I thought it was yellow anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. Repaint the Kremlin. It's already half red. You only need to paint it half black then. It's already red. And then the third bit was go back to proven tactics and retreat back to Stalingrad and Moscow. And actually earlier today we were discussing what the hell that meant. If they meant like actual Stalingrad and Moscow, or did they just mean kind of make Kherson into Stalingrad and Izium or something into Moscow and kind of barricade yourself in the cities and then fight back from there? I don't know what he was getting at. Any clues, anyone? CJ? How's your crystal ball doing?
Well, the people were kind of making jokes that perhaps he was trying to join the Legion of Russia, which is, of course, the Russians that have joined the Ukrainians in their fight against Russia. But I think that's obviously not the case, although it is funny to think about.
Looks like the usual Russian tanky sources have started to pick it up and report it as well.
I mean, it's really fascinating, isn't it? So I'm guessing shoot every member of the Politburo probably didn't sit awfully well with the current FSB. I was just guessing here, really.
What does he mean by Politburo? They don't have a Politburo anymore.
Politicians.
Okay.
Politicians, right?
Understood.
Regime apparatchiks. They don't have to be called the Politburo by everybody. I mean, Politburo kind of tells you what it is, right? It kind of says on the tin what
Political
it is.
bureau.
Yeah, it's an office with politicians in it. TJ?
Yeah, so on Russian Telegram, it's circulating as well with a slightly different tune. And basically it goes that, he is a courageous volunteer who had given up his political office and all sort of the trappings that he had from his long and distinguished career. And he had given up all to work on the front, specifically the Kherson front. And that was the direction that he was headed when he was apprehended. And so what I don't understand is, of course, if he's being this great volunteer, why would he be apprehended by the Russians? And then, because that doesn't make any sense. And then secondly, they said he used a cover passport that he had gotten previously with his work in the security services. So I don't know, my immediate hot take would be this could be either a subtle effort to kind of show how desperate the situation is. Russia is basically trying to get across tonally that everyone needs to go and fight, even if it's people like this. But then again, I guess I don't understand why they would arrest him. But this is definitely outside of my realm of expertise. It just seems very interesting, to say the least.
It's fascinating, really.
I always personally thought that he might be trying to angle for some position as overall theater TVD or overall, commander for one of the fronts. He seems to have a bit of ego.
Commissar.
Oh, we got Craig up. Craig, how does Strelkov get to Crimea? Did he take the train?
He probably walked. If he took a train, I don't think he'd get very far. I think the trains, if I'm not mistaken, the trains aren't running any further north than Crimea, as I understand it. That little land bridge to the northwest of the Crimean Peninsula. I think that's as far as the trains go. Maybe not even that far anymore, to be quite honest with you. If they're running trains that far north, it's pretty stupid because you risk, a high Mars attack. You risk sabotage, derailment, and then you're putting so much when you are dealing with your frontline quartermasters, as it were. They're counting on that ammunition being there in that level of quantity. It's one thing to lose 5 or 10 trucks, but to lose a train worth of ammunition, equipment, food, and all the rest of that stuff, I don't even think it's even worth it, to be honest with you, because you lose that. You're going to have to pick all that stuff up, and you're going to have to figure out how to replenish that logistical loss. So you just run the extrapolations on that. It'd be really stupid to run a train. If they're running trains north of Crimea, I'd laugh my ass off. I mean, you're just begging.
I mean, not very long ago they were still, right? CJ, when did that train commit suicide by HIMARS, and then the next one committed suicide by itself? That was not through Crimea. That was in Kherson Oblast, between Crimea and Kherson.
Yeah, about I think 2 or 3 weeks ago now. I haven't heard any more evidence of more smoke screens. I will say we did see a pretty widely shared video from either yesterday or 2 days ago of a train full of MISTA-B self-propelled artillery systems coming from Russia across the Kerch Strait Bridge into Crimea. So it's definitely very active on the rail lines there for military purposes, of course.
Well, yeah, I mean, they would unload them in Crimea and then drive them north. But I wouldn't say that you have to. The conveyor belt of trucks has started. I mean, excuse me. I'm sorry, not started. Forgive me. Bad choice of words. You would drive them close. You would drive them over the Kerch Strait into the Crimean Peninsula, and then you would drive them north physically, like with actual drivers, not on a train. That'd be absolutely psychotic. I mean, forget about stupid. That's just psychotic to try to do something like that. What's the max speed, actually, CJ? That's actually a good question. What's the max speed for self-propelled artillery, generally speaking?
I mean, yeah, it's about, for the fastest system, 65 to 70 kilometers an hour, which is
use miles per hour. Gosh,
well, this is Hey, I'm still in the military, so we still use the metric system. But yeah, it can be up to 50, 55 miles an hour. I mean, not for like a sustained period of time. Probably 45 is more reasonable, but they can be pretty fast as tanks.
Okay.
Isn't the Caesar currently the fastest and swiftest?
Well, yeah, anything on on wheels is going to be faster than tranked. What the hell? On tracked vehicles that look like tanks or are tanks, but that's on roads. Of course, once you get off roads, then it switches with the tank track vehicles being a lot quicker than the wheeled.
But was there a Freudian slip, a wheels to tracks Trent Telenko in there?
Trank, yeah. We'll just a trank system. That's good. That's a real good one, CJ.
Hey, it's Saturday, CJ. It's okay.
And I think Alexander Bacchus probably has a good point to make here.
Thank you, John. I just want to circle back to the sort of breaking news of Strelkov or Girkin being arrested in Crimea. And this is just pure conjecture, but I think it's important to cover who he is and how he gets started, right? So the most important piece of news here about who he is FSB operative who in the 2014-2015 timeframe was the leader who attacked the sort of provincial administrative building in Slovyansk and begins the invasion of Donbass, right? He is essentially the first and most senior person identified with the movement of the Little Green Men. And that context, the reason why I'm bringing this up is very important because later on during this 2014-2015 timeframe, the Russian media and the memes and the memetic media becomes to a point where they start comparing him to Russian President Vladimir Putin. And people have a high rating and a very, there's even a poll, and I forget what the actual numbers are, but it was very on par with, can Girkin be a ruler or can he govern as good as do you have trust in Girkin as the president of Russia? And he was very high, scary high. And this threat to Putin's reputation as the strong man is under threat yet again. So after that poll was released, after that sort of media culture around Strelkov was made public, he was pushed aside. He was given this sort of a media platform to continue his crap, but he was no longer the leader. He was no longer the person orchestrating all the moves in the 2014-2015 time frame of the conflict. Now, today, we move to this situation where he is criticizing openly without punishment all the actions of the current government, all the actions of the current command. He is, using his platform and voice to criticize the capability of Russia's army and the outright mismanagement. And so, if I were to use conjecture and sort of think through in my mind as to what a wonderful way to dispose of somebody who people might see as a future authority or as a future way to threaten Putin's safety as a leader in the country, right? Because the people will depose of Putin. The longer he fails, they just need to find the lightning rod who's going to replace him. And Girkin, having gone, taking a chance to go to Crimea and sort of ride the coattails of some perceived success, if he were to be successful at commanding and sort of defending a Kherson situation, if this were to sort of continue to play out, could in fact present a true challenge internally and internal politics. So To me, this is a huge and interesting developing story. I think he's going to get slapped and released. They're going to, if I was a betting man, they're just going to let him know that, please keep your mouth shut, and or we'll dispose of you. But I'm curious to see, as everyone else, how this is all going to play out and how this is going to turn around for Girkin himself.
False flag operation, all showmanship, just in order, like with Ksenia Sobchak, nothing else. He's not in disgrace. He's just playing on the nationalist side. That's why he says paint the Kremlin yellow and black. That's the whole point. Trust me. The guy is not perceived as a threat by Putin. He is just a good counterpart to play tennis with. As Tom Zimado always says, let's have a gentleman's wager.
I don't doubt it, and I'm not willing to put anything of serious on that. That was just the first thought that popped into my head. Was at one point people loved him so much to consider him a true challenger of Putin, and just knowing how paranoid, and what kind of a glass house he's in, the current ruler of Russia, I wouldn't be surprised that he's just checking, every single, ant that enters or exits his palace. So I wouldn't be surprised if Girkin was just one of those ants that he's trying to attack.
Right. I'm gonna go in alphabetical order: CJ, Craig, and then John. CJ.
Yeah, so it seems like the reaction in the Russian media is pretty mixed already, with some people saying that, he was a good militia commander, but he shouldn't be anywhere near the front. Other people saying, the reason why the DPR isn't more successful is because he wasn't in charge, and Russia came in and interfered with what was, quote unquote, him doing a good job. So it definitely seems like he maybe was, as Alex B just said there, somewhat popular in that regard. And then there's a couple that said he only went to the front to try and see some combat and to get a medal from it, which I thought was pretty funny, in terms of he got captured trying to get a CIB or a CAB, which is a combat infantry badge, in the U.S. military, which is, one of the most honorable, quote unquote, awards you can get. So that's like a pretty funny thought to think that was the only reason he went. But of course, there's always more at play with the Russians.
Craig?
Yeah, so I'm actually, if we could just ever so gently just shift the focus towards, I think, some positive overall takeaways from the past couple of weeks, right? We've been talking about Kherson for at least, seriously talking about it, not just mentioning it, but seriously talking about it for the past couple of weeks. And the one thing I've noticed is that there have been a lot of strikes on Russian ammunition depots. There's been a lot of strikes on Russian logistics. But I think what's been most impressive is that there has not been a lot of attacks, at least that we know of, on Ukrainian logistical hubs. And I think that speaks to a very slanted advantage that the Ukrainians might have, right? Because if you're really stacking up like this, to the degree that we know they are, right, with the amount of manpower and sheer equipment in the area, but what you haven't seen is Russia with really anything targeting these logistical hubs, if you will. That I think bodes very well, because you would think that Russia would be trying to play the same game that the Ukrainians are playing, which is fighting logistics. But you haven't seen that around the Kherson Oblast. I've been following train stations and train rails for the past couple of weeks in the Kherson Oblast, and not really anywhere else, but just focusing on that. And I have not seen a lot of targeted strikes on these. And I think that bodes very well for the Ukrainians. Now, that could be that the Russians are kind of waiting for them to stack up and go on the offensive and then to attack logistical hubs. But the fact that they haven't done it yet, I was kind of wondering, CJ's point, because he actually brought it up. I think it was, what was it, like 3, 4, or 5 days ago, something to that effect. where you had said that it's about dispersing your logistics, right? Not about concentrating them, dispersing them so they don't create targets for one another. And I think that Russia's inability or lack of desire to want to do that, I think bodes very well for what the Ukrainians are planning around Kherson. I just haven't seen. Maybe somebody else has, but I just have not seen it.
I've not either, Craig. I just want to highlight one thing. Earlier, there were big blasts in Novokakhovka, about an hour and a half ago, 2 hours ago. They were right by the railway. No prizes for anybody who guesses why.
Right on time.
Right, just kind of an obvious thing to point out. I'm going to go to CJ and then to Dryfly. CJ.
Yeah, so, and this is why, I mean, we didn't have all the information at the time, but why I think I was trying to push that basically Russia fell right into this trap, right? They just committed more ground forces. They didn't really give the requisite air and, basically air defense forces to defend all these troops, and they were just setting them up for a massive failure. And I think with seeing the command posts keep flip-flopping on either side of the river, the Russians keep bringing across the generals, and then when it's not too safe, that they bring them back across. Like, they are in a state of panic and confusion at the very least, if not much, much worse. And so, when I think, Craig, the only thing I've seen that Russia's been able to do is, they'll launch these cruise missiles, of course, that are, 400 kilometers behind Kherson, whether it's Vinnytsia, or Odessa or something else, and of course Mykolaiv daily. But I don't know if it's that they think that's impacting this battlefield, specifically this front, or if it's just symbolic sort of terror. Nominally, they say they're going after these weapons hubs, as in they're trying to target this NATO gear before it gets to the front. But it doesn't seem to be having any effect. I don't know, Craig, if you think those two things are tied or completely separate.
I think that, they might be separate in terms of outcome, but I think that they're tied together in terms of intent. Right? Does that kind of make sense? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to kind of understand that, it's one thing to throw a punch, it's another thing to land it. And I think that if you miss or you are unable to accomplish a mission, doesn't necessarily mean that you weren't trying to, right? You see what I'm getting at? And so that's, I'll just leave it there because I'm reading something about Kherson right now. So yeah, I'll just leave it there for a second.
Dryfly.
Hi guys. Per Craig's point, I think he's 100% right. If they were hitting logistics points, Ukrainian logistics, we'd know about it. I mean, in the early part of the war, we saw that happening. I mean, they were lighting up Lviv, they were lighting up all kinds of places, and we knew about it. The Ukrainians wouldn't be able to hide it. If they were hitting big depots, there's no way they would be able to keep that quiet. So I think it's pretty safe to say the Russians are not successful hitting it. Not that they're not trying, maybe, but they're not successful. One of the things I think that has happened, and I've been following it kind of tangentially and not really making noise about it here, but reading about it, is that it appears that Ukrainians are putting on quite a counterintelligence operation throughout the country. They're seem to be rolling up cells here and there and everywhere. And if they are finding their spotters, that would explain a lot of why they're not successful hitting any of the logistics points that are significant in size. Not only that the Ukrainians don't concentrate as much, but the places that they do concentrate to disseminate, they're not even getting at those. And it's probably as much a factor that the Ukrainians have found out who at least some of the major moles are rolling across the country, and are shutting them down. So, I mean, that's my thought, and I'd love to hear what you guys think, because I think I mean, obviously the Ukrainians aren't going to brag about it a whole lot, but they have a little bit lately about some of the people they've picked up. So I'll listen.
So
the
last
newspapers
weekend,
were full with this. Oh, sorry, please don't go.
I just want to say the most recent big one was last weekend. Apparently, 400 arrested in Mykolaiv after a 2 or 3 day curfew that they did, so they could flush them out. Sorry, Axel, you have a bigger point to make than my little one.
No, I was about to give you an intro for more facts, but yes, last week is just so to say the high point of this. This was the single biggest arrest wave. There were a couple beforehand, some very high-profile ones as well. So they started picking their molds, and then they took them out region by region, cell by cell, and pretty much at the same time. And the synchronicity of this shows how well prepared they are.
I agree with that 100%. I've been reading that, and I've heard that there've been some up in Kharkiv too, and possibly even in the west toward the border. Though I haven't seen that as credibly sourced, but I've read that they're picking up people as far away as the Polish border. So I mean, yeah, they're doing a great job, and I think that's huge if they are going to have an offensive, because they can't have those people in the back, running around loose if they're going to have an offensive. And I will listen again.
There's some on the Hungarian border as well, not just the Polish one.
Yeah. See, hey, CJ, are you still with us? Are you here?
I think CJ's
Yes.
Sweden.
Okay. I'm reading this atrocious Washington Post article. We really have to get this the bureau chief of Kyiv on here, because she really writes much better than these people. I'm very frustrated. What's up, Craig?
No, you had just mentioned, so we were just having a conversation about Kherson. What were the two things that you mentioned? I wanted to, because I'm zooming in on right now, and I'm talking to somebody, and he heard you. He didn't hear you, but I want to make sure I heard you right. We were having that conversation regarding logistics and dispersals and not. What were those things that you tried to link together so we can hear you again?
Yes. So the first thing, of course, is Russian efforts in terms of their cruise missile campaign, is it really tied to halting a Ukrainian offensive, or is it completely unrelated? And again, I think you kind of hit the nail on the head where you said maybe the intent is related, but the effects are not. And then the second thing is, I just wanted to know if you would care to revisit some of your thoughts from about 3 weeks ago, if you still hold the same position or not. Do you believe that Russia has committed in a major way to Kherson? I think you were kind of pointing out quite accurately that it would be absolutely ridiculous for them to do this. And I seem to think that they may have, but I just wanted to see where you stood on that.
No, I didn't. No. I didn't say. No, I said it was ridiculous for them to commit that many troops, just to be specific here, that many troops north of the river, right? It's one thing to kind of like, so if everybody can kind of rewind the clock to 1942 or something, during the Battle of Stalingrad, right? You had this enormous Russian logistical effort to get across the Volga River and to reinforce Stalingrad, right? Well, you had this offensive pushing in. Your back is to the river. You're trying to feed logistical lines. For the Russians to throw everybody onto the other side of the river and just to leave them there is kind of nonsensical, right? You don't just lump 30,000 Russians where your only line of supply well within striking range of your enemies, both HIMARS, noticeably the train bridge was hit, the Enskanovsky bridge was hit, and all they have left is a pontoon bridge. But if you can hit a rail bridge, you can hit a road bridge, then you can certainly hit a pontoon. And you don't have to risk your aircraft in order to do it, right? You just need to launch some HIMARS or even float detritus downstream if you have enough detritus and enough heavy stuff to really kind of bog that down. So I think it's possible that they committed 30,000 troops, but to deposit them on the other side of the river all at once it's asinine. I mean, I wish they would, but I think that I wouldn't argue. I wouldn't quibble with the number, to your point, CJ. I would quibble with the position of those 30,000 troops. So maybe you might put an extra 5 across the river and then keep the rest back, disperse them, and then feed them in as necessary rather than depositing them and then having them get cut off. And the only way to cross is to row your boat across the Dnipro, which is a very fast-flowing river. That was kind of my point.
And again, I'm not disagreeing with what would be the best course of action. I'm arguing what might actually be happening, because as the weeks go on and we hear more about these pontoon ferries, we hear the fact that there's no Russian checkpoints on the left bank of the Dnieper, that there's no troops in that part of Kherson, or if they are, they're very limited or moving to the very front, which is why that, combined with sources from Special Kherson Cat and other people on the right bank or the northern side, saying that Russians have run lower on food and water. They're not out by any stretch, but they're running lower on supplies than they were previously. Makes me think that they may have overcommitted too many troops to the wrong side. Again, I don't think that's the right strategy, but I think it might actually be worse than we even know.
So what will you do? Sorry.
Yeah. No. Actually, you took the words right out of my mouth. So if you have 30,000 troops, so what's that the equivalent of? 2 divisions, 3 divisions for the United States. So if you have 2 or 3 divisions that are theoretically logistically sound and are ready to go, Are you putting them on the left bank, or are you putting them on the right bank and kind of just feeding them in as slow reserves, or just depositing both divisions on the north bank?
I mean, it completely depends. What I'm trying to get at is, as you mentioned, it's very difficult to get people across. So I think that's why they've been working overtime to do that, but they're not necessarily transiting troops on both sides of the river very much. It seems like all of the supplies, at least from the pictures we get, are going one way, which is, of course, to that front, which is why, again, it kind of defies military logic, which is maybe why we're having a hard time wrapping our heads around it. But I think it might be the case, and why, of course, Kim, the mayor of Mykolaiv, said today that the Russian command had retreated, leaving, so many soldiers behind, and perhaps a rout was underway. I think that might be a bit optimistic, to say the least, but it's definitely, I don't know, Ukrainians seem optimistic, but of course I'm not there.
Yeah, I think it's you guys thinking like smart, intelligent, well-trained military people, and not thinking like puppets of Putin. Putin said a month ago that he wanted to go on the offensive. He wanted to go on the offensive in the south, and Lavrov parroted it. Now the generals are not going to do something stupid. They're going to try to look like they're doing what Putin wants them to do, but are also going to try to keep their head on their shoulders. I mean, it really comes down to, I think you guys got to use the Maya Angelou rule. When someone tells you who they really are, believe them the first time. And Putin said he wants southern Ukraine. He wants Odessa. He wants to have this, southern Russia. And I think everything we're seeing is his effort to try to make it happen in the face of the reality that they don't have the resources to do it. So, I think that's what you got to wrap your head around. The generals don't want to do it because they know it's suicide to just march in, to leave those people exposed, especially without reserves, without logistics, all of it. But Putin is the guy who's saying, I want you to make a move on Mykolaiv. I want you to break out of the Kherson pocket, and I want you to head toward Odessa. I mean, I think that's what he ultimately wants to do. This idea that he wants to somehow stop it all and then negotiate, I think is a construct of the West wishful thinking, and I just don't think that that's the direction he wants to go.
I got a question. Sorry.
No, go ahead,
Yes,
Axel.
No,
Go.
apology. And my question: what do you do? And I would have added, by the way, what would you do if you have the troops? They're reasonably well supplied, and they have nothing to win from defending, because
Did we crash?
We lost Axel.
Axel got a phone call.
So if I could just try to pull this apart a little bit. With all due respect to Dry Fly, I just disagree. And here's why. If you're sitting there in the Kremlin, okay, we understand that Putin lives in his bubble and hubris is a powerful thing, and we get that, right? But let's try to, if we can, try to pretend that there is at least some semblance of intelligence. At least, like, they can tie their shoes, okay? They can go to the bathroom on their own, all right? So they have some semblance of intelligence. If I'm sitting there and I'm in Russia, you understand that for all intents and purposes, Kherson, the city of Kherson, is going to be lost. There's just no way to prevent it anymore. You have HIMARS. Maybe without HIMARS, you might have a fighting chance. Just turn it into a real slugfest in the urban environment. Your artillery has to move close enough to counter battery fire, so you have to move those guys up so they're exposed. But HIMARS changes the entire strategic picture, right? Picture somebody with a regular bow and arrow versus a longbow, right? The longbow is always going to outrange you, so you can just keep moving back as your enemy comes forward, and you can just constantly stay out of their range. So it doesn't matter. So HIMARS has completely changed the strategic and tactical point. And if you can knock out the bridge, if you can knock out the rail and the footbridge, or the road bridge, I should say, and that means your pontoons, it's a matter of tick-tock, right, before that really starts to go downhill. And so if you're Russia, you have to essentially at least
from a basic, let's ignore the political, Novorossiya, land bridge, we're going to have this, forget about that for just a second, right? Think about it intelligently, just for a moment. You realize that the hardest fight for the Ukrainians is going to be the Donbass. That is going to be where this is all going to go down, right? That's going to be the hardest fight for the Ukrainians. But conversely, it's also going to be the hardest fight for the Russians, right? And so my intuition tells me that they're moving these troops here to at least slow the Ukrainians down. So it's not just a walkover, slow it down. And then that way we get into next year, that forces the Ukrainians to move more forces to Kherson to counter your reinforcement. So now you're dedicating even more Ukrainians to the fight in Kherson. So if Ukrainians have 50 and the Russians have 25, you throw an extra 30,000 in there, Ukraine has to counter, right? You can't have a one-to-one matchup if you're doing an offensive operation. You have to have some numerical superiority somewhere, right? And so that forces the Ukrainians to refocus and to focus on Kherson, and that's going to turn into more of a quote-unquote, what you might consider to be a classic urban, as Colonel Spencer would call it, a meat grinder, right? Just kind of grinding things away. That forces more Ukrainians to reposition to Kherson to counter your reinforcement. That takes less pressure off the Donbass, so Russia can try and solidify their lines there, and they're not into so much. They can solidify, they can kind of reinforce, lay mines, do whatever they're going to do, right? And then when the Ukrainians take Kherson, which they will, I strongly believe they will take Kherson before Christmas.
Wait for 15 minutes.
Axel, you're hot, Mike.
Second time a day.
Can you stop now?
Why I'm asking?
Axel, you're
I
hot,
talk
Mike.
to you
Axel.
and get- Come back.
I would just say, just very briefly, just to kind of wrap it up. You force, as you reposition reinforcements, the Ukrainians have to counter. This means that the real fight is going to be in the Donbass, and the more casualties you can inflict on them there, because let's face it, the Ukrainians aren't going to be able to get over that river, at least very easily, right? So those are stuck there. And so I think that this is all about timing and getting to the bad weather season, not about actually holding ground. You have to have some reasonable intent, because if the Russians were really that stupid, they never would have abandoned the offensive on Kiev or Sumy or Chernihiv. They came to reality, it struck them in the face, and there's nothing that they can do, right? So I think that's where we're looking when we're talking about Kherson.
Can I respond to that? Because I've thought about all of it. That's all logical. That's all rational. That's what a competent, intelligent person would suggest. I'm just saying, go back to Maya Angelou's famous quote and say, when someone tells you who they are, believe them the first time. And Putin said a month ago that he wanted to go back on the offensive in the South. Medvedev followed it up and copied it, as did Peskov, as did Lavrov. And Lavrov was rather chagrined about it. Okay, he just said he wasn't, he didn't make it sound like he was happy at all about it, but he basically 100% said that's what the boss said. Now you're looking at 35,000 troops on the wrong side of the river, okay, with generals going back and forth. I mean, I think they're telling you what Putin wants to do. Now, my expectation is that you're going to see exactly what happened in Kharkiv. They're going to throw bodies at it. It's going to be a bloodbath. The Ukrainians are going to mow them down, and then reality will sink in again. But the point is that I think they're going to try that. I think that's exactly what they want to try to do. And that's why they're there. That's why it makes no sense at all from a defensive perspective, but it makes a ton of sense if your boss is screaming at you to get on the goddamn offensive. And that's my thoughts. I mean, I'm not saying it's logical. I'm not saying it's right. It's not saying I would do it. Everything you said makes sense, but Putin doesn't make sense.
Go, CJ.
Yeah, no, I'll stick by the number that it was probably north of 25,000 on the north side of the river, at least last week, right? Just due to the number of commands that were over there. And, I think maybe since the Saki Air Base strike, they maybe had a come to Jesus moment, and that's why the HQs are moving further and further away. And today really sealed the deal, right? Today across Kherson was the most extensive strikes against Russia in the whole course of the war, right? Chaplinka hit, southeastern Kherson hit, Melitopol hit, Novakovka not just hit at the dam, but hit across all the military infrastructure and barracks. And this is probably all part of, I would optimistically say the beginning of going to what Craig is talking about, which is this more measured approach where you don't commit that many people forward in a very bad logistical situation. So I wouldn't be surprised if over the course of next week you see more Russians leaving Kherson Oblast and at least going to Kherson city and going southeast to maybe un-F themselves, as we say in the military, because the reality is after Saki, right, no airbase really is safe, regardless of how it was conducted. The Russians have no way now to safely have a place to launch, whether it be close, CAS or whether it be some sort of medium range fighters. They have to rethink a lot of different things. So I wouldn't be surprised if their troops get more distributed as they always should have been, but they may have come pretty close there in the last week to a bigger failure. So yeah.
Can I just kind of pin you down on something? Do you feel as though this is truly a fight for the city of Kherson and Russia is going to hold on to Kherson, or you see this more as a delaying action moving into next year?
A great question. It really depends what the political Russian goals are, because I think I'm kind of split on this, whether it's really driven by the military necessity of what's feasible, which is, as you, I think, correctly pointed out, not the city itself. But I think if that were the case fully too, we would see this massive defensive line being built along the Dnieper, right, in a major way. And we're just not seeing it, unless it's very well hidden from the Ukrainian citizens that are still there. The extent of the fortifications are around Kherson city, but not too much on the left bank. So I do wonder, what their plan is for how long they think they can hold it. Because I think despite the lack of vehicles and lack of ammunition, I still think Kherson city might be feasible by the end of this year. The whole oblast, though, of course, is a different question.
Okay, I'm going to do a rapid fire 3 questions. First from G, then from Nina, then from Nick. And then CJ, Craig, and John will engage with all of them. Okay, G.
Wasn't so much a question as a comment, but I've been thinking about Kherson, and I think that, Russians moving troops there is probably just them trying to delay what they think is coming and maybe sort of push it past the season. But in general, in Kherson, it seems that Ukraine is in the driving seat and Russia sort of reacting and maybe trying to fool us probably by making us think they've got more power in the area than they do. But I strongly believe that Ukraine are doing something, they have some sort of plan they're going to do, and it's not going to be what we think it's going to be, and something's going to happen. It's going to be a big surprise to everyone, and hopefully it goes well.
Thank you. Nick?
I pass. I'm eating. I'll come back in the afternoon.
Okay, I just need to connect Nina back up.
And CJ dropped out for a second. I think he's trying to get back in.
Yeah, CJ's going to be. Yeah, he's not
Okay,
requesting. I think he will.
I swallowed that mouthful. CJ's still here. I was going to ask CJ. He mentioned that they can see that a number of headquarters, I don't know if that means battalion headquarters or brigade headquarters or whatever, the number has been diminishing. How do we know how many and where of the headquarters there are? Do they drive around with a sort of expensive Mercedes with a particular color of Z on it, or
emissions?
Communication emissions.
Okay,
Nick, the way they find out is the same way as the BBC finds out who's not paying the license fee back in the 80s.
That was back when CRTs were a thing. Which raises for me 2 questions. One is, when we know where they are, why aren't we hitting them? Or maybe we are. And the other is, I'm surprised that that information classified and CJ is leaking something, or are the NATO assets that are up quite happy for people in a space like this to learn about it half an hour after they tell the Ukrainians, or whenever it is?
I think that I'll be quite frank with you. The fighting around Kherson, especially north of it, south of Kryvyi and northwest towards Mykolaiv, that general space, everything on the opposite bank of the river. So just look at the Dnipro, look at everything on the northern half of that. That battle's been going on for months now. Absolutely. I mean, quite literally months. And it's not, I wouldn't say they're leaking anything. I would say that the amount of time that has gone through and the amount of eyes that we have in terms of OSINT that is there, it's not anything that is classified to this extent. It's just it's one thing if this is World War II and we don't know how radios work and we can't find everything because we don't have spy satellites and we don't have this, we don't have that. But this is 2022, right? It's almost nearly impossible to hide now, unless you have some sort of jamming that can kind of, prevent you from electronically seeing them. Maybe not physically, but you can't hide electronic emissions. You just can't do it. It's impossible. So you have to jam other people's communications or other people's electronic eyes so that they can't see you electronically. So I wouldn't say anybody's leaking anything. I would say that if you follow the OSINT community and you follow some of these people, especially some of these maps, it just becomes obvious just as time goes on, just because of the nature of the times that we're living in, that, look at, if you have a commercial satellite, you can see what happened at that airfield in Crimea within a matter of hours, right? You just need a commercial satellite. You don't need any kind of special gear here, right? You can just, rent space on a commercial satellite for 6 months and then fly it over and then take a couple of pictures, and you have just as much intelligence as everybody else.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Craig. Nick, I hope you approve of my BBC license fee catching van simile. Nina.
Domen, thank you. Actually, I had a question for CJ, but I can't see him here right now. And
he'll be back in a little bit, but maybe Craig can help you. Craig's really good, really smart, I swear.
Okay, so I have been a little bit here and there today, and not a lot here in the space. And I read at some point today that some bridge was made near Kherson city, Kherson or whatever, and it's not in a shape that can be used anymore. So is it that they cut off the supply lines now for the Russians in Kherson, or what? You talked about Kherson here, but I didn't hear it because I was so shortly here. Domen, sorry.
Sorry, Nina. I thought Craig would get that. Ask me again, and I'll give it to you.
About Kherson, the Russians are there, but is the supply lines still somehow?
Supply lines are shit. Is kind of what we're getting at. So there's no more bridges. I mean, the bridges are still kind of there. They look like they're there, but they're not. They're full of holes and they're completely useless. Especially if you try to take anything heavy across, they are completely useless. Right? You can take something light across, like a pedestrian, maybe a bicyclist. You can't take a truck fully loaded with artillery shells because artillery shells are heavy. You can't take a truck full of fuel. You can't take a tank. You can't take any of the heavy things. So because of that, they have to take them on those little ferries, like a pontoon ferry kind of arrangement, and that's not very good, not very useful. And apparently, they've added more troops, and more troops means need for more supplies, and it's not very good for them. Craig, can you do this in a less Blue Peter voice than me? Because I've been relegated to Blue Peter levels of explanation, like Sesame Street levels of explanation.
Can I just have a follow up on that? So
go for it.
Craig wants to answer.
Yeah, sure.
Then the whole thing. Domen, you said that there were like more Russians coming into Kherson, and this equation doesn't really add up if they.
Well, let me just,
okay.
if I could, Nina, just yeah, of course, yeah, because I can see where you're going with this, but I think it's important for people to understand what we talk about when we say Kherson, right? Because words matter, especially when it comes to geography. So everybody open a Google map, right? So open up Google Earth, Google Map, whatever you might have, etc. Look at the city of Kherson, right? The actual urban area of Kherson, because there's Kherson and then there's the Kherson Oblast. So too often, I think, at least in some cases, not anybody here, but when we say Kherson, you have to be specific, because unlike any other place, except in a few other places, Kherson is entirely on the other side of the river. So when you say the Kherson Oblast, people can get that confused and say, well, Kherson, we're moving 30,000 troops into Kherson. Well, with all due respect, are you talking about south of the river, north of the river? Are we dividing that 15? Are we dividing that in half and putting 15,000 on the northern bank and then keeping 15,000 in reserve? Because not all those 30,000 are trigger pullers. They're not all people who go bang bang. These are logistical support, maintenance support, food, medical, counterintelligence, electronic warfare, ordnance, supply. I mean, the list just goes on. And so, where are those 30,000 troops going when we say Kherson? And I'm not trying to step on you, Nina. I'm not trying to say, get your facts straight. I'm not saying that at all. I just want to be kind of poignant when we say these words. If you're going to take 30,000 troops, and let's be clear, Russia's probably got about 80,000 casualties to this point. So 30,000 represents a good chunk of what you might consider to be your strategic reserve, right? Of what you might have to move around. So that might be about 1/3 of their strategic reserve that they might have. To deposit all of those 30,000 troops on the northern bank. So again, open the map on the northern bank of the Dnipro, not the southern bank, but if you're to deposit all 30,000 on the northern bank of the Dnipro,
I did, and I saw the city, and I have seen it now.
Yeah. So and again, I'm not trying to step on you at all. This is don't take any offense to this, but I'm just saying that when people say they're moving 30,000 troops into Kherson, does that mean that you're adding 10,000 combat troops to the northern side and keeping logistics back? Because if you were to take 30,000 men and to deposit them all on the northern bank with only pontoon ferries to handle those logistics, especially modern combat with the amount of ammunition burn that you have to go through with automatic weapons, tank fire, fuel, logistics, medical, all that stuff that you have to do in modern warfare, that is absolutely perfect. You want to see that. I mean, that's perfect. If you support Ukraine, that is beautiful. That is a beautiful sight to see. But I don't want people to conflate, and I've gotten to a couple of backs and forths on this with people that I trust, that when we say 30,000 moving to Kherson, a lot of people have come to the conclusion that those are not all moving to the northern bank. Maybe about 5,000 to 10,000 are moving to the northern bank, and the rest are staying back on the southern bank. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up, because when people say Kherson, they kind of use it interchangeably, but this is Kherson city, not the oblast. The oblast is split by the Dnipro River. So Kherson is actually on the other side as well. So when they say Kherson, just kind of pin them down and say, do you mean the city side or do you mean the southern side? That's all.
Thank you, Craig. That was really good. And actually, I have a little bit of a psychic vision here, that I can see that if there are 30,000 Russians and without supplies and stuff, they will be running over the bridges for their lives.
They'll be swimming across, because there won't be any bridges left, if you want to know the truth of it. I mean,
okay, good luck.
So, Nina, about 2 weeks ago, there were reports that Russian soldiers occupying the city of Kherson have stolen all of the sort of inflatable flotation devices in various stores. So, like the sort of stuff that you buy to go to the beach, right? Like inflatable alligators and stuff. Because they got kind of scared when the bridges got blown out already. What we figured out earlier, Craig, I don't know if you were around. John and CJ were in Axel back there. How times change. It's just John and I from those heady days of our youth 3 hours ago. But we were saying, remember those inflatable S-300s that Russians recorded in the video, right? That's what they're for. They're not for air defense. They're not to fool drones or satellites. No, they're to help them get across the Dnipro.
I mean, I know it's funny and everybody's laughing, but that's actually what you're talking about, because the amount of munitions, if you're going to deposit, let's go to the furthest extreme of what you've seen some people claim, that 30,000 combat troops. These are combat troops. These are people who actually have rifles in their hand, and they're actually going to be shooting at the enemy. Typical American logistics is 3-1 for support and logistics. Russians might be closer to 2-1. So that means that that 30,000 troops didn't move into Kherson. That means 60,000, right? So you're taking 60,000. This is why I quibble. This is why I get a little, like, not perturbed, but why I get a little triggered, if you will, pun intended, where when people say, oh, they're moving 30,000 troops there. Well, that would mean that they're actually moving 60,000, right? That's what that actually means. So when you say they're moving 30,000 combat troops into Kherson Oblast, great. Now show me the other 30,000 that are going to support them, right? Show me those guys as well. And if you can't, then of those 30,000, then maybe about at most, if you're doing the 2-to-1 arithmetic on that, then at most it's 15,000, right? And so you take the other 15,000 logistics, you move them back to the southern bank, organize logistical hubs, get the ferries kind of linked up, find good landing points on the opposite bank, coordinate logistical arrivals, offloading, onloading, because you have the offloading of the barge or whatever you call it. Then you unload it, and then you have the guy waiting for it at the truck, and then you have the guy at the other end that's doing the arrival of the actual truck that's carrying the munitions, and then you have the guys driving the trucks to the actual dispersal points on the front line. That's how logistics work. That's how it all works. It's all just a big spider web. And so I would say that if you're going to play this game of 30,000, which at this point I don't have any reason to disagree, I would say at most you're talking about 15,000 trigger pullers, right? People who actually have a rifle or are driving a tank or whatever. You take that 15,000 and you still put them on the other side of the bank, then again, that's still beautiful, because you can have all the inflatable alligators and pool noodles that you want. That's not going to save you when you have HIMARS coming in and the Ukrainians are 2 kilometers from the actual city of Kherson. You're well within artillery range now, and you have an M777. That means you can start hitting their landing points on the opposite bank, both to and fro, right? So you have the arrival and then you have the departure bank. You can start knocking those out as you go, and it just becomes an absolute cacophony of death and destruction. And for everybody to give you an example of what I'm talking about, this is why I'm kind of zooming in on this. Think back, if you could. Remember when Russia tried to cross the Donetsk River? That was, what was that? God, it must have been at least a month and a half, 2 months ago, when they were trying to cross the Donetsk River, and 1 or 2 or 3 BTGs were absolutely destroyed. I mean, absolutely leveled. Their BTGs were completely wiped out. Look at those pictures. You're going to see some destroyed on the far bank, some destroyed on the near bank, and then you're going to see pontoons, and you're going to see some floating in the middle. That's what you now have with the Dnipro on a river that's probably, what I would say, 5, maybe call it like 4 or 5 times as wide, right? As this, not nearly as fast flowing, not nearly as strong as a current. And so you take all that and you rumble all that together. The Russians are in a horrible, horrible position when it comes to Kherson. And that's why, if you go back to what I was saying earlier, if you have any inkling of intelligence, you are not going to deposit those troops on the northern bank, because they will all fucking die. They're all going to be wiped out. And Ukrainians are in a perfect shooting gallery. So why do it, except if you're just trying to run the clock out, force Ukraine to deposit more troops over there to counter your move, and then just run that clock out into bad weather. That's where I'm going with this.
So Kherson grande finale.
When we start seeing Russians scrambling for their lives on both the northern and the southern bank of those arrivals, that's when you're going to see an absolute bloodbath. I mean, it's going to be horrific. Obviously, we're all going to stand here and applaud, but it is going to be an absolute cacophony of death. You're going to see Russian soldiers floating down the Dnipro and into the Azov Sea. It is going to be an absolute. It's going to be absolutely horrific in a good way, but it's going to be an absolutely horrific attack.
I'll get my popcorn in. I'm quite looking forward to those inflatable S-300s having little handles put into them and being towed behind speedboats. My wife absolutely loves those at the seaside. You know, those kind of what they call the banana boats, and you bounce up and down and get various spinal injuries. And if they made one out of an S-300, I might even have a go myself, but probably not. But I would tell my wife that she was very privileged to have a go on one of those. Although that said, they don't even look like you could inflate them very well. They might need a dab of Viagra to get them really firm enough for seagoing.
Nick, I don't think that's how that works. Sorry, silly joke, but yeah, I agree. I think it'd be kind of fun.
That explains a lot, Doman. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. That made my evening, I have to say.
Oh God. Okay, let's go to G, and then to Darren, and then to Gunther. G.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that what Craig said was exactly as I can't add too much to it. Only that the Ukrainians have turned the northern bank basically into a little pressure cooker, and they're just slowly turning it up and up and up. And it's really quite fun to watch, but they could easily do this for a few more months and watch the Russian troops inside there get more and more desperate and realize what a shit situation they're in.
I think
they'll just collapse.
Well, it could be too that if you're the Ukrainians, you don't want to do it right away. You want to slowly build it up to a boil, because if you do it all right away, then all those troops are going to retreat, and now all your troops are there. So it would benefit the Ukrainians to slow walk this a little bit, to do it slowly, so that way the Russians, again, the 4-minute drill that I keep going back to, it's August. The rainy season will start soon, right? Within at least a month, 2 to 2.5 months. The rainy season will begin. And that is only going to benefit the Ukrainians, because it leaves no time on the clock for the Russians to counterattack or to do anything in Kherson. So I think the Ukrainians are deliberately slow walking this, not because they're afraid of casualties, not because they're afraid of what the Russians can do. To look at a weather almanac and they can say, oh, let's just go a little bit slower. And that way, by the time we're done with Kherson, there's no room for the Russians to get at us.
Can I just say, Craig, Kherson precipitation, same every month, basically, of the year. Quite low every month, but pretty much the same. There's no rainy season in Kherson.
So when I say rainy season, maybe I should qualify that by saying, when does the weather start to turn, though? So in terms of bad weather, in terms of, cold weather.
In Kherson, I mean, it doesn't really get cold until November, the earliest, really. It's warm. It's a warm place. Yes, the winters can get bitterly cold lows occasionally, but on the whole, Kherson is a pretty warm place. And it doesn't rain much. Like, total precipitation in Kherson is going to be somewhere between 400 and 500 millimeters a year, but it's distributed more or less evenly throughout the year. If I remember correctly, actually, early summer is the wettest time. It's kind of a weird climate because it's pretty highly continental, despite being close to the sea, because the sea is disposed wrong for it. It's like an odd Mediterranean continental combo.
Thank you for pointing that
really
out.
Matter.
Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't know Kherson was that lived in a bubble like that, so to speak.
If they grow grapes anywhere in the world, I probably know the climate pretty well. That's that's
always find a way
thumb.
to bring it back. Always find a way to bring it back to the vine, huh, my friend?
That's all there is. Wine is life. But I agree with the rest. Obviously, I just don't think that the weather change matters the whole that much. I mean, obviously, the colder it is, the slower it dries out. If there's a bit of rain, right? So maybe that's a factor, and maybe it's more easy for a tank to get stuck in something or other. But other than that, I wouldn't think that rain is a decisive factor in Kherson specifically, because it is such a dry place. Kherson and Zaporizhia, occupied Kherson and Zaporizhia oblasts, dry steppe. You don't really get the big mud here like you get up north. Not nearly as much. I mean, you do, but it's different. A different soil bit as well than you get farther north, because you do have this really dark soil with lots of organic matter, but it also makes it quite water absorptive. Like, it deals with water pretty well. It doesn't go into horrible mud immediately. Anyway, Daryl.
I don't know what I have to say now, because you guys just talked about what I was going to ask about, and that's the weather. Because I was going to ask if it froze the river at that point, but probably not. And then if the rain, I was looking at that as far as the entrenchments, to see if the rain would affect the entrenchments there, which it probably will not. So you guys kind of answered all of my questions just then.
Let's be clear. Doman answered that question. He deserves the credit for that.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have if you didn't bring up the details of it, then I wouldn't have picked up on it and like actually had a thought about, oh yeah, how does the climate chart look like for her son, right? Because I don't think like that. You think like that. I don't, and it's good that you do. Anyway, see, teamwork works. Gunther.
Hey, Craig, it's good to hear from you. So if from the Russian point of view, I think like a perfect withdrawal would be like slowly retreating back with lots of artillery fire and getting more and more into Kherson and having a sort of a reverse Severodonetsk where they fight the Ukrainians in a street battle and then retreat across the river in good order. What are all the ways that that plan can go wrong?
So if you want to be technical about it, let's kind of drill down on the technicalities of what it means to fight with a river to your back. So where I would say that it's not quite Severodonetsk is that the Donetsk River around Severodonetsk is much slower moving. It's not nearly as wide. It's heavily canalized. It's a very, I hesitate to use the word, much quieter river. The ground around it is much more marshy. I will say that. So the ground around Severodonetsk it's prone to much more marshy ground, right? It's not a dry bank of a river that you might suppose, because the banks around that area are not as high, and it can flood depending on the rain levels, but it's very marshy. This is different because this is a much wider river. You can't exactly just hop on a motorboat with an outboard and take across 10 or 12 of your friends, right? Not nearly as much as you could because it's so wide, right? And that's a change in geography. So here's how that would work. The perfect solution for the Russians, in my mind, would be to give up Kherson now, to leave Kherson immediately, retrograde back as quickly and as efficiently as you can, and hold the opposite bank. Holding the northern bank of that river is the dumbest thing that they could possibly do, unless you're being ordered by the military to stand your ground and to not leave immediately. If that's what the politicians are telling the generals, then fine. But if you're a general and you have any sense of like, hey, we're fighting with our river to our back, that is like officer training 101. You never fight with a fast flowing wide river to your back. Just ask the Russians at Friedland when Napoleon pushed them into the river bodily, right? It didn't end well for them there. Great example of the Russians tried to cross that river in the Battle of Friedland. They tried to cross that river. They thought that they could take some ground and then defeat an army and then retreat back across it. Well, they got stuck there on that opposite bank of the river. And then quite literally, French troops were pushing Russian troops into the river with bayonets and rifle butts. The Russians have no hope, zero chance of holding Kherson long term. And so if you realize that, the only thing that keeps you there, honestly, is a political order from the highest level of the executive, right? Because that is a lot of troops you're giving up. You would retrograde quickly and efficiently. If you're doing it right, you don't hold that ground. You use it as a defensive barrier, because this is Ukrainian land that Ukraine has to take back. They have to take it, right? Because they have to liberate their own country. And so what you do is, if you're smart about it, you retrograde quickly and efficiently, get across the river, train your artillery on landing points, train your artillery on logistical lines, blow up the Antonov Bridge, blow up pontoon bridges, blow up everything, and then sit behind there and then get into an artillery duel. That's what the Russians should be doing. That's how you inflict maximum casualties. But you also save a lot of your own people too. If you're to stay on the opposite bank and fight it out, you're going to lose a shitload of men. Some that might be highly trained men, highly motivated men. They're all going to die. Either they're going to drown in the Dnipro, or they're going to get wounded, or they're going to get shot in the face by a pissed off Ukrainian, right? From Irpin or Bucha, right? That's what's going to happen to you. And so here's how that would happen. You would have your front line. So just kind of draw a line in the air with your hand. Then you have your second, and then you have your third echelon. Generally, logistical lines are between your second and your third echelon for dispersal of ammunition. Those are the first things that you shut down. You shut down those logistical hubs. You then back up, depending on the space behind you, the equivalent of the distance between your first or third echelon. Back up that equivalent, so that way your logistical lines are distance-wise the same as they were before you retrograded, right? So you want to keep the distance relatively the same so you can keep supplying at the same rate you were before, right? It's just math. You establish those logistical lines and then retreat by echelon. The first thing that goes is logistics. The second thing that goes is your first echelon, then so on and so on and so on. You just keep backing up like that ever so slowly while you're laying mines, while you leave behind a couple of platoons or companies to fire on Ukrainian tanks, to give them a reason to kind of stop and slow down and not to do this headlong push, and kind of, trip them up, as it were. A rear guard action, right, is the technical term for it. You fight this rear guard action as your main force retrogrades along the lines of supply, and then you do that so you would get to the equivalent of the distance between your first and third echelon. Take that distance almost like you're kind of pinching something with your fingers, and then where your thumb is, just use that same distance between that thumb and your index finger. If you're kind of just looking like you're pinching something, use that equivalent distance to kind of back up and retrograde. So that way your supply lines are not getting stretched as you go, right? You're maintaining the same distance between your frontline units, the guys who are actually in the trenches and firing at Ukrainian soldiers, between them and the logistical lines. You don't want to make them wider, because as Ukrainians come forward, you're firing a lot of ammunition. If you run out of ammunition and you're on the defensive, you're fucked. You're dead, right? you're done. So either throw up your hands or drop your gun and run away. That's how you're supposed to do it, right? Is to retrograde by echelon, logistical hub first echelon, first, second, and then your third echelon would turn into your first echelon, and then you kind of leapfrog over each other as you go back. But again, as I would say when I started this little soliloquy, if you're smart, you get out now and then hold that Dnipro river, preserve your manpower, preserve your logistics, preserve your equipment, and then force the Ukrainians to get across. That's going to cost them a lot of lives while you preserve your own, right? But if you stay there, you're going to lose a lot of men, equipment, intelligence, all kinds of stuff if you stay there. They're not going to be able to hold that. So it just depends on what the political order is in terms of what you're trying to do. And then again, looking at the calendar and seeing when the fighting season may start and stop, depending on, as Dominic pointed out, the cold weather might start, or it's harder to move stuff around when it gets kind of a little bit marshy, when the weather goes from warm to cold. So I know that's a long answer, but that's kind of how you would do it by the book, as it were.
Yeah, thanks so much. And it just seems to me like if they're trying to do the retrograde action and the Ukrainians are able to put the pontoon bridges into artillery range, and then that screws things up. Like, I could imagine that retrograde going sideways.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. That's my point about why you need to get out now before you're in M777 range, and it's so you don't strike the pontoons. You don't strike the actual road that you're driving across. You target the entry and exit points as it kind of bottlenecks, right? So as you kind of remember, this is why I brought up the example of those BTGs getting blown to shit when they tried to cross the Donetsk River in the Donbass. You saw the Ukrainians not targeting the pontoons, you saw them targeting the banks of the river. And so that's where you would focus your fire. And because those pontoons lead you directly to where your entry and exit point is, it's a big fat bullseye for M777s just to go to absolute town on you. And so it's over for the Russians north of the Dnipro. It's over there. All you can think about is saying, how many men can we preserve if you're doing it intelligently? How much men, equipment, and logistics can we preserve that we're not going to get absolutely chewed to fucking pieces as the M777s get into range? Launch a drone, get some intelligence eyes on those banks, pull the trigger, and you got a lot of dead Russians. You need to get out now before you do that. You can't wait until the Ukrainians get into M777 range, because you're going to get slaughtered. You're going to get absolutely destroyed.
Nina.
Hey, thanks so much for that.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, thanks so much for that. Hey, and just as an interesting thing to do, is I googled like battle and bridge, and boy, there's a lot of instances in history of armies getting destroyed at bridges. Thanks again.
That makes sense to me, actually, because at the end of the day, if you want to go somewhere, you often need to cross a river, and you can't cross a river without a bridge or a ford. or a pontoon ferry, as we've recently learned. Sorry, another Blue Peter level explanation. I need to get out of the habit of doing those. Nina.
Thank you. A follow-up. Thank you, Domen. A follow-up to Craig about this. You said that if the Russians would be clever, they would leave Kherson city now. But let's hope that they are not clever, because also we have seen that they aren't clever. Because if they leave the town now, they make problems elsewhere. So let's just hope that they are all going in there and all in. Yeah. I just wanted to
No,
say
absolutely. No, that's why I brought up that point of that 30,000. I'll just call them people. I won't call them troops. I'll just call them 30,000 people. Some of them are combat troops, but that's why I bring that up, right? Because if you're going to deposit all those guys on the northern bank of Kherson City, not the Oblast, but Kherson City proper, they're all going to die. They're all going, I can't emphasize this, they're all going to fucking die, okay? They're all going to be captured, wounded, or killed. They're going to drown in the Dnipro trying to get across. As soon as those M777s work up, it's over. As soon as you get in an M777 range, it's game over. You have no hope, because you're landing and you're what you might consider to be onboarding on your side, which is the northern bank. They're going to be targeted by M777 and by HIMARS fire. And those are incredibly accurate weapon systems that we've seen over and over and over again. You need to get out now before the Ukrainians start to creep up and all they have to do is simply creep up close enough to where the M777s can fix where those landing points are on the bank and just start pulling the trigger and just keep going and going and going and going till there's nothing left of those unloading points on the far bank. And that's where you're going to see the real death and destruction. You're not going to see it in the city. You're not going to see it in the fields. You're going to see it on the banks of the river where they're trying to escape. And that's why I said, go ahead, put them on the northern bank. I wish they would, but if I really wish they would do that. But don't think that you're going to see them all die in Kherson City. You're going to see them all die trying to cross the river, whether it's on the far or the near bank.
Well, the more the merrier, and just hope that they just go there and then the war will be over sooner. The more of those go there, and yeah, thank you.
So, Craig, you said you didn't want to call them troops. Axel, are you around? I wish some linguistic help. Axel? Okay. Well, we shall return to this later. Remind me when Axel's back. Let's go to Dryfly and then Patrick and then Shipmate. Dryfly.
I agree with everything Craig says, except I'm just going to remind him that Putin's already given him Order 227. I mean, the equivalent of Order 227. No step back. I mean, they said that about 2 weeks ago, that there will be no step back. Anyone that steps back will be shot by Wagner and or Chechens. So, I mean, I agree with you. It's going to be a slaughter. That's going to be ugly, but they've already kind of made that decision unless Putin's going to go back on it. So, I mean,
I think that depends honestly on the pace of the Ukrainian advance. If the pace of the Ukrainian advance is quick and decisive and scalpel clean, then I think you're going to see a pell-mell retreat for the river. I don't think they're all going to sit there and die, because here's the thing. Now you're in a siege. Now you're in a classic siege. The gates are closed, as Colonel Spencer would put it. The gates are closed. You can't get anything across the river because your landing and your onboarding sites are all targeted by M777s. Just let them run out of ammunition. I mean, quite frankly, you don't have to do anything except sit there and wait. You don't have to do anything.
I agree with all of that, but what I'm telling you is that they may retreat, they may rout, they may run to the river, okay? But the Wagner people are going to shoot them, and the Chechens are going to shoot them because Putin's given them the order, and they follow Putin. So all I'm saying is that everything that we talk about and all the contingencies and the expectations, I'm just saying you need to look at what the orders have been given to people who will not run from their task, which is shoot their own people. And so, I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be uglier than we can imagine. I mean, that's, I guess, is my point. I'm not saying that, oh, yeah, the Russians are going to pull this off. I don't believe that for a freaking minute. I just don't believe they're going to follow the strategy that you or any of the American officers are calling out, because you're not thinking like Russian politicians in Moscow who have already given the order that they're willing to kill their own people for their political aims. And I just think we need to wrap our head around that. Now, might I be wrong and might Putin be bluffing? Possible. But again, I go back to Maya Angelou's quote, and I really have come around to believing it applies to Putin. When someone tells you who they are, believe them the first time. He told us he was going to come at us in 2008. He reiterated it in 2013. He followed up with the invasion in 2014, and then the Donbass in 2015. And in November, he told us he was going this path, and he did it in February. So I think at some point, we need to take the guy's word.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, and respectfully, I would just push back against that, just ever so gently, and just remind you of the fact that the Russians realized that everything north of the city of Dnipro and Kharkiv, everything kind of, just draw like a line straight across that. Everything north of Dnipro, Kiev, Sumy, Chernihiv, Kharkiv, the list goes on and on. They were smart enough to realize that that was never going to work. All they were doing was beating their head against the wall. They retreated all the way back to the border, and they reinforced and they swept around and focused on the Donbass. So they're not they're not quite like that, I would say.
I agree with you, but it took a month almost for him to get there. So you might see a month of chaos on the riverfront, okay, where you might see of that 30,000 that are there, you might see 20,000 of them captured or killed. I don't think people realize what a Donnybrook this is going to be, but it's not because they're not going to follow the logical path. If they were going to do that, they would have already done it. And I agree with everything you guys are saying. I think it's the absolute smart move. And had he done that, had he hunkered down, waited for winter, and then put the screws on the Germans, he's got a good shot at getting most of what he already has, holding on to most of what he already has. But I don't think that's what he wants. I think he wants it all. And I think he's got that megalomania, sickness that he's going to keep rolling the dice until he loses. He's going to keep putting it on black, turning the wheel, and then until he busts. And I think we have to wrap our heads around it. And to be honest with you, I think the reason the Ukrainians have not gone on the offensive yet is they're hoping like hell the Russians do, because it's going to make their job much easier. And I will listen.
Yeah, I'm good with all that. I think that you're going to see a new dam forming at the mouth of the delta of the Dnipro of dead Russians floating down river and causing a logjam. It's going to be. I think we're looking forward to the day. I think it's a very realistic possibility that you're talking about a real route of Russian soldiers who are going to try and either swim the Dnipro, or they're going to be blasted off of their onboarding and their exit points, and they're just going to be floating down river. And we're going to see some pretty horrific images, ones that we have not seen yet in this war. It's one thing to kill somebody in the middle of a field, but when you have bodies stacked up on riverbanks, floating down rivers, Russian soldiers running for their lives, it's only a matter of time.
Yeah, I think Russians definitely shouldn't shouldn't stay there. Sounds like an ecological catastrophe in the making. They should just, before they get told off by some NGO for it, they should really just quit it now before that happens. Patrick, you're next.
Hey, thanks, Stoneman. Craig, help me out with one thing. Why would the Russians, if they did decide to reposition on the other side of the river now, why would they be less vulnerable now than, let's say, if they decided to do it, weeks or months from now? Are the Ukrainians less? Sorry.
No. Go ahead. Finish your question. I think you're absolutely right. Go ahead.
No, maybe the Ukrainians aren't fully positioned. Is that the setup?
I think where you're going with this, correct me if I'm wrong, so feel free to step on me if I'm kind of off base here, but the reason you wouldn't see that now, I think, is because they're looking at two things. They're looking at the calendar, and I think they're looking at the political clock, right? So here's where I'm going with this. The Russian troops on the northern bank, that position is untenable. You cannot hold that line. It's impossible. If you stay there, you risk losing a lot of equipment, troops, tanks, logistics, ammunition. The list just goes on and on and on, right? You can't retrograde like that across the river in the middle of HIMARS and M777 fire. it's going to be an absolute cacophony of death, the likes of which we probably haven't seen in this war. If you want me to be brutally honest, you're probably talking about easily over 10,000 or more Russian casualties on the banks of the river. Forget about Kherson City. You're talking about tens of thousands of casualties there, if the numbers there that are reported are accurate. It's going to be an absolute slaughter. Where I think the Russians would preserve manpower is that if you're the Ukrainians and you're looking at Kherson City, right? You're standing there on the front line, you're looking at the city, and you have to go door to door and clear this area out. That means by nature the Russians have to stand there and defend it, right? That's where they lose all these men. But if they retrograde now and leave to the other side of the river, now the Ukrainians have to attack across a river, and now their landing and their pontoon sites can be targeted by the Russians, right? Because Russia has spy satellites too. Let's be clear. They have drones. They can see where this is coming, right? And so now the Ukrainians become the Russians in reverse. So it's not the Russians retreating across the river. It's the Ukrainians trying to get across it, right? And they can't use the bridges because those are blown. You can't use the railway bridge and pontoons. And so the Russians can now zero in on Ukrainian de-embarkation points as they go across the river. And now it becomes much more of a heavy cost for the Ukrainians. So it would be the smart thing to get across the river, pre-site those landing spots, and just pull the trigger on their shitty artillery. As shitty as it is, they got a lot of it. And so the Ukrainians would then be forced to say, well, geez, do we cross this and risk losing all of our stuff that we just got from the West and our newly trained guys that are motivated and ready to go, and we're just going to have them all die to get across the river, and for what, right? And so that would be a static line where the Ukrainians would realize, be like, well, listen, the Russian infantry is kind of shit, but their artillery is so voluminous that it creates these disembarkation points, if you will, where it just becomes a killing ground if you're Ukrainian. So why do it? So that's why it would be smart for the Russians to cross the river now, pre-site artillery, and then just lay in wait for the Ukrainians to do it. And listen, they might not do it, but at least you're forcing them to the decision, right? But if I could just kind of end on this note, however, if the Russians cross that river and put up a defensive line, that means they're not going to cross it again. They're not going to get over that river ever again. Now Ukraine is freed up to take those troops that were used for the assault and push them somewhere else in the Donbass, to push them somewhere else that Russia wants to tie them down. And that's what I'm saying. That's kind of what my whole point was. This isn't about holding Kherson for the sake of a political victory. This is about holding Kherson so Ukrainians can't rededicate those forces somewhere else. You have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more steps ahead, because if you retreat, you free up those troops. They can then go to the Donbass, Kharkiv, Oskil Reservoir, Zaporizhia, use it an offensive towards Melitopol, et cetera, right? That's kind of where I'm going with this. So everybody's kind of playing in this catch-22 environment, but I think the Russians, in terms of my political clock, they're trying to, as you said, get to winter, inflict as much punishment on Europe energy-wise as they possibly can, and hope and pray that something will happen that will save them politically, right? That's where I'm going with this.
Thank you.
Craig, you are on fire today. Let's go to Shipmate, then Nina, then George. Shipmate.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. So, as I'm listening to this, from what I've been understanding, that, the Russians are pretty much trapped. Ukraine hasn't gone on the counteroffensive. And exactly what we're talking about. I don't see the Russians winning this situation militarily or politically, but I want to ask and propose something. Obviously, the tragedies that could arise from this on the Russian side are extremely significant. And in terms of war, dead Russian soldiers is a good day for Ukrainian war. But politically, I think in societal and humanity-wise, it's not a good day because there's dead people that don't need to die. And coming from someone who's experienced war,
I have a great idea. How about
one second.
How about they just leave back to Russia first?
What's that?
Well, I'm saying, you know, if they don't have to die, they can just pack up and go back to Russia. All of them.
Correct.
Then
So
that's fine.
if that's what, right? There's two doors. There's the door for the Russian soldiers that from Putin that says if you walk through this door and you retreat, you're dead. The other door from the Ukrainian and the West that is, you know, sensitive to society and humanity and prisoner of war. There's the other door that says, hey, you guys, we just wiped out 5,000 of you. Here's a bridge, and you get to keep your life. For me, I think that would be, I think that's the Ukrainian and maybe the advice from the West if they're taking it for, you know, a great political move. Because if we can ultimately save these Russian soldiers and they give up and they go through the other door that ensures that they survive, that's a great day all around. And it's a slap in the face to the Russian military, it's a slap in the face to Putin, it's a slap in the face to the Russian government. I just think we're definitely waiting. I hope, in the grand scheme of things, I hope that these Russian soldiers decide to give up and become prisoners of war. You know, I hope the alternative doesn't occur, but like I said, at the same time, it's a good day for war if Russian soldiers are dead. But I do think, you know, the best scenario is these Russian soldiers giving up. Ukrainians pave a safe route for them to give up, and and then it's a good day for the West, good day for the world, and a shitty day for food.
So if I could just
Craig, can I read out something?
Please. Yeah, please.
Shipmate, sorry, but you have awful noise in the background. A cloud of thick smoke hangs over the occupied city of Kherson in Ukraine. Its very stench is evidence of Russian war crimes, on a scale almost too sickening to contemplate. The smoke comes from mobile incinerators that are running night and day. Vladimir Putin's paranoid soldiers are burning the corpses of Ukrainian citizens tortured and murdered on suspicion of helping the resistance. And they're dispatching the bodies of their own comrades too, hundreds of them. The Russians are killed by the constant pounding of Ukrainian shells from artillery placements surrounding the city and by highly organized secret units of freedom fighters. And the article continues. This was David Patrikarakos for the Daily Mail. Patrikarakos, I'm sure that's pronounced, for the Daily Mail a week ago. Week ago today, I think. Yes, week ago today. The Russians can already give up. Nobody is preventing them from just walking out of the city, walking, 10 kilometers or whatever it is to the front lines and surrendering. Most of them aren't even in the city. Most of them are much closer to the front line. If they want to surrender, they can surrender. They're stopping themselves. Other Russian soldiers are stopping them, sure. But this isn't the choice. This choice was always an option. This out was always there for them. Contemplating the human cost of Russian soldiers who have, for the past 5 months, been torturing, raping, and murdering in the occupied territories is not an appropriate consideration. I'll leave it at that. Craig, you take up.
Let me just say this. The shipmate, you're hot mic'd. Oh, there you go. Let me just say this. There's something in warfare. Let me break this down by percentage, okay? There was a modern study done of violence in warfare, the psychological study. It's called On Killing. There was a book that was written by an author. You can just Google it. It just says On Killing. It was a psychological study of soldiers who kill and why they kill in war, right? Because by nature, war is a very ridiculous thing. You have two people who are perfect strangers picking up rifles and shooting at each other and stabbing them in the chest with a bayonet, right? That's so illogical you can't even begin to contemplate it. And yet, go back in human history, some of the first skeletons that have been excavated were found to have spear points in their ribs, arrows in their chests, axes, carved across their skulls, right? So this is, while it's illogical, it's very much a human behavior. And in this book, the percentage broke down like this. When you start to actually interview soldiers who engage in frontline combat, who are actually engaging in this, 25%, 25 to 30% of soldiers who were surveyed actually attack with a will to kill. Okay, so these are guys who are actually attacking and are trying to kill other human beings. About another third are kind of moderate and in between, like between panic and not wanting to do stuff, but they don't want to be left out, right? They don't want to be the guy who's not participating. And then another group are kind of stunned and incapacitated and usually surrender, right? When you use those numbers as a broad color by which, a broad brush by which you can paint this, here's the fact of the matter, whether we want to admit it or not, okay? The first cities that were ever built were built with walls. Why? Because human beings will engage in warfare to kill other people. Forget about them surrendering. Forget about this notion that you're going to have, 20,000 Russian troops throw their hands in the air and say, oh my God, no, because of those 20,000, about 5 to 7,000 of them are going to be motivated and are going to want to kill the enemy. As illogical as it is, that's a fact of human history going all the way back to our days in the jungle, coming out of the forest and creating civilization. It's a fact of life. And you just, no disrespect, shipmate, but you just have to get over it, okay? That's how human beings are. And so long as that 25 to 30% of those humans believe that, there's nothing that can be done except to line up an M777 gun, load your magazine, go into the city, fire the rounds, and kill them. The remaining, that 1/3, they will surrender, right? They will give up, or they won't fight, or they'll just kind of muddle along until they can kind of wander off and try and figure out something. But those third that are committed to attack and kill, again, committed to attack and kill, those 1/3, okay, are going to force the remaining percentage of those troops to keep fighting. So please don't think, and I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, but please don't think that human beings don't have the capacity to stand their ground and kill other human beings. They have done it, they are doing it, and they will continue to do that throughout history until human beings evolve to the point where we're just like, what are we doing this for? This is fucking stupid. Like, what am I even doing here, right? That's the nature of humanity, and it's been like that since the beginning of time. If you think like that, then you'll understand why the statement you just made, with all due respect, doesn't make any sense at all. It's not because there's some grand political objective that these soldiers have in their mind. It's because they want to kill other human beings. That's it. And I'll leave it at that. But Doman, I know we have other hands up. George.
Yeah, it's just I don't know.
You're not gonna let me respond? That's not cool.
Dude, whenever you unmute your mic, there's feedback. That's why we mute you.
I get it. Can I respond instead of just being muted?
Yes, but that's why you should have raised your hand instead of just unmuting your mic, and now everybody hears me twice, like they heard Craig twice before because you unmuted your mic. Now you go ahead.
Thank you. So I understand human psychology. I understand war. What I'm trying to point at is if the counteroffensive and the mopping up of these Russian soldiers, if that wanted to occur, it would have occurred already. And it would have occurred yesterday. It would have occurred the day before, but it's not happening. So what I'm trying to point at is what the Ukrainian and West strategy is with this. If we start the counteroffensive and we just start saying, all right, there's 3,000 dead. Now that it's going to be a slow, just like we're all talking about, we know that reality is going to be a river filled with Russian soldier blood. It's going to happen no matter what. So what I'm trying to get at is I'm trying to talk about what the current Ukrainian strategy is, and or the West is trying to talk to the Ukrainians about and advise them on, because clearly they're not sending HIMARS and destroying them and wiping them out. They're not shelling them. It's not happening right now. It's a waiting game. And that's what I'm trying to talk about is what is this strategy? Is the strategy it's going to be slow and methodical and all the Russian soldiers are going to die? Because either way, they're going to die. It's very fucking clear that they're going to die.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
Then what's going to happen?
So they have a choice. the leadership. So let me break this down, and I'll try and do this succinctly because we do have a lot of hands up respectfully to you. Okay, I'm going to do this succinctly. They have a choice that is decided by the officers and generals who preside over them in the structure of the military hierarchy. That's how it's been since the Greeks. Okay, soldiers will obey the orders of their officers. Okay, the officers are telling them not to leave. However, if the officers and the generals receive political, quote unquote, political permission to retrograde across the river, then all those soldiers will not die. They simply will not die. They will cross the river, set up a defensive line, and then be redeployed somewhere else, maybe around Zaporizhia, Melitopol, Donetsk, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, that's what's going to happen to them. But if they stay, by the nature of war, by the nature of human society, if you want to really boil this down to the nut, let me boil this down to the nut. If they stay, they are in the equivalent of what state are you from, shipmate? Like, just give me a state, not the city. Just give me a state.
San Diego.
Okay, so you're in San Diego. So this is the equivalent of San Francisco. Okay, are you going to let troops, if you're an American and China lands and occupies San Francisco, are you as an American going to say, well, the Chinese aren't leaving? They're not leaving. They're not going anywhere. They're still there. Are you going to let your fellow Americans be raped and butchered like Domain had said? I'm going to answer that for you. Of course you're not. So that's going to require you to go on the offensive and to kill the enemy, right? If you want to be succinct about it, it's about getting in the trench and putting a bayonet in some poor fucker's chest. That's the way it goes, okay? If they retrograde across the river, they don't have to die. But if they stay, then yes, they will fucking die. And if they go into my home state of Hartford, if they try and take over Bridgeport, I will fucking kill every single last person who does this. It's not the Ukrainians' choice. It's the Russians' choice. If they stay, they die. If they leave, they can go die in the fucking Donbass, but they don't have to die there. But the political directive that has been a part of the military hierarchy since the beginning of fucking time, the first time some dumb fuck put a piece of metal on his head and said, oh, look, I'm king now. Go die for me. That's the way it goes, brother. I hate to say it, but that's human nature. And it's been like that for thousands of years. So that's, I know we got a lot of hands up, but that's hopefully that kind of answers the question.
It does, and I appreciate it. So what, and I'm right, I'm a very strong critical thinker and problem solver, but if they were to retrograde across back, that process of them going and retrograding across back, would the Ukrainians then not take advantage of that and light them up?
No, because their M777s aren't in range yet of those far banks. The M777s aren't in range. So what you do is, so like I just described, I'll do it one more time, but with all due respect, we have to move off of this and go on to somebody else. So I'll just walk you through it one more time. Okay. Take a piece of paper and draw 3 lines of equal distance between those 3 lines. Okay. Take a vertical line and then draw little circles, equal distance, 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. What you do is that you retrograde effectively, which is you remove the logistical lines equal to the distance between your first and your third. Okay. The first line retreats behind the second behind the third becomes the new first. Your logistical line is now equidistant to the first line as it was before you started this movement. That will slow the progress of the M777s down enough until you can actually get more men and more equipment on the opposite bank of the river. Are you going to lose some people? Yeah. Well, guess what? That's called a retreat, right? Believe it or not, in ancient warfare, the majority of death and destruction that happened in ancient warfare happened when soldiers turned their back and ran away. They didn't happen when they faced each other face to face, because you have shields, you have armor, you have all kinds of other stuff. The majority of the death and destruction that happened was when the enemy broke, turned, and when their back was turned, the majority of wounds were actually found in the back, where the ribs are in the back. That's where the majority of wounds and skeletons are found. It's not found in the front, it's found in the back, right? And so if you do it effectively, maintain a rear guard action, then you won't lose as many, but you will lose some. Tough shit, tough titty, but that's what happens. So you can either lose some, or you can lose the vast majority of them by allowing the Ukrainians to slowly walk your artillery forward, pinpoint these landing sites, and then open fire. But they can't do that if you're holding a rear guard action and you have some drones flying around that are kind of starting to pick off your artillery, which forces you to kind of slow down. And I'm going to leave it there. We got a lot of hands up. Doman, I'm sure, has the order, but we got to move on, man.
All right. Well, thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. I'm just going to close with my remark. Thank you. Either way, there's going to be Russian dead soldiers. And I was just thinking of how to get a political win out of this. So I will.
Victory is the political win.
Victory is the political win. Yep. And Russian shoulders is a dream. So fuck them.
There we go. George.
Yeah, so we're talking about the South, and I know Doman, I think you heard me say this about a week ago, and I think some other people have been on here. I actually don't think the major offensive is going to be coming in the South at Kherson. I actually think it's going to be a drive around from the Zaporizhia area toward Berdyansk with a wheel at Tolmak going to Melitopol. If the I don't know what reserve, I don't know what reserve the Ukrainians have. I don't know how many mobile forces they've gathered or are ready to commit to this offensive. But to me, that makes the most sense. That takes away even the fact that you even have to drive into the Kherson area. That would cause, I think, the Russians to just abandon it. If they realize there's a huge offensive coming through that's driving toward the coast and toward Crimea, I think they abandon that northern bank because they know that now they're cut off. I think from what I've seen, from what we're hearing from the United States about additional ammunition for HIMARS, we've seen, yes, they're using them now, but I think the use has stabled off. I think they're building they're building a base of ammunition for the HIMARS, and I think they're going to use HIMARS that's not going to have the unitary warhead, but the alternative warhead when this offensive happens. They're going to catch the Russians out in the open. Remember, the Russians have equipment. They just don't have as many soldiers. They're spread thin. Now, if they do have 35, 40,000 in what I call the Kherson pocket, that's even better for the Ukrainians. That means out toward the east, those areas south of Zaporizhia, they're not that thick. The Russians are spaced far in between, and I just don't see how they would be able to hold ground or have a defensive line once their first defensive line is broken. I don't know how they can maneuver soldiers to counter an offensive on that side. You're talking about now you've got the 40,000 guys stuck in Kherson, and now they're gonna what? They're gonna swim. They're gonna use the pontoon bridges to go south. I mean, that's where HIMARS just comes in with the alternative warhead. It's over. You know,
George, if I could just offer if I could just offer a correction of a statistical nature, maybe not of a strategic nature, but a statistical that might influence the strategic option that you're describing. I would heavily push back until I see otherwise. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying go fly a kite. I'm not saying that, but I would push back on the idea that there are 40,000 combat troops north of the Dnipro River. Again, I go back to the geography of this. When people say Kherson, you have to remember that the Kherson Oblast is divided in half by the Dnipro. So when somebody says Kherson, ask them, which bank are you talking about? Are you talking about the northern bank or are you talking about the southern bank? Because to say that there are 40,000 Russian combat troops on the northern bank, that would mean that there's at least 100,000 Russian personnel on the northern bank of that river. That's not true. There's no way that there's 100,000 or 80,000 there. It's not possible. I would say that there's 40,000 personnel that are there, but not these guys that are put into companies, platoons, organized military units brigades or BT, whatever the fuck you want to call them. I don't know, whatever's left, Boy Scout troops or whatever's left of them.
Greg, I'm with you. I'm just quoting what the numbers that have been quoted, but have been thrown out. I doubt there's like 10,000 guys that can fight north of that bank.
There you go.
That's
Okay, so
between
okay,
me and
good.
you.
Okay,
Yeah,
there you go. Okay,
I'm just
okay.
quoting the numbers that are, and I think they're all bullshit anyway.
Yeah, so
Because,
I think what they mean is personnel, not combat troops.
And let's remember, like really right now, a Russian BTG probably has 400 guys, and 200 guys just learned how to load their weapon like 2 weeks ago. So let's face it. But what I'm saying is, a drive, if they have the equipment, if they have the personnel, if the Ukrainians have that, if they have the stockpile, excuse me, I couldn't think of the word, if they have the stockpile of HIMARS rockets, especially the alternative warhead one, where that just shreds equipment, not necessarily heavy tanks, but your trucks, your your artillery pieces, because they have artillery pieces have pneumatics and all kinds of stuff like that, shredding that stuff in the open. And now you're asking the Russians that are either on the north bank of the Dnipro or the south bank, that now you're telling them they have to do a maneuver warfare and move toward the east all of a sudden to counter what would be a Ukrainian breakthrough. I just don't see it. I see a rout. That's the way I would play it. But I'm here, and I'm not leading the troops, but I know that the General Hodges has even mentioned that depending on what the Ukrainians have, that would be the gold standard, because you're cutting the Russian troops in half, and that I think would cause more panic than anything.
Exactly. Good point. And if I may just chip in, we discussed exactly this point with Ben Hodges as a support attack vector to cut through to Berdyansk. And I still believe that this is a very viable option. Whether it is the only attack vector for a sweep, I doubt it, because I think that would require substantial logistical capacity, which may or may not be there. But if they have tanks at hand, which they have nurtured in those 4 tank battalions, which we all seem to have lost, certainly that attack would cut off the snake and may actually put the pressure on the Russians to leave, whether the sweep is concluded or not.
Yes, Axel. I think like an attack along that H30 highway toward Berdyansk, and once they hit, what is it, Tolmak? Is that the one? It's a
Yes,
hub that's
Tokmak
also
is a
rail hub.
railway junction. Yeah.
Tokmak. Okay, excuse me. Tokmak. Once your right pincer, let's say, hits Tokmak, then it wheels toward Melitopol. I think that would just unravel the whole thing in the south. I don't know, the Donbass we could deal with later, but that would completely cause utter panic. Because they know they don't have the troops, they don't have the expertise to do a maneuver warfare. You're talking about now, can you imagine now to have your troops drilled to the point where they're engaging, heading north, and now you're telling them to disengage and head south and then east. All right. The famous, there's only been one famous drive that's been able to do that on Western military, and that was Patton when he wheeled his Third Army from going from west to east to north to relieve Bastogne. That was incredible because he had his troops drilled to the point where they could do that. I don't see the Russians being able to do that. I think it would cause mass confusion and just a complete chaos, and I would see a collapse. But that's just me visual thinking.
A shout out to our now German friends for teaching us that, because it was actually Manstein that taught us that in the sickle cut around the Ardennes. So shout out to our Germans for teaching us that.
Yes, Eric knew what the hell he was doing, and thank God for the West and for the Soviets that Hitler sacked them. Thank God.
If I could just briefly opine, Doman, and I know we got a lot of hands up. If I could just briefly just say something about that. we're talking about a line of attack that is longer than anything that we've seen in this war since Sumy and Chernihiv. That is a very long road to drive down. Okay, you have flanks that you have to protect. You have to leave troops behind to guard your route of supply. You have to leave trucks behind in case some break down. You have to have a reserve. You have to have something there. But I would say that the length of the drive, depending on the troops that you use, the longer the drive, the more troops you need. So it's again, just comes down to math. If you're going to drive from, say, pick a point, Zaporizhia, go to Google Maps, put in Zaporizhia to Bryansk on the coastline. See how long of a drive that is, right? So say it's 100 miles. I don't care. I'm going to use miles. I'm an American. I don't know what kilometer is. So it's 100 miles to from there to there. That is a lot of Ukrainian troops that you have to stack up. A lot of supplies you have to stack up. A lot of ground that you have to prepare with artillery fire, minesweepers. A lot of HIMARS you have to concentrate. Aircraft, intelligence, reserve units, supply units. You have to really stack up. You're not moving 10 miles down the road. You're moving like 100, which means you're gonna given today's information warfare, given what the Russians have, because they do have satellites, they do have the ability to collect some intelligence, and if you're going to stack up like that, they're going to see you stacking up, and they're going to make those preparations. So now you need even more troops to counter their defensive preparations, so on and so on and so on. So I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not saying that's not a good idea. I would just say that a drive to the coastline, given the amount of that Axel pointed out, given the amount of armor that they might have, that might be a tougher road to hoe than to take Kherson, redeploy those troops from Kherson, guard that area, right? Put them on the opposite bank, and then move around Zaporizhia. But to take units away from offensive potential to go somewhere else, your punch just the power of your punch just got cut in half. You see where I'm going with this? And so,
Oh yeah, I understand. I understand you 100%. What I would say is it's all based on logistics, which I don't know what their logistics right now and how much of a reserve they've built. The other thing is, as you gain territory, remember this is Ukrainian territory, and that's where your territorial defense guys backfilling. You would use your experienced units as your mobile units, and you can use territorial units to filter out any remaining Russian troops. But like I said, it's a long shot, but it's all based on logistics. And you're right. The farther you go, it's an exponential formula, right, Craig? The farther
that's
you go,
correct.
the more crap you need.
Correct. Yeah, it's all math. You just need to break out a calculator and start doing tonnage, how much weight. So it's the amount of equipment you need, divide that by the number of trucks and transport you have, depending on their tonnage. That's your number. So the more personnel, you increase the logistics. Again, just break out a calculator and you can start doing the math, and then go by mile. But then you also need to remember that you need to leave troops behind to guard your route of supply as you drive forward, because as you go down, you have Russian units north of Mariupol, and then you have Russian units that could very easily say, oh, you're going to play that game? Okay, let me just turn around and start attacking your flanks. It doesn't have to be a hard cutoff. You just need to, again, the golden number is between 25 to 35% supply interdiction. That is kind of the golden number. If you're able to interdict that much supplies, then your enemy's ability to sustain, not to engage, but to sustain offensive movement becomes very, very rickety.
Yeah, but it still doesn't rule out to run for Berdyansk in a cutoff move as a support attack whilst you attack Kherson. Ukraine has currently double the size in terms of soldiers in theater. It's really a matter of logistics. And I wouldn't doubt the preparation of Ukrainians. I think we should heed very carefully the lesson which we've seen already, that they can move troops around faster than the Russians can.
That's right. Interior lines of supply. That's right.
Okay, before we get on to Nina, Papi, and Aaron, Axel, I have a question for you because we were talking about Russian troops on the right bank of the Dnipro, and Craig, didn't want to call them troops. Axel, question for you, linguistic question. Trup in Russian, what does that mean?
You mean the theater troupe?
No. Trup.
It's a larger size platoon.
No, in Russian, Axel. Trup.
Trupp. It's the same as in German as in French. It's a troop. It's a cast. What do you mean?
There's another meaning.
He means individually speaking, Axel. Like, what does troop mean in Russian? Does that
the
mean
word
personnel?
the word troop?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well,
okay.
Stupid person. It's a stupid person. It's a stupid empty person. Empty-headed.
Vishnikov coming up to help us out.
It means body, the dead body.
There we go.
No, that is the empty person, a lifeless, soulless, empty person. Not just
dead person.
Yeah.
Dead person.
Yes. Trub. And
we were already joined by our guest from tomorrow, who clearly came to check out our space today. Welcome.
Thanks, guys.
So, the lifeless, soulless body of a human being, Trub.
Yeah, I was listening about everything you were talking about, and the main thing is what I wanted to say is that Ukrainians don't need additional power, additional army to take their regions. So if we go to Berdyansk, if I understand it okay, if we go to Berdyansk, we don't need additional power because a lot of our people is in those cities. So we come to city, have a lot of people that want to work with us and go on. But Russians need to have additional army to take the next city. They need to left a few of their army in those cities that they take. If you understand me, I didn't speak English lots of time.
Thanks, Roman. No, I think we understood you really well. I'm just really glad that you're here and that you're already happily, engaging with our conversation here, and that we know that tech works for tomorrow, absolutely, and we'll be very happy to continue more into this tomorrow. Or if you want to ask, Craig or Axel what they reckon about any of the details here, we're very happy to opine further with you on any of the prognosis on the future of the Southern Offensive.
Prognosis maybe tomorrow. So I
Absolutely.
can say. You want it today, yeah?
No, tomorrow. But I just thought, if you have time, if you want to hang out, we're very happy to have you.
I just
Obviously,
wanted
always.
to say about all conversations. Some guys said that we need more troops to take the town. I don't think we need it. We don't need it because I have a lot of friends that are now in occupation and they are waiting for our troops comes in their cities in Kherson, Melitopol, and so on. So we don't need additional troops to take these cities, if you understand what I mean. But Russians do need more and more troops to just not to take, but to how to say in English?
Control.
To control, yeah, to control the cities, yeah. That's what I wanted to say, and that's all. Sorry.
Ponyo. Okay. You're currently in the region of Kherson, right?
It was a question to me.
Yes, of course.
Please, can you once again?
From what I understood beforehand, you are currently in the region of the Kherson Oblast, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. How is the spirit of the troops?
The spirit of our troops is to go further, go, and just. But I'm just a soldier. I don't know the whole of plan of our commanders.
Of
I'm
course,
just
no,
a soldier.
nobody's
But
asking. But that's one soldier to
inside,
soldier.
yeah,
I'm asking that.
yeah. But inside, yeah, we want to go forward. We want to fight. That's it.
We had this question many times over, that the motivation of the Ukrainian soldiers cannot be questioned. They are ready to free their home country. We often read in Western newspapers descriptions that, oh yeah, in the occupied territories, people are afraid, they won't fight. What happens with the partisans? You just gave us the initial answer. There's many Ukrainians ready to fight when the troops arrive.
The biggest part of Ukrainians want to fight. Biggest part. Like, I don't know. Don't want to tell like I'm not a sociologist, but I don't know. I didn't seen any Ukrainian who don't want to fight. Even русскоговорящие, Russian language speaking regions who today I'm now I'm I will tell it tomorrow, but okay, now I'm like contusia, how we say,
concussion.
Yeah, shell shock. I was shell shocked, yeah, in a battle, and now I'm waiting for my medical support for me, yeah, in nearest town to where my guys now fighting. But when I listen to people who are nearest here, yeah, like in near the house, near somewhere, and people say that fucking Russians, we don't want to. They and other bad words, yeah, like they no one don't want to break out, like no one don't want to us to say okay, let's Russia comes. No, I didn't see no one. I talked to a guy that said I'm not for you and not for Russians, I'm like neutral. I saw one guy for 6 months that 5 months that I'm here. I'm from Kiev. I live in Kiev. I'm from Western Ukraine. So yeah, I'm like more maybe I saw that I'm better patriotic, but no, here's the same guys, same people, and these people say no, we don't want Russians here. We don't want. We can. Today it was few rockets. I think 8 rockets came in a town. They killed few people. Today it was today, and people say, "Fuck it, we don't care. We want to fight." So no, when enemy came, Ukrainian army came here, the people just clap hands and wow, yeah. And when you came with Kalashnikov in a shop, and there's like few people in черга в касі, як це сказати? Like you have
Nobody's shocked.
yeah, no, nobody's shocked, but
No,
they say come, you'll be first you'll in a shop, you need first to buy goods. You don't stay in a like in people staying 1, 2,
you don't
3,
stay in a
4
line.
in a line, yeah, in a line, yeah. You don't stay in a line, just go. And I said, no, we don't hurry, we're okay. They say, no, you got be first in a line. And we just wow. That more of us, I'm in Ukrainian in Kiev territorial defense. So I mean, I am like a Kievan territorial defense. So I thought that those people don't like me because I'm from Kiev. You're from Kiev. You don't know what we are here, what we're thinking here, what we are having here. And no, they say, "Wow, you're from Kiev defense, and you defend us from Russians. Go! You will like." So that's all. I don't know what to say more. Just emotional thing. What I wanted to say here.
Yeah, cool. Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated. Victoria.
Hi. Thanks for having me. Roman, we didn't expect you today. It's just a little early, and I'm a little surprised to see you. But I'm glad you made it.
Sorry.
I have a question for you. How do you feel? I know you were wounded. Do you feel better now?
Not much, to be honest, and I have a big problem with after that fight when I had shell shock. They find something bad in my head, and my commander said you won't fight now. So think. And what I wanted to say, very very good thing. Not good, but I forgot English. Okay, the thing about how is it enough of people that fighting for in army? Yeah, the thing is that you said someone, is it enough of people that is fighting in army? Few of our guys write a letter to our commanders that they want not much, about 10% of our guys in my підрозділ, in my in
Squadron.
Union.
Union, yeah, in my union,
Union.
and only 10% write a letter that they want to get back to Kiev to on renovation. Like they don't want to leave army, but on renovation. Only 10% of my battalion. It's 1,000 people, maybe less than 1,000 people, but enough of people. Only 10% said that they want to renew in Kiev. Other people are fighting or під бомбами, як це сказати, under під обстрілами.
Shallow.
Yeah. Under this, we are living here in this reality. So every day you have a lot of. I lost my friend few weeks ago, when I was also shell shocked, it was a Grad. Was it was like 1 second. You just doing something, and in 1 second it just falls and bam, bam, bam. And my friend says, "I'm 300. I don't know. It's 300. It says like in Ukrainian, it's like you hurt it. Yeah, я правильно говорю? Hurt it. Like one that
Injured, yeah.
Injured. Yeah. And lots of blood and all this thing, and I was shell shocked and everything. But even after that, we want to fight again. It's not a problem for us. Like you want that, but you need to fight out. But my commander said I can't do it because I have a problem with head. Okay, and I maybe I will go to, but I don't want, and a lot of guys don't want to do it. We fight again and again and again. But to be honest, it's not that that war that is in cinema or in films. It's not that thing. You're just sitting under the shells. It's falling on you and falling and again falling, and maybe you have 5 minutes to go to toilet, maybe, and then you go back and then falling. It's a fight of artillery. That's why we need artillery, and we need anti how it says
Anti-air defense.
Yeah. It's a big thing, because if you're staying on a 24 hours on a shell, like bombs is falling and falling and falling and falling and falling, and it's physically and psychology, it's hard to sitting in a hole all the time and listening to when it falls and it falls and falls and falls and falls and again and again, and it's very hard, but we can do it. It's okay for us, but it would be better if our artillery can put and kill those people that killing us. You're listening for me. I just talking a lot, and maybe no one understand me.
We all understand you perfectly.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I just was okay. Then I'm okay. Maybe tomorrow we will continue all of that, and someone takes the
We
word.
will talk more.
Yeah.
We shall be very pleased to have you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it.
No, there it is. Live on the Maria report.
Ukraini.
Yeah.
Slava
Sorry?
Ukraini.
Hello,
Героям слава.
Slava Nazi.
Smelt Burhan.
Victoria, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Roman, thank you so much for joining us today. Again, I was really surprised. Well, hopefully tomorrow we'll have a long, nice conversation about you being in the front line, but also talking about your interest in alcohol business that you may want to share with us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right, let's go to Aaron and then Marina.
Okay, and can't hear us. Nina, go ahead.
Thank you, Domin. As I can't read Ukrainian, what's your name, Roman? Domin, can you say? Domin.
Once again,
Can you tell your name, because I wasn't sure I heard it.
my name is Roman. Yeah.
Roman, okay. I want to thank you for coming here and thank you for fighting for your country and for not only for your country, for Europe and Finland also. I'm from Finland and from the and it pains me to hear that you what you are telling and that you are injured, and I hope that you will recover soon from it. And
Marina,
thank you.
the thing is that when I was going to army on a war, I thought about Finland fighters. To be honest, it's true. I thought they so small countries that fight against Soviet Union, and when I was going, I said, "But we're a bigger country. Why?" That was a big thing for me that take me to this war. Then thank your nation and thank you for listening me.
Thank you, and I am sure that Ukraine will win this war, and I just admire the spirit of the Ukrainian people and soldiers, and yeah, you thank you. Дякую. Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Героям слава. Aaron, your hand is up. Go for it.
Oh, yeah. So my question goes back to when Craig was speaking, if that was okay.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot of optimism on the space about the upcoming Ukrainian offensive, and I'm pretty sure Craig was talking in absolute terms of like they cannot hold the bank of Kherson. But I've also been reading other writings like what's been published in the Kiev Independent that offers some caution. So my question is twofold. One is, what do we know of the Ukrainian offensive power? They're very the question of like the Russian logistics and Russian weakness is not in question, but the ability of the Ukrainian army to actually go on war of maneuver and full out offensive. And the other question was, from what I was listening to, was as if that does happen and they move towards the Dnieper, then I assume there would be a lot of Russian artillery on the other side that would provide, I presume, quite a lot of cover for the Russians trapped on the other side. So those are my two questions.
So can you repeat your first question? I got your second one, but can you repeat your first one? I'm sorry.
What do we know? We know a lot of the Russian army weaknesses. What do we know of the Ukrainian offensive ability? So the Ukrainians have been very good in defending, but we haven't seen an actual offense yet. And my understanding is many of the key units of the Ukrainian army that is good and offensive have suffered a lot of losses. So what do we know of their ability to go on the offense and get out of the trench in the whole new goal?
Well, I would say that this is not a question for somebody who has not worn a uniform or done close infantry tactical drills. I can speak to pretty succinctly to the logistical support that's needed and the mapping out of how that works by echelon. Certainly, the gentleman who just spoke is actually back up, so maybe I should let him answer that. My experience is not in combat drills. I would just talk about artillery and reinforcing that. But he's here. Doman, do you want to? I think is he up? There he is. Okay. And how do you pronounce the gentleman's name? I'm so sorry.
Roman. Yeah. Did you want to answer that question, sir? I don't know if you were listening to what Aaron had to just ask. I don't know if he came back up to help with that answer. I'll be patient.
Okay. Do you hear me?
Loud and clear. Loud and clear.
So the guy asks this question. It's very cool because it's true. We can't how it's in English? We can give a lot of people to die. Our army, like our army, is very. A lot of people is in Russia, and not so much people is in Ukraine. So yeah, you're right. We can go offensive, like go and die all. We can do this, but in Kherson, we can do this because we can fight with bridges. We can hit the bridges, and if we hit the bridges, no army Russian, no постачання, how is called? Like it's not like the fight between Russians fight like they hold people like a meat. They shoot it, and they don't care about that. They don't care about meat. But we don't need that, and we are waiting, like in Kiev region and Sumy region, Chernihiv region. We cut their постачання. We cut their lines, and we cut the lines, and we fight them with head. I don't know how to say it. Sorry, maybe it was bad.
Roman,
yeah,
we have Victoria here. If you want to say it in Ukrainian, and maybe she can help you out.
Ми обрізаємо постачання і після цього виганяємо їх з країни.
We just cut their connections and then we just kick them out of country.
Like communications, like logistics connections.
Yeah, more like communication. Yes.
Bridges, etc. Yep, got it.
Yes.
Там we have only 3 bridges, 4 bridges. I don't know, 3 or 4. I'm in Kherson Oblast. They are afraid of us. Very. Look, I can tell you the thing how it's going in there in like in fighting region. Every 2 weeks they changing people there. We are standing there 5 months, and we saw this. Like we saw 2 better air, like I don't know English better, like they 2.
We know what BTRs are. Don't worry.
Yeah. 2 BTR coming on us. We shooting on the BTR, on the first BTR. Everyone is just jumping from this BTR and running away. It's the same thing every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks they come to BTR, and every 2 weeks is the wrong people. The інші люди. Victoria?
Other people.
Other people. That other people. Every 2 weeks, other people. So they have changing and changing and changing. They have, I don't know, few BT gear and put it on our way. They running away, and then they put another BT gear away.
Victoria, is this reinforcements? Sorry, I can't hear him. Is he saying reinforcements?
Yeah, I think that's
or rotations.
Rotation. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah, rotations every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks they rotate and rotate and rotate, and this is like it's funny for our army, because everyone knows every 2 weeks we have attack. We must just kill them. Будь-якими способами. Any способами.
Just kill them no matter what.
Yeah. And they run away. And that's all. That's the fact. It's fact. Just sorry.
By the way,
He means that they have to use any way to kill them. So they just do whatever they can to kill them. That's what he meant.
Yeah. He reminds me of a British soldier I met in Ukraine. He's fighting there. I asked him how much ammunition he needs to take when he goes to fight. He says only a minimal amount, because he can be pretty sure of picking up Russian ammo that's been left as they run away.
Just has to make sure that it fits. Let's go to Ben and to George. Ben.
Oh, sorry. I'm not sure if the other question was answered though. So I'm not sure if that answers my first question or not. Like, it definitely answers the motivation part, although not necessarily the actual strength part. But then, Craig, I think you said that you could answer the second part. If there is a breakthrough on that side of the Dnieper, then how much are the Russians really against the wall, when I'm pretty sure that the Russians could rush a lot of artillery on the other side? So, like, it's similar to like where you can be driven onto the beach, but if you have a navy supporting you, then you're not that much against the wall. Like
yeah, you're talking about the Kherson Dnipro, not around like Zaporizhia towards the coast, right? You're talking about that when you say Kherson.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, because and when I mentioned the Navy, I was thinking more like the British Navy back in the day with all the big guns. But there's no, in principle, like the Russians can just put a load of artillery and there's not a lot you can do. So yeah, you can get the M777s within range, but there's still going to be other artillery on the other side.
But if you look at this is the measurement exercise that we used to have to do. So this is a distance equation. So what's helpful is that what got me through school is that I just take out a blank piece of paper, right? And then you draw 2 lines that are the river. Okay, so that's your river, right? And then you have the left or the right bank, depending on how you're drawing your picture. Okay, if you're on the left bank, then trying to hit the right bank is further away than the enemy on the right bank trying to hit the same bank. And so there's a distance equation that goes into that. Okay, so again, we'll just kind of map it out like this. Draw 2 lines that are straight across the piece of paper. If you're on the top half and you're trying to hit the bottom line, you're further away than the one who's on the bottom line trying to hit the same line that you are. You with me?
Yes, but we're only talking about like what 1,000 meters, and the type of guns we're talking about would be very important in this case, right?
Right, but you're right. But what I'm saying is that you have to get so close for counter battery fire, right? That's again goes into the distance equation, right? Because you can only get so close to hit the opposite bank before you get into counter battery fire, right? And then you have to start to slowly walk your artillery up to the near bank to get further and further to prep a landing or to prep a crossing to give your troops a chance without having artillery shells raining down on their heads. So you have to push their artillery back far enough away to where you can secure a beachhead and you don't have shells just drowning on top of you. But that entire kind of discussion that we're having takes away from a strategic question. Is it efficient? Is it effective to try to cross the river in force? We're not talking about special forces. We're not talking about a company. We're talking about battalions. We're talking about brigade strength movement. Is it worth it to deal with that incoming fire, the mines, the defensive emplacements, all this stuff that you have to go across, all the problems that go into crossing river that I'm sure CJ, as an artilleryman here, is more than willing and capable of describing, but I'll just kind of sketch this out. If you push the Russians to the far bank, let's just say the Ukrainians slaughter every single Russian that's north of the Dnipro. They're all dead, right? Stop. Now you have a strategic question. Do you take those troops that just pushed the Russians out and redeploy them to the Zaporizhia region, which is what Axel is talking about, right? And use them for that drive to cut that in half and then divide the Russians? Okay, that's number one, right? Do you do that because the Russians can't get over the Kherson, can't get over the Dnipro River because you're now holding that line, right? And so they can't recross it because the bridges are blown. They can't get over it. So now you can redeploy those forces over to that side. And so I think what the thrust of where we're trying to go with this conversation is, in my mind, it's better for the Russians to evacuate Kherson now, get out now while you have the troops and the units and the equipment and logistics intact. Leave yesterday and then use that as a defensive line, because in warfare, you don't need as many defenders as you need attackers. Redeploy some of those troops south of Zaporizhia to hold that line and create a static emplacement. That's what you should do, because if not, as Roman just described, they're all going to die. All those Russians are going to die if they stay there. So they need to get out now. But I think the only reason that they are there are for political reasons, as most people thought, but not for the political take over Kherson and annex that territory, but political in terms of trying to stretch this war out to get us into winter, to start trying to, maybe change the mindsets of some people in Europe. That's not going to happen. But what else is Russia's hope, right? It doesn't have any other thing except to hope some kind of political division will be created by the Allies, but that's not going to happen. But what's the other option? That's like the main thrust of what I'm getting at. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. It's not quite what I was asking though, but it makes sense. So my question was more not what strategically is a better or worse decision. If we just take it as read that the Russians stay on that side of the bank, and if we assume that the Ukrainians have enough force to go on the offensive and they break the Russian line, so they start to fall back. Now, my question was, if the Russians have a supply problem, but they don't have a supply problem on the other side of the bank. So what's stopping them from bringing up a lot of artillery on the other side of the bank and supporting their retreating forces? Would that be enough, in theory, what they could bring up in the logistics they could supply on the other side of the bank, firing across the river, to support their retreating forces on their narrowing, fulling bridgehead, to seriously blunt?
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. You're saying use the artillery on the far bank to support your forces as you contract towards that area. But here's the problem. If you're the Russians, you don't want to contract yourself that much, because then Ukrainians have superior artillery, they have superior intelligence, they have HIMARS, they have partisans that are going around cutting people's throats, they have what you might consider to be, for those that are not familiar, they're not insurgents. So let me make that clear. They're not insurgents, but to engage in partisan warfare, the more you kind of spread out, the harder it is for Ukraine to find targets of opportunity and really blow up frontline units. But the more you contract yourself to get to have your artillery support you, it's actually becomes you're building your own coffin, because the tighter you contract, the more of a target you make yourself. But the more you spread out, the harder it is for Ukrainian artillery to find targets of opportunity to really cause damage. Do you see what I'm getting at? Like, you can't do that and retrograde and then hold a line and hope your artillery can do that, because now you've shelled up, and now you're just this big blob of infantry that you can just be shelled to pieces by M777 and by HIMARS. So do you see what I'm getting at? Like, you can't do that.
You're getting a Dunkirk.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're shelling up and you're creating a big blob of infantry that can be shelled by superior artillery. And now you're creating a proper siege. So as Colonel Spencer would call it, the gates have closed on Kherson, right? You're now in the siege. The bridges are blown. So now the Ukrainians don't have to do anything except just sit and wait for you to starve to death, right? But then you have to take into consideration there are innocent civilians there. The Russians are going to use them as human shields, all the rest of these horrible, nasty things that Russians like to do because they're really bad people, right? And really terrible soldiers, if you want to be quite honest with it. They're not professionals at all. So hopefully that answers your question. I don't want to linger too long on it because we got a lot of hands up, but hopefully that does the trick.
Yeah, that's a pretty good question. Answer. I'm not sure if the first question was answered. I'm not sure, Domian, if you want to go to the other hands, but like the other guy said a lot about the will of the Ukrainians, but how much do we know of the actual offensive ability of the Ukrainians? We've never seen them go on the offensive in any large way.
So we have seen them go on the offensive. We have seen them go on the offensive around Kharkiv. We've seen them go on the offensive around Sumy. We have seen large brigade-like actions, combined arms activity around Kharkiv in the first stages, the first, say, quarter of the war. There were brigade-level combined arms attacks, proper formations, engaging the Russians and pushing them all the way back to the border. We saw another counteroffensive around Irzum. We saw another counteroffensive south of Kryvyi. There was actually a pretty big battle, pretty big fight that it doesn't get a whole lot of publicity because a lot of stuff was happening in the Donbass at the same time around Severodonetsk. But there was a very strong thrust by the Ukrainians using combined arm tactics south of Kryvyi all the way to the eastern bank. Excuse me, I beg your pardon, the western bank of the Dnipro. So they have executed these, but the trouble is, if you want me to be frank, the trouble is that this is where I get into my clock. This is where I get into the 4-minute drill. I hate to sound so redundant, but if you have them right where you want them, right? You've got them somewhat bottled up in this area. You don't have to risk your troops in headlong thrusts, because here's the thing. You can stack your troops up, okay, and thrust through all the way to the bank. Sure. But here's the question. Then what? Do you turn south and close off Kherson? Because then Russian troops can then counterattack to the south and cut you off. It's like counterpunching in boxing, right? So if anybody's ever been a boxer before, they understand the principle of counterpunching, right? Which is let your opponent punch, slip, and then counterpunch where they're exposed. And so they risk doing that. So if you do that too quickly, then it leaves the Russians enough time to try to put themselves together. Now, Doman kind of pointed out that maybe it doesn't get too rainy, the weather doesn't get too bad there, but I would still preface you by saying I think the Ukrainians are taking their time. They're setting, as CJ would say, they are staging, they're setting the table. Now they just need to wait for the steak, right? And so I think we're just seeing a slow, mature operation, right, by which the Ukrainians are going to do this on their clock, and we just have to be patient. But with that, I think we got a lot of hands up. But hopefully that kind of, narrows it down just a little bit.
And just to, again, right, before we're accused of not answering the question again, Kharkiv sweep, Izium counteroffensive, Kiev counteroffensive, hell, 2014, 2015, right? There have been plenty of previous counteroffensives. So we have seen them go on the counteroffensive. I mean, And at the end of the day, if you say, oh, but we haven't seen them go on the counteroffensive yet, can they ever make a counteroffensive? That's a slight logical fallacy, because then by that logic, no counteroffensive would ever have happened in the first place anywhere in the history of warfare. So that doesn't really stack up as an argument in the first place. Right, let's go to Ben, then to Nina, and then to George. Ben.
Thank you, Domin. Craig, I've got a question for you. Please bear with me and be patient. I'm really not good at this thing, but about an hour ago, you were explaining how the Russian had the perfect Petrov defense, and where they just had to take a step back and then push a little bit in Kherson, and they would be untakeable in the Donbass, and then that would be it. And right now, you exposed just every bit as convincingly how the Ukrainians were at a path of action that would take them all the way straight to, if not Moscow, but like Mariupol by the end of September or something. Which one of those two options do you think is the easiest and most probable to happen?
So let me clarify my statement. If I heard you correctly, then I might have contradicted myself, as that's kind of the intimation of what you were saying.
No, I'm not saying that you contradicted yourself. I'm saying that you presented a very good plan for the Russians and a very good plan for the Ukrainians.
I see.
I'm wondering which one of the two do you think is the most likely, the easiest to happen?
Kherson. I think that, like I said, this depends on a lot of factors, including political will. But we have to remember too that as I said last night, the Russians tend to like to run that phrase, war is an extension of politics, right? As Louis XIV would say, war is the last argument between kings. The Russians are trying to kind of invert that model, as I said. They're trying to use politics to set the ground militarily. But if you decided to use the military, then you have to use it to crush the military. You can't use it any other way. You have to achieve the victory. Once you've achieved the victory, then you can dictate the politics. It doesn't run it's not inverted like that. And so, to answer your question succinctly, I believe that the easiest thing, the best option would be for the Ukrainians to take Kherson, liberate the city, great political win, and great strategic release of manpower to other places, because the Russians cannot recross that river. Once they've been pushed into the river with bayonets and with trucks, they're not going to recross it. All they can do is kind of hold that line. And then that gives you the ability to then take some of those combat troops and that equipment and that infantry and everything that you got, reposition them elsewhere. That's why I would say, if you're the Russians, you have to get out now. You have to get out now, because the majority of those troops are going to die, and you're going to need those around Zaporizhia, Melitopol, all the rest of these things to kind of influence and try and allow some measure of stagnation by the Ukrainians if they go on the offensive, because it's going to be far more costly to go on the offensive than it is on the defensive. And so if you're the Russians, I'm looking at Putin, I'm saying, we need to get out now, retrograde now, and get out of artillery range. This is a coffin we're building for ourselves. Let's get out, set up an artillery defensive line, let them have Kherson, and then we'll redeploy somewhere else. At least we'll have extra manpower that we wouldn't otherwise have, because you do this and you're taking 20,000 Russian troops off the board. Why would you do that? And so I think the Russians are trying to, again, delay until the winter. Hopefully that allows, I'm not saying hopefully as in like I wish, but I'm saying from their position, they're hoping that winter will create some political instability in the West. We're going to put pressure on each other to find some sort of deal here. And then hopefully right then and there, you can have your little political ceasefire, right? But the Ukrainians aren't playing that game. I'll go all the way back to Zelensky's statement that he made last week, where he said, this started in Crimea and it's going to end in Crimea. That's the last thing the Russians want to hear. They don't want to hear that, right? Because they need you to engage in diplomacy so that they can manipulate the situation to their advantage. If you say, screw it, I'm not even going to talk to you again until you're dead, then they're like, oh, crap, this sucks. And so hopefully, I know that's kind of like a long-winded way of answering it, but there's just so many pieces to put into there in terms of logistics, manpower reallocation, logistical reallocation, right? The logistical lines running into Kherson right now are absolutely garbage right now. you're not going to be able to sustain that. So, but if you run east towards Tumuk and towards Melitopol, your logistical lines improve somewhat, and you could hold that line just a little bit better for at least a little bit longer. But it's only a matter of time. So I know that's a long-winded way of saying it, but hopefully that answers it. Sorry, Ben.
I would have rather you speak another 10 minutes, but as yours.
George and then Nina, please.
Hey guys, hey Greg. I agree with everything you're saying. Just remember the combat season in the South is longer than the one in the Donbass, probably by about a month, depending, you know. And the other thing is, I think a lot of people, because we keep talking about HIMARS, you know, the Ukrainians have been using them right as a surgical weapon right now, right? Striking depots, precision strikes. They're deadly accurate. What no one's mentioned is, I think we now have at least 9 MLRS launchers in the country, right? Am I right on that, Craig? Or somewhere there?
Probably more than that.
Okay, so yeah, hopefully more. They launched 12 Gimler's rockets. Now, like I said earlier, the Gimler's rockets that the Ukrainians have been using up to this point that I know of, I haven't seen any evidence contrary, are the unitary warhead ones, right? The ones with the one big with the one explosive, they take out, you know, ammo dump, this and that. And they haven't been using what are called the area, like the ones that are alternative warheads, which is like a big shotgun shell when it explodes. Well, back in the day, we used to call it the finger of God. I don't know if anybody else heard that terminology for MLRS. And those were not Gimler's rockets. They were pretty accurate, but not as accurate as the ones now. And what that means is it takes out a grid square on the map. You would need several of them, and they would take out a grid square on the map. That means you have an enemy position, right? Let's say a thermobaric battery, right? Or 3-4 launchers, whatever. Well, they're in a grid, 1,000 meters by 1,000 meters square. Now, because of the Gimler's rockets, one launcher, not one battery, one launcher can actually vaporize that 1 square meter block. You have to understand what that means. I mean, the Russians keep talking about the thermal barracks. We saw them using them against civilians, and I think it was Pisky. We saw some video of that, which is horrific. They have not gotten the surprise they're about to get. So any offensive, and I forget who it was it Ben? I think was asking about, you know, when the Russians retreat across the river, you know, and they're going to move up their artillery, that's going to be ass bloody suicide, because those Gimler's rockets coming from an MLRS system are just going to catch them by surprise. The Ukrainians are going to be using drones. They're going to be spotting this stuff. They're going to know where the gaps are. And as soon as they move up, and remember, MLRS systems, remember what the Germans call the Mars? They're a tracked vehicle. They don't move as fast, but they still have the same bloody range. We're talking about at least 90 kilometers, right? So they could blast them on the south bank all the way from Mykolaiv, right, which is the town just due northwest of Kherson. Am I right on that, Greg?
Yeah, but I think you're missing. If I might, sorry, if I could just briefly just step in for just a second.
Sure.
I think what we're missing is that when you again go all the way back to when the Russians tried to cross the Severodonetsk River with those 2 or 3 BTGs, and these BTGs were wiped out. I mean, like gone. They don't exist anymore. The trouble is that when you're trying to cross a river, unlike, of course, land, you can spread out more on the land. But as you go to the river, you're forced to bottleneck as you disembark, if you will, if I could use that terminology, as you disembark and you spread out, you create a little bit of a bottleneck. And so you're much more of a vulnerable target. And so, yes, the HIMARS is going to have an effect to push some of this artillery back. I would agree with you, yes. But it's the bottlenecking of those logistical lines, both the embarkation and de-embarkation points, if you will, on the pontoon side as you cross that river, that create these bottlenecks to where you only really need, if CJ was here, if you got 152s, maybe 2 or 3 batteries to really affect a complete devastation of that bottleneck. And so,
yes,
so that's my point.
I agree with you.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying yes. Ukrainians can drive right up to the edge of the bank and start firing. Sure, of course, but you don't need a complete static line of artillery as if this was a land battle. You can focus fire on batteries on these debarkation points that will bottleneck and then creates even more devastation. So I would take those HIMARS and I would just send them straight to the Donbass. You don't need them in Kherson anymore, because just trying to cross the river to get across there, you're going to lose so many valuable troops, equipment, tanks, APCs, just stacking up and kind of getting ready to move forward, that it's going to be, it could make the cost prohibitive, in my point. So as soon as the Russians are on the other bank, just take the HIMARS and send them straight to the Donbass and let them do their thing there. Don't even worry about Kherson anymore, because the Russians can't even get across the river. So what do you need to worry about? You see where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. What I'm saying is, I would send the HIMARS because they're wheeled, they can move, but my MLRS can't move as fast, but they can keep the Russians from, because you know what they're going to do, right? They're going to go to the South Bank and they're going to now try to shell Kherson City into oblivion. So the MLRS system, because it fires 12 rockets and you don't know where what target's going to be hit next, it becomes, on the defense, it becomes an area denial weapon. In other words, it starts making terrain within its reach a no-go zone. So that no-go zone becomes pretty much, I don't know, I have to look at the map, but I'm sure it's at least 20 kilometers from the river becomes a no-go zone for the Russians to move artillery in there. Because once you move it in there and the Ukrainians find out, one rocket takes out like several pieces. So that's what I'm saying. On the defense, the MRS is really good too, because it becomes an area denial weapon. It denies you from, moving any type of piece into that area. And that's what the Iraqis found out the hard way. And those were the old, what I call the dumb MLRS rockets. Now these are more precise. So that's what I'm speaking to.
No, I hear you loud and clear. Nina, your hand's been up for quite some time. Me and George could talk for a while, but thank you for being patient, Nina. Nina, are you there?
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
Craig, thank you. The picture you have painted, and I have heard from other people also here that the Russians are building up there in Kherson, and they are going to be quote unquote fucked. I'm thinking of the psychological effect, not only there, but about kind of a domino effect. How will it be seen in other parts of the Donbass, for example, where the Russians are? I'm sure that they will hear about it. Do you think that it can have or what kind of impact do you think it can have on other parts of the war?
Yeah,
Thank you.
no, that's a great question, and that's kind of where my mind has been going. Honestly, is I think as CJ has said several times, and I always defer these kind of military questions to CJ. I'm much more of a logistical guy than I am anything else, but I can kind of extrapolate the logistics into what that might look like. The trouble with the Donbass is that it is just so big. It's just geographically large compared to what we're talking about in Kherson. The geographic distances are just multitudes bigger in terms of moving forward, logistical lines, moving forward with combat teams and doing what soldiers do, right? Take ground and kill the enemy. What I think HIMARS is going to be very helpful for, in my estimation, is yes, logistics, in the area around Kherson, as George said, they're useful for targeted, specific logistical things: bridges, roads, rail lines. The list goes on and on, right? Logistical hubs. But in the Donbass, you're much more spread out, right? Around that area between south of the Dnipro and the Kherson, and the Crimean, land bridge, if you will, that little slice of land to the northwest that kind of leads up there. It's a very small geographic area compared to where the Donbass is, and so HIMARS has a much bigger effect than it would say in the Donbass, depending on how you use them. Now, what I would say is that if let's say the Russians contract, right? Let's go through this thought exercise the way Nina's pointed it out. Nina's described it. Let's say the Russians, Kherson is Ukrainian, Zaporizhia is safely Ukrainian. There's a static line that runs west to east from the Dnipro, Zaporizhia to Donetsk, right? That's a static line. And the Ukrainians decide that they want to go after Luhansk Oblast and the Donetsk Oblast first. Let's just say that that's their goal. The Russians, in all likelihood, will retreat behind the Oskil Reservoir, which is to the northeast of Izum. You've retreated across that line, so now they're back in the situation that they are now in Kherson, which is they're behind a body of water, right? Using the water as a defensive moat, if you will, to where they're there. So we're now back to where you are in Kherson. This is where HIMARS can have a big impact, because if you look, and I've been watching this area geographically very, very closely, because it doesn't make me nervous, but it's drawn my attention. If you look where the Oskil Reservoir is, which is northeast of Izum, to the south of that reservoir is a national forest. To the north of that reservoir is a national forest, right? So it's actually bracketed by national forest and a reservoir. So it's a very, which you might think to be defensible line, but not if you have HIMARS, because HIMARS can, as Georgia pointed out, can be an aerial denial weapon further back than when you can counter battery. This is the longbow effect that I've tried to use when it comes to HIMARS. You can shoot outside of counter battery fire, which gives you a tactical advantage when you're moving forward. This pushes their artillery back, which means you can move your M777s up and let the M777s do their work by supporting the infantry and the armored columns as they move forward. And so that's the advantage I see the HIMARS being in the Donbass. Pushing their artillery back outside of counter battery fire from your own artillery, letting your artillery go to work on their infantry lines, then moving up your lines further, right? And so that's kind of how I see this going. Because if it's artillery on artillery, then I know the M777 has superior range. I get all that. So I'm not ignoring it. But the HIMARS is just beyond superior when it comes to the longbow effect, right? And so you're shooting outside of a range that nobody can reach you at. And so if you do that, you're going to force them to fall back to get out of your range. When they fall back, you can move your artillery up. They're safe from counter battery fire. They have clear lines of attack, which means that area between the Oskil Reservoir to the north and that Oskil Reservoir to the south becomes much more of a pleasant drive, I should say, if you're on the attack than if you don't have HIMARS. So I see HIMARS influencing the battle like that, not so much in logistics, right? Because it's just the Donbass, you just have to pull up a map of the rail lines, the roadways, and the industrial, maneuverability of the Donbass. It's so dense that you'd be sitting there with HIMARS for months trying to interdict supplies. Again, if CJ was here, he might contradict me. I'm fine with that. But I think that's how I see HIMARS being used in the Donbass area, depending, again, I'm just focusing on one part of the Donbass, right? That Oskil Reservoir. They could use it differently in other places, but that's just one picture I could potentially be seeing it used. Does that help? I know that was long-winded.
Thank you, Craig. And just to follow up, did you say that there were forests near those areas in Donbass? More?
Yeah. They're very dense forests there. Yes.
Okay, so that makes it like another advantage to the Ukrainians, because they know the terrain and they can make,
absolutely.
Okay.
But it creates these bottlenecks when you have to move. So yes, you're right. But if you just pull up a Google Maps of that Osco Reservoir area, there's a very thin open line between the north side, between the Osco Reservoir tip and the national and a forest, and then go all the way to the southern tip of the Osco Reservoir. There's that other national forest line of contact seems to kind of be right just to the east of Sloviansk. And so I would say that HIMARS allows you the ability to push that area clear of artillery to allow your artillery to work and then move forward from there. But yes, to your point, they have a terrain knowledge advantage, but those forests, whether we like it or not, they slow down the movement of armored heavy brigade-like actions. And so that's why HIMARS is critical to allow the Ukrainians to go in between that window, between the tip of the Oskil and the tip of the forest. It's about a 40-mile window that you really have. That's where you would drive your heavy mechanized units, unless there's some other roads elsewhere. I'm not saying they're not, but that's the advantage of what HIMARS can do, is push their artillery back and allow that bottleneck where you would have to force your units through, which is an advantage to the defenders. It makes that bottleneck much easier of a drive than if you did not have HIMARS. But that's just, again, a small little snapshot.
Thank you, Craig. I will leave in a moment, but I want to thank you for this really excellent, at least for me, news about Kherson and what is going on there. It gives me like hope and yeah, it was really good to hear. Yeah, and thank you. And also, I was thinking that if there were Russians who are here listening to good advice, you have given them quite many. So yeah.
Well, I would think that if you're anybody, you wouldn't necessarily listen to somebody like me from a battlefield perspective. But thank you. I would just simply say that, you know, the Russians that are in Kherson, that are north of that river, that battle is over. The Ukrainians have won that. They've checkmated them. They put them into the maneuver. I mean, it's effectually over, right? It's just a matter of time now. And so if you're the Russians, if you have any semblance of a brain, which of course it doesn't seem like they do, then you're not going to just leave them there. But I think that the politics is influencing the military at a very, very bad level. Again, this is where it goes back to what I was pointing to. The politics is driving the military objectives. Sometimes you think that that's right. Oh, you know, wars. It's really not. When you've engaged in combat, you go all the way back to Napoleon. You dictate policy after you've won the military victory. It's when the politicians start dictating to the commanders things, that's when everything goes south. And that's what you're seeing on the Russian side. The politicians are meddling too much in military affairs, and that's why you've seen so much failure here. Too much politics, not enough military professionalism. Tell the soldiers what their objective is and let them handle it. Don't interfere. That's what you're supposed to do. And the Russians are interfering at every single step of the way. They're interfering with what you might consider to be conventional military objectives. And so I don't think it's any great, wisdom on my part. I think it's just clear to see that politicians have no place on the battlefield and soldiers have no place in politics. Those two things need to remain separate, as they always should. But the Russians are giving a master class in they really are. They're giving a master class in how politics can interfere with military objectives. You're not supposed to mix them. You're not supposed to do it. It never works. And when you do that, that's when everything falls apart.
Well, this is what I want to hear, that it all falls apart. And should we actually help them a little bit to send them some kind of floating bananas or floating things so that they can start moving across the river and maybe halfway and then they are done. Thank you and good night to everybody.
Yes. Good night. Slava Ukraini.
Heroim Slava.
Okay, with that, I don't see any hands up as of this moment. So I actually only have about Doman, if you're there, or Axel, if you're there, or Ben, if you're there. I have to go in about 15 minutes. I have a dinner. School starts next week here in the States, so I have to go with my daughter someplace. Hang on one second. I'm trying to see. Somebody sent me an article. If you guys could just be patient for just 1 second. We're going to have some dead air. Trying to see. Hang on 1 second, guys. Oh, Ben. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
I had a few quips for you, but I think I'll just use that time to remind everyone to retweet the space. That would be very, very appreciated. We're growing fast, and anything you can do to help us reach more people would be fantastic. Be part of the growth, be part of the movement. And on top of this, if you have the capacity, we're reaching the middle of the month. So that's our middle of the month drive for Maria 8. We know, especially in Europe, a lot of people are getting their paycheck at the end of the month. And so the big money is at the end of the month, beginning of the month. But in the middle, you can, maybe you've realized that you haven't spent as much, that some of the thing you thought you were going to spend on did not happen. You had a few good news, or maybe a few restaurants were closed when you wanted to join, and you find yourself with a bit of extra spare change. Don't hesitate. Give it to MryiaReport. They are always very thankful. 10 euros, $20, 30 Swiss francs. Okay, if you're in Switzerland, you can probably afford 300, but still would be very, very thankful for them. They're doing a fantastic job. They've been opening a lot recently, and I've always thought that they were good, but I wasn't expecting them to be that good. So, yeah. That being said, Haran and George, you have more questions. No, I'm going to take over from Craig for everything strategic. It's not going to be smart, but I'm going to try to make it as amusing as possible. Aaron.
Hey, I'm not sure if anyone here can answer this question. It seems like with self-propelled artillery and various other systems, Ukraine has been given something of a handful of a whole range of types. So Caesar, you name it, they have it. What is that doing with logistics? Like the Sherman was an awesome tank for a bunch of reasons. One of them is that it was heavily standardized, and well, you had one type of part for all these tanks, the same with the T-70, the T-34. But from everything I understand of other wars, a handful of systems and a whole range of them sounds like a logistical nightmare. Does anyone know how that's panning out for the Ukrainians?
That's the one we call the menagerie question. It's been asked quite a few times, so we've got a fairly we've got a ready answer for you. But I think George wants to answer it. So, if you want to give it a shot.
Sure. Yeah. Well, one of the things is a lot of they're primarily all using the same type of ammo, so that helps. It's all NATO standard, right? Because it's all 155 millimeter. The other thing is, as you've seen, and they don't like to talk about it too much, but in Poland and some of the other areas bordering Ukraine in the west, they have set up logistics and repair shops, and they also have some of the Ukrainians are even doing their own work on the German self-propelled guns, and they do have link ups with the technicians that trained them. There's been reports where they've actually got on the phone and even let's say with a javelin, they were having an issue and they called their trainers on the phone, and they had their numbers and they talked them through getting around certain things, and then parts and things like that I'm sure are in the pipeline, and they're being repaired. It's not let's put it this way: the Ukrainians do not have to send the crabs that they have back to all the way to Poland to repair them. Remember, they've got a deal now with the Poles. They were given 18, and the Poles are going to deliver another 56. I'm sure that comes with parts and maintenance and all kinds of things like that with a contract. So the logistics, yes, would be a nightmare if you told me that the Ukrainians had to do this on their own, but they are getting a lot of help with that from the outside, and things have been set up, mobile repair places inside Ukraine. And the other thing is, for the allies, this is a great, great PR for them, because we're seeing that the systems that the Ukrainians have gotten are very, very capable.
Yeah, that's for sure. Like, we would never accuse the Russians of having a capable system. Actually, you reminded me of a post on Twitter that I'm sure we probably all read. It was that was a while ago. It was an interview with a Ukrainian. I can't remember whether the general who it was. He was talking about how many tanks they had and how many tanks the Russians had, and the support that the Ukrainians were getting with their tanks. I took a couple of screenshots. I knew we go back through, but the tweet was deleted soon after. That reminds that. So that is another question. Because he I believe he said something that the damaged Ukrainian tanks were being sent to Poland to be repaired. How much do we know about, is there a thoroughfare going on of damaged Ukrainian hardware going to Poland, getting repaired and being sent back?
I don't know about that. I know they definitely have a deal with the Czech Republic. Remember, the Czech Republic was one of the places that was producing T-72s at one point, and so were the Poles. And remember, a lot of the work is being done in Ukraine. But I think it's when the vehicle gets to the point where it can't no longer be repaired in Ukraine, I think it was the Czech, Slovak Republic, and Poland all agreed that they would do the work for them, like the heavy work. So I don't know what necessarily that means. I don't know. They didn't say if the engine's lost or transmission or something like that. I'm not sure. They didn't go into the details, and I'm sure that's for operational security too. But they did sign a deal with the Czech Republic and Slovak Republic and the Poles to get certain systems done. I don't know who's doing what. I forget now which country is fixing which system, but like I said, that's a huge help, because a lot of the factories and repair shops that the Ukrainians have been hit by the Russians.
Yeah, it was this particular post, if I remember correctly, because it was deleted. Yes?
Aaron, I'm sorry. I'd like to add on a little bit on what George just said, just to remind everyone of the menagerie questions. Typical answer is close your eyes. Try to imagine it's, say, 2013, and for some reason Russia attacks a NATO member. So all the NATO troops find their way to the eastern flank, and what do you have? You have French. Let's just look at the tanks. You've got the French Leclercs. You've got the German not the Gephards, Leopards. You've got the Abrams, whatever it is the Brits are using, and on the other hand, you've got tons of T-72s from Poland, from the Czech Republic, from anywhere you can imagine. So what you're having right now happening in Ukraine is exactly that scenario. This is what NATO has been training, well, in reality for over 70 years. And if you include the sort of dual system, Western and post-Soviet, since the arrival Poland into Poland and the first batch of Eastern countries into NATO in 1999. So this is something that they've been training adamantly for nearly 25 years. It's weird. It's probably not quite as helpful as if everyone was using the same material, but systems have been designed for that. They know how to do it. And beside that, there were a very interesting paper in the FT, if I remember correctly, a few months back, regarding the employment of, regarding the difficulty that Polish and Czech peasants were facing, farmers, sorry, were facing when it came to getting their tractors fixed. And in practice, that means that everyone who can work on heavy material in those countries, and I know that they came to recruit people all the way to Germany and France, are working on location that are garage, I guess, for tanks, for everything that as George said, the guys in Ukraine itself cannot repair. So there is an extraordinarily efficient and vast system in place to address this very question. It's not an easy question, but it is one that they've been thinking about a lot. They've put a lot of resources in, and everything leads us to think that they've done very, very well in addressing it. But sorry, Aaron, you had another question.
No, I was just going to say, to your point, I think all the Western tanks, I think the Leopard, the whatever it is they call it in Italy, and the French tank and the Abrams, they all use the Rheinmetall 120 millimeter gun, I believe. I think they all use the same gun, except for the Challenger. That uses the rifled British gun. Although that being said, the future upgraded Challenger 3 will use the German gun. But yeah, to that point, I believe apart from the British, they all use the same gun. That's the one detail I know that fits with exactly what you two have said.
Yeah, difficult question, difficult challenge, but one that they're ready to address at a moment's notice. George, before you very efficiently answered Aaron's question, you had your hand raised. Maybe you wanted to share something.
No, that's fine. I'm good. I just wanted to wish everybody a good day. I have to get off here because someone's calling me, and I've got the 2 ankle biters that want to be fed. So I bid you guys adieu, and like I said, let's hope for the best for the next couple of weeks, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, George. You're extremely helpful, and I hope to see you very soon.
Thank you, guys.
Right. So, you're good people. There's presently on the panel Axel, who is Axel. There's
I have a question.
Give me a quarter of a second, and I'll pass on the baton to you. You've got Axel, who knows everything about everything, and is not afraid to say it. You've got Oli, who can find you a T-74 in the middle of the Sahara Desert, both on the Algerian side of the frontier and the Malian side of the frontier. He's very good. He's our professional arms dealer. There's Phil, who I'd love to say something, but I'm sorry, I don't remember. But you've been here quite a few times. And also in the Isles, there's a lot of great guys who can come and answer a question on a more specific basis. So don't hesitate to come and ask away. And you know what? If no one here has the question, there's a tons of specialists that come by, and if it's something we cannot answer, we'll make sure to ask them and to relay the answer to you, or to let you ask them to ask this question to them directly, because that's pretty cool. And that's how cool the guys who are running this space are. Okay. Yeah, Aaron, go ahead. But please ask a more simple question than you usually do, because I am not a military specialist. If you want to know everything about the Russian automotive industry, on the other hand, I've been reading about it a lot recently.
I love lighters. You know, last time I went back to Tbilisi, they removed all the lighters. I was very disappointed. The old Toyota Priuses, they have there now. But anyway, that's a separate question. I have a technical question. So if either Ollie or Axel are talking on this panel, I can ask it. If not, I don't really have a question, but it is a technical question again.
Go technical.
My question is with Russian Air Force losses. So I asked this question before, but again, no one was on the panel at that time that could really answer it. Ukrainians reporting 233, I think, fixed wing air losses plus. So I think that's total. Anyway, but anyway, a lot of losses, but then Oryx is reporting about a quarter of it. I was wondering if anyone here can say whether the losses are likely exaggerated or whether they're more likely real, because for some reason Air Force losses are unlikely to be videoed and maybe fall on enemy lines or in a sea or something, whether that is happening, and what the state of the Russian Air Force is likely at the moment. Because if the Ukrainian loss, claimed losses are correct, then that is a very seriously degraded Russian Air Force at this point, if they've really lost 200 planes.
Aaron, let me ask you a question in response. Why is there something that the Russian Air Force is doing at the moment that leads you to believe that the Ukrainian numbers for the Russian losses are absurdly inflated? Is there anything that the Russian Air Force is doing right now that is leading you to think that, oh my God, they're in such great shape, they cannot have lost that many airplanes?
On that, my thoughts are more like that the Russian Air Force has never been doing that much, from pretty much day one. So no real change there. Notably, of course, the Russian Air Force was absent from the May Day parade, so we'll give you that. But in terms of has the Russian Air Force decreased significantly over the battlefield, they were never that big, as far as I understand, since day one. Also, Russia is a very vast country, so I'm not sure how much of the Air Force they're actually willing to commit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, ultimately, there's no way of knowing exactly the amount of losses, especially for airplanes, considering that, I mean, you know this as well as anyone else. The Russians may very well bring back a lot of planes that do manage to land back on the airports, but on their airbase, but at the end of the day are unusable. So unlike with tanks and things like that, there's a strong possibility for the Ukraine numbers in this case to be actually underestimates rather than overestimates. And as a result, maybe the Russian Air Force is a giant in waiting that the Kremlin is keeping in its sleeves for God knows what reason. Because if there ever was a moment to use it, it's now. They like this. This is they're doing too smart by a mile at the moment. So I frankly, honestly, and I think no one on the space would contradict me on this, it's unlikely to be a ploy. They're using their Air Force as much as they can, and whatever they're losing, and whatever they're showing us at the moment is pretty close from the best they can do. So unless they've got some Wunderwaffen in the Isles waiting to be engaged, there's no chance on Earth that the Air Force is going to do any better. And there's actually recent evidence of this, which is that the Ukrainian Air Force, which in its case had been kept as unscathed and unarmed as possible, is being used increasingly with more aggressivity and more efficiency, and increasingly more commonly, at least in the south, with new tactics being developed that show that they are extremely confident. That being said, I'm good with Air Force because I'm winging it, but I think my friend Alex is actually able to say things that make sense.
Good morning, Ben. Kia ora, Aaron. How are you?
Kia ora. I'm pretty good, mate. I'm in Tunisia and it's pretty hot here.
I imagine it's pretty crisp down here. So you asked about whether Oryx is essentially the premise of your question is whether Oryx's figures are accurate. And what I would say to that is that Oryx's figures aren't the total figures. It's important to understand what Oryx is tracking. What he is tracking is visual evidence of destroyed vehicles or aircraft. And so what Oryx's figures represent are a baseline. So they're not an exaggeration and they're not a underestimation. They are a collation of a large number of audio-visual sources. And they are, from what I understand, pretty rigorously cross-checked. So Oryx and his team are published in the defense area domain. And so they hold themselves to a pretty high standard. So I think it's important to understand what Oryx's figures actually represent. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great point. So yeah, they are baseline and I fully understand that. So for everything I add a mental percentage. So with tanks, at least 30% to whatever they have. So he tracks at just over 50% of claimed Russian tank losses. That's been fairly consistent, I think. But the really outstanding one is the airplane losses, which are tracking at somewhere around a quarter. That's why I'm bringing that one up in particular, because it's around.
Okay, so just to aircraft losses, the reality is that air combat is highly because you're dealing with objects moving very fast at very high altitude in some cases. It's very hard to track and verify those losses or those, let's face it, Ukrainian victories in the air over the Russians because of the fundamental nature of the type of combat that's occurring. Now, the reality is we're still finding shot down aircraft from World War II. So that sort of gives you an idea as to how difficult that might be for Oryx or any other open source project to actually track those kind of victories over Russian forces.
You know, if Russia really has lost 130 fixed wing aircraft, it is pretty much buggered.
Aaron, I'm
Yep,
sorry.
that's a fair assessment. Sorry, Ben, go ahead.
There's one detail that is bugging me a little bit. You're saying that Oryx is showing about 30% of the tank losses, and that's fine.
No,
But
no, no, no. I mentally add at least 30% as a baseline.
okay, so but if I recall correctly, they're saying there's something like 4,000 vehicles that have been killed, that have been destroyed, or 5,000, which is about a third of what the official sources in Ukraine are claiming. And okay, I don't have the numbers for the planes, but if you say it's 25%, and I'm no great mathematician, but 30%, 35% on the one hand, and 25% on the other, doesn't ring any alarm bells in my book. I don't understand why you focus on this.
I'm like, well, the easy one to cherry pick in the categories there is the tanks, and the tanks track at about 55-60% of claim losses. So in the specifically the tank category, because the other armored categories and truck categories might break down into who knows who's categorizing exactly what is what. But when we go to main battle tanks, it's a pretty easy category. So just using that one as a baseline.
Okay, so we'll all agree on the fact that the Russian Air Force is toast. Talking about toast.
I'd caution against using, like Oryx himself says, is very upfront, and his team are very upfront about what their data is and isn't. What it is a representation of losses that are recorded through audio-visual sources, right? What it isn't is a database which you can use to do detailed, statistical analysis from. So it's an indicative source, not an empirical source. I think is like the data is empirical because you can say, okay, this tank blew up at this time, this plane blew up, this is where it was recorded, but the actual set is not complete. And I think it's very important to remember that. But yeah, look, I think it's fair to say that that the Russian Air Force is struggling to make itself felt. Gurney, did you have something to add?
Yeah. Hey, thanks, Alex. Just listening here for a minute. I came up here. I probably caught the tail end of it. I thought I was hearing FUD, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, and whether this is with Oryx's numbers or with other things in general. But again, too late to the program to have caught it. But yeah, good catch there, Alex, with explaining exactly what Oryx is and isn't.
Oh yeah, for sure. So like, yeah, my question was more like I know exactly what Oryx is. It's just establishing, are we that less likely to have some sort of visual recording of airframe losses relative to tank losses? Like obviously every Oryx loss is going to be undercounted because you need confirmation, and statistically you'll never have confirmation of everything, and some things will be recovered, taken to the back of the line, but be unusable. Obviously that's going to happen. But just with the airframe losses in particular, it is really pronounced. That's why I'm bringing that up. And if those numbers are correct, then they are incredibly damning for the Russian Air Force, because not only have they lost 230 odd fixed wing aircraft, I believe, they have lost them. Specifically the aircraft that are serviceable, obviously, and the ones that are useful in this particular campaign in those particular roles. And if you take Oryx's losses and you multiply them by 4 to get the total, like in the categories that he's like of the type of planes, like the K-52, which is obviously a tech helicopter.
Aaron, what's the multiply by 4? I must have missed something here.
The 4 is because he's saying about 50 helicopters and about 50 fixed-wing aircraft, when the Ukrainians are claiming to about like approximately 200 in each category, very approximately. So that's the by 4. So 50 versus 200.
Maybe I'm missing this here, but this is, you know, they're very look. Oryx is not the Ukrainians, and the Ukrainians are not Oryx, so the numbers don't have to comport and aren't going to comport. So, like adding some fudge factors and fuzz factors here, I don't know if it almost does a disservice because they're completely different, and I don't know. It sort of sounds like we're going down a rabbit hole of comparisons with numbers that are going to be naturally fuzzy to begin with, other than Oryx's documentation visually.
Yeah, look, I'd tend to agree with Gurney. I think that there's a time for statistical analysis of conflict losses, and it's not. There's a time for statistical analysis of these kind of losses, and it's not during a genocidal war. The kind of data analysis you're suggesting could probably be done after the fact, once Russia's been driven back into its hole. And I think that's the time for it.
That's fair enough. Like, if I could just make one last point. My point is also that from a quick check of what the inventory Russia has, like, my point is more just like how damning it is for the Russian Air Force. So if this is all correct, then if the losses are in the categories that Oryx has been tracking, like, for example, there's no MiGs lost in Oryx's listings. So if they are all in the SU,
sorry, Aaron, we talked. We had, you and I had a discussion about MiGs why MiGs are underrepresented in Oryx's factors, and one of the reasons is that they're not used in frontline aviation. So of course they're underrepresented because they wouldn't be represented in that data set. So we've talked about this before, Aaron.
Oh yeah, that's my point. That's my point. I'm not getting at that. My point is that if you multiply it by 4, then Russia has potentially lost half of all its aircraft that it's actually using in those categories. Like half of all its K-52s, half of its maybe of its Su-34s. Like that is like really damn debugging. That's the point I'm getting at. Like Russia might have 1,000 aircraft, but in those categories that it's using, it may have lost half. Like that's the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, look, at this point, the Russian army, they've just been publicly dragged in front of the entire international community through having one of their air bases, destroyed in detail. I just don't think that, apart from that, their ability to do anything other than terror bombing at this point seems to be largely mute. It's just not a factor. And in terms of I just don't think, like, doesn't really matter at the end of the day what source lines up with what. You can, the proof is in the pudding. There's no, like, we don't have any evidence that the Russian Air Force is really effective in any meaningful way at this point. So I understand that you're trying to reconcile different sources and things like this. I just think it's a bit of a futile effort, in that there's no real endpoint to it other than your own self-confusion, as it were.
Alex, can I
Okay.
ask you a question?
You can try.
I know I can try to ask the question. My
Not,
English is
not if
poor,
I
but
have my,
not that poor.
not if I have my strength.
No, what I meant to say is, let's start from the assumption that the losses are roughly in the order of those 230 planes, and that the planes that have been shot down are those that we say, well, that the Ukrainians say have been shot down. What is the impact on an air force? Because I need to be honest. The last time I looked even vaguely at air war was when I was reading about the Battle of Britain, and 230 planes is basically what the Germans were losing every day. So it doesn't sound like much, but maybe you can tell me how impactful it is.
Sorry, how impactful? What is the air war at the moment?
No, the losses, the Russian losses,
Oh,
how
look,
impactful it is.
you don't go around rehiring retired Air Force colonels as private military contractors because your air war is going swimmingly. I think that's a just a given factor. I think that the Russian losses are probably in the order of what the Ukrainian sources say. I think that you can see by the way they're operating that they're clearly not confident that they have air superiority in any way or even parity. I think it's fundamentally a very contested zone. Yes. I've just woken up. I'm having my coffee, so you'll forgive me for rambling and muddling a little bit. But has anything happened in the last, say, 8 or 9 hours that is significant? Ben?
Well, I've got something to share with you, but maybe you should have your coffee first, because, or maybe it's better if you don't. I mean, don't have any coffee in your mouth while I'm saying it. Is your mouth empty right now?
I am fully prepared. Sans
Okay.
coffee and or garlic eclairs.
I'm not exactly sure of the details, but based on what I understood, Igor Girkin tried to do something in Crimea. If I understand correctly, some people said he was trying to defect. Other people say he was trying to lead from the front and get all the glory. And in any case, he's been arrested. Basically the guy from whom everything started, who has on his hands the blood of over the 200 people who died in the MH17 attack, has been arrested by the Russian FSB and probably being accused of treason. And Axel said that it was probably a ploy, but and I can strongly believe that because they tend not to advertise their movement like this. But if it's a ploy, it's a damn funny one.
If it's look,
Alex, say that again. I couldn't hear you. The mic trailed off.
I was just compiling my thoughts out loud. Obviously,
I could give a response here to the.
Yeah, go ahead, Gertie.
No, I was just gonna bend to your comment there about Mr. Gherkin and whatever may or may not be happening. Remember, at the end of the day, the guy is a turncoat in many ways, and I don't know if anyone had actual real verification of the story, because I think to top it off, some of the the sources for the story were perhaps another turncoat himself, a Shishko. But so suffice to say that I'd love for it to be true. But it's probably something that were true. There's no justice through the FSB, but it's of dubious nature, and I love to laugh at it. It made made the round news, and I think Ilya Ponomarenko had made a comment on it, and also spoke of the potential dubious nature of the allegations here. But whatever happened there, that man, Mr. Gherkin, doesn't deserve the title of Mr. here. But I thought I'd say that. Whether it doesn't really matter here. That gentleman will at some point meet his own justice, I'm sure. But what we can say for certain is that it probably will not come from the FSB.
Yeah. So what I would say is there's only one place Mr. Gherkin belongs, and that's in Den Haag. Anywhere else is insufficient. That's all I'd say.
And there's another piece of information that you may be happy to hear. Apparently, the command and control of the Russian forces on the right bank of the Dnipro, so the one taking care of the Kherson region, is now on the left bank of the Dnipro. So they're kindly told their soldiers, we don't think the situation is very nice, but you're welcome to die there. We're going to see on the other side what's going on. Must be great for morale, and not terribly efficient in terms of communication. And on top of this, I think it must be Domin who mentioned the fact that these people, well, the Russian army tend to have lacking NCOs, having their officers on one side of the river and the soldiers on the other side of the river is a recipe for disaster, which led a lot of people to start thinking that this battle could be over faster than expected. That being said, I like Wendy with his fantastic avatar has come and has probably more information to share.
Thank you, Ben. This Russian invasion of Ukraine and its genocide of Ukrainians, it has many perpetrators. The man known as Igor Gherkin, Strelkov, whichever alias he goes by these days, he is a perpetrator who holds significant guilt for war crimes committed in Ukraine. Back in 2014, when Russia invaded Ukraine, he was partially responsible for the murder of the passengers of MH17, 298 innocent people who were shot down under his command. Also murdered under his command were proud Ukrainians, a lot of them young people who went onto the streets in places in the Donbass where they proudly showed their Ukrainian flags, were hounded by individuals, whipped up into a frenzy by the likes of Gherkin, Strelkov, and they were murdered. There were graves dug in parks, in places like Lysychansk and Slovyansk in Donbass. And these people were, back in 2014, already martyrs to the cause of Ukrainian freedom. I hope that he gets released by the enemy authorities so that he can be recaptured by Ukraine's liberation forces, because Ukrainians have the right, they have earned the right to deal with this man and to make sure that justice is done for him, because his legacy of crimes against Ukrainians does not go back to February of this year. It goes back to 2014. So, yeah, I hope that, and I'm sure we would all agree that Ukrainian justice will last for many, many years, far beyond the conclusion of this war. And there are many Ukrainians who are owed justice from this war and the aggressive actions committed upon them by the Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex Wendy. You're perfectly correct. For all the interest and the speculations and the talks we're having, this is something we should never lose from sight. There have been untowable crimes committed in numbers that are just bone chilling, and we should never let go in our thoughts and never stop fighting for revenge and justice. Sorry, Alex, your hand is up, and so is Granny's.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Wendy for his saying far better than I ever could what I wanted to say. That yeah, and it's important to remember that Gherkin's crimes and the atrocities he has perpetrated on mankind stretch far beyond Ukraine. But yeah, thank you, Wendy. Gurney.
Yeah. Hey, has anyone spoken of the Copenhagen conference recently that just happened here about a day or two ago, and any of the results specifically? Have we mentioned it recently?
Not over the past few hours. We were there at the beginning, the first announcement, but we heard a lot of more is to come, but I'm not sure we've heard more in question. At least I haven't.
Yeah, hopefully we'll start to get some more specific news releases. The one of the last ones, and news releases from official sources, but one of the last ones I see a couple outlets are picking up on reporting. It's that Poland, Slovakia, and Czechia are going to do a production program to expand production of artillery systems, munitions, and other military equipment there. So that's a new angle, a new interesting one, or a new. It might have been talked about prior to Copenhagen, but to my ears, it hasn't. So it looks like they're talking about expanding commercial production, or both of those, with government backing here. But that's pretty good news. Has anyone else heard some Copenhagen statements?
Well, if you have, you're welcome to come on the panel and tell us about, or maybe send me a tweet and I will relay the information to Gurney. Actually, a tweet just arrived. Maybe that's what it is. Yeah, a confirmation of what you're saying. Poland, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic have decided to launch a program that will expand production of artillery system, munition, and other military equipment to Ukraine.
And maybe Doman had mentioned this earlier here. There's a Polish company referenced. I'm not familiar with them, but I'm sure to the Europeans they might be Mesco. And it looks like there was a separate announcement where they're not only working overtime to produce some of the 152 millimeter shells, the Ukrainian Soviet style shells, but that they're going to go into overdrive perhaps to continue that and expand that.
Oh, that's fantastic news. I thought the idea was that nowhere was it produced anymore except Bulgaria. But if Poland can join the fray, that would be amazing.
Yeah, and it being the weekend here, probably in terms of news cycles as they go, or at least official releases, probably the slow time, right? I think the Copenhagen conference was Thursday or potentially ended on Friday here, but European time. But anyways, I expect more releases from that maybe Monday or Tuesday, as we usually see like sort of a trickle of information come out, sort of staged country by country, and as they talk about some of the agreements, and sometimes from those meetings it can take some more days to get to those official releases, because sometimes it still seems like after the meeting itself they're sort of coordinating the details, and then they tend to make those official announcements. Alex, I'm just going to go back to a couple references early on in the war here when there was some Australian contributions, and the news cycle would sort of pick up on some commitments, and then it would go silent for a couple days or a week, and then we would get some much more concrete, solid information, like when some of the Bushmasters, I believe, were sent, right? But there's a bit of a time lag between the conference or the event and then some of the official statements.
Yeah. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
No, I was about to say that it made a lot of sense. But if you have something more to say, welcome.
No, I think that the lag makes a lot of sense. In that a lot of the stuff, especially for smaller militaries, where the stuff has to be pulled out, checked, reconditioned. We can't all live in nations that can afford to have pre-deployment stocks, so or pre-deployed stocks. So yeah, that there is a little bit of a lag where everything has to get checked and so that it gets dispatched. So yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use my powers of co-host to threaten the audience. If no one comes up to ask questions to Alex and Gurney and Alec Wendy, who are, wells of knowledge, they know a lot, and they're very good at expressing what they know. If no one comes up to ask a question, I will start talking about the Russian automotive industry. You've been warned. I've seen the hour. In 5 minutes, no question has come. Russian industry it is. Okay, there's already one request.
Or nuclear thermal rockets.
Can you discuss the Russian automotive industry in comparison with, say, the Australian automotive industry?
What automotive industry in Australia?
Well, the one we used to have.
You mean the one you used to have like 8 years ago or whatever it was?
Okay, I've got two rabbis raising their hands, feeling like I'm back in the yeshiva. I like Wendy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Ben. I think it was Bertrand before me, so I'm very happy to wait. Thank you, sir.
Well, I just felt threatened by the co-host that has a special powers. So I thought that I was actually trying to figure, maybe you guys have more information about that. What is the current status with Igor Girkin? There is apparently conflicting information. Some sources seem to say that he's been arrested by Russian forces because of reasons that are not entirely clear. So if anyone has a primer, so I don't spend the next half an hour on a Saturday trying to figure out this, and maybe some people in the audience would appreciate that too. Anyone has a more clear I am back to my
Uh,
rabbi status.
Thank you, Bertrand, for the question. I'll take this on here because I don't think there's a lot of people who actually have clarity on this bit of info. But I'm going to expand upon perhaps the why. The why there might not be info, or the why that it doesn't matter. But just humor me the point here. So when it comes to this man, a very slippery man to begin with, I made the statement earlier that I doubt very likely that the FSB are going to be the ones to bring this slippery gentleman any semblance of justice. And if that proves to be incorrect, just remember what he occupies, whether he occupies the role of sort of an anti-message, anti-establishment type message. We can do this. So whatever current caricature he is playing, right, depending on whichever passport he's operating under, or name he's operating under here. I guess I would make the larger point that it's kind of irrelevant. It's irrelevant because he's part of an opera of narrative bullshit, and you'll never get the truth out of it. Even if he were arrested or were not arrested, you'll never get the truth out of it. And that's exactly what it's designed to do. It's designed to inspire and captivate sort of your attention here, because many people would like to see justice brought to this I'm not going to say gentleman, to this man, and that's exactly why it makes the rounds here. That's why this is picking up some viral momentum, because he has angered quite a few people through his abhorrent actions over the years. And while I would love for it to be true, it's simply never going to be as simple as that. But it is alluring and it is captivating. And I'm just going to focus on that and say, so because it's simply captivating, the timing of it is doing exactly what it's designed to do. It's there to captivate, and whether you can understand it or not understand it, and whether he was arrested, wasn't arrested, or in my personal view, the man is a lot more slippery than that. But anyways, that's what it's to do, to captivate our attentions here, and probably to draw some discussion in. I mean, there are some valid questions about this, but it's like answering the question of timing. Why this? Why now? And simple answer: Saki Airfield, right? Why the talk about Zaporizhia nuclear power plant? There's been months of Russian occupation of Zaporizhia. Why are we discussing this in the narrative space, as of recently? And again, timing, and you just ask, who's timing? Well, Russian narrative timing, right? The firestorm, the fire hose of bullshit and up or down. It's to really captivate and capture the conversation space. And so while there's a lot of legitimate questions about Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and this space answered quite a few of those very well with Mark Nelson yesterday, I suspect that the Igor Gherkin, Strelkov, whatever you want to call him, that's going to do the same thing, just in a different news cycle, right? And I would expect more of these things to happen, especially as the Russians are failing to make progress, and there are very large, notable distractions to their message vis-a-vis Saki Airfield. And so while things aren't going to be gravy for the Ukrainians here, I just like to say is whenever you get these things that are very juicy like this, they're sort of designed to get us to talk about that, because we aren't talking about other things. We aren't we aren't asking different questions. We aren't looking at other areas. We're looking at things that sort of designed to be dangled in front of our face. But I hope that, Bertrand, that's no offense to you, sir. I appreciate your comment.
No, it's not offense. Actually, it makes a lot of sense, Gurney. I like your answer, and I think it does make sense. Just one possible nuance. In this case, I am not sure, but it's open doubt. In fact, I don't know how much of an actual platform outside Russia Igor Gherkin has. He has had the same visibility back in the days because of the notorious, let's call it airplane crimes. He committed more crimes after that, but I'm really not sure if he can make the headlines. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he will make the headlines.
You know, in the the probably to the Russian narrative, the beautiful thing about a person or persona like that is that he's believed to have 9 lives. Whether that's true or not, you know, he's merely a man, but he's got 9 lives. So if this one doesn't work out too well in the narrative space, they can always try again to say he was redeemed in some capacity or rearrested again. But you know, the print the myth, print the legend.
Thank you.
Well, it's interesting that they're using this sort of ploy at the moment, because ultimately they may not have so many. It's a bit like high precision missiles. They have a few, but not so many. And they've clearly run out of anything related to Putin's health. So now they have to move on to something else. And the fact that they're using one of their few remaining cartridges may indicate that they're really worried, and that, you know, Gurney, if Gurney is correct, and Gurney is always correct, that sort of cover up, they don't have many left in them, hopefully.
Gurney mentioned that, you know, this sort of story is brought up to distract us from things that are happening in the real world. Would that include more strikes against bridges in Kherson, as my DMs are suggesting?
I think your DMs are correct, but I don't have much more information than that. How many bridges are left on the Dam River?
There were 4.
Yeah, Ben, I think there were 4 in total, right? The bridge across the Novikakovka Dam, the Antonovsky Bridge, a rail bridge north of the Antonovsky Bridge, and I forget where the 4th one would be.
That was next to the dam bridge. Essentially, there were 2 bridges there. There are still somewhat, if they are still there. So the strikes tonight that are being posted are regarding the Antonovsky Bridge, and it was not in good shape before. So I wonder how bad in a shape is now, but I guess we will find out tomorrow.
In Bertrand, I'm Special Kherson Cat is probably asleep at the moment, but when he wakes up, this would be a great opportunity here later tonight, later this evening for North American time and morning Ukraine time, for it to have Special Kherson Cat come back on here and talk about some of the updates of the day, because a lot of us have those questions. Is this rumor true about Russian command in the Kherson area moving to the, you know, whether it's a result of these strikes or numerous strikes over the last 2-3 weeks here, moving to the east side of the Dnieper?
I will just leave to like Wendy, because he's very patient now. But just regarding the sleep cycle of a Special Kherson Cat, he was tweeting until a few minutes ago, so I would not exclude that he's still awake. But I will shut up.
Okay, well, open call, Kherson Cat, if you can hear us, or if somebody connected to you can hear us and they speak with you in DMs, please send a mention to Kherson Cat. We'd love to have him up here tonight to talk about whether there's some truth to this.
He's probably up hunting for some special Kherson mice. I like Wendy. I've got one question before I'll let you say what you have to say. Do you forgive me for this terrible joke?
Of course, sir. Thank you. I just had a comment and a question to make before I drop down. My comment was that Ukraine has a long arm of justice, and Igor Girkin, Strelkov, whichever alias he goes by, the murderer of innocent civilians in Donbass, whatever epithet he goes by, Ukraine has and will have in the future a long arm of justice. The families of the MH17 murdered victims, they also have a long arm of justice. He and the other perpetrators of the genocide in Ukraine, they can run, they can shave their eyebrows off, as Gherkin did today. They can change into whichever clothes they want to. They can dress up however they want. But Ukraine has a long arm of justice. It also coincidentally has an absolutely fantastic organic weapons system production. But that's just coincidental. But the crimes which were perpetrated upon Ukrainians in 2014 when Russian weapon systems were moved into Donbass to murder Ukrainian civilians and bury them in their local parks. This was not committed during the Circassian genocide of the 1800s. This was a genocide committed during the Information Age, an age in which records of war crimes are kept, an age in which audio recordings of people saying that they had just shot down a civilian airliner, these are kept. The internet never forgets. So unlike the murderers and the barbarians of the past during the Circassian genocide, the barbarians of this particular era that we live in, they have a different form of accountability which affects them. They can run, but they can never truly hide from their crimes, and they will be pursued. So the long arm of Ukrainian justice is very long, and whatever Gherkin chooses to do, whatever the fascist state of Russia chooses to do with him, it's going to be in vain. So thank you for this space, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Alec Wendy.
Harom Slava.
Gurney, before we move on to other discussions, I sent you a DM. Could you be so very, very kind as to have a look at it? For everyone else, it's a Ukrainian journalist found his way into Kherson, and it went through the trash of the Russian troops, and there he found what, from my untrained eye, looked like hundreds, potentially the low thousands of I think it's medicinal alcohol or medical alcohol that have been emptied and nothing else, strongly suggesting that this is actually the alcohol has been used to drink, not for any medical use, implying that well, the Russian troops at the moment in Kherson are drinking themselves to, at the very least, to sleep and potentially to something else. And it means that it must be terrifying for the civilians, but which also means that just like the commanders, they are aware of the dire situation they are in. And unlike the commanders, they cannot escape to other places, but they can. All they can do is attempt to forget about it by getting completely blind drunk with this sort of this cheap medical alcohol. It's called ethyl alcohol. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. What it implies.
Ben, so I took a look at that photo you just sent me there, right? I'm gonna take the word of the captions on it. So take this with a grain of salt here. They look like they're alleged to be the ethyl alcohol bottles, but ethyl alcohol, as opposed to methyl alcohol, you can drink ethyl alcohol. It's probably not pleasant by itself, but it won't make you go blind or kill you like methyl alcohol. when we talk about prohibition or denatured alcohol, that's when you add methylated alcohol to ethyl alcohol to sort of spoil it for human consumption. So I'll take the word of the picture of this, but it sparked a couple of things in my mind here. If that's what's going on, or there's some other things going on, but either way, it clearly looks like small medicinal bottles of what are alleged to be ethyl alcohol, and alleged to be from pharmacies, or these could be taken from med kits or ordered in. But I had two concurrent thoughts when I saw it. Sure, they could be drinking this, and that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate because ethyl alcohol, or at least medical grade ethyl alcohol, usually has some purity levels for it. So I'm not 100% sure what's going on in the picture, but if they are drinking it or taking it from pharmacies or taking it out of med kits, that's really not a bright idea, because especially in a time of war, something like medical grade ethyl alcohol, pure, that is, it has a certain purity level, is something that you don't want to be wasting drinking, because for every bit of wound out there, that's exactly what you would use this for most circumstances where you can use alcohol to cleanse wounds topically. That's exactly what this looks like it would be used for. So that's very unfortunate, whether they're getting them from med kits, or they're ordering it in through units, or ordering it in through pharmacies and drinking it. And then the only other thing I can come up with is, if they're not drinking it, then this is just a result of ordering hundreds of bottles of ethyl alcohol due to the nature of the wounds and the amount of wounded. But either way, it's neither of those two options is a good scenario for the Russians. I mean, wasting ethyl alcohol when you clearly need it for hospital grade things and field grade dressings and wound control, even basic things. Some of these guys have been in trenches for weeks at a time here. I mean, little cuts on your foot, and you're sitting in a trench and in mud and in the same socks for weeks on end. Bacteria will build up, and clearly it's just unfortunate that they're drinking this and wasting what should be an otherwise scarce or precious resource, especially in a time of war. But yeah, I saw that picture, and I thought those were the two thoughts I had in my head.
Okay, thanks. The reason why I sort of think that they're probably then used for any medical use is the fact that there's nothing but those bottles in this pile of trash, and there's no paper, there's no old band-aids, there's nothing, there's no anything else but those bottles. So unless they absolutely have nothing else to use than this, not even band-aids or I'm sorry, my medical English is dreadful. I have no idea how you treat a soldier, but there's nothing else. So it really looks like they went for the biggest bowl of margarita. Is it called margarita? Yeah, let's call it margarita. The biggest bowl of cocktail punch. The biggest bowl of punch in their lifetime, and they're drinking it. Well, it's probably not going to do a world of good for their fighting ability, or it may be a form of humor, because the next time the Kherson partisans are going to try to kill a Russian, he'll be able to look at them and say, I got there first, I killed myself with alcohol. So that's altogether very, very positive, I think. Okay, I'm gonna share information that I could not verify, but that sounds logical. Gurney, you were asking about Copenhagen, and you mentioned that there was a lot of financial pledges that have been made. It's probable that some of the military help that has been announced is more or less directly related to this meeting. It can be completely by chance that Denmark announced the fact that they were sending a number of instructors to Britain to help train the Ukrainian forces virtually 24 hours before the opening of the meeting. But apparently, the question of the visa ban has been mentioned, and you will never know. You'll never know who shows up whenever I said the word visa. Nick, do you have any information about the visa ban being discussed in Copenhagen?
No, I just wanted to say the standard alcohol that we use for medical purposes these days tends to be isopropyl alcohol. Maybe Russian medicine or Russian field medicine hasn't caught up with that yet, and you certainly won't want to be drinking that. Do I understand they've run out of vodka?
You know, Nick, I just got a DM about that too, and I think perhaps maybe we could get some non-Western listeners here. I think depending on where you are in the world, so we're used to isopropyl alcohol, which is not drinkable for medical uses. But depending on the purity of ethyl alcohol, it can be superior to isopropyl because it doesn't evaporate as quickly as isopropyl. And so I guess it comes down to the production, what part of the world you're in, and what they're producing. But the reason I say that, Nick, you bring up an interesting point, right? We're not going around. We don't drink ethyl, or we don't drink isopropyl alcohol. We don't drink methyl alcohol. But if you look at the video Ben sent, if we could post it here, there's a bunch of those little brown medical type bottles with sort of the plastic tabs on top to break them open. Maybe not even a quarter pint in there, or even smaller than that. But it looks pretty interesting that these pharmacy type bottles are sitting there, like he said, just piled up in giant boxes after having been opened.
Did you tweet that, Ben?
I'm about to.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, ethyl alcohol is readily obtainable by distilling fermented almost anything, I guess, rather than a pharmacy needing the pharmaceutical industry. On the other hand, if you did it by distilling something, you would probably end up with something relatively drinkable. You know, if you did it by distilling potatoes. Certainly one should not drink pure ethyl alcohol, because it doesn't just dilute. You know, you would actually want to sort of have it as a minimum with Coca-Cola or something. But it's quite hard to get pure ethanol.
Okay, there is someone with the name with the word potato in his name that is joining the panel. I'm going to risk the assumption.
Formerly known as Herm. Sorry, Ben. Formerly known as Herm. I'm just going to laugh at this because at some point in the middle of the night last night, Herm, or Potato Geddon here, gave a wonderful rundown of some Dutch potato sticks.
Yeah, I heard about it, and I'm very, very sad I missed it. I think I'm going to have to ask the team to find a segment and so I can listen to it. Or maybe Erm will be kind enough to give me the gist of the potato. The amidon. Starch.
That will be clipped according to Axel. And please clip it when with Domen launching the topic after. It was just gold. All those contributions to the potatoes were just gold. Isopropyl alcohol, you can drink that stuff. It's not gonna kill you like methyl alcohol. Not gonna make you blind. It's pretty potent. It fries your brain really heavily, and yeah, we should encourage the Russians to drink isopropyl alcohol if they have it. That's my point.
Herm, if I could here, could you give us the breakdown? Just, since you gave a molecular rundown last night on potato sticks, could you possibly give a rundown on ethyl alcohol or why it might be present in different parts of the world versus isopropyl? I don't know. We don't know what's in the containers, but it was alleged to be ethyl alcohol in the pharmacy containers.
Yeah, for the purpose of disinfection, they should work both just fine. And I think you covered it previously pretty well. That is, whatever you have, wherever your production chain is, where you draw that raw product from, that you then refine to medical grade alcohol for topological treatment, that's what you're probably gonna choose. The isopropyl alcohol has a few benefits over the ethyl alcohol when it comes to acute cleansing of wounds. It's a little bit more aggressive to germs. It is also, as you said before, or somebody else, evaporating faster. So that's gives you some kind of cooling effect together when you're cleaning wounds. And it smells like very strong. It's very sharp hospital smell it has, which is supposed to actually incentivize people not to drink it. So that's all a bunch of reasons why it's used medically. But to why the Russians are using one over the others, or what would they have there, that's, I don't have no idea.
Okay, that's very unfortunate because
sorry, Ben. Just one thing I noted: it's probably not Russian stock they were drinking. It's most likely Ukrainian pre-existing stock they robbed from pharmacies and hospitals. So it's actually what the Ukrainians would be having in stock. That's what they're drinking.
In I almost said potato here. Herm, could I ask you? Either way, I would think that the supply chain in that area for the Russians is fairly limited, considering the circumstances. But if all of these individual pharmacy type bottles are being used or ordered for consumption for drinking.
Gurney, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. You came out very choppy. Could you repeat this? Because at the end you are perfectly audible, but at the beginning, at least, I missed what you were saying.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Okay, no, I was just gonna ask Herm.
He's choppy again, I'm afraid.
Because Herm has a specialty in working in the medical field. I was just going to ask.
Herm, did you get his drift by any chance, or?
It was this type of alcohol is medically mainly used for when you, not really the sterilization of open wounds, it's more for when you
would know this quite well because of rive gauche et rive droite.
That's yes.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
That's it for me. I think maybe we could collaborate on a shipment of nice little brown bottles of methyl alcohol. Straight to the front and across the front, obviously. All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hans. That's good thinking. Okay, Jörn is coming back as soon. Hans, I'm gonna drop you. You said you wanted to go, and I'm bringing Jörn back, who probably has a much better understanding of military law than I ever will. Okay, so 3 hands up, Scott, JJ, and Daryl, and then I will indulge myself with some question to Herm, if he can stick around.
Actually, I'm gonna be in swimming now, so I'm gonna be gone for 2 hours.
I'm sorry, can you repeat this? I didn't get it.
I'm about ready to go to the swimming pool for 2 hours. So
2 hours in this. Oh, that's impressive. That's impressive.
Training, exercise.
Amazing. So I'm sorry. Can you summarize quickly for me the fact that is it dangerous for? No, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm blanking completely. Scott, please go ahead. I'm gonna find my footing.
Yeah, I wanted to see if there are any markings that you guys can tell on the bottles in terms of a percentage. Usually ethyl alcohol will come in something like 100%, which would probably be denatured, 95%, or something like 70 or 80%. Because if it's pure ethyl alcohol, though, to break the
Well, that's rich. You broke at break.
I'm looking at the video now very close up, and I am attempting to transcribe what I can see on the label, and I'm not sure it is alcohol. It has it doesn't have on it the Russian or Ukrainian word that I would associate with alcohol. It's got a, but I know very little about the language. I can kind of transliterate from Cyrillic into Latin, and I'm just doing a bit of Googling to see if I can find a similar product. It seems to say Stilovia. I can't do all of the other.
Nick, that's a shame, because I was hoping that you could transliterate that to maybe say sent from Hans with love, methyl alcohol.
Yeah, I think that would be a bit of a giveaway if we did that. But, it's a really, I'm sliding along frame by frame, which, yes, okay, we've got a 95 on the label. We have a 95. In fact, it has a percent, so we've got a 95%. But you have to kind of put it up in the Twitter video player, which is quite nice. I use it sometimes when I'm looking at N-law strikes and whatever, because you can pause it and then you can drag the slider along frame by frame. So Stilovia, it might be a brand name, and it has it under that. It says 95%. The rest of the lettering, I think, is too small. It does have an inflammable symbol on the bottom, which is, I guess, true. I mean, ethanol isn't terribly inflammable, but yeah. So I will go and see if I can find this particular bottle.
Okay, I don't think I've ever broached a subject that brought so many DMs. There's so many drinking stories that are landing. They're all hilarious, and thanks a lot for sharing it. Gurney, did you have something to say? Sorry, I dropped you at some point because we couldn't hear you.
No, Hans came back up though, so maybe he'd like to add.
Yeah, Hans, you broke a break.
Okay, I just wanted to say that with regard to 100% ethyl alcohol, that is virtually impossible because of its extreme affinity for water. If you want 100% ethyl alcohol, you have to put some kind of desiccant in the bottle with it, to the best of my memory. So the most concentrated you can hope for is something like 98%, and that's even uncommon. So 95% makes perfect sense. And given the agricultural production of Ukraine, I think ethyl alcohol, which is, just simply ethanol, period, 10% ethanol, same ethanol you put in your gasoline, reluctantly. Anyway, that seems a very logical sort of thing, that it should be ethanol and not isopropyl. It can, of course, be denatured, which means that you can't drink it. They put in some kind of a poison, and it's put in such such a nature that you cannot redistill it to get rid of the additive, because it will distill over with the alcohol. It might be denatured, it might not. But in any event, 95% is quite reasonable. And again, I think we should transport a couple of 1,000 bottles of methyl hydrate, which is methyl alcohol, over to the Russians, and they will all go blind.
I have an update. So what I thought was Stilovsky, it was not a Z, it was an E. I'd forgotten that there's a backward facing E in the Cyrillic alphabet, and so it says Etilovi, and that is, according to Google Translate, what we call ethanol in Russian, although not in Ukrainian, interestingly. So the word, it's Etilovi spirit, S-P-I-R-T, spirit, I guess. So yeah, those little bottles, it says ethanol 95% on it. It's got the name of a cosmetic. Well, it says Tospon Cosmetic on top, which I presume to be the name of the company that makes it. Maybe they make it as some kind of makeup remover. So yeah, 95% ethanol. The question would then be what the other 5% is. In many countries, we denature ethanol partly to stop people going off and then diluting it and using it as hooch. Although in Spain, you can buy very pure alcohol for surprisingly little in terms of tax, because people use it to make their own limoncello and other preserved fruit liqueurs. But in Britain or France, if you get ethanol, it's always got methanol in it in order to discourage you from drinking. Anyway, yeah. So it does seem that it's Etilovi, and 95% ethanol. I don't see a poison symbol on it. I only see the flame symbol. So maybe it's 95% ethanol and 5% something that won't actually harm you that much. So I will continue my research.
Thank you. And then I'll have a question for you, Nick. Once you've brought us some further information, JJ.
Yes,
your hand has
I've
been
got the
up for a
bottle.
while.
I've got the bottle.
Don't spit in it. JJ, go ahead.
Thanks. I'd like to change the topic if that's okay with you, Ben.
You're not changing it. You're just creating a parenthesis because I'm sure we'll look into it.
Thank you. Well, it's hard to forget the kerfuffle with Amnesty International from a few days ago. And I just saw on Euromaidan Press that Amnesty International has agreed to an external evaluation of its controversial statements. And they say that they want to understand what exactly went wrong and why in order to learn lessons and improve their work in the field of human rights. They say that they regret the press release devoted to the study, and it was published without sufficient context. It sort of sounds a little hollow, and I did tweet this to Alex. I'd love to get people's feedback on this and see if my radar is on about it. Thanks.
Did they actually say they regret the statement, or do they say they regret it if anyone was offended, which is the way you sort of have a non-apology? But if they actually say they regret the statement, then maybe they're having to backpedal a little bit. That didn't sound too Weasley to me, and I would have expected something a bit more Weasley, frankly. So maybe that's
the way I read it. Hang on, let me just bring it up in front of me. It's sort of like we regret that we didn't add the conclusions were not conveyed with the delicacy and accuracy that should be expected from Amnesty. This also applies to subsequent communication and reaction to the International Secretariat for Public Criticism. We condemn the instrumentalization of the press release by the Russian authorities. Now that's pretty much as close to "we're sorry you were offended" as you can get without saying it, isn't it, Nick?
Sorry, I forgot. I think it will depend who they get to do this external evaluation. So when you do this sort of thing, you always earn yourself a little bit of a right to a temporary ceasefire, but you create expectations, and let's see what the report says. Let's check that it is from someone who is independent, and let's see if afterwards they change. I think those are more important than the exact words that they use here.
Yeah, I think my feeling is that as you hint, Nick, it's all very yes, minister. The reality is that most of their press releases so far have focused on the fact that they didn't convey their conclusions with sufficient accuracy and other sort of non sequiturs. And it's like, well, the issue isn't the way in which you conveyed your conclusions. The issue is the premise upon which your conclusions are based. And until they address the premise of their conclusions, it's, as you say, all a bit wishy-washy.
Thanks. Daryl, your hand has been up for a while, but before you ask a question, can you be so kind as tell everyone to retweet the space and maybe give them an idea of what they should be saying? Nick, we can hear you lighting up cigarettes. Yeah, Daryl, can you do this? Like, give people an idea of what to write when they retweet the space.
Say that again.
I love your way with words, so I would like you to give people an idea of what to say when they retweet the space.
Oh, okay. Well, typically what I do is if we have something going on in the space, particularly like the picture of the bottle of, just I'll make something funny, or if it's a serious subject, I'll say something serious, maybe ask a question, because people may have questions and you just kind of lead them. Questions are leading sometimes, and if you use them right, you can get people to come in. That's really how I do it.
Okay, thanks. Very good advice. Can you? Yeah, you had a question. Is it?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. First,
I'm gonna back one subject and then I'll come forward with the Amnesty International. The first one is, could they be using that many bottles? Could they be using it for fuel? I'm not sure if they're using like gas powered or whatever type drones, and they could be using these, or they have vehicles that could be needing fuel, or they can be using it to eat with. I mean, I'm sure it's not cold over there, but for food, um, I'm not sure. That's something that, just using it plainly as fuel rather than something that they're actually drinking. Because drinking, have you ever mistakenly picked up a bottle of alcohol and because sometimes I use peroxide as a cleanser in my mouth, but you ever mistakenly picked up a bottle of alcohol, that's not a very pleasant feeling in your mouth. So I would probably be leaning toward them maybe using it as fuel, unless they're trying to pour it over some fruit and do something weird with it. But when you're desperate, who knows?
Daryl, I really don't think they're using it as fuel. I just found the product for sale on a Russian website. I've just tweeted it. It says Cosmet Lotion, ethyl, 99 milliliters. So it is some kind of, some kind of face lotion. Well, I mean, these words are a little difficult with Russian and lotion and whatever, because it is 95% alcohol. But on the store where I found it, the online pharmacy, it's under home, then beauty and care products, then facial cosmetics, then cosmetics for problems skin, and finally Cosmet Lotion, ethyl, 99 milliliters. So apparently it's zit lotion.
That's what I was going to say. Sounds like something for, are they having problems with mosquitoes over there real bad?
The bottles are 99 mil, and they cost 71 rubles, which I think is about $1. So that's, I mean, at whatever exchange rate we're looking at. So that's quite an expensive way to fill up your BMP, particularly because most of these things are diesel engines. I don't think ethanol is going to kind of take the place of fuel oil anytime soon.
Well, I was just thinking, if they're trying to use like a sterno setup, something like that, if they were trying to cook with it, or like I said, if they had drones with little gas motors on it, which I doubt, but that was just, it was just a thought, because that many bottles, that's incredible for somebody.
Well, that's what you would expect a pharmacy to receive from the factory when they order, 600 bottles. I mean, in wholesale quantity. So I don't find that particularly surprising.
But to be drank in that quantity, though, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, maybe there's 600 guys. Maybe there's 600 guys in the unit, and they just all, they just all had one daiquiri with it.
Daryl, could I chime in and add to this? I think many a silly person has probably tried to drink Sterno. I wouldn't put it below the Russians to try to drink Sterno. If they were to have Sterno as well. But yeah, to Nick in this case, it looks quite obvious in those bottles. I mean, they're pretty much not single-use bottles here, but looks like they're getting hooched by another means. Is what it looks like.
Okay. All right. Now for Amnesty International, looking at that situation, somebody needed to get a story out real quick, and they probably were working for somebody. We've seen who they've been influenced by. We've seen, the bad actors in their group. Somebody wanted to get something out, even though they know it could be retracted later. They were trying to get this out on purpose. That was put on purpose, even though all of these different apologies have come forth of varying sorts. This was intentionally to put a dark stain on the Ukrainian forces.
Yeah, that sounds like it. Gurney, you wanted to speak about Amnesty International?
Yeah, there's two things. Let me speak to Amnesty International, but let me close up my alcohol related comments here. There was a completely unrelated different video that came out on Twitter today. I think it was released by some Ukrainian special forces. In it, and I'll get to the point here to Daryl's point about this is potentially drinking here. It was a little confusing because you see a Ukrainian soldier, you see the gun perspective coming up on what looked like a former Russian encampment. Not many people around, and the soldier is going kind of slow and cautiously. There's a red sleeping bag. Everything's in camouflage, but this bright red sleeping bag, which is kind of silly that everything's in camouflage and it's super bright red. But I'm just kind of set the picture for you. But anyways, this soldier is going very quietly and slowly. And I think at some point he realizes that there is a soldier asleep, a Russian soldier asleep under that blanket or sleep bag or whatever it is. And you then see the Russian soldier sort of awake, very shocked that there's a gun pointed to him. And all I can ask myself is, where the hell did the rest of the unit go? And now it's sort of coming full circle that that soldier was probably drunk. And overslept a lot of things here, whether it was oversleeping the fight, whether it was oversleeping the rest of his buddies exfilling out of there before the Ukrainians came through. But that soldier woke up alone to a Ukrainian gun in what used to be a Russian encampment. And didn't look like there was damage there. Didn't look like there was, any significant amount of fire had taken place, but just a Russian soldier waking up by himself, asking him where not only where did his unit go, but why is this Ukrainian pointing a gun at me? So anyways, take that for whatever it's worth. But no, to Amnesty International here, I don't want to pile on. What they said was egregious enough. My only comment to it is it's sort of a crap sandwich here because Russia wins either way with this. And what I mean by that is Russia's using their statement to the destruction of credibility, right? Russia's weaponizing their very poor, their very awful statement, and Russia's weaponizing it. So that's one end of it. But on the other end of it is, they have done some decent work in the past. I'm not saying they're not without criticism for what they have done, but they are a large NGO that is ostensibly supposed to be supporting human rights around the world. So when one of your adversaries not only weaponizes your own statement, but then is part and parcel the reason for potentially dismantling your organization, one that is supposed to be protecting human rights, well, that's just a double crap sandwich there, right? Because regardless of how awful the statement was, and I think the statement was awful. I'm not defending them in any way. It's just it sort of takes out an organization that's supposed to be looking out for human rights. It sort of makes them ineffective. I'm sure their donors are fleeing, rightfully so, and there might not be much left of this organization. Now, the good news is I'm sure others will fill that void. But in the short term, it's just sort of crappy that your adversary not only you allow your adversary or one of your adversaries to weaponize your statements, but you also allow them on the other end of it to be part of your potential destruction. So for me, I don't take solace in it. I think they should have. I think this was an issue where there should have been a learning moment, and there should have been some organizational change. But they dug their heels in so far to such an awful. To Ben's words there, or Alex's words, that the premise, not just the conclusion is wrong, but the premise is wrong. And they made so many mistakes after they released the statement that in my mind, they should be dismantled at this point. But I don't take comfort in that.
Yeah, you're right. And there's probably a lot of very good people who've invested a lot of man hours in this who are now probably completely heartbroken. You're making a very good point, Gurney. Phil, you came up and then fell. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry, I've been trying to chime in on the whole ethanol, ethyl alcohol, isopropyl alcohol thing from the beginning, but I just kept getting dropped down, up and down, up and down. So glad I'm able to speak. I don't know if it's been said, but ethyl alcohol or ethanol is just alcohol, how we drink it. Typically, proof, like something that's 30 proof, is 15% ethyl alcohol. Something like vodka is between 30 and 40% alcohol, which is 60 to 80 proof. Something that's 95% alcohol or ethanol is 190 proof. Basically, it's how we drink it. Typically, 95% alcohol, medical grade, is 95% ethanol and 5% pure H2O. That's how it is. It's medically, it could be used as an astringent, which is why you find it in the beauty area. But that's how, so in medical or scientific grade, basically we use 70% ethanol to disinfect surfaces. The problem with it is between 60 and 70% is the only way you can kill bacteria or viruses. So it's a very narrow window. Isopropyl alcohol is a disinfectant at a much larger area, a much larger concentration, basically. So you know, from 40 to 80%, isopropyl alcohol can be used as a disinfectant. I wouldn't drink methanol or isopropyl alcohol. Methanol will basically make you go blind. Isopropyl alcohol, if you drink it like you drink alcohol or ethanol, can make your muscles break down, and it can cause a condition called rhabdomyolysis, or basically your muscles break down to the point that your kidneys can't filter dead muscle anymore, and you go into kidney failure and you die. So don't drink isopropyl alcohol, don't drink methanol, only ethanol or what we call alcohol. And that was kind of the basic breakdown of the three different potential alcohol variants. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Phil, I have a great question here. I've heard those ranges before. Could you speak to why they're limited to those ranges of efficacy?
Of
is it
course.
limited?
So
Is it because
ethanol,
higher concentrations of ethyl alcohol will evaporate too quickly to act as a bacteriostatic agent? What's the reason?
yes, Gurney. So isopropyl alcohol will desiccate or dehydrate a bacteria or virus over a larger effective concentration.
So,
Ethanol can only do it between. Can you hear?
No. Yeah, Phil, we can hear you. It's Gurney's.
Oh
Gurney's
yeah,
connection is not very
just
good.
if Gurney can't hear me, Gurney is absolutely correct. Ethyl alcohol or ethanol can only desiccate bacteria and viruses at a range of 60 to 70%, whereas isopropyl alcohol can do it from 40 to 80%. So yes, it's basically that range of desiccation of bacteria and viruses is much smaller with ethanol. We use 95% ethanol in science. We use it so that we can extract RNA and DNA. Like if you're trying to, do genetic testing for anywhere from finding out who's someone's father to pulling out RNAs to see gene expression, like that's what we use 95% ethanol. It's used to extract nucleic acids. But that's why you see it at such high concentrations of 95%, because that's the concentration you need to extract nucleic acids out. But it could also be used at those high concentrations to kind of get rid of oil on people's faces, for instance. So people use it as an astringent as well. And high concentrations of alcohol are used in acne astringents as well.
Well, Thanks, Phil. That's a lot of information. Actually, talking about information, Paul has some more because he can tell us more about the translation of what Nick found.
Yeah, so what the bottle says is ethylový spirit, 95%. So it says ethanol spirit or ethanol alcohol 95%. If you look at I'm not sure what it's called, but at the bottom of Twitter on the right, there is where you could have a conversation. I think there's 52 current responses. I shared a link there to a Russian website, which has description of the medicine and kind of details about it. You could probably use Google Translate to translate it. But what it says is that it's commonly used as a antiseptic, antimicrobial. Some of the applications you could use it for is as to clean out wounds. You could also use it to clean your hands for surgical if you're doing surgeries. So I'm assuming that this is the little bottles are meant for, you know, cleaning out wounds in the field, cleaning your hands prior to helping out, you know, wounded soldiers, etc. So I think that
Paul, I think we cannot hear you anymore. Can anyone hear Paul?
Negative.
Can anyone hear me?
Roger Dodger.
But from what he was saying, it does appear that they were using the higher concentration antiseptic, perhaps diluting it. And really, all you have to do is dilute it from 70% alcohol to about 30 to 40% alcohol. It's not going to taste much different than vodka at that point. But if they're using I mean, you know, the morale is pretty low. So it makes sense that they're getting alcohol any way they can get it.
Okay, so Paul is back. Please continue. Paul? Mr. Paul.
yeah, I was asking if you heard me at all or if I cut out right away.
No, we heard you quite almost till the end, and you came back very fast, so we heard most of what you had to say. But if you want to continue, that's perfect.
Yeah, so it's 95% ethanol, 5% distilled water. It's basically you know, meant for medical application. So you know, them getting drunk and it's kind of funny, but it's I think it's just soldiers taking their edge off with something that's not really meant for that application, but that's what Russian soldiers do, I guess.
Hey, Paul, I got a quick question for you. How much of an edge do you think they need to take off to get them to the east side of the Dnieper?
Yeah, I can't really tell you. I was on the space the other day, and I was telling you guys that, you know, I was actually born in Yevpatoria, Ukraine, which is, you know, like 15 kilometers from Saki Air Base. So for me, you know, this whole war has been a personal thing, and it's I'm glad to see the offensive that the Ukrainians are currently on. You know, pushing Russians back from Kherson, attacking Crimea as well. So this is a very it's been a positive last month. I think the HIMARS o'clock that we've been seeing, you know, it's all been great to see.
I know this is funny here, or may not seem funny, but but I'm going to make it funny. We're talking about the ethyl alcohol, and I know it's humorous, and at the same time, it's also not humorous. But I'm going to add to the out there say, in the next couple of days, how many inflatable swimming type pictures do you think we're going to see the Russians trying to order here? I'm getting scuttlebutt, whether it's humorous or not. I don't expect it to be real here, but that some of these units to help take the edge off are going to start ordering pool floats and stuff as a way of coping, maybe to think they can get across the river after their commanders have left.
Please, Bernie, you're making joining the Russian army sounding way too fun. Alcohol and pool floats. That sounds cool.
Do we all know why proof spirit is called proof spirit?
Well, all minus one.
When the customs people wanted to tell if there was, they wanted a way of telling it how strong a drink was, they would set fire to it, and if it was able to burn, that was at least 100 proof, 100% of proof. So proof means able to burn, at least in theory. It just turns out that British and American, as usual, have different measures of this, whereas I would have thought the actual ability of a spirit to burn ought to be international. But that's the theory, at least. So Americans talk about proof, and it's exactly half the volumetric alcohol content. I don't think anyone in England talks about 90 proof anymore. I think it's almost always alcohol by volume. But after Brexit, who knows?
Okay, it's getting quite complex. I think chemistry was one of the STEM sciences that we did not cover extensively in this space. We talked a lot about physics, rocketry, nuclear, some mathematics one way or another, but chemistry not so much. And now we're covering the subject extensively. It's very good. Paul, did you have something else to add to the conversation?
I do not. I mean, my dad was a medical student. He graduated from a university in Sevastopol Medical University, so he probably could say a lot more. But for me, I don't have a medical background.
Paul, I sort of expect on the ground reports here from you to see if some of the Crimean tourists have left their sort of ocean or pool floaties, and I want to know if those are making their way to Kherson, to some of those Russian troops, maybe as a sort of a gift.
So unfortunately, fortunately or unfortunately, depends how you see it, I immigrated from Ukraine in the late 90s. I've been living in the US since then. So I've for the last 20 plus years, I've been living in the US. I do still have family in Ukraine. I do still have friends in Crimea, as well as other parts of Ukraine. But yeah, I'm not as close to the situation as many other speakers in here.
Okay, maybe we'll just have to take the Hans approach here. We'll get a care package together of some methylated alcohol to send them, and we'll just include a few pool floaties along with it as a nice sort of care package.
Yeah. I think Hans had a great idea. Paul, do you want to continue? Paul, you had a reply for Gurney? Okay, he must have a problem with his buttons. There are difficult, especially these days. George, your hand is raised.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I can't wait to go to work at the hospital tomorrow and tell them that they're drinking 95% isopropyl alcohol. That's gonna get some reactions from some people in the lab, anyway. But on
I think we established it was ethanol, George.
Oh, okay, ethanol. it's still insane. But anyway, I was gonna say about the Amnesty International thing. This is what you call a CYA protocol by the organization, and by CYA we call it cover your assets or cover your ass. Um, you know, I heard the other day that one of the co-founders, if I'm mistaken, please somebody correct me. One of the co-founders, a Swedish gentleman, he pulled out of the organization. There was multiple people from other countries that pulled out of the organization. I'm sure their donors are pulling out, and I don't expect anything out of this. They'll just say, "Oh, we're sorry. We should have been more delicate to the feelings of Ukrainians," but I doubt they're going to say that the report was a bunch of BS as it was. So, you know, this is just one of those CYA, things that organizations do once they make a stupid move and it hurts their bottom line.
He was the founder of Amnesty Sweden. I think he started a branch in Sweden like a year after it was first founded in, I presume, London. And he founded the Swedish branch 60 years ago. So he will have had enormous seniority. Although, I mean, you know, he's now presumably in his 80s and won't have been an employee or whatever for a long time. But you know, he will be. He's the kind of person who, when they resign, you realize you've done something pretty bad.
And not only that, Nick, you got to understand he's taking with him all his connections when they have those big fundraisers in Stockholm and he shows up, right? This is like charity royalty, and people don't understand that, having never worked in a charity. These guys bring in money, and now he's pretty much saying, "I'm deuces, people, I'm out." So
I'm not sure how much, but I mean, you know, you can't afford to piss those kind of people off. Indeed, I don't think necessarily it will hurt their bottom line too much, because they don't raise a lot of money by shaking tins in the street, and that's actually part of the problem with organizations like that.
No, they don't shake tins in the street, but they trust me, they have their little fundraiser things. They have them here in New York, and when you lose people that are have been here there for 40, 50 years in their contacts, yeah, it does hurt. It's going to hurt now their Swedish offices, but I'm sure any Western country where people were pro-Ukrainian are going to think twice about donating. We've talked about that before. So I think this is just they're trying to stop the bleeding. Let's put it that way.
Sorry guys, I was having a drink and I forgot to switch off my mic. Apologies. So we've got Michael's hand up, and then we'll go to Scott. Michael, go ahead.
So the ethyl alcohol discussion has been a pretty nice weekend diversion. So I had a question, and then I wanted to real quickly tongue-in-cheek reply to Nick about the use of APV versus proof. So first off, my question is, do we know, like, when we had like 95% ABV when in college, we'd take it and we'd put it in a big garbage can and we'd mix it with a lot of grape juice and other stuff and have a party. I mean, do we know for sure that the Russian soldiers are like drinking this stuff straight, or are they mixing it? Like, I don't quite know how. I know that, you know, based upon life expectancy, it appears that alcoholism is a serious problem in Russia. I don't mean to make light of that, but I'm just wondering, are they really drinking this straight? That's my question. And then just Nick, for you, the whole APV versus proof. I think we in the United States of America culturally would have a real deficiency if we were to stop talking about proof. The museum, the musician of the great nation of Texas, George Strait. Where would we be without hits such as 80 proof bottle of Tear Stopper, for one, and lots and lots of other in the culture of the of a country western, I would say. So that's my tongue-in-cheek response to you, and just wondering, just how do Russians take their drink?
I think drinking 95% ethanol is actually extremely hard. So, I mean, you can just dilute it 1 to 2 with water, and you'll be drinking the equivalent of vodka. The Russians do have a culture of drinking vodka neat, but I think the vodka they sell tends to be more like 30% ABV. We have, I think the export vodkas that we get in bars that are 40 is kind of for comparison, to make it similar for cocktails. But I'm told that the regular vodka that they drink every day, maybe someone who's spent any time in Russia, which is more than me, can correct it. But my daughter went there. I think she told me the actual vodka they sit and drink during a meal, because they kind of drink it like a beverage. An accompanying beverage is more like 30 than 40. So if you diluted the 95 with 2 parts of water, it would be okay. It does suggest a certain amount of desperation.
No, agreed. And Nick, I definitely second kind of what your daughter said about Russia. I have a dear friend that's on faculty at Tulane Health Management Department and spent many trips over there and working with healthcare administration there back in the 90s. And she relayed the same thing in terms of ABV and also the fact that they drank a lot of it during meals. They ate a lot, but they drank a lot of it. And she's not my friend. She wasn't the biggest lady or the heaviest drinker by any means, and she definitely did struggle with it for sure.
Thanks, guys. I'm gonna make a bit of a jarring move, but I'd like to ask Nick a question about visas. And I know you have to go very soon, so I'll use the opportunity to ask you it now, because you know more about visas than most visas know about themselves. What do you think of the information that is coming up out of Copenhagen at the moment regarding the possibility of a Euro-wide fight? Sorry, Euro-wide ban on Russian visas.
You sent me an article. You sent me a Danish article saying Denmark is calling for the EU to ban visas, and how the major political parties, at least I presume they're the major political parties in Denmark, are in favour. We know Estonia already said they'd do it. Finland, we heard earlier this afternoon, is going to issue visas to Russians only on a Monday, which suggests that they haven't quite got the legal basis in place yet, but they can, do something with an administrative measure. The difficulty I see, and it reminds me a little bit of what happened during COVID. So during COVID, every country countries in Europe still actually have control of their borders, much to the surprise of British people who voted for Brexit. And during COVID, the countries basically suspended the no control bits of Schengen, and there were some quite awkward spats between governments. Now, they only tended to last about a week, because after about a week, whichever country was saying, our citizens should be allowed to go to, from Spain to France, let's say, within a week, there was more COVID on the other side of the border, and then the situation reversed. But what it showed was that the EU has very little say about what actually happens operationally at the borders, and it equally has very little say over visa policy. So what the Schengen Agreement basically says is that if a country issues a visa, in a country within the Schengen zone issues a visa, the other 25 countries will recognize it. This is for tourists. By tourists, I mean any short-term visa, independent of the purpose of the visit. We'll simplify it as a tourist visa. But the countries issue the visas themselves. They may apply their own criteria And so, for example, there have been stories in the British press in the last month about how to go to Spain. You need to have 100 euros a day. Now, British people don't need a visa, but the visa waiver and the visa conditions are very similar. It turns out the EU does not have any form of legal instrument where the EU can say, we, the European Council, hereby will stop giving visas to Russians. Now, what happened during COVID was that the EU would get together and they would come up with recommendations for travel. And so, for example, in May of 2021, the EU said that in order to visit the EU, we all agree, in other words, we all agree as gentle people, that from the 7th of June or whatever it was, Americans, etc., who come in will need to be either vaccinated or, basically adults would have to be vaccinated or recovered. They weren't going to accept just a test. And then Spain looked at that and said, hold on, we want 10 million Brits to come. They're from outside Schengen, and a lot of them haven't been vaccinated yet. And so Spain started undermining this with a succession of more and more ludicrous claims about the British COVID rate, and it was a disaster. It was extremely embarrassing, and I was trying to help British tourists to come, and the rules were changing sometimes twice a week. So the EU can only, in a situation like this, the EU can, if they want to, can provide an office in Brussels where all of the governments can get together and agree a policy, but the EU cannot enforce it. And if Germany either doesn't want to turn up, or if they turn up and go, oh yeah, this is a great idea, and then oops, we accidentally issued 500 visas. Maybe the memo didn't get through to the consulate in Moscow. What a shame. The EU can't really do anything about it. So that's the situation. Is the Schengen countries are independent, and they all have to issue the visas under their own laws. And there is no EU law that I am aware of that would allow the EU to take either a majority or a unanimous decision. It really has to be the member states agreeing that that's what they want to do.
Fantastic. Yeah, that was extremely clear. So, and do you think that's it's in terms of likelihood? Do you think it's something that can happen in the coming few days? Not.
Well, we've started to talk about it. The main vacation, summer vacation season will be over soon. So maybe the Mediterranean countries, to the extent that they benefit significantly from Russian tourism, might say, oh, well, okay, we've had 1 year of this, and we'll have a visa ban for 6 months and see what happens in the spring. I don't know whether Russian tourism is a particularly significant source of revenue in a way that, for example, the British tourism for Spain is, with 18 million annual visitors. It's a significant part of GNP. What will France and Germany and Italy do? Will it become known that the Hungarian consulate will, fast track your Schengen visa for a couple of €100? Something to be noticed is that you are meant to enter the Schengen area at the country that issued, or the country where you are proposing to stay the longest, or the country that issued the visa. And as we've noted, there's a slight irony at the moment, which is that if you are Russian and you have a perfectly legitimate visa to go on holiday in Spain, you're quite likely, and you live in St. Petersburg, you're quite likely to drive across the border into Finland to completely legitimately go to Helsinki airport and get on a plane, because you can't fly to Spain from Russia. So they would turn up, and then the Finnish people would say, okay, why are you entering Finland when your visa was issued by Spain? And they'd show them the air tickets, and they'd probably be allowed on. If it became known that, for example, Hungary was handing out Schengen visas like candy, then you might end up in a situation where people were being refused entry at the border. So at the moment, there are the only Schengen states with a land border with Russia are Finland, Estonia, and Latvia. But that kind of only pushes the problem of the confrontation kind of one level down, because it kind of is expected that if you've got a visa, that you'll be let in unless fairly exceptional circumstances apply at the border. And if the fairly exceptional circumstances that you want to invoke are, well, Hungary issued this, we all know they're a soft touch, that kind of gets pretty embarrassing at an EU level. So to some extent, a bad actor like Hungary, or a sort of don't care actor like Germany could to some extent undermine this. As usual with Hungary, I presume that they can be brought around by some sort of bribery or other. But there is that issue of what happens when you turn up at the border with a visa issued by another country. And sometimes that's entirely legitimate. I mean, to the extent that the Russian travel is all is legitimate, but there's nothing kind of nefarious about it. And sometimes it will just be, what are you going to do about it? And then again, you're going to have the Estonian and Latvian and Finnish border officials get into arguments with Russians, and with the associated confrontational costs of that, which those states have to bear.
Thank you. That's I think that quite covers it. You still have 5 minutes or not?
Pardon?
Do you still have 5 minutes or not?
Yeah. It's just a question of when I decide to go to bed.
Okay, fantastic. I was wondering, talking about the alcohol, to return on that subject, has somebody in my DMs was asking the question, and I thought that was quite good, and I'm sure you're one of the most appropriate person to answer this. Has the demeanor of the Russian troops, especially recently, does it bring to mind for you that they're drinking this sort of weird punch that we've been talking about recently? Does it apply?
I don't know enough about it. As far as I know, if you take, as I said earlier, you can buy, and somebody, I didn't even know the term, but the technical term is rectified spirit. You can buy 95% ethanol in the pharmacy, or one or two supermarkets, certainly in the pharmacy here in Spain, take it home and macerate fruit in it. And then I presume you dilute it or add sugar syrup to make a liqueur. So there's nothing, if this really is 95% ethanol and 5% water, which I think, was it Alex, read the label and told us it was, then if you dilute it 2 to 1 with water, it is basically the same as drinking vodka, which is to say an almost tasteless alcoholic beverage. But there's nothing wrong with it other than the fact that sheer concentration will certainly not go down your throat very well. But apart from that, it's no different from if they were drinking ration vodka. Now, I don't know how much vodka they get. I would have thought, actually, given if they are reduced to drinking 99 ml bottles of acne lotion, I would have thought it would suggest that actually they're probably running a bit low on vodka ration, which would probably be a bigger problem for morale for the average Russian soldier than getting drunk. But I don't, I certainly don't have any qualifications to look at videos and attempt to estimate exactly how intoxicated anyone in them is.
Okay, well, that's quite interesting actually, because it would fit with our assumption that they're having problem with logistics. So they have problem with logistics to the extent that they would have brought vodka, they stopped, and now the guys have to drink whatever has crossed the river, including things that would be much better used for the wounds.
I think it's. I think maybe we should give the Russians a little bit of credit for importing in what, as far as I can see, are Russian military miniature bottles, acne remedies, so that the newly minted adolescent Russian citizens of Kherson can go on a date without a horrendous face full of zits. If that doesn't say, a caring country, I don't know what does.
I would disagree with you on this one because most of the videos we've seen recently do imply that they tend to recruit people 50 who are 50 and over rather than teenage boys. Although, considering their dietary habits, it's likely that they are having some skin issues as well.
Mic check.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay, my phone is freezing, so I'm trying to turn my mic off, and I'm having trouble doing it.
Well, apparently the mic, Nick's mic has decided to turn itself off on its own. All right, so information. Paul, do you have things? Do you have something interesting for us that has caught your eye recently? Yeah, no, I shouldn't be asking Paul really. His phone isn't.
Talk about visas. Somebody comes up with a question about what is Schengen. So if anyone has any questions, what is Schengen or what does that mean, then I can answer that. Otherwise, I'll be off to bed in a few minutes.
I think you've answered it quite nicely just a couple of days ago. Most of our American friends probably still remember. And the Europeans, they probably know all the same. Meanwhile, Timu has joined us. Sorry to put you on the spot so quickly, but we're light on subject. Timu, you're from Finland, I take it.
Yep.
Yeah, you're welcome to take the opportunity to say a few more words. You've joined us because you want to ask a question or share an observation?
Yeah, sorry, I think I just came in and maybe I misclicked my request button.
It's okay, happens all the time. I wish you a happy night and enjoy your whatever it is you're doing in Finland at the moment.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, I'm gonna take a risk and bring Chuck in. I've not met Chuck, but he's being followed by someone I really appreciate, so I'm taking it as a good guy. Chuck, hello. Welcome on board.
Hey, how you guys doing tonight?
As you can hear, a bit slowly, but other than that, it's fine. We talked about alcohol quite a lot.
Oh yeah, that's good.
And then we talked about Amnesty International.
Yes, I mean, hey, I've been overseas quite often and many different villages when it comes to the Balkan territories. But the one thing I don't understand about, I mean, Ukraine is very, very original. I mean, just most of your Balkan states are. Croatia is too. But with Vladimir Putin, you know, everybody looks at him as like he's some crazy dictator. There's something between him and Zelensky. There's something between those two that a lot of people don't know about. I don't know. It's just like a feeling I get. You know, their military coming in there and trying to invade uncalled for bullshit. It's garbage. United States sending billions of dollars over there. That's fine to help out. But that's funny because we don't know where all those billions of dollars are going now. Now it's unaccounted funds. But you know, if it was Reagan in the 80s,
Wait,
would have made sure.
Chuck. What are you talking about? We don't know where those billions of dollars are going. You think that
there's
people to Kyiv with a
$44 billion
briefcase?
unaccounted for. So no, listen, I have nothing
you
against
said
Ukraine. I want them to beat that little piss out of Russia, but if you guys, where the money's at, is Zelensky? Is he taking it? Is he actually a crook like everybody thinks he is?
No. Hey, whoa. No one thinks he's a crook there. You're the only one saying this. I'm sorry, Chuck. I have
Well,
no
it's
idea
not
where
me,
you're
the
bringing
only one
this.
saying it, first of all, but still good, yeah.
No, okay, Chuck. Okay,
The
I
CIA
think
says
Gurney
that
wants to
America
ask you a question.
Let's just calm down. I think Gurney might have
No, I'd
something
like to
say
talk
on
to you
this.
guys because I want to know what's going
Yeah.
on.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, Chuck. Yeah, I'd love to ask you a few questions here. I don't think you sound disingenuous, so I'll just ask here. You're saying it's not provable where money went. Let me just park that question for a second because that's untrue here. But yet you're gonna, in the same breath as making that statement, you're gonna then go to unprovable things and gut feelings. Am I hearing correctly?
You're hearing correctly, yeah. It's kind of it's just a mixed feeling.
And so you know, do you see sort of a logical fallacy in that? I mean, on one hand, you're saying, show me the proof. And on the other hand, you're saying, but allow me the freedom to just gut check this. Does that sound genuine?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that either. Yeah, you're right. I'm gonna listen. Good.
Yeah, well, I think that's simply all my comment is. I think
Okay,
that's
well, your comment
this is
was
a
good.
distraction here because we've proved many times on this radio program, in terms of accountability, exactly where and how the money is being sent in all of the oversight.
How do you
given to
know?
that.
Are you working for the SFC? I mean, are you accountable for the government and the funds that comes in, or are you just like a fan, of the?
Okay, I think I'm drawing the line at calling Gurney accountable. He has a questionable taste in terms of gastronomy, but I don't think he has ever eaten anyone. Craig, weren't you supposed to be off for the night?
No, I just got back. I've been gone for a couple of hours. We just walked back in the door and everybody's kind of relaxing and we've had our dinner for the night. But I just popped on just to listen and then I heard this and then of course I got sucked in. But I just this is I think a good place to kind of just put this kind of conversation. I'm a conservative. Other people are liberals. Whatever. Okay. So name a program that you agree funding. Anything. I don't care what it is. So you want to plant sequoia trees in California and you want to put $1 billion into that, or you want to give every sheriff's department in the United States $1 billion a piece for law enforcement activities. What Chuck was doing was saying, can you prove that those funds were used? Here's the thing. You can't prove any funds are being used appropriately unless you yourself are seeing the funds. I think it's safe to say that if I said, what's your favorite program? And he says, yeah, put $1 billion into that. I'm like, yeah, Chuck, but how do you know the money's being spent properly? He doesn't know if the money's being spent properly. He's not looking at the numbers, but he agrees with the program in his gut. He thinks that it's a good idea. So he doesn't, keeping track of the money doesn't matter, right? But if he doesn't agree with the program, then of course nobody has eyes on it. Nobody's paying attention. Who's doing this? I don't even know who's doing this. So remember that when people come on, it's not just about if they're anti-US or anti-this or pro-pro. It's about their gut feeling. It's about what they support and what they don't support, which leads into this idea of somebody asking Gurney, hey, Gurney, do you know the name of the accountant that's giving us? Of course you don't. So how do you know it's being spread appropriately? But if you ask him a question about a program he supports, he's going to say, well, of course it's going in the right direction. What are you talking about? It's a psychological trick, right? That's all this is.
Hey, Ben, I have a question for you, just as a sort of little thought experiment. Have you ever had Ebola?
What if I say yes? Would it completely destroy your sense of your path of thought?
Yeah, it would destroy this thought experiment. But do you have to have Ebola to know that it's a very bad virus to catch?
No, I don't. It's I think I never had Ebola, and I would rather avoid having Ebola.
So we can take it as read that even though we might not directly witness something, that it may still happen.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds perfectly correct.
So yeah, we can take it as read that aid allocated to the defense of Ukraine is more or less being utilized appropriately, even though we may not directly witness that in front of our eyes ourselves. Yeah, Nick, go ahead.
I think it depends. I mean, it depends on your worldview. It is, of course, true that large numbers of government programs are extremely inefficient. I don't know how many American government programs actually result in cash being siphoned off for grifting. But we've had other people in here with similar lines of attack. And I get the impression that people think that the United States has actually shipped $40 billion in medium denomination bills to Zelensky's office and told him to get on with it. Whereas in fact, you know, when Congress earmarks an amount of dollars, pretty well all of those dollars are getting spent in the United States. And you know, via the accounting system, they aren't even going out and buying. So, for example, if Congress votes to send, or if the Americans decide to send ATACMS missiles, my understanding is ATACMS is about to be replaced. So maybe it'll get replaced a bit quicker, or with slightly more missiles in the first 6 years than it would have been otherwise as the transition goes on. So most of that money is going to a defense contractor somewhere. Now, of course, the defense contractor is probably making a profit, and there's probably all kinds of stuff going on near the factory in terms of local politicians. But we kind of accept that as part of the normal wear and tear of government, except the people who are like kind of super anti the government ever doing anything. And as Craig points out, even those people actually have favorite government projects. So I think part of it is the people see this headline number. I think was it $40 billion? Well, first of all, I think the first thing we should say whenever that comes up is that's 5% of the US defense budget. And if you're not going to spend 5% of the US defense budget when there's an actual war involving the Russians, then when are you going to spend it? That's one. And two is, again, this is not actual, you know, cash that's being taken away from Medicare or whatever. You know, it's programs and accounting and everything else. And so the two types of people will raise this objection. One is extremely poorly informed people who basically think all government spending is bad. And the other is people who actually really are you know, in no way sympathetic to Ukraine, even if they protest, yeah, you know, I want Ukraine to win. But wanting Ukraine to win is, even if it's what they feel, which I guess we can also never prove, it's a bit like saying, you know, I want to go to Harvard, but I'm not prepared to put in the time and the study. Well, sorry, if you want Ukraine to win, that's going to have a cost. And as soon as there's a cost, it's, oh, well, I don't want them to win that much. So, you know, either way, you're not going to get very much discussion out of those people, because the hardcore anti-government libertarians are going to tell you that all government spending is waste. And the majority of the people, I think, are much more, as Craig said, they'd much rather that it got spent on, tree hugging or police departments. I suspect in the case of the previous caller, it was more likely to be a police department than tree hugging, but both of them, I'm sure we'll have had in here.
Dryfly, you had your hand up, and then we'll go to Craig.
Yeah, I just want to jump in on that. I heard that. I spend a lot of time. I'm retired, as I told you guys, so I got time to kill. I'm listening to people on different things and reading stuff while I'm out working in my garden and helping stuff around the house, all that stuff. So I've spent a little time doing a little taxonomy of the different types of agitprop that's out there. And that guy was not, he was totally disingenuous. That is absolutely boilerplate. You will hear from the right-wing Russian sympathizers. Now there's a left-wing variant too. And I could tell you it's the right-wing side because yeah, he wanted it to be, he was more concerned about how the money was spent and you know, how do we know? And Zelensky is a crook. The left-wing agitprop tends to be more focused on the Nazism and the lack of democracy that we're seeing in Ukraine right now because they're not, you know, they're doing, they're fighting a war. And so you just kind of have to kind of recognize it, blow it off and move on because you're not going to change them no matter how reasonable they seem, how tolerant they seem. I've been watching this kind of stuff for now going on, I want to say 10 years, maybe a little longer. I moderated a forum for a guy who was doing economics, and we got those same kind of people back then, you know, a little different, but fundamentally the same kind of a mix. You had the extreme left and you had the extreme right, and you're not going to change minds. You guys did the right thing. You listen, you recognize it, and then you move on because you're not going to change them. And they can sound very, very, very disingenuous or very reasonable because they know that moves the needle. But every single point he hits, you will hear on OANN, the America First radio cable show. You'll hear it on a lot of that. I mean, that's way farther than the Republican Party. This is not, you know, liberal conservative. You're talking, you know, really left wing versus really right wing outside of both normal parties. So yeah, I mean, you guys did the right thing and you're not going to change them. So just shut it down, move on, and I will listen.
So if I could just very briefly just touch on something that I think it's important when we're talking about this topic. Dry fly's right. You know, you just want to move on. But I think it's also fair to not, how do I say this? Allow propagation without some pushback, right? And so here's my point. As I'm sure Nick would describe, politics is usually psychological, right? That it doesn't come down to like looking at a sheet of facts and saying, you know what, we should spend more on social programs or we should spend more on law enforcement. It always comes down to your gut feeling as a person, right? That's how all politics comes down to, right? It's not necessarily logical. It's much more emotion based than really anything ever is, right? You go to work, you do your job, you crunch the numbers, or you lay the cement, or what have you, right? Whatever your job is, and you do your job. But then when it comes to other things, they tend to be far more like politics. They tend to be far more psychologically based than anything, and that can cloud your judgment. And I think it's important that we just recognize that this doesn't come from like a set of facts. He's not like pulling something off a wall and says, well, we gave 40 billion. This is coming off of his gut feeling. He just feels that this is right, right? So it doesn't matter if this politician is giving to Taiwan to fight against the communists, or we're giving money to Ukraine to fight the Russians. It's what you perceive to be your opponent to be for, you have to be against, or else you're with your opponent. It's far more tribal than that. And that's the way politics has almost always been. It's almost always about your gut feel and your psychological preference, right? And so I wouldn't take this to be anything more. Yes, I'm sure he was a bad actor. Dry Fly's right. I'm sure they sound reasonable. But just remember that this is, when they raise issues like this, like I'd said before, I've had arguments before, and I say, well, what if I give you $1 billion? Are you for that? Yeah. And then I say, well, what about the money? How do you track the money? Well, you know, we're giving it to the county and the county knows how to spend it. And I'm like, well, what about local corruption? How do we track that? And it's just this vicious spiral circle. Same thing goes on the left. So let's just keep that in mind, right? Let's not accuse him of being pro-Russia. Let's just accuse him of being in a psychological political space that doesn't fit the narrative of what we view reality to be. That's all I would say. Just very delicately just touch on that.
there is a whole
Can I speak?
field
Can
of-
I speak? Can I speak up on that? Because I kind of triggered that. I would agree with everything Craig said, but in this particular case, I would not. I think the guy is pro-Russia in the same way Tucker Carlson is, the same way Tulsi Gabbard is, the same way Jill Stein was. And here you have, people who one was on the right, Tucker, one is on the left, Jill Stein, and one is flip-flopping back and forth between the right and left, Tulsi Gabbard. They have all been seen sitting at the table with Putin or Putin props, and they absolutely are. And those are the exact talking points. Everything that guy said is the talking points you're going to hear from those people. So at a certain point, you get to, does it quack like a duck? Does it swim like a duck? Does it have feathers like a duck? It's a duck. And you can't get inside the guy's head. You'll never get him to admit it. But the reality is there is a ton of actors like that are out there. And I can tell you, having worked on forums and had people pick through their websites when you could actually scrape data off, meaning these guys back in the day before a lot of the sites were more heavily protected. If you were a good security engineer, you could go to a guy's, where he registered and stuff, and you could start picking through it. You could start pulling down the pages and seeing, what sites was he using when he registered and stuff like that. This was not like a Facebook or a Twitter. It was an actual .com of somebody's, and they registered with our account. And so we saw where they were coming from. And it would just shock the hell out of you how many people who ostensibly appeared to be normal Americans, all of a sudden had, internet providers that routed through Moscow, or St. Petersburg. It was just shocking to us. So I'm just saying that don't assume the guy is clean when they're hitting all the points. Bingo, bingo, bingo. He's a crook. We don't know where the money's going from. Blah blah blah. All these things that you're going to hear Tucker Carlson do. You can be pretty sure that there's more alignment there than accident. That's all I wanted to say.
Craig, I was just going to. Craig, I was just going to say. Oh.
No, after you, sir. I was just going to say that it's sometimes difficult to attribution of intent is sometimes difficult to discern, in that you can say, a media personality might take a position in the full knowledge of what that position means. However, a random guy on the internet may not be as sophisticated an information consumer as to understand, to perhaps appreciate the full environment in which that information exists. But yeah, Nick, go ahead.
No, just to say to Craig, I agree with most of what you said. I would de-emphasize the word psychology. Psychologists don't tend to study politics too much. We leave that to the political scientists who have, they're somewhere between psychology and economics. It is interesting, actually. Maybe because we have that field of political science, there is something called political psychology, but it's a fairly minor field. So don't worry too much. It's not really what I would consider the kind of psychology that we study. It's much more what I would call folk psychology or grandmother psychology. Of course, people vote for things that they think are in their own interest. My favorite quote that touches on something you said, Craig, is whoever it was who described politics as the art of the possible. I wish I could remember who that was. And it is absolutely true. And if you've ever, and then of course there is Bismarck, who famously said people who enjoy sausage or the law
Hello?
should not watch either being made.
Am I on?
Please put your hand up. Yeah, it can be very messy. On one or two occasions in my life, I've been close to the lawmaking process, and it's a total mess. You go in there with an idea, and what comes out at the other end, if you're lucky, has 15% of what you want and is still facing in the same direction, because you have to get through the coalitions, including within parties, to get stuff done. So yeah, it's hugely complicated, and that's before you get to the level of polarization we have today. But anyway, if you're interested in that, the the book to read is not psychology for dummies, but political science for dummies, which I'm sure exists.
Hey, Alex, Ben, sorry, I got cut off there. Did we address presidential drawdown authority and how that spending is actually not spending per se?
We did not, but if you would care to expand on that.
Yeah, really quickly. And this is, apologies to anyone in the audience that heard Mr. Gut feeling here. Really don't, we don't. I personally don't like to get into these games of even the refutation of their argument, because that's still reinforcement of the behavior in some way, right? They're looking for the debate or the fight. But to the audience that did hear that, look, there's aside from this, what people perceive as spending, much of the money that when you hear is being spent on Ukraine, and in this particular argument, this was talking about American spending or American money. I'm going to use that notionally. A lot of the announcements you're hearing, this $1 billion package includes or X. What that is it's coming from an authority granted presidential drawdown authority, and this is the ability. This was part of the legislation passed way back when by Congress and the Senate that allowed the president to have the authority to draw down from existing U.S. inventory. And so what happens, Janet, please mute your microphone.
Did I draw?
Janet, hey,
Yes.
Janet, third time here. Please mute your microphone.
Turn it off?
Okay, thanks. Janet, you're getting in the middle of an argument here.
That's the bottom left-hand button on your screen, Jenna. Just click that till it's red, and then we'll call on you, and then it'll turn blue to unmute. Go ahead, Gurney.
Okay, so what that is so it's what presidential drawdown authority is, and what was passed by both chambers in the American Congress here. Congress and the Senate, and then approved and signed by the president at the time. That part of that package. Part of that authority gave the president the specific statutory authority to draw down on existing military inventory and transfer that to Ukraine. So this is stuff that's sitting in inventory in the military. This is not stuff that is being purchased or contracted for and that they don't possess. This is stuff that the U.S. military possesses. And in a lot of cases, this is stuff that the U.S. military possesses and or isn't using or hasn't used, or in some case of munitions has an expiration date. So if it's not used, then theoretically much of it is spoiled or has to be recapitalized, but in the terms of munitions, many of it would go unused. So there's a tremendous upside to this for that person that is questioning I'm not going to even repeat what he said, but there's some upsides to this, and that's not just supporting Ukraine, right? This isn't the lend-lease portion of that, but this is presidential drawdown authority that I'm addressing specifically here, where a lot of this funding is coming from, and that is that you're basically putting a number for the press here, a monetary number on it. We've talked many times in this program, is that, how do you get that financial accounting? How do you say X howitzer is worth this much? Was it when it was purchased? Is it depreciated now? Anyways, none of that really matters, because what I'm going to say is so there's notional numbers of costs on these. And so when they add it up and it says in this next package, we're going to draw down $1 billion, there's not $1 billion in cash anywhere. There's not even money going to Ukraine in that capacity. What it is taking existing U.S. military stocks and transferring those to Ukraine, the equipment itself. So that disputes the first notion of just all these extraneous money bags sitting around anywhere. It's not. There are some direct aid packages, but I'm not speaking to that. But there's two inventory is going to be replaced. That inventory is going to be replaced, whether it was expiring or whether we transferred it, or it will be replaced. This stimulates U.S. capital spending. This stimulates U.S. economic activity, stimulates U.S. upsides to this, and zero cash bags sitting on a plane. So I just thought I'd clarify that very specifically here, because some people have that, not some people, but some people come in here misinformed with that idea that, wow, this must be like Vietnam or something. We're just sending the South Vietnamese literal money bags here, and we're not. In most instances, not all, but most instances, we're sending equipment. And not only is that equipment already bought and paid for and sitting idle, or would cost extra money for the U.S. to capitalize or recapitalize, meaning it would actually negatively affect the United States budget. So this inventory is being given. It's helpful for Ukraine. But on top of that, on top of fulfilling the purpose for Ukraine, that inventory will get replaced and will directly stimulate U.S. economic activity, because this is not going to be replaced in a foreign country or something. This is military procurement that happens every day, and so when we transfer these pieces of equipment, there's upsides for Ukraine, but there's upsides for U.S. taxpayers in this, and it's not clearly money flying over on C-130. So I thought I'd address that, but again, that is speak to the presidential drawdown authority and the capacity for that. It's not all aspects of the legislation that was passed, but it's one of the main components.
Who asked that question?
Oh, Yehuda. Yeah. I don't know if we want to give oxygen to his fire here, but he came in asking us to prove to him that why is the sky blue as you see it? So prove this to me. And then when he wants that 100% proof on the same token, he said, trust my gut. I don't think the guy is up to any good. It was illogical to say the least.
And one of those comments.
And Zelensky is a crook. That was the other thing he threw in there.
Who?
He said Zelensky was a crook. That was the other thing he tried to slide. I mean, he hit all the agitprop points like a checklist.
So we get that a lot. We've gone through this before. I just kind of heard you repeating things I've once said about the fact that equipment depreciates and calculated on a case by case basis. There's an office actually in the Pentagon that does that, and then they tally up the totals, and that's the number that fits into that $1 billion package, right? So. And there's also a very big factor that a lot of people don't understand. So if you're listening and you're wondering, there's also consumable and perishable consumables, things that the U.S. Army buys a ton of, and if it can't use it in time, guess what? It's garbage. So the fact that they're pushing a lot of consumables out to Ukraine is I don't say if it's good for the American public, in the sense that it's creating jobs, because they're going to have to buy it anyway in the States. They have a budget for it in the defense budget, and it's like saying I'm donating food to the food bank. It's going to expire if I don't, and at least I know the food bank it's going to be gone in a week, because there are people that need the food. In this case, there are a lot of items that huge amount of items that the Americans are giving. So it does spur economic growth in the United States, ironically. So I'm not saying it's not altruistic what America is doing.
If we've lost Yehuda, I shall take this opportunity to bid you all good night and see you again tomorrow afternoon.
Good night, Mike. Nick.
Someone just push Yehuda down and let him know that he probably doesn't know.
Done. Let's back up. Yoda,
I cut off.
We're interrupted.
No, I got cut off.
Yeah, just one thing you need to know about the man is that he called Gurney a cannibal.
Oh, a real cannibal, or is it metaphorical?
I saw no metaphor anywhere.
Did he call him a fine young cannibal? It might have been a compliment. All right. Well, let's move past that. Let's just push right past it. Paul.
Hi, Yehuda.
You actually were talking about some very interesting things about procurement and how defense, how the military kind of accounts for these drawdowns. I was just wondering, let's just pretend, the United States Army bought an item in 2017 and it was $1,000 at that time. Now we're in 2022, and in that drawdown in 2022 to Ukraine, how is that accounted for today? Is it $1,000 at the time of procurement, or is it some sort of discounted mechanism? Or today, do you have any thoughts on that, Craig? I'm sure you probably have an opinion. And Gurney, we've discussed this in the past, so I think you know the whole rationale behind this. But I'm just curious, Yehuda, sounds like you have experience with it. I'd just like your perspective on that.
No, I'm not a logo, but I knew a pretty smart logistics officer who that's all he did. Specifically with rounds, ammunition, types of ammunition, and the first ammunition that would be given up would be the oldest, meaning bought the soon. That's why. Well, to keep the newest stuff. It doesn't mean the other stuff doesn't work, but on a spreadsheet, I know in Canada that the Treasury Board has mandates, obviously audits and whatnot, and every year, every unit in the military does a couple of key audits of equipment and material, and those are obviously sent up in raw numbers, but like ammunition is sorted by lots. You know exactly where the lot is, when it was bought, how long, and generally they want to use up the older stuff, say on a training range, right? And then you have MREs or IMPs, you have food. Are you going to give the stuff that expires in 10 years or the stuff that expires in 2 years? Well, you're obviously going to give the stuff that expires in 2 years. Is it worth the same as it was when it was bought? No, because when it was bought, it was good for 20 years, and now it's good for two. So is it worth the $20 per pack that was, per unit that was bought at? No. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm sure their accounting and finance, like financially logistics officers, have different fields. Finance is one of them, and I can't see, since everything has to fall, at least in our military, and I'm sure the Americans are no different. Accounting practices have to be legit and consistent for the federal government. So there's obviously some factor. I'd lie to you. I'd be lying if I told you I knew what it is, but there certainly is, right? So a brand new M777, never used, never worn down, mechanisms all brand new. It's probably going to be a lot closer to the original price than one that, say, has been used for 6 years and it's had, X amount of replacements. It's not going to be the same full pop, and that's just common sense. So you don't have to be an accountant to figure it out, but to understand critically thinking, you'd appreciate that it would be like that. And again, especially if things are going to be consumed, you're gonna want to. I'm sure the Americans made sure that the stuff that was going to expire quicker is going to be used, because it doesn't mean it's substandard, because the Ukrainians are going to be firing it off in the next month or week or 2 weeks, or they're going to be eating it in the next month or two or a year. So it's that's the economy that I'm referring to. So other than actual factors that would dictate, the actual cost breakdown or analysis, or the depreciative value that's used, I'm sure it varies from item to item. But people, pretty smart people, are engaged in doing all that stuff. So hope that adds some clarity, Paul.
Awesome response, Yehuda. The fundamental question and debate a couple weeks ago, and this is with I believe it's Axel, myself, and Gurney, was like, is it true replacement cost at today's prices, or is it the old price at that original procurement, or was it depreciated over time? And it's probably going to vary item by item and things like that. So very helpful. You provided a lot of clarity. Thanks, Yehuda.
Yeah, no worries. I doubt, unless a government like the United States is so inclined to not give a lot but say it's giving a lot, the chances are they've clearly shown, the U.S. government's clearly shown they're in it to win it. So they're going to just.
We've lost Huda again. I'll just take the opportunity to ask Craig a very fast question. What would you say are the main challenges that are expecting the Ukrainian army in terms of logistics over the coming 3 months?
That's actually a fantastic question. It really depends by the operational theater that you're operating in. And I understand what the difference between theater and battle space. So, I'm talking about areas around. So you say Kharkiv, and then you look at the area from Izum to, say, the city of Donetsk, and then you look from there to the area around Zaporizhia, and then you have Kherson, right? And so it really depends on where you're looking to see what their logistical challenges might be. If you kind of work counterclockwise and start around Kherson, I would say that their logistical issues, if any, have been more or less solved. We spoke about this a couple of hours ago when me and CJ were in an agreement when he said, it's actually interesting because I pointed out that there have been no Russian cruise missile strikes on logistical hubs by the Ukrainians north of Kherson, east of Mykolaiv. You just haven't seen it. And as CJ pointed out, you wouldn't be able to hide it if Russia was trying to do it, right? It's something that would have been painfully obvious to all of us, but you just haven't seen it. And that goes to show one of several things that, again, me and CJ just kind of went back and forth on, that it could be that the Ukrainians are very good at supply dispersal. They're just not putting it all in one place or one or two places. They're putting it in different places, and they're very good at hiding it. Good counterintelligence operations to make sure that there's nobody that has eyes on to where this is going. And that represents good, solid counterintelligence work in coordination with your logistical hub. And so if you just open a map and you just look at the roads that run to Mykolaiv and then to Kherson and then north, those are very safe supply routes because you just haven't seen Russia do anything with cruise missiles or anything like that at all, right? You're just not seeing it. So the Ukrainians are very stout, very good logistics, as opposed to the Russians, and their side of Kherson has been absolutely torn to pieces, right? There's just hardly probably anything left really of really serious logistical lines. But then again, as you move to, say, the area around Izum and from Izum to, say, Donetsk city, right? Just take that little triangle of an operational space. I think it's more of a challenge for them, and you need more trucks, you need more heavy flatbeds to move this stuff, because as I pointed out before, that's a bottleneck for rail that runs south. Make no mistake, everybody knows it. It's been all over social media. It's been well publicized that the Ukrainians are still using rail to move around heavy logistical items. I'm not talking about trains full of tanks, but just food, ammunition, and various other things, right? You can just go on Twitter and you can see these things rolling. But the point is that it bottlenecks there, and then you have to spread out to this area, right? And in that instance, when the train stops, wherever that train might stop, you then need the trucks to unload these heavy and then drop them off wherever that logistical hub might be. And then you need more trucks to get them to where they actually need to go in terms of the actual battle line, right? To get them to the front line. So you need 3 sets of transportation. You need trains running south. You need heavy trucks to get them to the main logistical hubs, and then you need trucks to disperse that ammunition, medicine, food, uniforms, kit, all kinds of stuff, right? Coincidentally, some of the stuff that MryiaAid sends, night vision goggles, non-lethal equipment, right? That sort of thing. Shameless plug there for MryiaAid. But then if you run towards, say, Kharkiv, it's more like Kherson, because trains are running into Kharkiv. Passenger trains are running into Kharkiv. People are using them, and you don't deadhead trains. You send things out as well as people, and that creates a much better scenario. And the Russians are more dispersed in that area, right? We've talked about that today as well. From, say, north of the Oskil to, I beg your pardon, northwest of the Oskil down south, it's a much broader area, safe lines, good interior lines. It's what really depends, honestly. And I think that if we're talking about just the next 3 months, I would say that the Ukrainians are very, very well situated in Kherson. I think they are about as good as it gets. I think in the Donbass, I think you're talking about much more of a logistical challenge, because you have to get over the river, and then obviously no trains are running east from that area. And so everything has to be on a truck and then driven out. That's a very broad area you're talking about. You're not talking about a space between Mykolaiv and Kherson. You're talking about a very large swath of ground that you have to drive across. And then same thing goes for Kharkiv, that would relate to Kherson, but it's just much broader. So I would say trucks, If you look at U.S. Transcom, you've actually seen that we've actually given the Ukrainians locomotives. We're actually sending locomotives across the border to give them more access to rails. For those people that thought that, you know, the Ukrainians were not going to use their rail system, you know, shame on you. Not only they're using it, but they're increasing it. And so they really are trying to get the train situation as good as it gets. But it depends on what you're talking about if you want to talk about what the challenge might be. Excuse me, I should say where you're talking about, not what you're talking about, where.
Okay, that's what one calls a masterclass. I wonder if, okay, we're very lucky to have Craig. I think we still have him for a few minutes. If anyone in the audience wants to come up and ask him a question, that would be fantastic. Moving on from logistics to Dr. Paul.
It's actually kind of related to logistics. But so this is kind of a question for Craig and Gurney even. So the Antonovsky Bridge has been struck by at least, by my count, and it's not necessarily accurate, but let's assume it's true. 4 salvos of potentially 6 Gimler's rockets, so 24 total Gimlers, and a cost of like $18 million. Now, my question here is this really the best use? In hindsight, after this many rockets have been, fired towards this bridge, to me, it would have made a lot more sense to go after, SAM sites, electronic warfare, all these things, and kind of clear the path and just send a single, fighter bomber with some heavy bombs and destroy the bridge with 1 or 2 1,000 or 2,000 pound bombs. Just what are you guys' thoughts on that? It's just I'm kind of, as much as I love to see that bridge get hit every day, that's cool. But I just really concerned that that's not maybe the best use of the limited stockpiles of potential Gimler's rockets potentially. CJ would be great to have on here to comment on that as well. But Craig and Gurney, what are your thoughts about kind of reprioritizing towards clearing the air, kind of air corridor to allow the Ukrainians to hit it directly with a
I'll let Gurney go first, and I'll come right in behind him.
Dr. Paul, so if CD was up here, maybe he could tell us better the attack modes. But my understanding is they're not compatible with laser designation, and that basically the way the Ukrainians are using them right now is basically GPS. Set it and forget it. And I say that for a couple of reasons. Those EW systems you're talking about, or radar systems, they're mobile. Now, I'm not pretending that there may not be data out there as to where these systems are, but ultimately they're going to move. So if you're relying surely on GPS, even if you got some eyes on, or you got some drones eyes on, you got some other assets to do that. And those assets are going to be a little bit further back from the front line here. So whether that's 40 kilometers or 90 kilometers back from the front here, not saying Ukraine can't get eyes on, but it's got to be timely information for the targeting. And the ATACMS have to be able to do that. My understanding is the ATACMS, the way the Ukrainians are using them is they're using them in GPS mode. I don't know if they're capable of alternate modes. So if that's the case of GPS only with the ATACMS, I think you're going to see the better return on investment on fixed infrastructure or positions like a command post that aren't going to move nearly as quick. So let me get to the other half of the equation here. The other half being is do you think it's a good return on investment? If you came up with a number of 18 million was the cost for that bridge. What does that 18 million get you? Well, let's think about it for a second here. It's simultaneously slowing the Russians down, if not outright hampering their logistics. Now, the Russians are not making a concerted push, but however, we can't assume that with the bridges there that they may not have tried to make a concerted push. So at the very least, we could say that's adding towards preventing the Russians from making any sort of concerted push forward in that area. Not that they would, but we have to assume that it's preventing them from being able to do that. And even if the Ukrainians are not yet making any counteroffensives in that area, it is slowing or triaging this in terms of slowing the operational tempo of the Russians in that area. And second, it is taking out the bridge, right? So we do know that fundamentally it presents an opportunity for the Ukrainians and a risk for the Russians of being entrapped. So I would say for all those things, look, if that's the way the weapon system is being used and is limited to, not limited, but because of the circumstances, working on basically fixed GPS targets. I think that's a great return on investment. Sure, I'd like to see some of those EW systems taken out, but a separate thing here, Dr. Paul, we have seen the AGM-88s that are not only better equipped for taking those type of targets out and adapting in real time. So I would just, to answer your question here, are the ATACMS being used effectively for the 18 million? Well, what else can we buy for 18 million, so to speak, if we were purchasing something that could cause all of those factors, slowing the Russians or preventing the Russians from thrusting, presenting all these logistical hurdles for the Russians, and setting fertile ground, whether it's for a counteroffensive or blocking lines of retreat for the Russians. I would say, in my humble opinion, it's absolutely worth it, and that there's other systems out there to make better use of mobile platforms, or taking out mobile platforms or EW platforms or radar platforms. But Craig, what's your thoughts?
So I would talk about sustainment of operations, right? So I know that seems like kind of a diversion from where we're going, but logistics is all about sustainment, right? Being able to sustain both a defense and an offense. And a lot of people kind of roll their eyes and say, well, yeah, of course, Craig, duh. But here's the issue. If you got $18 million and you're using these, you're not trying to affect an immediate change in the battle space, right? You're trying to affect a long-term change to where you set the conditions by which your enemy across from you has probably a good solid 3-4 days of ammunition to put up a solid defense. But what your goal is with these strikes, with these $18 million strikes, is to make sure that by that 5th day, Ivan turns around and all the ammunition's gone, right? The anti-tank missiles, the medicine, the food, all that stuff is just running out, and you can't sustain the operations. And so in that instance, that 5th day, if you use that as like your guiding light, that is priceless. So it's not a matter of an immediate payoff. It's about a culmination of a payoff of what you're using these for, right? And so in that instance, I would say no price is too high, because you're trying to affect, you have a Ukrainian soldier in a trench and you have a Russian soldier in a trench. They're both looking across the way at each other. The Ukrainians can get past that 4th day and sustain operations with fuel, food, medicine, ammunition, night vision goggles. You can replace body armor. You can get, helmets in there. You can get reinforcements in there. You can take guys to the rear who have been hit, and so you can take care of them properly. The Russians don't have that. They might be able to do that for 3 or 4 days, but they can't do that on a sustained level, which means that it's only a matter of time before it all falls apart. And so you have to remember that these precision strikes, I've had a lot of conversations with people who are kind of impatient. They're like, we're seeing HIMARS here and we're seeing HIMARS there and we're seeing this, and we just want the Ukrainians just to take Kherson. We've been talking about attack vectors for Kherson for 2 weeks or 3 weeks now. Well, yeah, okay, good, but the Ukrainians are prepping the ground for that 5th day of solid engagement, that when they do move forward in a sustained, concentrated way, the Russians will put up a fight, but then after that, it's fait accompli, right? It's game over. And so I would say that in reference to what you're talking about, is it worth the bang for your buck, right? I think that's your question, right? Is the bang worth the buck? And in that instance, I would say you have to wait and see what the payoff is, right? It's like capitalism. You invest your money for the payoff 5 years from now. You don't invest your money to get it out of the market tomorrow, right? And so that's what HIMARS is being used for. They're investing their money for the long-term payoff. They're not investing their money for, tomorrow or for the next day. We just don't know when that next day is going to be. We have to let that run its course. If you want to just run through the sheer numbers, if you want to just break out your pencil and a calculator, then we can do that, right? So if you have 20 tons of equipment going over a road, let's just run this mathematical equation. You have 20 tons that are running north into Kherson. So if you have 10,000 troops that are on the northern side of Dnipro, break out your calculators. So you have 10,000 troops, divide that in half based on, operational command. So that's 5,000 per. Now you have to sustain ammunition, medicine, and food, right? So how many tons does that take, right? And so if you say you have 20 tons running north, you have 10 tons dedicated to each 5,000. If you're able to attrit, and again, I'm just using round numbers here. I'm not trying to say I know for a fact, but each gets 10 tons a piece of logistics sent to it, say every week, right? The goal isn't to drag that down to 0. The goal is to drag that down to 5 tons each, right? Well below sustainment of operations. And that's what Ukraine's doing. They're breaking out the calculator. They're seeing how long it's going to take, and then they attack where it's going to take. And then you just let that 10 go down to 5. That's when you reach mission critical. And that's when you can go forward and lean on them, and then go, right? So these are real numbers that you do, because you look at these trucks. Trucks can only hold so much, right? So you say a deuce and a half. How many trucks need to cross the bridge to equal 5 tons, et cetera, et cetera?
Fantastic points by both of you. I have no counter argument. So, totally convinced me. I totally agree.
Wait, Dr. Paul, wait. I'm secretly convinced here. You knew the answer to that. You're day trading on us here. You're getting us in. I'm joking.
Exactly. I mean, I was aware of some of these things. And yes, I mean, I could totally see the argument before asking it, just to say, when I see the repeat instruction, I'm like, well, gosh, this is just same thing over and over again. But no, it makes perfect sense. And to Craig's point, the Ukrainians are capturing a dividend on a daily basis on, holding back the supplies and slow down supplies to the Russians. So that return on investment is paying off daily, and not 5 years from now, right? So it's actually a daily, backlog that they're building.
It's an accumulation of dividends. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. So it's perfect. I mean, yeah, so no further points. And Gurney, just to clarify a point that you were saying, you're using the word attackums. So we were talking about the Gimlers specifically, just so it's clear for the space. These are the shorter range ones, not the super duper long range ones that we were talking about, just to clarify that point.
Yeah, sorry. I'm a bit distracted. When I said attackums, I meant Gimlers.
It's the new coolest word ever, so it did make sense.
Dr. Paul, while you're there, so am I correct? Do they have any other modes of targeting? I'm not familiar with them, but and I know CJ's not here, but other than GPS coordinates, do they come standard with other targeting modes? Do we know?
And Gurney, hate to disappoint you. Like, I'm kind of like Craig. I'm like I'm just mostly interested in the supply, capacity, and flow of the munitions. So I'm not an expert on the weapons themselves, but I would say this: I've heard John, I believe, say they have an inertial navigation guidance system as well as GPS. And I see Trent came up, and that I've been dying to ask Trent about this, like kind of a amortization or depreciation of the drawdown. So I'm going to just throw that out there real quick. Trent, if you could touch down on what you know about how DoD is like accounting for the drawdowns, that'd be great. But Gurney, I think they have inertial guidance and GPS, but that's all I'm aware of.
Yeah, no, I was looking more towards if they have other targeting modes. So is there? I don't think there's a seeker on board, but possibly they could do some. Well, if they have laser designator, laser type seeker, I don't know, but maybe Mr. Trent could tell us.
If we're talking GMLRS, we're talking strictly GPS with a lasering gyro inertial guidance backup, and what we're seeing right now is the accuracy out of this was supposedly 3 to 7 meters at maximum range. We're regularly seeing accuracies that are on the order of 2 and 3 meters. So, how to put it? They tested the munitions at worse than combat conditions to guarantee a minimum performance under the worst conditions. And Ukraine right now, weather-wise, doesn't seem to be worth conditions. Look, the numbers cost-wise for GMLRS, when I went back and looked through them, are about $620,000 for a pod of 6, and that was a couple of years ago. They're upgrading, they being the United States Army, upgrading the design for longer range, and those per missile run $140,000. But those are literally new, coming off the production line in the FY 2023 budget. So basically, when a GMLRS is shot, you're looking at between $100,000 and $140,000 worth of munition going down range. And the Russians are shooting at it with SAMs that cost them between $1 and $2 million depending on who does the funny money calculations for rubles, to try and shoot these things down. So the recent videos that just came out on Twitter of the Russians shooting SAMs at incoming Gimlers, basically the Russians probably blew on the order of $5 million worth of SAMs, trying to knock down some of the GMLRS coming in to take out the bridge. So in terms of cost calculation, basic trades, look, Ukraine is winning. And that even leaves out mission accomplishment. If you're just looking at strictly a dollar number for Russian shooting SAMs at these things, Ukraine is winning. As far as the logistical supply is concerned, look, with a GPS coordinate, a really good GPS backup inertial guidance lasering gyro system, you can hit the same target coordinates bang on every time. So when the Russians go in to try and fix something and they've got crew and engines and whatever else that they're trying to do to fix that particular piece of the bridge, the Gimlers are going to just drop in on the same spot where all the repairs were, destroy the repairs, and oh, by the way, destroy any equipment that's close enough to be in fragmentation range. So when people say it's a waste of money, I look at this and go, look, bridges get repaired whether or not they're attacked by missiles or by aircraft. This particular means of destroying the bridge results in 0 Ukrainian casualties for the accomplishment, and you don't subject. Can you still hear me? All right. I was getting all sorts of buzzy sounds. Look, for what the Ukrainians are trying to accomplish, they have a very limited number of laser-guided bombs or other standoff munitions. And as long as the Russians can put a SAM that can that's close enough to reach below 200 feet in altitude, it simply makes more sense to use GMLRS to do the job. Does that make sense?
It totally does, Trent. And if you could just touch on that procurement question I had briefly, it'd be great to hear your thoughts. Yehuda basically said it's unlikely to be based on today's procurement dollars. So if we give a Gimler from 2017, it's not going to be, that drawdown isn't going to be based on the price of 2022 replacement cost, I guess is the question.
I don't know. This gets into the black art of budget costs. Generally, when you write off something, it's either at the cost of when you purchased it or at a depreciated cost from when you purchased it, unless the specific congressional language was talking about replacement costs. Since I did not see that, I glanced through some of the text, and of course, it being legislative language, you need to be a lawyer to understand it. I didn't see anything that told me one way or another what it was. So that generally means that the executive, that is, that would be the guys with the green eye shades in the Department of Defense, will put down whatever it is that lets the money go as far as possible to provide equipment to Ukraine. I mean, this is when it used to be called the Defense Reutilization Office in DLA. They changed the name a couple years ago. I don't know what it is currently. There are lots of military equipment that goes there that's past its sell-by date. And generally, it then goes to the FMS office. Okay, we have these. Can we give these to one of America's allies? That's what happened to most of the American M193 155 millimeter guns. They all went to foreign sale when we got the M777s. They went to the FMS and they did sales to the Iraqi army and to the Lebanese army and to Morocco and a bunch of other nations. So they're not available for Ukraine. But there are, as new trucks come into American service, the old trucks don't disappear. First they go to the National Guard, and if they're surplus for the National Guard, they go to the Defense Reutilization Office. Well, if for purposes of the Lend-Lease bill, you want to transfer that asset to the Ukrainians, it's going to be at the disposal cost, which means you can put lots and lots of trucks to Ukraine. I would presume you would have to spend some money to recondition the trucks for further service. but that's less than the price of a new truck, much less, in fact. And I don't know. Right now, I suspect there are a lot of guys in the Pentagon going over to the whatever they call the Defense Realization Office now in DLA, and saying, "What you got that we can send to Ukraine?"
But I think
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, Trent. I thought you were done. You went silent for a second. If I could just very briefly, one of the things that you could add on to that is what you can cannibalize and you can use for spare parts as well. That saves further down the line. I just wanted to add that on. It's not about using the actual vehicle itself sometimes.
Well, you're not going to hear me disagree with that. If it's an asset that can be used, whatever is the best available use, stuff out of the realization office is available for whatever FMS case, or if no one FMS office wants it, it can be handed off to federal civilian agencies here in the United States. But given that we have the reality of the Lend-Lease Act, you can bet right now that some smart people with sharp pencils are going, how can I stretch this with this equipment so that we can get more stuff to Ukraine and not bust our limit? You know, like I said, this is one of the black arts of the Pentagon. I just did quality. You know, either it worked or it didn't. And if it worked, it went to the troops. And if it didn't, somebody had to deal with it. Does that make sense?
Trent, I just learned a lot, and Gertie, I'm like totally boosted my estimates for how many Gimlers and other munitions are like getting to Ukraine. I want to dig into this reutilization office stuff. I mean, that's actually something CJ brought up, not directly, but he's like, conceivably we could be transferring expired munitions and letting the Ukrainians update them or whatever, or it could be being even occurring in a NATO country and then being transferred to Ukraine. And it's important here because there's a significant amount of Gimlers that are expired, and I think that was a key point to touch on that you said, like, you know, expired munitions, and there's like some upside there, and that's really all great news for Ukraine. Go ahead,
Don't forget that logistical line, as well as what Trent said about sharpening pencils and seeing what you guys have on the books. Don't forget that goes upriver as well as downriver, because what you would reach out to a federal agency, exactly like Trent had described, he's absolutely correct, and see what they have that they don't need and pluck them out of service and then use that. So you don't have to wait for new stocks to come on. You don't have to wait for refurbished stuff that's sitting in a reserve yard or a boneyard. You can reach out to your federal agencies and say, I'm going to take 5% of what you have there. I'm going to take 5% of what you have there, and that's just much more scoop up. So don't feel like it has to be, you know, brand new, well-maintained equipment. You can take some of this stuff that's broken down, throw it onto a ship, and boom, you have 10 or 12 units worth of spare parts. You can completely cannibalize without having to actually touch a physically put together vehicle or unit, depending on what you're talking about.
Yeah, a piece of FYI here, a whole lot of the U.S. Army's MRAP trucks, which several types they decided not to keep going forward, went out to civilian agencies and to local law enforcement. The federal government can go out and touch those federal agencies and say, I would like those MRAP so I can send them off to Ukraine. So that's another source of armored transport for Ukrainian infantry that I'm willing to bet some people with sharp pencils are thinking about right now in the Pentagon.
Yep. And real quick, so Gurney, I sent you something that we're just starting to see the first Max Pros MRAPs in Afghanistan, Ukraine, just recently. That's the first time I've seen them there. But here's something interesting I think that Craig and Trent will both find very interesting. And this is, again, per Twitter, and, you know, if we can trust the picture, the Gimlers rockets there, you know, one of the recovered munitions that hit the Russians has a serial number and a manufacturing date of 2019, which both CJ and I found very interesting, that they were being given such fresh munitions for the HIMARS. So not sure what to make of it. Don't know what that means, but I found that very fascinating in itself.
In 2018, the Lockheed Martin, the contractor, tested a tail control version of GMLRS that reached out to 113 kilometers in tests. So potentially, if they're handing over 2019 rockets, perhaps they're the tail control type, they can reach out to that 113 kilometers, which will make things extremely interesting for a lot of the relocated ammunition depots that the Russian army has.
Trent, you just solved a big mystery for the space. I think we've been like discussing the various ranges of various strikes for about a month or two now. So thank you so much. That solves a lot of problems, and I'll dig into that. So thanks for all the questions and answers, Trent. Really appreciate it. And I've been lurking in here for months to ask you some of these questions. So thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Daryl, what you got, brother?
Hey, I just wanted Trent to expound on that some of those trucks and parts can go out in lots, which means that they can actually go out a lot cheaper in a big, with a lot more equipment, because some of that equipment goes out in lots. When you go to the big sales that they have for getting rid of equipment, a lot of that stuff is just thrown in a box, and it can go and you just bid on it. So in this case, if they're sending it overseas, they can put a price on that box that's a hell of a lot cheaper than what may be actually in that. And that's another way you get spare parts and things like that.
One of the jobs of DoD quality types was to be a monitor for the sales of items that were being administered by the reutilization office at DLA. And early in my career, I did a whole bunch of those at an aircraft contractor. And basically, at this particular contractor, they were getting rid of a lot of aircraft tools and jigs for basically scrap metal value. And not many people are looking for 707 tooling and jigs, which is what I was dealing with early in my career. So the reutilization office, or whatever they're calling it right now, because like I said, I haven't dealt with them for about 5 years, and they changed the name. Someone back in the early 90s bought all the spare parts to build his own AH-1 Cobra attack gunship. So this resulted in a whole lot of laws, but it was legal at the time, and it just gives you an idea of the stuff that goes through the office. So damn near anything that is surplus in the United States military, anywhere for anything, will show up in the reutilization office, or whatever they're calling it now. And if people decide to pay close attention, there's a whole lot of stuff that can be sent for very little in terms of the Lend-Lease of 50 billion something authority to Ukraine to be used. I mean, look, if you've got meals ready to eat that are within two months of their expiration date, and it costs you money to get rid of them, instead you put them on an aircraft and send them to Ukraine so Ukrainian soldiers can eat them. If they're still in date, how to say, it's good all around.
I can't help but take advantage of this opportunity that I have with you, Trent, because if it's one thing that I've been doing throughout this Lend-Lease is I've been tracking logistical trucks that have been provided to Ukraine. So I was hoping, So what I've been doing is keeping a cheap little spreadsheet here that I made on Excel, and one unit sticks out to me a lot. That's the NR8 HEMTT. HEMTT. That is something I think that the Ukrainians, now that, for those that don't know, the production started this is the stuff that I love to do, so I'm going to nerd out for a second. This was something that was produced in 1982 to replace aging equipment. It's an 8-axle vehicle. It's a high mobility tactical vehicle that can carry a lot of weight. This is something I think the Ukrainians are going to need more of later. Not so much maybe now, but maybe later when you're talking about much more wide open spaces, because it's an 8-axle vehicle, so it can carry a lot of weight. It takes a lot for this thing to break down. It's a very good vehicle in my experience, but not only the NR8, but then I'm going up my spreadsheet here. Not the NR6, screw that thing. It is I hate that thing. I think it's a piece of junk. And even more so you have the the 1078, and then you have the 1083. Can you kind of speak to a little bit about what these trucks can do, as opposed to just what we've seen as just kind of these flatbeds that we've seen some of these supplies move on, and what the advantage of having these would be?
All right. Look, I worked on both the 1078 and the 1083, and the 1084 and every other FMT vehicle, family of medium tactical vehicles, for those who don't understand Pentagonese. They are very reliable trucks that have Caterpillar engine, Allison transmissions, and they have been well used by the United States military in the various wars of since 9/11, 2001. If they're refurbished, brought up to date, and put in Ukrainian hands, they get a tactical truck that will reach out 300 or 400 miles, 500 kilometers on a load of fuel. And they have the best central tire inflation system that American military money can buy. So they'll be able to go on soft ground in a way that a lot of other trucks cannot. They're automatic transmission, so they're easy for people to learn how to drive. That is, you can take someone who doesn't do much driving and teach them how to drive one of these things in an afternoon. And the truck, the only thing that you have to be really careful is because it's a tactical truck, it's got a high wheelbase. So if you're doing stupidly high speeds on a highway and do a turn, you can flip the thing. But it's got a solid cab, so if you flip over, you're not going to get crushed like you will in some other trucks that only have canvas tops. What you get out of them is they are built for palletized supply. That is, they have D-rings. You can use forklifts in them real well. They're just very well set up to use mechanized logistics. And if you have something like an M1084 variant, that is a 5-ton truck with a crane, it can carry a couple of pods of MLRS rockets and tow a trailer behind it with 2 more 6-packs of GMLRS rockets. And it can go anywhere that a HIMARS launcher can go and dump the pods, so a HIMARS can come along and pick them up. So they are fast in terms of tactical speed. They're reliable. They're easy to learn how to drive. They're easy to maintain. Preventive maintenance is required like any other truck, but if they are in Ukrainian hands, they will help the Ukrainian military a great deal in terms of being able to move the beans, bullets, and people and artillery shells that are necessary to run a modern war. Trying to think of anything else I can add here.
You have the LBS variant that the Marine Corps had that had articulated frame as well.
Yeah, I'm not as familiar with the Marine Corps truck since I worked on Army trucks. So I will bow to your superior knowledge on that one.
The other thing is high water. They can ford, small creeks and et cetera because of the height of them. They can, and where the exhaust and engine sit, they can ford rivers pretty good. As long as it's not over, I guess, about 8 foot, they can get across the river.
An MTV or LMTV has an air intake that's on its left-hand side that's high. So basically the driver can be in the truck and have water up his seat belt and he can still cross a river because his air intake is that much higher. And the exhaust is strong enough to prevent the engine from being flooded. You can't do that. You can't leave it there and idle. It will eventually get drowned out. But if you're just crossing a river, you can cross a lot, really deep, unprepared with one of these trucks. I mean, this is why it's a tactical truck. It goes places and can do things like going through rivers. If you've got a solid river bottom and you've set your tires to low tire pressure, so you've got lots of grab, so when the current won't grab your vehicle and push it downstream, you can cross lots and lots of places where you're not going to do it with your average civilian SUV.
And I think this is where we get to a real solid point. The biggest issue the Russians have had, I think, has been how weak their logistical trucks have been. To give people an idea of how strong an NR8 is, this is why I love it so much. The NR8, it protects the crew from small arms, and it actually has blast doors against artillery shell fragments. It also has a machine gun mount on top of the roof. as a 450 horsepower engine. When you see these things moving with units, that means something serious is about to go down. This is not for a joyride type of operation. And so one of the things that we've seen continuously is, as you mentioned, you've actually said this several times, is just how weak the chassis are for some of these Russian trucks that they use for transport, right? They're not well armored, they're not well supported. But the one thing about what the Americans have done, and what I hope the NRA can do for the Ukrainians, is provide that level of protection so it can take a hit and keep on coming, right? It can take a hit and keep going. It doesn't have to be one fragment through the chassis and, oh crap, there goes the whole vehicle. It can withstand some punishment so that it can keep going. You don't have to retire it off the line and put it back, right? That's the advantage of the NR8, is its armor protection throughout, right? From the engine to the rear axle, it's armored underneath, from my understanding. It has a coating I shouldn't say coating, that's a bad phraseology, but it has protection underneath the chassis. These are something that I really wish we could start to see more of that are delivered to Ukraine, because these are for fast moving logistics. I think these are to support assaults and to support troops on the move, right? Because the United States is an offensive based military. It's not a defensive based military. And so it's designed to go with the units.
Look, the U.S. Army runs 100,000 light and medium tactical trucks, and it runs another 10,000 heavy trucks. And that's just, the U.S. Army moves on trucks. It doesn't move on trains. It uses trucks to drive to ships that take them to ports, where it drives from trucks again to go fight. So it means the United States has invested a whole lot into making trucks that have long lives and are reliable and are easy to use. And I keep coming back to, it isn't so much that the Russian trucks are inferior in terms of lift capability. Their interface, that is their manual transmission, they're not automatic. So if you want to train a lot of people quickly, an automatic transmission is a really good way to get lots of people through truck training quickly. This is go ahead.
No, go finish it. Go ahead, finish, Trent.
The United States, as a general rule, when it comes to weapon systems, put a lot of time and thought and money into making the human interface with whatever piece of equipment you're dealing with as easy to use as possible. And they also put a lot of thought into how to logistically support that piece of kit out in the field. So at any given time, the United States Army tries to have one specific kind of truck with a specific unit. So there's just one set of spare parts to support the fleet. Now, the only issue with doing things like going to the Defense Reutilization Office, or whatever they call it now, is you're going to get older trucks that are in various shapes of repair. That is, when the U.S. Army was building its original set of FMTV trucks, it only bought so many cabs, and in the various and they only bought so many transmissions and engines of that specific type. As they moved on to newer contracts, they got newer transmissions and engines. So the older trucks got, when their transmissions broke down and there were no more of the older kind, one of the newer kind with an older engine. That required a different training manual. So as time went on, as newer and newer versions of trucks came out that met newer EPA requirements, they had different engines and transmissions. So some of the older trucks have got any of 3 different engines and any of 3 different transmissions on them. So my only concern with reutilizing materials would be to try and get everything that's sent to Ukraine of one specific engine and transmission type, so they only have to learn one, as opposed to 5 or 6 of which there might be only a few of each. The term of art here is logistical bloom. When you get an old legacy system that doesn't have a supply base for older engines and transmissions, that has to use the newer ones with older equipment, which requires a different maintenance manual to support, that would be my only concern with reutilizing old materials. But
Or do you mean like the 1078 and the 1083? Do you consider that to be an older vehicle?
The 1078 and the 1083, come in lots of different variants: AO, A1, A1R, and they've got a long alphabet soup on the current version that's got an armored cab kit. Each of those trucks have different engines and transmissions. As each new generation of trucks came by, they had to meet higher and higher EPA requirements, which required different engines. You know, the original engines on the 1078 and the 1083s were directly controlled by the controls in the cab, with a mechanical connection. When they went to fuel injection, it went to electronic. So the early cabs have got holes for the mechanical connection to the engine, whereas later ones simply you put a cable through the side of the cab and it goes to the floor and to the engine and runs everything electronically. As things got newer and newer, there were changes in the model types reflecting the newer engines, the newer transmissions to meet all the various requirements to operate in America. As far as the EPA was concerned, the 1078 and the M1083 had 4 generations of engines and 4 generations of transmissions. The engines cut in at every new contract. The transmissions cut in towards the end of each 5-year contract. I was there for 15 years and I saw 4 of those contracts being executed. So, and all the trucks at Oshkosh that were built since 2008 are after. I'm not familiar with because I wasn't involved with trucks after then. But they had a different engine and transmission than the generations of FMTVs that I was dealing with. So providing older trucks to Ukraine, you've got to try and make them one kind. And if you make them more than one kind, everyone's going to have to accept that those trucks will break down quickly and will wind up being donators of spare parts to other trucks. That's just the way war works. Does that make sense?
No, it does. It does. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I could talk about this for hours, but I'm sure other people want to change the subject. I just want to emphasize just one thing. The reason that people are asking me questions in DMs about how many have been produced and how many are we giving to these, I would say that, and Trent can correct me, I don't think we're at that stage yet where we're going to see hundreds of these things being given over to the Ukrainians, tomorrow, because as Trent described, this is a logistical stream that follows a logistical river, right? Because you need logistics to support your logistics, to support the engines, and to support all these other things. And that takes time to get that one variant that he's describing in the right place at the right time. And so I wouldn't, again, this is not a holdback on the Americans' perspective, or the West, I should say. This is more of a, how do we make sure we get that one type where we're not overburdening the Ukrainians' logistical, mechanical repair stream, if you will, and not just giving them all these different variants, and then you have a bunch of broken down stuff that you have to call somebody in Kiev, if you're in Mykolaiv, to get them to send down a part of a different truck. You want this to be universal, right, across the board. That's interchangeable parts. Let me be succinct. This is about having interchangeable parts. This is what we're striving for.
You're absolutely right. I'm going to point out here, and you all probably well aware, the Ukrainians have been given a lot of different artillery systems. Well, if I've got 12 of one and 12 of another and 30 of another and 24 of another, that's what, 4, 5, 6 different streams of parts that you've got to train people on and have got to move from the western border of Ukraine to the fighting fronts in the south and the east. And this is a non-trivial problem. It takes time, it takes effort, and you've got to put in an information technology system to keep track of the parts in the supply chain from where it's given to Ukraine to the fighting front. And Ukraine is doing this in the middle of a war. So logistics is never easy. Getting shot at while you're doing logistics is a whole lot harder.
No, I would agree. And I think that when we see these trucks start to come online, I can tell you from my experience that when I looked out onto an air ramp, or I'm looking out into a logistical hub, I see some. So I'm ex-Navy, so I dealt a lot with the Marine Corps variants and things like that. But as this war's gone on and it's progressed, I remember those days of looking down and seeing these guys, and I'd see 3, 4, 5 different types of them. And people are asking me, why can't we just send them stuff that's just sitting idle on American bases, right? I have a reserve base that's about 4 or 5 miles from my house that's got probably about 10 of these types of trucks that are just sitting there. It's not as easy as people think. You know, artillery is one thing. You know, guns and night vision goggles, that's one thing. But this is really heavy stuff, right? These logistical trucks are absolutely enormous, and they carry an enormous amount of weight. They're almost to be as prized, at least in my opinion. I'm a logistical guy. These are just as prized as a tank, really, in my opinion, because if you can't sustain logistical support, not just of operations, but of your logistical line, you can't go on the offensive. You can't look at taking an offensive from Zaporizhia down to the coastline. It's not going to happen, right? And so it's not just about supporting the units that are on the move and in the fight. It's about providing the assistance to the units that are supporting your units that are in the fight, and maintaining clear lines of communication and clear, as Trent just described, digitizing some of this so people can access it anywhere and can get the parts that they need at a moment's notice, because modern warfare moves at the blink of an eye. And so you really have to ratchet this down and not drive past your local reserve office and say, give those all to Ukraine. It's just not that simple. These things are there's a reason Trent just described while they invest so much money into logistical vehicles. You think a truck is a truck is a truck, right? You drive down the road, you see a dually doing 70 miles per hour. You're like, oh, that can do a lot. It's not that simple. The United States, if you look at just the NR8, it is armored. It has a machine gun turret. There's a casing around the engine. This was built for transport in Iraq and Afghanistan, so it had to be armored against insurgent activity or road ambushes. And so the U.S. Army spent millions upon, probably billions, Trent, if I'm not mistaken, billions of dollars on solidifying these logistical trucks. They don't come cheap, and they're not easy to repair because they're so heavy. You can't just put a jack underneath these things, right, and lift them up and drop an axle if you need to. You have to, I think you have to actually you have to drive it over something so that you can go up underneath it, like you see when you're changing your oil here in the US. You can't just, put a hydraulic jack under this thing and change the tire. These things are very heavy and very complex machines, almost as complex as some weapon systems, I would argue.
Yes, when you look at the fact that the United States Army built in automated test equipment into its trucks, so they can punch basically a little laptop into the vehicle to assess the vehicle life in terms of how much more life have I got on the engine, what's going in my transmission, do I have metal particles floating around when I put in my there are sensors built into these things so that they can do predictive maintenance as opposed to reactive maintenance. And that's all on the newest generations of trucks. When you put a lot of thought into a vehicle to make sure that it's high productivity when it's out in the field, you go that extra dollar, that extra think it through, so the vehicle can stay in operation with the lowest amount of repair time. Logistic vehicles have to be moving or they're dead weight on the organization. The United States, as a rule, spends a lot of money to try and get a logistical asset right. So the guys at the front don't have to worry about logistics. They have to worry about killing the enemy and not getting killed in return.
Yeah.
Specialization.
Exactly. I was just about to use that word. You took it right out of my mouth. Yeah, absolutely. And this is, I think, people have to understand that there's a whole other battle going on, right? Everybody always mentions in World War II the arsenal of democracy, right? It's not just, yes, the fighting man at the front is very important. His will, his morale, his equipment, all that matters. But you really have to look, as I like to call, as my chief like to say, look upriver, don't look downriver. Look upriver from where you are, and that's where the improvement can be. Find out what you can do here, but if you're looking at a macro version of logistics, upriver is where you want to go, because that's where you're going to find a seamless line all the way to that GI. So if you're that GI, this isn't World War II, but if you're that Ukrainian infantryman and you look upriver, you want to have that seamless line. And that is really about the arsenal of democracy. It's not just about mass production. It's about mass transportation. It's not, again, I'll say that again, it's not about mass production. That's a part of it. You can produce all the planes you want, but if you can't get it from A to B in a safe, efficient, and economical, as Trent just described, very low cost and training and stabilization, it's a fool's errand, right? And so that's why when we start to see some of these offensives from, say, Zaporizhia down to Melitopol, or Zaporizhia down to, God willing, Mariupol, you're not just going to see tanks running out in the open. You're going to see a lot of these trucks driving around, and it's those guys that keep the food in the belly, the bullets in the gun, and the armor on the body, right? And the gasoline, again, the gasoline in the tanks to keep them rolling.
Well, you called it right. Look, the two things that I've been looking for to be provided to Ukraine are fuel trucks and other tactical trucks, because to move lots of armored fighting vehicles, you need a lot of fuel. And Ukraine has been living on its railways to maintain its armored forces. But when it goes on the offensive, the Russians are going to destroy stuff behind them, and they're going to need trucks. And they're going to need especially fuel trucks. Now, they don't need as many for a T-72 or a T-64 or a T-80 as an Abrams. Being 45 tons rather than 70 has its advantages when it comes to logistics. But Ukraine is still going to need lots of ability to move fuel to maintain an offensive. And Ukraine doesn't have it right now. Ukraine is fighting a different war than the Russians are, partially because they don't have the resources. That is, they don't have the artillery and the millions of metric tons of ammunition left over from the Cold War. But it's also because Ukraine is very, very, very sensitive to casualties, because the best way to win a war is to have the other guy die for his country while yours learns and gets better during the course of the war. And by being very chary with the blood of Ukrainian servicemen, it will be able to inflict more casualties on the Russians over time, because their forces are going to get better and more experienced, the Ukrainian forces. And the Russians feeding basically anyone that they can conscript or is stupid enough to sign the bottom line and volunteer for money and throw them into combat with 3 days training. That's meat. That's not a soldier. That is something that catches a bullet while they're trying to locate the enemy to bomb them to oblivion. And yeah, the Russians can do that, or at least they could do that until GMLRS came along and destroyed most of their artillery depots. But it's not the way that you're going to win a modern war. And Ukraine is fighting much closer to the NATO style than it is to the Soviet/Russian style. That is, no human waves here. Human waves are for the other side to do, so we can shoot them all to hell and say, welcome to Ukraine afterwards.
And I think just, if I could just put a pin on this, because I got to run, but if it's one thing you and I agree on, they don't have the operational sustainment type of vehicles that you would need. They can get out and they can maneuver around Kherson, around Kharkiv, good interior lines. But if you're going to go far and go fast, right, the range of some of these units, the range of some of these vehicles, the tanks, the APCs, and MRAP isn't exactly what you consider to be a Prius, right? These things take a lot of fuel. And you have to have the backup to this. And so what me and Trent are getting at, for those people that are asking me DM, is what the hell are we talking about? What we're talking about is, look at the sheer size of Ukraine, right? You zoom in on these areas around, say, Kherson and around Kharkiv and Bakhmut and Sloviansk. But if you zoom out and you start to follow these roads and start to put on miles, just go to Google Earth, go to Google Maps, put in Zaporizhia, and then put that drive into Sloviansk. That is a far, far drive to make. Now do that same drive from Sloviansk all the way to the Russian border. Those are the distances that we're talking about from a macro point of view. And you can't do that with a dually and a flatbed with some oil cans in the back. Like, you just can't do it, right? Learn the lessons of what the Russians taught you, right? Failure is the greatest teacher, as some people on this space like to say. The failure of the Russians was sustainment. They could not sustain both, tactically, in terms of sustainment, they just could not sustain themselves. You don't want the Ukrainians running into that same situation. Now, I'm not saying they are, but when you start to see Twitter, you start to see tweets, you start to see Telegram, you start to see all kinds of OSINT come out about these vehicles that we're talking about. That's when you know the Ukrainians are serious about going on the offensive. That's when you know, like, oh, this is not screw around time. This is go time, because these vehicles are meant, as Trent just described. What do you think you said, about 500 miles? One of these can go.
500 kilometers one way. So what that means is 1/3 of that distance is going to be your supply range.
Yeah, so you have to, because you have to turn around and go back where you came from to get resupplied, right? So it's not just
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about. So it's not just about driving straight. Remember, logistics is a conveyor belt. You take the truck up to the front, you drop it off, and you come back, and then you have to go back again, and then you have to refuel that thing, right? So you have to gas that thing up. So you have to have gas standing by to refill the refueler, if you will, right? And so this is, again, a part of that logistical system. It's incredibly complex. There are algorithms out the wazoo, but my point is that when you try to focus on what comes next, focus on long, like geographic long logistics. I haven't seen these. Maybe Trent, maybe you have. I haven't seen Western style logistic vehicles like we're talking about, not to a very serious degree. I have not seen them yet. And they're on a very small quantity if they have been delivered. But when they do start to get delivered, that's when everybody's eyes and ears should start to get perked up, because these are very serious pieces of equipment that are meant to go very, very far, very, very fast relative to what we've seen on the Russian side. And they're very reliable. And as Trent has described, they're very easy to train on.
All right. I don't have much to add to that. You covered all the bases. Listen, I got to be leaving here in a few minutes. I'll take a couple of questions, and if there's no questions, I'll leave right now.
Yeah, I got to run too. I gotta go. The wife's giving me the eye. Y'all have a good night. Thanks so much, Trent. I really appreciate your time. Always good talking to you, my friend.
Stay safe.
Trent, thanks for being here. I do have one question. I'm going to swing towards the Kherson front. I'll save you my question. Do we have a hot mic? No, sorry, just background noise. I'll save you the question I have of why the FMTVs had so many different armored cab types, one of which was an enormous armored window that seemed highly unnecessary and should have just been two smaller windows. But I'll save you from that and go to the Kherson front here. Trent, what's your view here with the bridges in play? I know you made some posts on it, but if I could just get you to expand upon the bridges in particular on the Kherson front and what you're looking for upcoming in the next couple days or weeks.
All right. You're seeing already the pattern. The Ukrainians are firing GMLRS every couple days to take down or to degrade the repairs that the Russians have done to the bridges. They're being very, very, very careful about the bridge over the dam on the Dnieper for a very good reason. They don't want to bust it and flood out, their civilian population. The long and the short of it is, if the Russians don't get trains north of the Dnieper, they're screwed. Their logistics are built on rails. If they can't get a rail car within 30 kilometers of a front line, they have huge problems in delivering the beans, the bullets, the shells, everything that you need to fight a war. And Ukraine has got 2 of the 3 bridges that they need down. And if they revisit the bridge over the Nova Kakhovka, I'm not sure. I like most Americans, I screw up Ukrainian badly. If the Ukrainians take out those 3 rail lines and keep them down for a couple of weeks, the Russians are in extremely deep trouble, because their firepower is based on their vehicles and the shells that they put through their gun tubes. If they don't have fuel and if they don't have shells, they don't have an army, because their firepower lives in their guns and their vehicles. And if you take those off the board, Ukraine's going to eat everything north of the Dnieper. Ukraine is, like I said, playing it very close to the vest, playing it very low casualty. But you should think of this as a form of siege warfare with a mechanized army. A mechanized army without fuel and without artillery shells is a bunch of pillboxes that missiles can take out in a distance. And then the Ukrainian infantry comes up with all the heavy support weapons and kills Russian infantry, and it's game over. Now, this is a very top level view of this. Infantry fighting is always bloody messes. And the Ukrainians are going to fight unfairly to kill the maximum number of Russians with a minimum amount of Ukrainian blood, because 10,000 Russians aren't worth a single Ukrainian, to be honest. And killing as many Russians for a small amount of casualties as possible, even if it takes longer, is the preferred way of Ukrainian fighting. And I view the Kherson Oblast north of the Dnieper as the kill jar for the Ukrainian army. That is, it's where they get to kill the Russian army, the way someone mounting a bug on a display would. That is, needling them, and killing Russians until there are none left. And it's not a fair way of fighting, but why waste any thought on being fair to Russians? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Trent, that makes perfect sense. And just to clarify here, what were were there 2 rail bridges? What were how many rail bridges were existing prior to Ukraine attacks across the Dnieper?
My understanding, there was 1 road and 2 rail bridges. The road and rail bridges are gone, and the remaining rail connection is across the dam. And taking that out is going to require extremely precise targeting of GMLRS or whatever it is that Ukraine is using. It might be Excalibur fired from a Bodana or a Caesar, or it might be, I don't know, a rocket-fired laser-guided bomb. I mean, the number of really interesting backshop high-technology projects that have shown up in Ukraine has surprised me time and again. I mean, we could be seeing HIMARS fired from Ukrainian jets. They may be fired from trucks on the ground. You may see a rocket put on the end of a laser-guided bomb. So a Ukrainian special forces guy, 10 clicks behind the front, can put a 2,000-pound bomb into a command center. It's just that kind of war. Anything that can help Ukraine that's in the back shops of Western weaponeers around the world is showing up in Ukraine in one form or another. And Ukraine is saying, thank you, welcome to Ukraine. And then using them and saying, welcome to Ukraine in the real meaning to the Russians. So I don't know. We're looking at so many different high-tech weapons showing up in Ukraine and being used in ways that no one ever expected, because the Ukrainians are extremely innovative and they're fighting for their lives. I expect the bridge to go down.
Yeah, thank you, Trent. I know your time's limited, but if I might ask you a question, not many people some people may be aware that you have done quite a lot of work on logistics in World War II, specifically in the Far East, and the air bridge from the air bridge to China. But my question is in that vein. What do you make of the Russian logistics at this point in the war, and what do you estimate the difficulty they will have in supplying the troops they've apparently poured into Kherson will be?
Look, the Russians are. Hold on, I'm getting an echo. Can you hear me? All right. The Russians are running short of tactical trucks. You're seeing an increased number of, I refer to them as Scooby vans. They're commercial vans that have been produced in one version or another in one plant in Russia for going on 40 years. And you're seeing those increasingly being used to provide tactical logistics. That is, they're being moved between railheads and forward positions. And the problem with using large numbers of civilian vehicles is they don't have spare parts in the Russian logistical system. Now, when the Russians were overrunning Mariupol, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce it. My apologies to the Ukrainians here. They were using vehicles that had out of dealerships that had spare parts right there to move kit and men and supplies to besiege the Azov steel factory. Sorry, I'm apologize again here for not getting it right. And what that means is, in the long term, you're seeing the demilitarization of the Russian vehicle part for supporting their logistics. What this means over time is more and more vehicles are going to be dying quickly because civilian vehicles cannot keep up with military operations simply because they're not built to take any sort of military damage the way that a tactical truck would. The other thing that we're seeing is Ukraine is getting better and better at destroying rail logistics for the Russians. That is, they have pushed with GMLRS the Russian depots for artillery more than 80 kilometers, in some cases well over 100 kilometers, into the rear from the forward lines. What this means is they're beyond the one-day tactical range of their trucks. Their trucks move at 40 kilometers an hour in a convoy, unless they're getting shot, in which case they drive as fast as they can and they wind up on the side of the road or off bridges. And their columns do not have radios. The drivers are essentially buying Chinese radios so that they can communicate with one another and reassemble convoys after they are attacked by Ukrainian forces. And when they're attacked, they're losing anywhere from 2 or 3 trucks to the whole column, depending on how good the Ukrainians are in that particular point of contact. And how to put it, there are videos of commercial trucks driving across streams, hitting landmines. Ukrainian special forces or partisans have put in that area. Tactical trucks with armor can take a hit and you can replace a tire and probably keep going. A commercial truck that hits a landmine is gone. And what this means is Russian logistics are degrading over time. And as far as Kherson north of the Dnieper, they have a ferry that is getting, a couple trucks an hour across the river that at one point was moving convoys of hundreds of trucks in an hour. All right. So Russian mobility in the Kherson Oblast across the river is degrading, and so is the amount of ammunition their artillery can shoot every day. What this means over time is local Ukrainian forces are gaining mobility and firepower advantages that they've never had before. And if you're looking at local counteroffensives, the Ukrainians are going to be able to move 15, 20, or 30 kilometers versus Russian forces that are afraid to turn their engines over, both because they don't have enough fuel, and if they have hot engines at night, there's a Ukrainian drone with a thermal sight that's going to show up and drop a grenade on them. So things are looking very bad if you're Russian. And I think there was something on Twitter today about Russian generals evacuating out of across the river. So if their forces north of the river fall, that they won't be captured. That, when your generals are leaving, that's a morale problem for the forces that are on the wrong side of the river. I hope I answered your whole question there. Oh, is there anything else that you want specifically regards air transport?
He might not be there at the moment.
Yes.
All right.
Yes. Sorry, my phone decided to withdraw cooperation at the exact point you stopped speaking. No, that was great. I just referenced that so that our audience might have a frame of reference for your work. It's one of the little known features of World War II and certainly deserves more attention, and is an amazing, it was an amazing feat of logistics. So that was the only reason I brought that up. So, yeah.
Well, that's fine. Look, the airlift over the hump has actually gotten a whole lot more press than what the Australian commercial airlines and the various militaries in Australia were providing airlift to New Guinea. That there are a couple of books out on that I've been trying to chase down. It's got nowhere near the historical coverage, but it is as interesting, and it involves a whole lot more in the way of military politics. And I find it interesting, even if the Ukrainian audience may not. Anyway, one last question and I gotta go.
Yeah, Trent, I was just going to say thank you so much tonight for this. And I've got a question, but I feel like we should lottery or auction it off here. I was going to ask you about Saki. You were talking about Frankensteins and innovations here. Didn't know if you came down one way or the other and what you thought was most likely for the effect at Saki Airfield.
My bet here is that you're looking at a variant of the Neptune missile for several different reasons. First is no Groms or Hivram were flight tested before the war. Neptunes were. Saki Air Base was the one air base for the Black Sea Fleet. All the pilots and aircraft there have the radios and the training to operate with the Russian surface fleet in blockading the Ukrainian coast. Neptune being a Navy asset aimed at the Russian Black Sea Fleet's air cover would be very much in the Ukrainian Navy's interest to try and make the Western Black Sea something that Russia doesn't want to put its surface fleet into, because it no longer has aircraft that can talk to ships that are being hunted by TB2 drones. So, from the institutional and the operational point of view, it points me to the Ukrainian Navy. And I found out in the last few days that the missile seeker on Neptune was developed from a fire and forget version of the AA-11 or the R-27 air-to-air missile. And it was developed apparently with radar digital correlation. That is, if you had a SAR map of a particular piece of terrain or an airfield, that you can program this in by software into the missile. So it could do pretty much what a TLAM or Tomahawk land attack missile, excuse me, I keep using military terms like people know what I'm talking about. So it would give the Neptune a significant land attack capability on the order of being able to hit within 2 meters. So there are 4 impacts that are approximately Neptune sized in terms of yield in the airfield. And if they came in at 5 meters, they would be below the horizon for most of the videos you see showing explosions at the Saki airfield. You would not be able to visually see them come in and blow things up. And given what I found out about the technology recently and the effect it has on the naval battle in the Black Sea, it points to it being a Russian or a Ukrainian naval operation aimed at the Russian Black Sea Fleet, which would make the Neptune the most likely Ukrainian weapon for doing the attack. Does it make sense?
Yeah, Trent, thank you for that. Just curious, I was trying to search the R-27 while you were speaking that. What size warhead is the Neptune rumored to have? Just curious, and I apologize for running over time here.
All right. My understanding from some of the old
Okay, Alex, I think Trent fell off there.
Yeah, I had a double Trent there for a second. Are you back, Trent? Perhaps not. Well, while we're waiting for Trent, Gurney, I will think of something to talk about.
Well, I'll just, if Trent's out there listening, I'll just say thanks to him for coming up here, giving some of his night to some questions, especially for Craig. Craig likes to talk about some logistics. So hopefully we satiated Craig there. And Trent, thanks for coming up here. We should put the call out there, 2 different public service announcements. If you have a question or comment, come on up. And if you'd like to consider supporting Ukraine and can't be there in person, and you'd like to consider a place to give your donation, consider MryiaAid, who's giving non-lethal support to Ukraine. Bunch of different ways you can help out there, but consider that if you would. And while that happens, I'll also remind everyone out there, please share and retweet the space. Go ahead and click that. I'm going to borrow a term here. Go ahead and mash that button, but just go ahead and share and retweet. And if you have something you like listening about, put that in the tweet. Go ahead and just type that in and share and retweet there. But if there's something that caught your ear and you liked it, please talk about it. It helps us see what topics you guys like. I know a lot of people are shy about speaking, so they don't always want to come up. But our DMs are open, so go ahead and feel free to send us a DM. But with that, Alex, in that conversation, there was a lot to unpack here. I know we've been talking about Kherson and finished up with Trent there just to ask him about Saki Airfield. What are your thoughts on those bridges? This started going way back to Dr. Paul's question with some of the Gimlers.
Yeah, and Dr. Paul's question more specifically about why use long range artillery rather than aircraft. I think, and unfortunately, Craig took off before I could nail him down. But I was going to ask him what he thought about the air war, and then something that I've been thinking about. But I think it's an interesting proposition. But I think ultimately, as you all pointed out, the return on investment using rocket artillery rather than what is a very finite resource in operational combat aircraft is just and look, the use of artillery definitely rocket artillery definitely outweighs the use of aircraft to strike those bridges. And my understanding is they've been using the same rocket artillery to strike air defense installations anyway. So that there's an external factor there too. But yeah, look, I think I have been lampooned for a slight understatement in the past, but I think the position on the west bank of the in Kherson is quite difficult for the Russians. I don't think they have anywhere to go, and you can bring in pontoon bridges and things like pontoons and things like this, but I just don't think that you can ever match the volume that you can get through over a big civilian fixed bridge. I don't know what you think, Gurney, but that's certainly my impression.
Well, they've got the ferry service going on. Not sure how effective that is, but it'd be great to see a time-lapse video sort of top to bottom of how long it takes to get that onto one bank, get it lined up, get vehicles driven onto that, and then get that thing floated over there. I'd be real interested to see. That's 500 meters or so. I don't think it's going to replace any of the even vehicular traffic. But yeah, I'm all for send us your best memes here on this. Send us your best pool floaty ideas, Dniper floaty ideas here. You know, I was thinking about this earlier tonight when we were, or a different discussion when we were talking about inflatable decoys for S300, S400 systems, ordering them on Alibaba. And I was hoping that they're at least waterproof. They're probably not, but I was hoping that they're at least waterproof or something that not only would they make a good decoy for the Russians, but perhaps they're anticipating needing those to float back across the Dnieper here.
I mean, we could have asked Trent about that. I mean, the idea of decoys goes back to World War II and even further. You know, logs as cannons in the disagreement that you had over there in the 1860s. I think it's worth mentioning, just when talking about the river, before you castigate me for that. I think it's worth mentioning that a river is a dynamic environment as well. It's not like your mum's swimming pool. There's tides. Rivers have moods, just like the ocean, and boats. They have minds of the boats, pontoons, anything that floats on the water has a mind of its own. So it's not just like drive your vehicle on, float across, drive it off, float back, drive another one on. There's the machinery is constantly playing up. The pontoons are constantly shifting. You constantly have to maintain them, make sure the whole structure is maintaining its integrity. Meanwhile, the river is doing whatever it wants in terms of tide and flow. So yeah, it's not an easy exercise. I think there are so many factors that go into it that just make it so complicated and just so much slower than just driving across a bridge. But yes, I will accept my yes. Go ahead, Gurney.
No, okay. Well, if my joke wasn't clear, my humor is a little too dry for some people to understand my sarcasm. Send us your best pool floaties for Dnieper crossings. If that includes inflatable decoys, please do send us. Let's take a look at those laughs. But no, Trent reminded me of something. You just talking about innovation here, creativity from the Ukrainians, and I forgot that earlier today I had seen another Ukrainian sort of Frankenstein vehicle here. And since I'm so bad at actually the art of tweeting and being able to post things, I'm just going to describe it visually because I don't have the link in front of me or the know-how to post it in the nest. I'm sure I can figure it out. But what it was, the vehicle was almost looked like, if you're familiar with sort of late 90s, early 2000s satellite television trucks, or local TV trucks, not quite a satellite truck. We're not talking a satellite dish, but think a commercial cargo van of some sort, and an extendable mast that's inside the vehicle, but it goes up outside of it. So you see basically a pole or a mast that comes up pretty high out of the vehicle. And the reason I say that is because these Ukrainians, there was a video walk around of it. Looks like it's in service, has a widescreen television inside. It looks like they're using this as a command post or observation post, sort of a mobile observation post, because when the mast extends from inside, it looks like they've rigged up some cameras and imaging sensors, thermal vision or some other things. The mast is probably going much higher than an actual television antenna radio truck. And this thing, they showed the inside. It looks like it operates off of some simple, not even hydraulics, but a sort of a cable actuated system here. But anyways, it got me thinking here, for observation posts, mobile observation posts, we know that they're doing that with drones. But this van, they look like they camouflage or spray paint the van. I'm wondering if the uses for this are putting one of these sort of in a forest. That we know that the land in the south is relatively flat, some rolling hills here and there, but mostly flat terrain. So I'm wondering if the uses for this are sort of hide the truck in a forest line and extend the mast, and you effectively have a mobile observation post that's lower detectable, so long as you can, conceal the heat signature from this. But that gives the Ukrainians the opportunity, whether it's controlling other drones from this or operations, but it looked like they had some, at least some visual systems hooked up to it. They weren't going to show what was on the TV itself, but that got me thinking, along with Trent's conversation about creativity, and just thought, it's an interesting concept. Well, I'm not sure why I haven't seen that deployed before. Mobile camera, whether this is stabilized cameras or thermal cameras or night vision imagers, but it looked like an interesting concept. And so I'll put it out there. If anyone in the audience has some other Frankenstein ideas, it seems like pretty much anything goes. I mean, I think also today we saw one of those what is it? Those MTBs with an anti-tank gun on top of it, I believe, and they were operating the anti-tank gun with the normal pull cord, but they sort of had welded this together somehow. I thought that was a pretty interesting Frankenstein. But to go back to Trent's words here, and Dryfly came up here, so maybe he'll speak to some technological aspects of this. But it seems like anything goes, especially when you're fighting an existential threat, and you're looking for all the support you can get.
No, I'm not going to bring anything technical, but I will send you a link to a YouTube from Lithuania where they had a inflatable doll swimming race, what appeared to be in a lake or a river. And when you guys were talking about stuff the Russians may try to float across the river on, that was just screaming to me. I mean, somebody could make some serious money probably with those soldiers with one of those. Do you want me to send it to you?
Yeah, Dryfly, go ahead and send it. What you said, it was dolphins? They were inflatable
No,
dolphins?
dolls, inflatable dolls, like people, like women, like No, I just said it was in Lithuania. So our friends from that part of the world will probably be able to tell us. It was quite a number of years ago, like 10 years ago. But I'm guessing there will be some of our listeners who could say, "Oh yeah, I remember that." So anyway,
I'm guessing the care package we're putting together, Hans was helping out with this care package, I think, sort of to lure the Russians, whether it's back to the east side of the Dnieper or back to Russia here. But the care package was going to consist of some methylated alcohol spirits to sort of attract them out. And I suggested giving them some floaties, some pool floaties to
well,
go
that's
with
the floaty that's the floaties they should have. The only trouble is they may be having so much fun they may not leave right away. So there is that risk. But anyway, what I will do is I will send it to you. I'm assuming I can. Your DMs are open, or are they not?
Yeah, you can send it.
Yeah, I'll send you the link to this. It's a stitch. Anyway, talk to you later.
Thanks, Dryfly. Okay, Alex. All right. Well, you heard it there. We've got some floaty ideas. We'll keep it. We're family friendly here. We won't name it, but we've got our care package.
I was just going to make the point that this is family friendly space. It's interesting that you mentioned the sort of master surveillance idea. I did see a video recently from, I presume, Russian Telegram of a very expensive Russian anti-tank vehicle launching a very expensive anti-tank missile at what appeared to be some sort of radio pylon in the distance. So there might be something in that idea that you've got there, Gurney. But onto Frankenstein vehicles. Yes, I believe I have seen the MTLB vehicle that you speak of. Almost a tank destroyer, one might call it. Would you agree?
Your audio cut out for me. I just heard the end of it. The tank destroyer. Which Frankenstein vehicle?
You just heard the most inflammatory part. The MTLB with the anti-tank gun on it, and then I was leading you into discussing tank destroyers and what possible role this vehicle might have.
I saw the photo of that, and maybe we can get some other military minds up here. The trajectory, the angle of that tank gun, anti-tank gun, clearly very low angle type of fire that puts out. I was trying to wonder to myself here the actual usability of that. And sure, it's great to look. They need anything and everything, so I'm sure they have found a use for it. But I was just trying to understand at what distance that anti-tank gun that they put on top of it would work, how it would work for targeting, because nonetheless they still have to exit the vehicle. So that one in particular, I didn't understand the purpose. And look, when you're not there and you're not being shot at, you have the luxury of not understanding the purpose. But when you're there and you're being shot at and you need things, clearly we've seen almost anything goes. We're going back a couple weeks here, or a couple months. We've seen the double RPGs pointed to the sky on a tripod used as indirect fire, right? We've seen Mark 19s and the Soviet version of those pointed almost vertical and used as indirect fire. So I'm sure it's working, but I can't answer the what they're using it. And maybe they're using it against targets and structures. That might be even more likely if they're trying to knock down some fortifications. I see Major Giroux out there, and if Colonel Spencer was here, maybe he could talk to some of those larger artillery type anti-tank gun pieces and what they're good at, punching holes and things.
Yeah, I certainly know that there are some strong views among some of our listeners about the utility of these kind of vehicles. I think is the best way to put it. I just from the video, I tend to agree. It seems to be some sort of direct fire role, possibly defensive, as you say. It seems you have to dismount the vehicle to actually be employed. So, yeah. Be interested to know what other people think, or in fact, what they think on any other matter. If anybody has any questions, queries, or thoughts that they'd like to put to us, please click on the mic button, the raise hand request button in the bottom left hand corner. Come on up, and we'll see if we can answer your question.
I see in other news here, I see one of our contributors, our friend, our colleague here, CJ's putting up some alerts here. All bridges must go, Kherson edition, limited time offer. Looks like he's offering a fire sale on his tweets here with special Kherson cat. And they're really amped up about these bridges. I wish we could get some people up here to talk about these bridges some more, because Kherson Cat was tweeting earlier and I thought he was asleep, but perhaps he's a night owl. And then Alex, don't make me talk about nuclear thermal rockets again. We were here last night with John, and we had actually had a pretty good conversation with a nuclear physicist. It wasn't the intended conversation, but I was able to get it in edgewise. Dryfly.
Yeah, this isn't. I don't want to get into politics on this, but I'm just going to ask you guys. You're Canadian, aren't you, Gurney?
I'm a man of no nationality. No, I kid. I keep those things out of it, but no, I'm not.
Okay. Well, the reason I ask is that I'm curious to what other people outside of the U.S. think about our current political situation. Not pro con, but do they think it's going to keep us so distracted that we're not going to effectively be effective anymore when it comes to Ukraine? I'm not saying that that I think for sure that's going to happen, but it is a concern. I watched the U.S. Last week. Ukraine just went off it went completely off the radar in a week that was a pretty big week for Ukraine. After the hit in Crimea, that was big, but after that, it seems like everything related to Washington is just sucking the oxygen out. And as we head toward the election, it's just going to get worse, in my opinion. And I think we need Biden and Congress, and a bipartisan Congress, to keep the heat on through these next 3-4 months. And I'm just concerned. I just wondered what your guys' thoughts were.
so I'll take a stab at this for you, Dryfly. Ukraine hasn't always every day been making the mainstream news cycle. I don't mean it's not making the news cycle. It is, and clearly at different times, right? But it's not making the news cycle as it was in, say, the end of February, or the month of March. So that we all know. So regardless of what events are transpiring in the States, I don't know if that really has any material effect here on the support for Ukraine. Sure, it could add to it. I mean, I'm with you there. I'm with you that if there was some more attention to it, it can crank up the pressure. But I don't think it's going to hurt it or distract it or derail it, if that makes sense. So I'm sort of a neutral mindset on this, that if it's not making the news every day, that is unfortunate in and of itself. So whatever is transpiring here in the last week, I don't, in my view, I don't think that's making, going to make much of an impact to the current status quo. And the status quo is the U.S. is continuing to help, and they just had the Copenhagen meeting. Again, to your point here, is there going to be additional public support and public pressure gained in this period than what is already there supporting it? Perhaps not, and that is unfortunate, but I don't think it's going to distract or derail anything that's existing, if that makes sense.
It actually does, and in some ways, not being in the news is good too, because people do get, it just burns out people who really can't stomach it. So in that case, it's good that the news isn't constantly front page every day in your face. But I'm just thinking that there's only so much bandwidth in Washington. I mean, Washington's got a lot of bandwidth, but there's still only so much. And boy, it even surprised me how quickly the oxygen went out of the room on, I want to say, Tuesday. And I watch a number of different things. I mean, I watch economics, I watch internal domestic politics, I watch international, I watch Ukraine, and especially with respect to the war, and I was just shocked here how the oxygen went out of the room for everything. I mean, even the big bills that they passed just absolutely fell off the page. And I don't know if Biden needs attention to get stuff through. I don't know if they've got enough already in the pipeline that this thing can go a couple months without really having the attention of Congress. But I just thought I would ask what you guys thought. Look, some of you guys, especially on the outside looking in, what your thoughts were, because here it just shocked the hell out of me. And again, I'm not looking for a politics pro or con. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm just thinking of is this going to take attention from stuff we're going to need to see get done? And that's my whole point.
Yeah. So to address your outside looking in point, I would say that my country's stance is informed but not persuaded by. It finds, essentially, we have our own policy which is informed by US policy, which takes account for US policy. So, we're close allies, and so we work together. But at the end of the day, Australia is still a sovereign nation, and we can make up our own minds. We have connections to Ukraine through the diaspora, and of course through MH370. So these are, or MH, sorry, I'll get that wrong. It's the other Malaysian airline, but I do apologise to anybody who's listening. But the airliner that was shut down. So
yeah, I was aware of it.
Yeah. Just putting the position there, so that it's clear. In terms of coverage and how that isn't covered, I think it's worth remembering that whilst it's important that these things remain in the news and in the headlines so that it gets the coverage it rightly deserves, in terms of politics, media media is just a lens through which we view the happenings in our political systems. So just because it isn't in the headlines doesn't mean that the political leadership that we elect don't consider it important, and it isn't considered important by the various mechanisms of state. And so a lack of coverage doesn't mean things aren't being discussed, debated, and implemented, I guess is what I would say.
And hey, Alex, I just want to welcome that we have a new speaker, or at least new to my eyes and ears. Jonathan, welcome. Do you have a comment or question?
Thank you. Yeah, what I just wanted to say is what we see on the media is it's just a small microcosm of what's happening every day in the U.S. government. It's not really it's reflective of reality, but it's what is being told to us. It's what people think in the newsroom. People want to hear, and is going to get them more ratings. But in no way do they push off everything else for Ukraine. No, that doesn't happen. It doesn't happen like that at all. I've talked to some of the some individuals that are at the highest levels of government, and but they're busy people. So no. There was another thing I wanted to say. Somebody said that all bridges must go, and I think that's a mistake. And the reason why is this: the Russians need an avenue to retrograde. If you destroy all those bridges, then you're telling those Russians that they're going to fight to the death. And I mean, they can't drive across the mud flats or salt marshes or whatever those are south of Kherson. They're not going to do it. They don't have the ability from what I've seen. So you have to look at that. What infrastructure do we have to keep? I read Trent's research, and I found it quite fascinating, very in depth, and something that I wrote as a something that I wrote was that all logistics, or all war, is run by logistics, and you have to keep that in mind. And that's why a number of people find this fascinating, and they see that the Russians are failing at that miserably. So that's really all I had to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Jonathan. Let me take a stab at a response. Not necessarily gonna completely disagree here, because there's a lot of unknowns that we're not all privy to, and there's a lot of unknowns that the Ukrainians won't know before advance of planning different things here. But let me take a stab at the bridge thing. I think there was a conversation, maybe might have been the night before last, or before that, and whether it was Axel himself or some others talking about Sun Tzu, or someone had quoted Sun Tzu, the sort of this golden bridge. And I forget who the speaker was that came up to say, nah, basically, no. And they might have used an expletive like, no, not at all. So I'll take a stab and just do the counter side of this argument with you here. I hear you. You don't, in some cases, I do get your concerns here, that if the bridges are cut and there are Russian troops stuck there, your concern would be that those Russian troops may at that point feel they're locked into a fight to the death. I'm just going to disagree. And I'm not going to say that's not possible, but I'm going to disagree and say it might not be likely in any capacity. And the reason I say that is it comes down a lot to motivation. Now, we don't know 100% what's in the minds of those Russian troops, but we do know that there are some VDV that have been moved in there, so some higher trained Russian troops that have been augmented recently. But we do know that makes up a minority the Russian forces in terms of, the Russians don't have that much VDV to spread around, or special forces. So what I say by that is for instance, if those bridges were gone, and if with taking the bridges out, that in and of itself doesn't convince the Russians to flee, because we are getting some reports. We don't know how credible they are. We're getting some reports that the Russian command is moving to the east side of the river. So we're not sure what will follow. Perhaps some of the other troops will retrograde, or perhaps the troops will see that and be further demoralized. But what I do think is likely is that a lot of these troops are not in this. They're not in this fight mentally. They don't feel that there's an existential threat that's being unloaded on them. So if that turns out to be the case, and some of these Russians think that they will find aid and comfort by surrendering to the Ukrainians, I think it's more likely than not that if those bridges do go, and if those Russians are so foolish as to still be on that side of the river, sure, they're going to make attempts to fight. But I don't think that that's going to change anything in terms of their will to fight. It will not impact their ferocity or ability to fight, especially with diminishing supplies. And that doesn't also mean that the Ukrainians will be forced to go in and clear these trenches, row by row. They could simply at that point wait these troops out. Every day that those troops don't get resupply, they have less ammo. Every day they don't get food, they have less will to fight, less ability to fight. So I'm just going to take the opposite and say, I do understand in general your concern for sort of giving them some sort of corral or bridge to go out. But in this particular case here, with the Russians already lacking morale amongst lots of its troops, and with the Ukrainians showing restraint, I don't think that dilemma that you're fearing is, while it might be a very small possibility, I don't think it's likely. I think it's more likely that those troops would be demoralized, would find their leaders fleeing, would find them low on food, and would essentially be more likely than not to give up at that point and to surrender. But that's my thought. I'm just, one person speaking up here. Alex, welcome, Whiskey. We've got some others, Dry Fly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I think it's important to remember the timeline here too. It's not like they blew all the bridges at once. This has been they didn't strike all the bridges at once. This has been a rolling progression over a number of weeks, sort of just demonstrating that, Ukraine can do this. And, there's a finite point where all the bridges are gone and you'll be stuck here. And what did we see from the Russians? Well, they just put more troops in the same area. So what kind of signal does that send to the people that are expected by the Russians to fight for this, to fight for Kherson? Pretty much as Gurney was alluding to, pretty much just as well. We don't really care about you. The only thing we care about is what's good for us. So yeah, I guess that's one thing that I would bear in mind, is that this has been a long, slow ratcheting of pressure against the force we know have not very good morale for the most part, and whose leadership don't really seem particularly interested in the welfare of their troops, of their soldiers, if you could call them that. And I don't think the end point is, this last stand kind of thing. I think it's more
And I forgot to add here, Alex, and to Jonathan, if you're still listening there, so we do have a few data points. They're not perfect, and they're not going to inform us completely because we're not there and we don't, have the same grasp and understanding that the Ukrainians do. And even then, the Ukrainian, what is the Ukrainian picture on all of this, right? It's tough because these are two opposing sides. But I'll say this: we do have a lot of data points, anecdotal or not, that show a lot of different Russians when the Russian infantry or the Russian vehicles are engaged or even not engaged. We've seen a lot of anecdotal reports where the crews are ditching the vehicles in advance of a fight, meaning the recovered vehicles from the Russians sometimes were ditched so that the Russians knew it was a bad position, knew it was a bad fight, knew they were not going to have infantry support to help them out, and rather than sacrificing their lives, they ditched the vehicles in advance. Again, that's not Russian artillery. That doesn't negate Russian artillery. That doesn't have anything to do with Russian artillery, but it has to do with Russian infantry and the common Russian that's going to be on the ground that would be left on the west side of the Dnieper. So if that's the case, and we have those data points where crews are not nearly as confident on the infantry side about having the proper support, proper training, right? Proper combined arms. I don't think it's likely that we're going to see that situation described. And like Alex said here, this has been a sort of slow closing of the noose, right? You're sort of layering on these nuances, and you're layering on the increasing pressure here. Look, we've also seen in the past. This was more in Donbass. We've seen DNR troops talk about completely being under-equipped in some units, writ large, to the size of a battalion, saying, look, we're not going to fight. Now, that happened in the Donbass. So you can imagine those thoughts haven't gone away. And we haven't seen instances where the Russians have defensively, and not with artillery, but we haven't seen Russians defensively, when threatened, be more likely to fight it out to the death. We've seen many more anecdotal reports where they're more likely to cut their losses and run or retrograde. So I'll just add that in there. Again, a lot of this is what ifs. We don't know, but I certainly don't think it's a fear to worry about out there. Any of those Russians that are foolish enough to stay over there, well, they're foolish enough to believe a lot of things that they're told at that point.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Whiskey, welcome. And then Leonard, I think.
Leonard was actually before me, but thank you, Gurney.
Well, thank you, Gurney, and thank you, Whiskey, for mentioning that. Just a brief follow-up to what Gurney was saying with reference to Jonathan. I agree substantially with exactly the way you had analyzed it, Gurney. But with reference to Jonathan's comment, I think there may be some merit to it, but only on a limited kind of basis. So the first thing that sticks in my mind is having listened to finance over the last 2 days or so, with specific reference to what's going on inside Kherson. And the indications are, and unless somebody can absolutely rebut this, but the indications are that the Russians have been running mobile crematoriums on a 24-hour basis inside the city of Kherson. Now, we know there is a hostage civilian population there. So that factor alone would leave a large question mark if Jonathan's suggestion is that strategically we allow the Russians a so-called golden gateway to escape. Then that is the first strong argument against that outcome. Now, there is a way of looking at it that may be an exponent for leaving a golden exit, if you will. And that would be if one considers an exact flipping of the coin, a complete reversal of what took place in Stalingrad, where, say, if we imagine that instead of a patriotic Russian force pinned up inside the city of Stalingrad by a hostile, aggressing German mechanized corps and army corps under General von Paulus. Say, imagine that the coin was reversed, and say von Paulus and his German compatriots were holed up inside the city of Stalingrad, and it was the Russians who were on the outside laying siege to Stalingrad to retake their city. Now, if you imagine that scenario in terms of an outcome here for Kherson, then yes, it may be appropriate to leave a golden exit, if you will, and let the, say, the hostile interior forces vacate to some degree. But if you look at what happened to von Paulus and the entire German officer corps after Stalingrad, they were literally eviscerated, denigrated, and annihilated on the exit from Stalingrad. So if by golden exit or pathway, you mean leading towards that kind of an outcome, where the Russians are then effectively surrounded and eviscerated in retreat, then yeah, there perhaps is some merit to your suggestion. But otherwise, looking at the totality of the Russian picture on the battlefront, Gurney raises an excellent point with respect to morale. Do we anticipate that Russians, some 1,500 or however many kilometers from home, and in some cases the Siberian or the Buryat component, they're probably like 2,000 miles from home. Do we anticipate that they are going to fight to the death if they're cut off and slowly strangulated, as it were, within the four corners of Kherson? Do we imagine that they're going to fight to the death? Do we imagine that there's going to be that level of dedication that far from their homeland and in defense of what? In defense of Vladimir Putin? I mean, picture that image. A Russian fighting to the death, dying for the honor and the preservation of his czar. I cannot see that. So anyway, maybe that just adds a little bit of a different alternative perspective to the matter. So yes, you raise an interesting point, Jonathan. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Leonard. Great to hear your voice again tonight. Whiskey, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to honestly chime in with both what you said, Gurney, and what Leonard said, and what Jonathan brought up. The way I'm looking at it is this. Ukraine, when they started bombing the bridges, they first were playing, and stay with me here, they're playing a game of checkers. They're seeing testing the grounds and seeing what actually would happen. Would some of the forces move across the bridge? Would they scramble? And they didn't. So they started blowing more bridges. So now we get into a game of chess. And what I mean by that, and this goes back to what you're saying, is if we're looking at basically attrition at this point, like what we saw today is, and what we've been seeing is, they've been cut off, they've been stranded, and now we're taking out their ammo depots. Supposedly, reports have been that some of the commanders have fled to the south, but bringing morale actually into this, what's better if you're playing a game to take a few pieces off the board and move them across the board, or take possibly 10,000, maybe 15,000 pieces off the board slowly, that don't have the will to fight, and then move on from there. And then going back to Dryfly's point about distracting attention, with what's going on, and I don't want to make this political. It has no place in the space, but there has been some threats that have been going on. Some serious threats of escalation that's been going on, and with the recent findings that we have here in the States, I think that's very relevant. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Whiskey. We're just bringing up finance. It's that nightly time of the day here. If you've got your questions for a financial perspective or otherwise, because all these let's give credit to all these volunteers who are up here every night discussing things. They might have started in one comfort zone, and they may prefer to stay with those comfort zones, and they don't like to speak out of turn on things they don't know about. But a lot of these volunteers have quite the breadth of knowledge just by sitting up here and moderating these panels and listening to folks like you all who contribute out there listening to us. So anyways, with that, we welcome finance, but I don't think he's just in the finance world. He's quite knowledgeable about a couple of things. No, a lot of things finance. Welcome.
Thank you. Just don't ask me military questions. My knowledge extends to what went boom. Speaking of which, can I get a quick update on what went boom in the last 24 hours? This is literally my question. I've been offline. Please tell me it was HIMARS o'clock or Atacam's hour or, just maybe some Russian troops surrendering their tanks as usual.
Yeah, bridges, the same usual suspects, the bridges, but the more precise targeting. But this time in particular, I believe it was the Nova Kakhovka dam bridge complex, but clearly the bridge portion of that, the dam is clearly not targeted, not harmed. Looks like they're continuing to sort of not just target these things, but it's sort of not even fair to say cat and mouse game here. The Ukrainians are more or less chipping away at the structural integrity of these bridges, and even though the Russians are repairing them, not even aesthetically, they're fundamentally the structural integrity of the bridges is undermined completely. So that came up. Special Hairson Cat was talking about that. That went boom. Alex, what am I missing on the goes boom part?
There seems to have been a fairly systemic bombardment from Kherson all the way through to the coast of the Sea of Azov in the last 24 hours. My DMs are very helpfully sending me various updates as we speak. But yeah, it seems like there's been strikes around Kherson, around Melitopol, and even towards the Sea of Azov. So yeah, things have continued in the same pattern, but certainly ramped up. And as Gurney said, getting across the river is now slightly more complicated. And I will say thank you to a contributor who sent me a picture of an inflatable tank with water cannon. So I think we have a new front runner.
Yeah, in finance, you missed it. We're soliciting for a meme contest here. Whoops, he just dropped down there. We'll get him brought right back up. Meme contest for your best inflatable for getting some Russians across the Dnieper, and with that inflatable, there's your methylated alcohol spirits to go along with it, because we've seen some interesting photos of medical grade ethyl alcohol, intended medical grade. But anyways, we're working on getting finance pulled back up here. Yeah, Whiskey, go ahead.
So Gurney, I'm curious, to hear your comments on the statement I just made. Basically, going from a chess game to, or from a checkers game to a chess game, as far as those soldiers being trapped on the north side of the Dnipro.
I don't know if that's the analogy that I would use personally, Whiskey. I understand. I think I understand, where you're coming from with that, and I can follow it. My thoughts on it are, the situations are really fluid. We sometimes it's easy in hindsight to piece things together, to fit these things into like a narrative, a couple data points and stuff. And other times, it's not nearly as clear. And I'd love that to be the case. But I'm just going to keep going back to the basics here with this. Is it just seems that the Ukrainians, they shape the battlefield, but I would say, they're not doing it brazenly in the sense of, taking these huge, enormous risks. I'd love to say that the Ukrainians had this idea from the beginning to sort of, kettle the Russians onto the east side and then cut their supplies. I would love if that's the case. I don't have anything to confirm or deny that. But what I think is more than likely, in my view, is that this slowly developed over the course of the Ukrainians forcing, small decisions, small shaping the battlefields, and that this is where they end up with it. I don't know if I can say it was clean, but yes, to your point here, there were different times where the Ukrainians were testing what the Russian response would be. And I don't just mean testing. I mean, the Ukrainians were acting and thereby forcing the Russians to react to different decisions. And one of those, multiple different points occurred here in the last month and a half, almost 2 months now. If the Ukrainians take up new positions, will the Russians cede that space? Will they void that area, or will they reinforce it? Right? They're sort of forcing some shaping decisions and forcing the Russians to either counter that threat, or for the Russians to add some entropy and go with some unpredictability and add some forces to different areas. I've heard people come on here and talk about this could have been done to alleviate pressure from other areas along the line. I do agree with that. That seems, at the time, I think that's the most likely genesis for the Kherson. I mean, if I back up 2 months here, there was an intense collection of Russian artillery that was focused at the time, Izum, some other cities over there, further east, and I think Kherson was to not just alleviate that pressure, but to probe for, to honestly and truly probe for Russian weaknesses. But I think from there it gets a little bit more gray, right? There's day in and day out events, pressure applied, Russians push back, Ukrainians, may or may not have all the assets they thought they would have in a certain area to perform this. But I think at the end of the day, clearly the position the Russians are in, is sort of, whether you're shepherded down this path through randomness, and shaping by the Ukrainians. I mean, ultimately, this is where we are, and that was, I'd like to think, with a lot of effort from the Ukrainians, but through a multitude of many small decisions that could have had multiple outcomes, not just this outcome. But this is where we are, and when you do that and you plan for, if you try to induce a couple different actions, it at least allows you to plan for those contingencies, or to at least consider what some of the likely courses of action would be, in regards to your response. And so I'd like to think that it was very neat, but I think that this is, there's some chaos in this, but there's also some deliberate planning that makes this happen. But I don't think that deliberate planning, is per se 2 months long in the making. I think it's much closer to a day-to-day basis, with continual reassessment there. But no, I hear you there. But that's my breakdown. But between your analogy there of chess and checkers.
So, Jenny, would you say, so often I'm a terrible chess player, just putting that out there, but oftentimes you don't win at any game just because of your own brilliance, if that makes sense. Would you say that Ukraine has been very good at forcing choice upon the Russians?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
exactly that, Alex. Right, and you don't you know how you win the game. You don't win the game by playing the game, right? So whether the game is to force poor decisions, that's already at a disadvantage, right? You're going to break down those preconceptions and those rules, or those conceptual rules you think limit you in that game and the scope of that, and you're going to work. You're going to try your best to work all angles, both within that construct and outside that construct. To sort of control any and all those things that you can control for. You can't control everything, but I mean, just so like half of it is agreeing to not play the game. The other half of it is yes, playing in that construct, but the other half is looking for alternates outside that construct, all of which are trying to force decisions and reactions. For instance, here, I'm sure at some point the Russians could have thrown in some crazy randomness here just to try to destabilize the Ukrainian planning. I'm very surprised the Russians haven't done that, or at least it doesn't look like to us from this distance, from afar, that that's happened. And what I mean by that is, the Ukrainians do some operations, they apply pressure in certain areas. If you want to try to throw them off guard or say, look, you can't really map us out as neatly as that. So we're going to do, make a random action here. We're going to do a random action there. Just throwing in a little bit of entropy is enough to sort of keep the opponent guessing. I haven't seen that. Doesn't mean it didn't happen here. But that's, my answer here to your game is the first part is maybe refuse to play the game as is. Let them believe you're playing that game with those rules. But to your knowledge, you've thrown those rules out.
And just to elaborate, that sort of comes down to this whole, it's basically, every time you make a choice, you've got a 50-50 chance of making the right choice or the wrong choice. So the more choices you force your opponents to make, the more probability there is that they will make the wrong choice, and then that you can then capitalize on that.
And this is pure science. It's test and find out, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's about as, it's game theory is what I'm drawing on. My limited knowledge of game theory is what I'm drawing on here, but that's the principle behind it. That the more decisions you're forced to make, the more probability you have of making the wrong decision, which is why businesses always seek to simplify the decision-making chain, because it means that you've got fewer probabilities of making the wrong decision. And
that's why
I think this. Sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. And that's why I bring up the fact of, it starts out as checkers and then you move on to chess. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I think Gurney was more making the point that I won't speak for him, but I think he was more making the point that it's much more complicated than either of those, because they are, of course, artificial structures seeking to create a certain kind of environment, and so in those games, every move is deliberate and calculated, whereas this may have started whereas in the real world, you may start doing something for one reason, but find it's really good for another reason, another purpose. I think that was what Gurney was saying. But finance, I think, has something to add here.
No, I took my hand down because you're so far outside my area of expertise. I just wanted to listen to y'all explain how the different axes are forming around Ukraine. And if I had any questions, it was going to be what I'd heard there was some positive Ukrainian movement around Izium and Kharkiv because of all the troops that the Russians pulled out of there. And I wanted to know if there's any updates on that.
Not that I'm aware of, but I can certainly have a look for you if you give me 5 minutes.
Fine. Sorry, trying to on the on the back end of this trying to fix there's an issue with the space, a minor issue. If anyone's having trouble getting cycled up here, and we have to drop you down, occasionally it gets fat fingered there. If you can't see the space, if you ever get dropped down and can't see the space, just let us know. It means we were trying to drop you down and pull you back up. You were stuck cycling. But I'm just going to try to sort this issue on the back end, Alex, to get this member back in here and up on the panel.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Twitter is really on one today, so I will probably be here all of 5 minutes before it goes bad, but let's enjoy it while we've got it.
I thought you were going to eviscerate me for misappropriating the series of games there before. So I will go back to looking up Kharkiv for you.
Yeah, no, I'd heard about it. Language has said that the Ukrainians aren't talking about Izium at all right now, but that he'd heard there were signs they were making some gains there because of all the Russian troops pulled out that they were plowing into Kherson, which everyone we ask, from Daryl, who I see is in a listener box, all of the veterans we ask say this is pretty far from, shall we say, NATO doctrine, because they can't supply these guys well. So this could hopefully get real ugly for them. Probably not super fast, but the sooner the better, as far as I can tell.
Okay, so there is a story from Radio Free Europe. Ukraine says it's launched a new counteroffensive as Russia moves forces away from Kharkiv. So I would say, oh no, sorry, that was May 14th. Forgive me. Which is when they did launch a new counteroffensive around Kharkiv. But I'd have to agree with what Language said. That's certainly my understanding. There is certainly an operation going on around Izium, as there has been for a little while now, but it is now making more ground, and that so if I pull up ISW,
I just got a couple of DMs from people who are having trouble accessing or even seeing the site on their systems. Is that something we've seen going on just recently, or is there any tentative fixes for that? Thanks.
Finance tends to have far more technical difficulties than I do, so he may in fact be more equipped to answer this question than I.
Yeah, there are technical difficulties right now. I had some. Twitter's acting weird. One of our regular listeners and sometimes speakers told me he can't even get in here right now. I have no specific solutions for you. I will say that if you're on an iPhone, make sure that you updated a few days ago. The guy who can't get in is on Google and updates everything because he's a tech guy. So I cannot answer this question other than to say that Twitter is borked. And that's about all I've got for it. Yes, we would love it if they fix Twitter, but I can't make that happen anytime soon. So it is what it is. So apparently, while Alex looks up Kharkiv, and Axel may or may not be here, Gurney, how are you this evening?
Oh, finance. It's a wonderful evening. You missed our lovely discussion earlier. I'm not going to bring it back up again. They're going to get mad at me. It was about drinking ethyl alcohol, methyl alcohol, and some other naughty things that
Gurney,
the
are you still with
Russians
us?
Yeah, can you hear me? Mic check. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I've got you, Gurney. Can you hear me, finance? Breaker. 10-4 rubber ducky. No, there he goes.
Yeah, okay. Sounds like a good time for a PSA then. If you are having any troubles connecting to the space or seeing the space, fret not. Just let us know. Drop us a friendly DM. It is happening. We are trying to rectify it. Twitter is being Twitter. If you're having audio issues, just drop down, come on back up. Par for the course, but we've been uncrashable and we know how to make this work. So just let us know if you see any of those things out there. If the space isn't reachable or anything like that, just let us know. Don't worry about it because we will get it fixed here. And the uncrashable 24/7 show rolls on.
All right, let's see if I can do this as just a speaker. And if that doesn't work, I'll just reset the whole phone again for the 15th time. You were saying something about ethyl versus methyl alcohol. And I tried to say something, but it had gone dead.
Oh yeah, no. Herm had helped us out. He helped us out last night with potato sticks, the great molecular potato sticks debate. But this one was referring to bottles of ethyl, 95% ethyl alcohol, a couple hundred of them in a photograph at a pharmacy collection point in somewhere in the Kherson area or Donbass, where it's alleged Russian soldiers, naughty Russian soldiers, are drinking this 95% ethyl alcohol. And anyway, so we were taking some meme contests to go with some pool floaties and maybe some naughty pool floaties to help them float across the Dnieper River also, because Hans and Herm had suggested both of them that we could give them methyl alcohol care packages, which of course would make them go blind, but maybe they're helpless to party over there.
Total aside, from my grandfather, now passed away of blessed memory. He was a medic, then a supply officer, ordering medical supplies in the South Pacific in World War II. And one day, as he was ordering his supplies in for his unit, and he was on the front lines. He, has had a number of statements about foxholes because apparently he'd been in more than his fair share. But one day when they ordered their barrels of rubbing, their medicinal alcohol, rubbing alcohol, right? Need it for lots of medical reasons. They didn't send them rubbing alcohol. They sent a bunch of soldiers who've been stuck in the South Pacific being shot at and bombed out by the Japanese for months. They sent them pure grain alcohol. So apparently between the ship that it was sent on and the medical supply facilities where it was supposed to go, somehow about 50% of the supplies went missing. And guys had a real good time for a few days.
I mean, look, I'm going to call I see Major Giroux out there. I'm going to call the military historian and say, hey, when did we stop the alcohol rations in the military? Not a ration pack, but when did we stop that? Or from the sailors? I mean, at one point or another, it was common to have a little. Now we're not talking 95% grain alcohol or ethyl alcohol here, but naughty boys who are drinking 95% ethyl alcohol. But we're talking about a ration that might have included one thing of Ramadan. Gunny's unfortunately, Gunny missed the conversation here, so I'm sure Gunny would have loved to come up here and talk about how he was probably fighting for some alcohol ration packs to get back.
The grog ration.
I do know a little about this, Gurney, but it does involve talking about US domestic politics. So, caveat emptor. So the US obviously has a slightly different relationship with alcohol than say the Commonwealth. So the issuance of alcohol was ceased in the 1890s, I do believe. I'm open to correction, but that's why you had things like the YMCA canteens and things like that in World War One, and on board ship it ceased at around about the same time, with the emergence, of course, of the temperance movement in the US. Didn't gain quite as much traction in other parts of the English-speaking world. I know that in World War One, Australian soldiers, as part of their ration of like a tin of jam, a loaf of bread, some cheese, some sugar and tea, received jars of what was called rum distillate, and then they would then use it, dilute it, using their water ration. And the incorporation of alcohol as a ration on board ship was quite common until, I want to say, the 1960s, but it could have been the 1970s. And the Royal Navy ships to this day still run wet bars on board. So, yeah.
Thanks, Alex. I think Leonard was going to add in there the grog ration. Is that what you're going to add?
Yes, exactly, Gurney. The grog ration. That was a thing, and actually a practice in the Royal Navy until 1970. And I just was wondering. I can't tell you the exact date in the Canadian Navy, but quite possibly Major Giroux would have that one nailed down perfectly. So I'm not sure. I'll check further into that. Thanks.
Yeah, I couldn't tell you what unit the issuance of the grog ration, the RAM and stuff, but yeah, I think it's I think in Australia it was slightly earlier, but I'd have to go back and have a look and consult some dusty tomes, or alternatively Wikipedia, but depending on how interested people are. But yeah, so yeah, it differs significantly from each country depending on their relationship with alcohol, really. That of course is official requisition channels for alcohol.
And Alex, I hear we're getting our rocket-loving friend John up here in a little bit, in a short while here. So if anyone has some rocket-related questions, I know I've stored up a few payload-related questions here. Some news from Trent there about his thoughts. Just to recap here, some conversations we've had in the last hour, 2 hours here overnight. Trent's thought on Saki, that perhaps it could be a repurposed Neptune, and some info from him came that he was under the impression or was given some insights here that allegedly the Neptune is itself a rejiggered R-27 air-to-air missile. That might be some news to us, but I'll put that up there on the post-it notes for Mr. Ridge when he gets in here. Alex, what are some other recaps, whether it's events of the day or the conversations that we've had? I know it's a Saturday night and Twitter's having some issues here, amongst other things.
Just one quick addition, Gurney. I just determined that the Royal Canadian Navy abolished the grog ration in 1972, so kept it for 2 years longer than the Royal Navy. That helps. Thanks.
Yeah, in the Commonwealth, I think it sort of passed away. The grog ration itself passed away in the 1970s. But wet bars, unlike US ships, wet bars still remain a thing in the Commonwealth. So, things that finance missed in the last 24 hours. He missed 2 conversations on ERA, or explosive reactive armor, how it works, and why it shouldn't have pieces of perished rubber inside it. We had a very useful chat about, in the European morning, we had a very useful chat about themes and subtexts in Russian literature and including cinema and video games, and how they are useful lenses for viewing attitudes within Russia to genocide and things like that. We had, as you pointed out, Genny, we had a very useful conversation with friend of the program, Mark, about nuclear energy and why people really should just stop worrying. I don't know if finance caught that conversation, but that was quite good. I believe you did, though, Kenny.
Which conversation was that?
The nuclear energy conversation we had.
Oh yeah,
in the last
that was
24 hours.
Yeah, maybe last night. Yeah, yep, that was a great conversation there with both Mark Nelson and Eugene. Alex, I got a question for you here. I must have missed the conversation about the explosive reactive armor here, but I sort of am filled in a little bit about the photos that showed the rubber plate here. So I have a question. Maybe were you filled in enough on that conversation? You think could we talk about Chabam armor here, explosive reactive armor, and non-explosive reactive armor?
We certainly can. I'm not saying I helped instigate one of those conversations with a certain up and coming rocket scientist, but
what was
I wasn't far away when it started. So yeah, go ahead.
What was the gist of the conversation there? For the audience's reference here, I'm thinking the conversation started in reference to some photos, and I think the caption on them was sort of, "This is not what explosive reactive armor is supposed to have inside of it," and there was a rubber sheet inside of it.
There's a couple of different photos and videos floating around. There's one with, I think it's contact. Not sure if it's 1 or 5, but there's basically it's a little box. It's supposed to be filled with these explosives. This was filled with rubber sheets. And then there's also one with a Russian tank with what appear to be anti-tank mines strapped to it. So yes, we had a discussion about exactly how it works, what it's supposed to do, and why strapping anti-tank mines to the front of your tank is an incredibly bad idea. And then I believe it was sort of midnight here, but it was also discussed in the European afternoon. So with dear friend of the program, Gunny, also known as Wings and Rockets, and various other nom de plumes.
Maybe I'll take a shot at this, and it might be a countervailing position here. So when I saw that, I saw a few of the photos or videos of that, and again, to highlight this and take it back a step further, we've seen a lot of different things shoved onto tanks in this conflict, especially on the Russian side, and onto vehicles, and we've seen a lot of things. There was maybe a couple months before, there were bags. There were some bags strapped to the tanks that usually contain some armor, additional armor, and at the time I think they might have been either empty or had some cardboard in it. There was a lot of different things out there, and in that one it was supposed to have something completely different, and I think that was a pretty egregious case. But when I saw this one, I saw some people commenting like, that's definitely not what it's supposed to have. But then I thought about it for a second, and I said, well, this might, as much as I'd love for it to be absurd that somebody in the supply chain, the Russian supply chain, was stealing everything in sight that wasn't bolted down and perhaps ordered some bad ERA. I stopped for a second to think, there's a concept of in armor, plasticity, things that are allowed to deform, and how that works when you add layers of plasticity to hardened layers such as metal, and the effects of that against armored penetrators. And anyways, so to make this short here, people could be mistaken as to what that actually was. Certainly, explosive reactive armor shouldn't have a rubber interlayer in it at all. So it's definitely not ERA, but there is a category of armor called non-explosive reactive armor. In some, I think this might be a UK thing, have referred to it as Chabham armor. I don't know if that's the gentleman's name behind it or the concept, but there are a bunch of different designs of Chabham armor or Chabham type armor, whether it's integrated into the tank hull itself, or applique on the tank, or if it's an extra add-on, where layers of rubber do actually make sense as an interlayer, because it essentially adds plasticity and deformation, and when you sandwich these things together between like metal plasticity, so it was at least a very common concept for the Soviets in integral, non-additional armor, to sort of build some of these layers into their tank armor. I believe some Western designs use that as well. But what was new to me was to learn that there were, whether it's modern or not modern, is that there are add-on armor, which is non-explosive reactive armor, meaning it doesn't use that explosive interlay to sort of, I'm sure John talked about it last, the physics of explosive, but it uses a layer of plasticity to sort of mess with the intended penetrator design, of a high explosive warhead.
Yes. The problem is when you start talking about those sort of designs, you're talking about things that are not publicly known. So what we do know is that these sort of composite armors are usually composites. So you use multiple different materials with multiple different plasticities to create a barrier and deform the shape of the explosion in order to mitigate its direct force. If that were the intention there, I'm not sure it would succeed, because if an explosion is designed to go through, a fairly large chunk of rolled homogeneous armor, a metal can, 3 sheets of rubber is probably not going to deform that explosion or that blast sufficiently for it to rob it of most of its explosive power. What you will see, and there are upgrade kits, the T62M, you referred to Chobham there. There's an upgrade pack called Steel Brew that was fitted to Chieftain tanks, uses a composite type. T72s actually have like a composite layer built into the front of their turrets. Certain versions do. They're generally quite large units. As I say, we're kind of at the edge of my knowledge here. But if it were to be that kind of that armor, I would have thought that you would be looking at a significantly larger and a significantly more dense unit. I mean, if there is such a version of contact, which is the type of explosive reactive armor that appears to be, that would certainly be news to me. But I just the size of it, like usually it's made in quite large blocks because you don't want to make like 50 of the thing. You only want to make like 2 for each vehicle or 4 for each vehicle. You know what I mean? So whereas if you make these, and then the reason why ERA tends to be small is because they're designed to blow out and you just replace it by hand. It's a fairly simple operation. They're expendable items. So yeah, I hope that sort of addresses that point. Gurney?
Yeah, no, I mean, maybe when we get Mr. Ridge up here, or we could get some other, whether it's an armor enthusiast or some physicist up here, because I haven't seen good. I've seen like the schematics of, and someone corrected me out here. There's non-explosive reactive armor, but others call it non-energetic reactive armor. Same thing essentially, right? There's no explosive in it. And again, everything is about well, plasticity is I guess the material property, but others. I guess they refer to it in modern iterations as elastomers, really. But anyways, there are iterations of it as add-ons, so not necessarily integral to the tank. I think a lot of tanks actually have this as integral part of their composite armor. But they have it as an add-on because even if it won't stop the kinetic energy or the impact, a lot of them are designed to mess with or redirect the energy, especially from like a shape charge, like whether it's an explosively formed penetrator or
Like
projectile. Yeah, and essentially, as long as it deforms that shape charge. It's not going to get rid of. Remember, it's not designed to get rid of or dissipate the energy. If it's an add-on kit, like just exactly like the explosive reactive armor, right? It's there to widen and dissipate the shape charge so that the regular armor itself can take the impact or lessen the impact. So I haven't looked at the pictures enough, but I did want to throw that out there. I mean, it would be clearly funny if that was certainly supposed to be a dedicated explosive reactive armor filled with rubber. But it looks like, as I look this up here, some of the Leopards use some of these as add-on armor, and the Leclerc certainly. I know that's not nearly as modern, but the Leclerc tank used non-explosive reactive armor panels. These are the exterior boxes. So same concept. It would fill the same size profile as ERA. It just wouldn't have a sheet of explosive. It would have a sheet polymer or elastomer, or several sheets of that. But similar concept. But I'm not the physicist in it, but I saw that and I love it to be true. Hey, somebody stole all your explosive reactive armor and sold you rubber.
Yeah, that might be the case, but you would expect different. Like you would expect the materials inside to have different consistency, because that's the principle you're trying to leverage, right? Is that different has to pass through materials with different elasticity and density, and so that creates a barrier that creates different. That's how trouble armor works, right? So that bit's not secret, but